Upon awakening, I find myself transported to the fog-laden realm of Silent Hill. From the very outset, I am confronted by the terrors of the other world, as a seductive nurse brandishes a knife in pursuit, while a looming figure, the triangle head, drags its weapon through the streets. In this moment of despair, I, Rosen, am bound to the terror mark system. By consuming fear, I can attain boundless strength. A notification chimes. Ding. Defeated the shadow nurse. Absorbed fear source X5. Acquired the passive pain resistance. Another. Ding. Completed hidden task. Reward. The head nurse's bone saw. And yet another. Ding. SSS level clearance evaluation. You did not come to survive. You came to stock up. Thus begins my absurd journey, diverging dramatically from the norm. While other transmigrators scream and flee in this horrific world, I brandish my weapon, contemplating which boss to confront this evening. Freddy exclaims, "Please, don't invade my dreams." Jason laments, "How did he steal my immortality?" The grotesque creature cries, "Live Father." Chapter 1. Welcome to Silent Hill. Come, my friend, relinquish your intellect, and join me in a massacre through American horror. It is sheer, unadulterated thrill. A jarring cacophony pierces the silence, reminiscent of the static hiss of an antiquated television set, jolting me, Rosen, from the chaos that envelopes me. I abruptly open my eyes, only to discover that I am not in the familiar confines of my rented room, but rather sprawled on a cold, metallic bench, reeking of rust. Surrounding me is an impenetrable fog, thick and suffocating, with visibility barely exceeding 5 meters. The air is heavy with the musty scent of decay, reminiscent of a long-locked basement. Where am I? I ponder, devoid of panic, for years of monotonous labor have dulled my more intense emotions. I furrow my brow, surveying my surroundings with a calm demeanor. Clad in the cheap shirt and jeans from last night's overtime, my phone, wallet, and a set of keys remain in my pockets. I retrieve my phone, only to find the screen flashing no signal. The time is frozen at 2:37 a.m., the moment of my unconsciousness. I find myself in a dilapidated park. Nearby, a swing sways unnaturally, emitting a grating creak as if echoing the moans of the dying. Not far off, the exit of a children's slide looms darkly, resembling the gullet of hell itself. Kidnapping? A prank? Or perhaps, a transmigration? My mind races through the possibilities. Rising to my feet, I feel no discomfort. As a connoisseur of horror films and games, the quintessential foggy small-town scene before me ignites an absurd yet plausible hypothesis. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren shatters the stillness. Woo! The sound penetrates deep into my psyche, carrying an air of despair and madness. My heart constricts, and every hair on my body stands on end. I recognize that sound. It is the harbinger of Silent Hill, the signal for the transition to the other world. Almost instantaneously, the surroundings begin to decay. The sky is cast in a foreboding crimson hue, reminiscent of congealed blood. The concrete beneath me begins to peel away, revealing a rusted, blood-stained metal floor beneath. The cascade of foul blood pours down the walls, intensifying the stench of decay to a nauseating level of rot and char. The other world is encroaching upon the realm of the living. Damn, I mutter, losing my composure. Theoretical knowledge and personal experience are worlds apart. When the despair that exists solely on the screen manifests in reality, it is enough to shatter anyone's mental defenses. I bolt, directionless, propelled solely by instinct to escape this crumbling park. I burst forth onto the street, slick with rust and blood. A staggering figure materializes from the fog. It is a humanoid monstrosity. Its skin is a waxy, burnished yellow, devoid of facial features. Its head and body are grotesquely contorted, akin to a poorly stitched corpse. It crawls on all fours, emitting a series of unsettling hisses. This is the lying figure, a fundamental creature of Silent Hill. My pupils dilate in alarm. Without hesitation, I turn to flee, but it is too late. The creature seems to have sensed the presence of life, abruptly raising its head. Though it lacks eyes, I can feel its gaze locking onto me. In the next instant, its deformed mouth gapes wide, spewing forth a caustic spray. Sizzle. The acid splashes onto the ground beside my feet, instantly corroding a small pit that emits black smoke. I roll away clumsily, narrowly avoiding the attack. Before I can rise, the creature lunges towards me with an agility that belies its appearance. In a moment of life and death, a fierce resolve ignites within me. Fleeing is no longer an option. I must fight. My peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a rusted steel pipe half buried in the concrete, severed from a broken traffic sign. That I roll towards it, gripping the pipe with all my strength and yanking it free from the ground. In a surge of adrenaline, I managed to extricate the pipe, despite the pain of rust scraping against my palm. Clutching this makeshift weapon, I turned to confront the advancing monster. It is now mere feet away, its putrid breath washing over me. Without a moment's hesitation, I channel all the pent-up pressure, frustration, and fear of death into my arms. I target not its seemingly vulnerable head, but rather the forelimbs that support its grotesque form. Die! I roar, a suppressed fury escaping my lips as the steel pipe crashes down upon one of its forelimbs. Crack! The sound of shattering bone reverberates. The creature emits a chilling scream, its body twisting as it collapses to the ground. Seizing the moment, I advance without a trace of compassion. Raising the pipe high, I bring it down repeatedly upon the monster's faceless head with the ferocity of a piled driver. Thud! 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 Blood and brain matter splatter across my face, and closed at my expression is a mask of rage and madness, yet my gaze remains chillingly cold. I understand that mercy towards such a creature is a cruelty towards myself. Only when the creature lies motionless, reduced to a pool of flesh, do I finally cease my assault, gasping for breath as my chest heaves violently. The warm, metallic scent of blood assaults my nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Yet more potent is the sensation of having narrowly escaped death, intertwined with a peculiar exhilaration. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonates in my mind. Detecting that the host has achieved their first independent kill, the terror mark system is now activated. Binding soul. Binding successful. Welcome, host Rosen. You have entered the primary horror realm, Silent Hill, Otherworld. A pale blue, translucent panel unexpectedly manifested within Rosen's field of vision. Visible solely to him. Host Rosen. Strength 5, average value for adult males 5. Agility 6, slightly above average. Constitution 5, suboptimal health. Mentality 7, unwavering resolve. Fear source quality 3, skills none. Items none. System functions: attribute enhancement, skill extraction, item analysis. World navigation activated. World navigation. Current world Silent Hill. Main quest: survive for 72 hours in Silent Hill and find an exit from the town. Quest reward: 500 points of fear source quality, 1 random degrade skill item extraction. Quest failure: soul assimilated by the world, becoming part of it. Rosen gazed at the panel, his initial shock swiftly transforming into euphoric delight. A golden opportunity. This was his greatest reliance for survival in this hellish realm. He quickly perused all the information, his gaze ultimately resting on attribute enhancement and the 3 points of fear source quality. Attribute enhancement. Each point of fear source quality can elevate any basic attribute by 1 point. Although modest, this represented hope. Without hesitation, he wielded his will to channel all 3 points into strength. Having just expended all his energy to vanquish a mere lowly creature, he understood the significance of power. Strength 5, 3. A faint yet distinct warmth coursed through his entire being. Rosen felt his exhausted and sore muscles rejuvenating somewhat, and his grip on the steel pipe grew stronger. It was effective. He was certain of it. With this system, he was no longer the passive victim he once was, slaying monsters to absorb source quality, enhancing himself, and persevering. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe, the cold sensation sharpening his awareness. This was no game. Every decision held the weight of life and death. The sirens of the inner world gradually subsided, yet the environment remained unchanged. The crimson sky and rusted streets lingered ominously. Strange, eerie sounds emanated from the depths of the fog, heralding the ominous reality that this nightmare had only just begun. Rosen licked his lips, the fear in his eyes having dissipated. Silent Hill is splendid, he murmured to himself, dragging the blood-soaked steel pipe as he willingly ventured deeper into the encompassing darkness and thick fog. Chapter 2. The hunt. The atmosphere of the inner world was maddeningly oppressive. Rosen cautiously traversed the rust-streaked streets, each step echoing on the cold metallic grid beneath him, resonating far into the stillness. He had to remain perpetually vigilant, for no one could predict what might emerge from the fog in the next moment. His mental attribute of 7 points allowed him to maintain clarity of thought under tremendous pressure. Recalling his knowledge of the Silent Hill film and game, he endeavored to piece together a usable map. The hospital, school, and church were crucial locations, serving as both perilous lairs and potential sources of clues and supplies. His objectives were clear. First, to locate a relatively safe temporary refuge. Second, to seek better weapons and resources. And third, most importantly, to hunt solitary monsters, amass fear source quality, and expedite the accumulation of initial strength. At that moment, The silhouette of a building emerged from the fog. It bore a cross emblem, beneath which were the indistinct letters Alchemilla Hospital. Alchemilla EUN. A shiver ran down Rosen's spine. This was one of the most iconic scenes in Silent Hill, teeming with nurse monsters and pivotal to the plot. Danger and opportunity coexisted. He refrained from recklessly charging in, instead opting to circle the perimeter of the hospital for observation. The main entrance was tightly sealed, yet a side glass door leading to the emergency room had shattered, leaving a passage suitable for one person. Suddenly, as he approached, a figure lunged out from the broken doorway. It was a tall nurse, her face obscured by bandages, rendering her features unrecognizable, though her silhouette suggested femininity. She donned a tight, filthy nurse's uniform, stained with blood, accentuating her grotesquely alluring curves. Her movements were stiff and unnatural, reminiscent of a marionette, each motion causing her body to twitch. In her grasp, she clutched a sharp surgical knife. Rosen instinctively recoiled, raising the steel pipe. The nurse seemed remarkably sensitive to light and sound. His movements and breathing immediately captured her attention. She halted abruptly, her head twisting at an unnatural 180 degrees towards Rosen, emitting a sound that was a hybrid of a moan and a shriek as she charged forward with the surgical knife. Her speed was astonishing, far exceeding that of the previous creature. Rosen's pupils contracted, unwilling to confront her directly. He remembered that these nurses possessed an overwhelming desire to attack and often appeared in groups, retreating while rapidly devising a strategy. He suddenly recalled a unique trait of these nurses. They were blind, relying solely on their auditory senses and light perception to navigate. A bold plan formed in his mind. He ceased running and stood still. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly extracted his phone, maximizing the brightness, and hurled it towards an abandoned car more than 10 meters to his left. The phone soared through the air, emitting a radiant arc before crashing onto the car's hood with a resounding thud. The screen illuminated, resembling a miniature lighthouse. As anticipated, the nurse's movements momentarily faltered. She fixated on the light source, seemingly confirming its presence. In the next instant, she abandoned Rosen and began to twitch towards the phone. An opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Rosen's eyes as he lowered his body, akin to a stalking cheetah, silently maneuvering around to the nurse's rear. His agility of 6 points endowed him with significantly lighter footfalls than an ordinary person. The nurse was utterly captivated by the phone's glow, entirely oblivious to the specter of death closing in. Now, Rosen erupted into action, dashing to the nurse's back in a few swift strides. Raising the heavy steel pipe high, he unleashed all 3 points of strength upon the nurse's vulnerable nape, striking with relentless force. A thundering sound echoed as the nurse's body stiffened momentarily, her forward momentum abruptly ceasing. Yet she did not perish immediately. Instead, she writhed frantically, attempting to turn around. Rosen's gaze remained unwavering. With one successful strike, he swiftly withdrew the steel pipe, re-raising it to deliver a second and third crushing blow to the same spot. The resounding impacts shattered the nurse's cervical vertebrae, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Defeated low-level humanoid vengeful spirit, Shadow Nurse X1, absorbed 5 points of Fear Source quality. Detected that the host utilized intelligence and skill to achieve the kill, with a very low probability of skill extraction from the target. Would you like to extract? Extract. Rosen fervently thought. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host has acquired passive skill. Pain resistance, beginner. Pain resistance. Beginner, your nerve sensitivity to pain is reduced by 20, allowing you to maintain composure and combat effectiveness when injured. A refreshing sensation swept through his entire body. The pain from his previously lacerated palm, caused by the steel pipe, had markedly diminished. What a remarkable ability. Luo's son felt an overwhelming joy. This skill was nothing short of miraculous in the midst of life and death combat. He glanced at the lifeless body of the nurse on the ground, then at his character panel. Fear Source quality. 8. Killing a single nurse had granted him more quality than dispatching a creeper. Indeed, greater risks yield greater rewards. He did not hastily enhance his attributes, but instead retrieved his phone, its screen cracked, yet still functional. He turned off the flashlight and cautiously peered into the depths of the hospital. The emergency room was a scene of utter chaos. Upset hospital beds, scattered medical instruments, and nurses, standing motionless in the darkness like sculptures, numbered at least 5 or 6. Luo's son immediately abandoned any thoughts of entering through this way. Faced with so many nurses, he would be overwhelmed in an instant. His gaze shifted to the second floor of the hospital. Several windows were shattered. The optimal strategy was to infiltrate from above and eliminate them one by one. Observing the hospital's exterior wall, He noticed a large drainage pipe extending from the rooftop to the ground, conveniently passing through a broken window on the second floor. Luo-san allocated all 8 points of source quality to agility. Agility, 668. His body instantly felt much lighter, with his coordination and balance significantly enhanced. He felt confident that he could achieve a commendable performance in an Olympic rock climbing event. Having completed this, he secured the steel pipe to his back with a belt. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the cold drainage pipe with both hands and began to ascend. His movements were graceful and silent, akin to a gecko, firmly adhering to the wall. With an agility score of 68, he executed actions that he once dared not even imagine. Soon, he reached the shattered window on the second floor. Peering inside, he discovered an abandoned patient room, devoid of any occupants. Safe. He nimbly rolled inside, landing with almost no sound. Ding. Detected host entering the special scene of Ake Mila Hospital, triggering optional challenge task. Challenge task: clear the hospital's underground morgue. Task description: an elite-level shadow head nurse occupies the morgue, along with numerous ordinary nurses. It is a gathering place for malevolence, but it may also conceal unexpected treasures. Task reward: 100 to 300 points of fear source quality based on completion, and a special item, the head nurse's scalpel. Task failure penalty: none, but you may die there. As he gazed at this suddenly appeared challenge task, Luo-san's breath momentarily hitched. An elite monster. And a special item reward. Behind the immense risk lay the tantalizing prospect of a significant leap in his power. He did not immediately decide whether to accept it. What he needed now was intelligence and more source quality. First, he would eliminate the solitary nurses on this floor, accumulate strength, and then consider this reckless task. Luo-san tightened his grip on the steel pipe on his back, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Silently, he opened the patient room door and slipped into the deep, cold darkness of the hospital corridor. The hunt had begun. Chapter 3. The Top Hunter, Triangle Head. The hospital corridor was a more suffocating hunting ground than the streets. Here, the space was narrow, leaving no room for evasion. Behind every closed patient room door lurked potential lethal dangers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, mingled with the stench of blood and decay. His feet occasionally kicked unknown medical instruments, producing jarring sounds. Luo-san suppressed his breathing to an absolute minimum, moving like a specter, gliding along the wall. His senses, augmented by an agility of 68 and a mental attribute of 7, became extraordinarily acute. Soon, he heard the familiar sound of joints creaking around the corner ahead. He halted, peeking around the corner. At the end of the corridor, a nurse stood motionless, facing away from him, as if listening intently to something. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo-san unslung the steel pipe from his back, crouched low, and propelled himself forward silently. The nurse seemed to sense the rush of air behind her, her body twitching as she prepared to turn. But Luo-san was faster. The steel pipe, propelled by a gust of wind, struck her neck with pinpoint accuracy. Thud. Another swift kill, clean and efficient. Killed Shadow Nurse X1, absorbed 5 points of fear source quality. Luo-san glanced at the panel, which now displayed a total of 13 points of source quality, and felt a bit more at ease. He chose not to allocate points immediately, opting instead to accumulate them for future needs. He continued his efficient hunt on this floor, employing his extraordinary hearing and agility, executing his strategy with the precision of a seasoned hunter. Patient, lethal, he granted his prey no opportunity for retaliation. 1, 2, 3. After dispatching the 4 nurses roaming the second-floor corridor, his fear source quality had accumulated to 28 points. It was time to open the mystery box. Luo-san's gaze fell upon the tightly shut patient room doors. Inside, there could still be nurses, but there might also be supplies. He selected the nearest room, cautiously pushing the door open a crack. It was pitch black inside, devoid of any sound. Adjusting his phone screen to its dimmest setting, he cast a faint light into the room. It was small, containing 2 empty hospital beds. Yet, on a cabinet in the corner lay a medical box. Luo-san's heart leapt with joy as he darted inside and swiftly opened the medical box. Inside were several rolls of clean bandages, a small bottle of iodine, and a few vials of morphine. Discovered items for analysis. Adrenaline syringe X2. Analysis can significantly enhance physical capabilities for a short period at the cost of subsequent weakness. Would you like to consume 1 point of source quality for enhancement, removing side effects? Yes. Enhancement successful. Received item, Pure Adrenaline X2. Can boost all attributes by 20 for 30 seconds, with no side effects. This was truly a life-saving trump card. Luo-san carefully placed the 2 syringes into his pocket. He continued to explore, opening several more rooms. Most were empty, but in a doctor's office. He found a detailed structural map of the hospital, clearly indicating the morgue's location. He also encountered 2 ambushes. Once, as he opened a door, a nurse lunged out from behind it. He sidestepped and swiftly dealt with her using the steel pipe. Another time, in a storage room, 3 nurses were crammed into the confined space. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with shrieks and flailing surgical knives, forcing him to retreat. Luo's son decisively shut the door, refusing to charge in. His current strength was insufficient to confront all 3 simultaneously. After clearing most of the second floor, his fear source quality had reached 43 points. It was time to enhance his strength. He found a safe patient room and locked the door behind him. Now he contemplated how to allocate his points. Strength was sufficient, agility ensured speed and stealth, physique affected endurance and survival, while mental acuity influenced willpower and resistance to fear. In a place like Silent Hill, both mental fortitude and physical strength hold equal significance. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to take action. He expended 20 points of fear source quality to enhance his physical constitution by 20 points, bringing his constitution to 70. He also consumed another 20 points to elevate his mental state by an equal measure, resulting in a mental attribute of 90. With only 3 points of fear source quality remaining, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through his entire being. He felt an unprecedented strength and endurance enveloping him. Even his breath became more elongated. Simultaneously, clarity washed over his mind. The fatigue that had accumulated from prolonged tension dissipated, and his cognitive processes seemed to accelerate. At this moment, his 4-dimensional attributes had transcended the limits of humanity. Host: Luo's son, strength, 53. Agility, 68. Constitution, 70. Mentality, 90. Fear source quality, 3. Skill, pain resistance, basic. This overwhelming sensation made Luo's son clench his fist. Feeling the power surging within him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. This was the confidence that empowered him to traverse this hellish realm. Just then, a heavy, slow sound, reminiscent of metal scraping against the ground, echoed from below. The noise seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Each time it resonated, it gripped Luo Sen's heart with an invisible hand. An indescribable dread, emanating from the depths of his soul, engulfed him in an instant. Even with a mental attribute as high as 9, he could barely maintain his composure, preventing himself from collapsing in fear. His complexion turned pale as he rushed to the window, peering cautiously downwards. There, in front of the hospital's entrance, a towering figure was dragging a massive metallic blade, almost the same height as himself, through the thick fog. Adorned with a rusted, oversized red triangular helmet, the figure was bare-chested, muscles rippling with an oppressive sense of strength. Clad in a filthy, butcher-like leather apron, it emanated an aura of blood and punishment. Pyramid Head, the very embodiment of Silent Hill, the enforcer, the undisputed apex predator. Luo's son could even sense that the mere act of passing by, the unconscious terror radiating from the creature, sent chills down his spine. He found himself utterly incapable of entertaining any thoughts of confrontation. It was a higher form of life. In the presence of such a being, he felt no different than an ant. Pyramid Head did not linger at the hospital's entrance. He merely dragged his enormous blade past, ultimately vanishing into the fog's depths. Only when the sound faded completely did Luo's son realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, a profound sense of trepidation flickering in his eyes for the first time. That creature was truly one of the rulers of this world. This encounter extinguished the flicker of complacency that had arisen from his newfound strength. He came to a stark realization. He was still weak and must grow even stronger. His gaze instinctively drifted to the underground morgue marked on the map in his hand. Elite monsters, special items. Previously hesitant, after witnessing the terror of Pyramid Head, all doubt evaporated. Without risk, there could be no growth. Should he encounter a monster of that caliber, there would be no opportunity for escape. Fortune favors the bold. Luo Sen's expression hardened, his resolve solidifying. He checked his equipment, a sturdy steel pipe, 2 life-saving adrenaline shots, and several rolls of bandages. Then, he activated the challenge task panel. System, I accept the mission. A cold, mechanical voice responded in his mind. Optional challenge task accepted. Good luck, host. Luo Sen stood, gripping the steel pipe tightly, and strode purposefully towards the staircase leading to the first floor. His steps were steady and powerful, devoid of any hesitation. Below lay deeper darkness, and a bloody feast that could transform him completely. Chapter 4. Elite Nurse Chief. The staircase leading to the underground was dark and damp, with unidentified viscous liquid seeping from the walls. With each step downward, the stench of formaldehyde and decaying flesh intensified. Luo's son moved quietly, yet in this deathly silence. His heartbeat resonated like a war drum. One hand gripped the steel pipe, while the other clutched an adrenaline shot, bolstering his courage to enter this forbidden zone. According to the map, the base of the stairs led directly to the morgue. At last, he beheld the imposing double metal doors marked morgue. The doors were ajar, leaving a narrow gap through which a faint, corpse-like phosphorescent glow seeped, accompanied by a chilling, synchronized clicking sound. Luosun heightened his focus, cautiously approaching the crack between the doors. The sight before him caused his pupils to contract sharply. The morgue's interior was vast, resembling an underground warehouse. On either side stood dozens of neatly arranged cadaver cabinets, while at least 15 shadowy nurses occupied the central space, twitching in a bizarre, synchronized manner, as though partaking in some silent ritual. Among them, one figure stood out prominently, towering over the other nurses by nearly a head. Her once white nurse's uniform was now stained a deep brown, tightly clinging to her robust form. Instead of bandages, her face was a grotesque patchwork of stitched seams, with a massive, rusted bolt replacing one eye. In her hands, she wielded a bone saw, roughly 1 meter long, marred with chips and bloodstains. Detected elite-level vengeful spirit, Nurse Akmara, threat level, high. This unit possesses basic intelligence and can command nearby similar units. Luo-san immediately held his breath, cautiously retreating. To charge in would be suicidal. He would be overwhelmed in an instant. He needed to leverage the environment and divide his foes. His gaze swept across the stairwell. It was a narrow corridor, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side, an ideal choke point for his strategy. The plan formed swiftly in his mind. He retreated to the staircase's corner, picking up a chunk of crumbling cement from the wall. Taking a deep breath, he hurled it with all his might against the metal doors of the morgue. The resounding crash echoed through the silent underground space like thunder. The synchronized clicking within the morgue ceased abruptly. In the next moment, the horrifying sound of countless footsteps mixed together surged toward the entrance. They were coming. Luo-sen's eyes sharpened, hands gripping the steel pipe, assuming a poised stance. Lowering his center of gravity, he resembled a bow-drawn taut. The first nurse appeared at the doorway, unable to comprehend the situation in the corridor before Luo-sen's steel pipe struck. With a swift thrust, the sharp edge pierced through her eye socket, penetrating her skull with lethal precision. A single blow, and she was vanquished. Rosen acted decisively, delivering a fierce kick with his left foot to the nurse's lifeless body, sending it sprawling out the door, while his right hand swiftly retracted the steel pipe. Immediately after, the second and third nurses rushed in, eager to engage. The narrow corridor constrained their numerical advantage. Die, Rosen growled, abandoning any tactical thrusts in favor of a sweeping strike with the steel pipe. His remarkable endurance and explosive power, attributed to his 70 constitution, allowed him to wield the heavy steel pipe with ferocity. The air whistled as it struck the heads of the two nurses. The sound of skull shattering was crisp and melodious. Kill Shadow Nurse X1, absorb 5 Fierce Source Essence. Kill Shadow Nurse X1, absorb 5 Fierce Source Essence. Kill Shadow Nurse X1, absorb 5 Fierce Source Essence. System notifications flooded the screen. Rosen positioned himself at the sole entryway, transforming into a highly efficient killing machine. He discarded all unnecessary movements, relying solely on the simplest and most effective strikes: smash, sweep, thrust. The tainted blood swiftly stained his garments and the ground beneath him. Yet he remained indifferent. His pain resistance allowed him to disregard the agony of his injured hand, while a mental attribute of 90 ensured he maintained absolute composure amidst the bloody slaughter. However, the respite was short-lived. Upon eliminating the seventh nurse, a sharp, inhuman roar erupted from the morgue. The sound seemed to carry a psychic shockwave, causing a sudden jolt of pain in Rosen's brain and momentarily freezing his movements. In that fleeting instant, peril descended upon him. A massive shadow, accompanied by a gust of malevolent wind, lunged through the doorway. It was the elite head nurse. She raised her bone saw high, preparing to cleave down upon Rosen's head. Rosen's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He endured the searing pain in his head, instinctively leaning back while positioning the steel pipe defensively. Clang! The bone saw collided with the pipe, producing a jarring screech of metal against metal. An unimaginable force surged through, rendering his arms numb as he was violently propelled backward, crashing against the wall. Blood erupted from his mouth. The steel pipe slipped from his grasp. The head nurse, having landed a decisive blow, advanced without granting him a moment's respite and lifted the bone saw once more. Life and death hung in the balance. A glimmer of madness flickered in Rosen's eyes. He withdrew a vial of adrenaline from his pocket, plunging it into his thigh without hesitation. The surge of feral energy coursed through him, invigorating his entire being. It felt as though his heart had been replaced with a V12 engine, blood roaring through his veins. His muscles, nerves, and reaction speed surged to an unprecedented level. Pure adrenaline effect activated. All attributes increased by 20 for 30 seconds. As the bone saw descended, Rosen's body twisted at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The saw grazed the tip of his nose before embedding itself deeply into the cement floor beside him. Now was his moment. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, he sprang forward, ignoring the steel pipe on the ground, and lunged at the head nurse. Aiming for the eye where a bolt had replaced the organ, the nurse let out a pained shriek, abandoning her bone saw to claw at Rosen's chest. He did not flinch, allowing her claw-like fingers to shred his flesh, leaving deep, visible wounds. Simultaneously, his fingers found their way into the crevice of the bolt. "Come out." Rosen's face twisted in a grimace, muscles straining as he channeled every ounce of strength from the adrenaline into his fingertips. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, he yanked the massive, nerve-infused bolt from the nurse's eye socket. A howl of unprecedented anguish erupted from the head nurse. Dark blood gushing forth like a fountain from her eye. She flailed her arms in a frenzy, but without sight and balance, her attacks became erratic. Rosen, suppressing the agony in his chest, utilized pain resistance to dull his suffering, allowing him to maintain clarity of thought. He did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward, aiming the bloodied bolt at her remaining eye and thrusting it in with all his might. Die again. With a resounding thud, the world fell silent. The head nurse's massive form collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. Kill elite-level vengeful spirit Akmara head nurse. Absorb 150 fierce source essence. Optional challenge task completed. Clear the morgue of the hospital. Task rating: A. Defeated the strong with the weak. Engaging in direct combat. Task reward dispensed. 200 fierce source essence. Special item: head nurse's bone saw. Rosen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The effects of the adrenaline began to wane, and an overwhelming fatigue and pain washed over him like a tide. Yet, as he gazed at the series of notifications on the system panel, a victorious smile graced his face. A total of 405 fierce source essence. Furthermore, a weapon dropped from an elite foe. He had triumphed in this life and death gamble. Struggling to his feet, he approached the head nurse's corpse. It was slowly transforming into black dust, leaving only the sinister bone saw behind, emanating a faint sanguine glow. After the feast, it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 5. Comprehensive Enhancement. Turning the tables, the morgue was thick with the stench of blood. Rosen leaned against the wall, applying a bandage to his chest wound. His 70 constitution granted him formidable recovery capabilities, and the bleeding had ceased. He turned his gaze to the most significant acquisition of this expedition. Head nurse's bone saw, blue quality. Type: two-handed heavy weapon. Attack power, moderate. Attribute: 5 strength. Special effect 1. Serrated, passive, inflicts additional tearing damage on attacks against unarmored or lightly armored targets. Applying a bleeding effect. Special effect 2. Fearful howl, active, consumes a small amount of mental energy to unleash a roar that intimidates foes, causing fear or paralysis in low-level enemies within a 10-meter radius for 13 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Description: this saw has borne witness to countless desperate wails, thirsting for more blood. A remarkable find. Rosen's eyes gleamed. This bone saw, both in attack power and special effects, far surpassed the deformed steel pipe he had wielded. Especially the fearful howl, a veritable divine skill when facing an onslaught. Without hesitation, he equipped the bone saw. A chilling, violent energy surged through him from the weapon, elevating his strength from 53 to 58. Next came the exhilarating task of allocating the impressive 405 points of fierce source essence. His current attributes were Strength 58, including equipment bonus, Agility 68, Constitution 70, Mentality 90. The shortcoming effect must be avoided, yet strength should be further enhanced, Rosen analyzed calmly. Agility determined his maneuverability and survival, while mental fortitude was the key to maintaining sanity in this dreadful place. He resolved to elevate these two attributes to new heights. System: elevate agility to 100. Agility 68 to 100 requires 32 points of fierce source material. Confirm? Confirmed. 32 points of source material consumed. Agility attribute elevated to 100. Detected that a fundamental attribute has reached the critical threshold of 10 points for the first time, triggering a growth breakthrough, awakening exclusive talent. Congratulations. Host has acquired agility talent. Shadow step. Shadow step. Passive active your movements will become utterly silent, significantly reducing the noise and breath emitted while moving. When activated, you can teleport short distances, 5 meters, through terrain within 3 seconds, as if merging with shadows. Cooldown, 5 minutes. A sensation of indescribable lightness pervaded his entire being, and Luosin felt as if he had established a tenuous connection with the shadows around him. He took a few steps and found himself landing soundlessly, like a specter. A divine skill. This is the true essence of an assassin. He suppressed his inner elation and continued to allocate points. System. Elevate mental fortitude to 100. Mental 90 to 100. Requires 10 points of fear source material. Confirm. 10 points of source material consumed. Mental attribute elevated to 100. Detected that a fundamental attribute has reached the critical threshold of 10 points for the first time, triggering a growth breakthrough, awakening exclusive talent. Congratulations. Host has acquired mental talent, mental barrier. Mental barrier, passive your will is as strong as steel, immune to all low-level mental control and fear intimidation effects, and significantly reduces the impact of mid-level mental attacks on you. Instantly, his mind was crystal clear, as if an invisible barrier enveloped his soul. The sense of pressure emanating from the triangular-headed creature now felt manageable. He could at least resist it rather than being utterly powerless. 2 breakthroughs had consumed 42 points of source material, leaving him with 363 points. Onward. Luosin's goal was clear, to elevate all attributes to a superhuman level. He optimally allocated the remaining source material. Strength, 58 to 103, equipped 05, consumes 45 points of source material. Constitution, 70 to 100, consumes 30 points of source material. Remaining fear source material, 288 points. Strength and Constitution attributes have surpassed the 10-point threshold. Acquiring talents. Mighty Bull Strength. Strength talent. Your pure strength receives additional enhancement, increasing power by 10 when using heavy weapons. Indomitable Body. Constitution talent. Your vitality is exceptionally resilient, recovery speed is accelerated, and you possess greater resistance to toxins, diseases, and other negative states. As all attributes surpass the 10-point barrier, Luosin felt he had completed the first leap in the hierarchy of existence. He was no longer merely human, but a monster clad in human skin. After glancing at the remaining 288 points of source material, he refrained from further allocation. One must always leave a margin. This source material could serve as a reserve in emergencies. At that moment, his personal panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host, Luosin, Strength, 103, Mighty Bull Strength. Agility, 100, Shadow Step. Constitution, 100, Indomitable Body. Mental, 100, Mental Barrier. Fear Source Material, 288. Skill, Pain Resistance, Beginner. Equipment, Nurse's Chainsaw. With this strength, Luosin effortlessly lifted the heavy chainsaw with one hand. He was confident that should he encounter that nurse again, he could slay her within 10 seconds. The surge in power instilled an unprecedented confidence in him. He glanced at the countdown for the main quest. Remaining time, 60 hours, 13 minutes. Time was ample. And Akmara Hospital had transformed into his safe haven. Next, he would explore the true secrets of this town. He recalled the plot of Silent Hill, the church, the cult, and the core figure, Alicia. The exit must be related to that girl. He hoisted the chainsaw and stepped out of the morgue that had transformed him. In his eyes, the hospital no longer posed any threat. The wandering nurses were no longer lethal monsters, but merely moving sources of fear material. He did not hunt them deliberately, but strode purposefully through the corridors toward the hospital's entrance. Occasionally, an unwary nurse lunged at him, only to be effortlessly cleaved in half, not even qualifying to impede his progress. As Luosin pushed open the doors of Akmara Hospital and stepped back into the fog-laden, rust-dominated streets, his demeanor had completely changed. No longer filled with vigilance and fear, he now bore a cold indifference, as if surveying his domain. He was no longer the prey. From this day forward, he, Luosin, would also become one of the terrors of Silent Hill. Chapter 6. Blooming amid slaughter, leaving the hospital. Luosin's objective was clear, to find the Church of the Silent Hill cult. According to his hazy memory, it was the core stage of the entire narrative, the stronghold of the cultists, and the key to unraveling the mystery of the exit. The monsters on the streets seemed to have multiplied. In addition to the crawlers and scattered nurses, Luosin encountered a creature akin to a flayed hellhound known as Groner. They appeared in packs and moved with incredible speed. Had it been the old Luosin, he would have been forced to flee upon encountering them. But now roar. 3 hellhounds sprang from the mist, converging towards Luosin in a triangular formation. He did not even halt his steps. Shadow Step. He silently commanded in his mind, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared beside one of the hellhounds as if teleported. The chainsaw in his hand carved a cruel arc whoosh. The hellhound was cleaved in two before it could even utter a cry, its innards and foul blood splattering everywhere. The other two creatures missed their target and quickly turned to pounce again. Luosin snorted coldly and unleashed fear howl. Roar. A roar, more beastly than human, filled with savagery and madness, erupted from his mouth. An invisible sound wave spread outward. The two hellhounds froze in their tracks, momentarily gripped by fear, trembling uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Luosin stepped forward, swinging the chainsaw with abandon. Splatter. Splatter. Two dog heads soared into the air. Killed Groner X3, absorbed 12 points of fear source material. The entire battle lasted less than 5 seconds. Luosin expressionlessly shook off the blood from the chainsaw and continued onward. His shadow step talent allowed him to traverse the mist like a true reaper of the night, silently moving through the fog. Death's cold light would only reveal itself in the throes of slaughter. With extraordinary perception and recollection of the film's plot, he swiftly located the Silent Hill Church, a structure that appeared remarkably intact within the other world. The church's door stood ajar, flickering candlelight seeping through. Without a moment's hesitation, Luosin pushed the door open and entered. The interior of the church appeared vastly more spacious than its exterior, with a soaring dome and neatly arranged rows of long benches. At the end, a multitude of thick candles burned upon the altar. A woman, clad in a black robe and emaciated in form, knelt fervently in prayer before the altar, her back turned towards him. Outsider, the scent of blood upon you nearly sullies the sanctity of the Lord's temple. She did not turn around. Her voice was hoarse and hollow, as if emanating from another realm. Rosen recognized her. She was the priestess of the cult, Delia Gillespie, a madwoman who had sacrificed her own daughter to a malevolent deity. I have come here to seek a way out, Rosen stated plainly, uninterested in engaging in circles with this zealot. Delia slowly rose and turned to face him. Her face was lined with wrinkles, yet her eyes sparkled with a fervent light. Leave. Foolish one, you have been embraced by this world, burdened with sin. To attain redemption, you must purify the evil that resides here. She fixed her gaze upon Rosen, seemingly attempting to pierce his very soul. A powerful, dark essence was eroding the heart of the town. Go to Midwich Primary School. There lies the genesis of her suffering. Destroy the nightmare there as your first step towards atonement. In due time, the Lord shall guide your path. Rosen's heart scoffed at her words. This old crone sought to use him as a pawn against the power of Alesa. Just then, a system notification chimed, triggering special storyline character Delia Gillespie. Initiating side quest, The Witch's Deception. Quest objective: unravel Delia's lies and extract the truth regarding the exit from her. Quest reward: depending on completion, receive source of fear, potential acquisition of special item, Phaloros. Indeed. Maintaining an impassive facade, Rosen nodded. Very well, I shall go. I hope your god does not disappoint me. A satisfied smile crept across Delia's face. She produced an oddly shaped object resembling a brass pyramid from her robes and handed it to Rosen. This is Phaloros. It will assist you in focusing and obliterating the core of evil there. Take it, it is a divine gift. Rosen accepted Phaloros, feeling its coldness in his hand. Acquired quest item, Phaloros, inactive. Item analysis: an ancient alchemical creation, capable of amplifying spiritual energy and dispelling illusions. It seems to be a key component of a larger ritual. He stowed Phaloros away and turned to leave. May the Lord bless you, brave warrior, Delia murmured softly behind him. As Rosen exited the church, he glanced back at the increasingly ominous structure illuminated by candlelight, his gaze icy. Use me. Soon, you shall discover who the true hunter is. He indeed intended to go to the primary school, but not in service to Delia's deity. Rather, he sought more source of fear and potential clues regarding the exit. Yet, just as he prepared to set forth towards Midwich Primary School, a faint sound of a little girl weeping unexpectedly echoed from the other end of the street. Rosen halted in his tracks. With a mental acuity of 10, he could keenly sense the profound sorrow and anguish contained within that sound. Following the sound, he turned a corner. There, in the depths of a dilapidated alley, a silhouette of a little girl clad in a blue dress, charred and blackened, momentarily flickered before vanishing into the wall. Alesa's phantom. At the sight of her disappearance, a crooked sun pattern drawn in chalk remained on the ground. Rosen approached and crouched down. He could feel a pure and potent spiritual energy lingering within that pattern. Detecting high concentration of residual spiritual energy. Analyzing. Analysis complete. This is Alesa's mark of sorrow. Main quest updated. Collect 3 of Alace's marks to assemble the key to the exit. Current progress, 13. Rosen's eyes widened in realization. This was indeed the key to his escape, not the ramblings of that old witch. The primary school was the origin of her suffering. The amusement park her joyous memories, and the hospital her place of confinement. Clarity dawned upon Rosen. These locations must harbor a mark. He now intended to go to the primary school with a more singular and direct purpose, not to purify any nightmares, but to seize the fragments of power that belonged to Alesa. He tightened his grip on the bone saw, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his lips. Delia. Alesa, your pain shall serve as my nourishment for strength. Chapter 7. The blood-soaked classroom Midwich Primary School. Even in this underworld, a semblance of eerie childhood innocence lingered. The walls, which should have been adorned with innocent children's doodles, had transformed into horrific depictions crafted from blood and shredded flesh. The corridors lay scattered with broken toys and backpacks, merging seamlessly with the rust and blood on the floor. The air resonated with the faint echoes of children's laughter, chilling to the bone, surpassing the frightful roars of any monster. Rosen kicked open the rusted doors of the primary school, and a throng of diminutive figures rushed towards him. They resembled skinless children, stooped and clutching sharp pencils or triangular rulers, emitting shrill, eerie laughter as they surged forth. The Gray Children, a classic monster from Silent Hill. Come forth. Rosen did not retreat, but instead advanced, wielding his bone saw like a whirlwind of death. Swish, swish, swish. Against these nearly defenseless creatures, this sawtooth effect reached its zenith. Each slice resulted in gouts of blood and severed limbs. The Gray Children fell in droves, as if mown down by a scythe. Rosen carved a bloody path through the sea of monsters, embodying a harbinger of death. His strength, speed, and reflexes formed an absolute dominance over these lowly creatures. Killed Gray Child X1, absorbed 1 point of source of fear. Killed Gray Child X1, absorbed 1 point of source of fear. Though each individual monster yielded minimal source, their sheer numbers compensated. In mere minutes, he had cleared the entirety of the first-floor hall, amassing nearly 50 points of source of fear. A bountiful experience, Rosen coldly remarked as he began to explore this nightmare of a school. He discovered that many classroom doors were locked from the inside, necessitating the acquisition of specific keys. This reminded him of puzzle-solving elements in games. Troublesome. Rosen had little interest in engaging in any key-finding game. Approaching a tightly shut classroom door, he inhaled deeply before delivering a powerful kick. Boom. With the might of 103 and the enhancement of Bull's strength, the solid wooden door splintered into pieces as if it were made of paper. Behind the door lay a gruesomely transformed classroom. Dozens of Gray Children sat at their desks, while a slightly larger creature wielding a long teaching rod stood at the podium, seemingly conducting a lesson. Rosen's forceful entry interrupted this bizarre teaching session, causing all students and the teacher to instantly turn their pallid eyes toward him. The class session has concluded. Luo's son let out a sinister laugh and unleashed fearful wail. A ferocious wave of sound engulfed the entire classroom. All the Gray Children succumbed to terror, huddling on the ground, trembling in fright. Only the teacher monster momentarily stiffened before recovering, emitting an enraged shriek and swinging a cane towards Luo's senator. How intriguing. Luo's son did not flinch or evade, allowing the cane to strike him. A sharp pain surged through him, yet with his robust physique of 100, it felt merely like a tickle. Meanwhile, the bone saw in his grasp surged forward, slicing upward. With a swift motion, he cleaved the teacher monster cleanly in half from groin to crown. Eliminated Gray Child Teacher X1, absorbed 15 points of fear source material. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Employing the most brutal and direct method, Luo's son ascended floor by floor, obliterating everything in his path. No locked door could withstand his kick, and any monster daring to resist fell beneath his bone saw. He moved like a humanoid bulldozer, wreaking havoc throughout the primary school. Soon, he reached the depths of the underground boiler room, the epicenter of the school's accumulated resentment, where the air was thick with the stench of sulfur and charred flesh. The massive boiler throbbed like the heart of a steel beast, pulsating rhythmically. Before the boiler stood a colossal humanoid monster, grotesquely formed from countless charred corpses, desks, and rusted pipes, slowly rising from the shadows. Its core was a constantly burning boiler door, seemingly imprisoning countless tormented souls. Detected Area Boss, Wrath of the Burning Body, Alesa's collective trauma, threat level, extremely high. High physical resistance, fire attacks, capable of manipulating the surrounding environment. Finally, a worthy adversary. Luo's son gripped his bone saw tightly, his gaze more focused than ever. The boss, Wrath of the Burning Body, emitted a deep roar, extending an arm composed of pipes to strike Luo's son with great force. Luo's son activated Shadow Step, vanishing from his original position and reappearing beside the boss. With a surge of strength, he brought the bone saw crashing down onto the boss's leg. Clang! Sparks flew, leaving only a faint white mark. Such high physical resistance. Luo's son furrowed his brow. At that moment, the boiler door on the boss's chest swung open violently, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that instantly engulfed the spot where Luo's son had just stood. Heart pounding, Luo's son quickly distanced himself. He realized that a direct confrontation was futile. His eyes darted around the boiler room, and he noticed several thick pipes connecting the boss's body to the main valve on the wall. A source of energy, perhaps? An idea formed in his mind. Without waiting for the boss to attack again, Luo's son charged forward, but his target was not the boss itself. It was the main valve on the wall. The boss seemed to sense his intention, roaring in anger and manipulating the iron pipes on the ground to strike at Luo's son like venomous serpents. Luo's son executed Shadow Step to perfection, navigating the dense onslaught with the grace of a dancer on the edge of a blade. He successfully reached a valve, raising the bone saw and delivering a powerful strike. Crack! The valve was severed, extinguishing one of the pipes connected to the boss. The boss's movements faltered. Effective. Luo's son's confidence surged as he repeated the process, targeting the next valve. The wrath of the burning body went into a complete frenzy. It abandoned ranged attacks, its massive form lumbering forward like a moving mountain, bearing down on Luo's senator. Now was the moment. Instead of retreating, Luo's son advanced, activating Shadow Step. Just as the boss was about to collide with him, slipping behind it, he plunged the last remaining adrenaline syringe into his neck. Feeling an instant surge of power, with both hands raised high, he channeled all his strength into the bone saw, aiming for the boss's back. The only point unprotected by flames, the core junction connecting all the pipes, and struck down with ferocity. Break it! Clang crack boom! The bone saw embedded deeply into the junction, and with a thunderous sound, the entire mechanism shattered. The wrath of the burning body froze in its tracks, the flames on its chest rapidly extinguishing. Its colossal form began to crack, ultimately collapsing into a heap of smoldering ashes. Eliminated area boss Wrath of the Burning Body absorbed 500 points of Fear Source material. World Quest progress updated. In the center of the ashes, a softly glowing key symbol, drawn in chalk, floated serenely. Discovered Alessa's Hope Mark, 23. Luo's son exhaled deeply and stepped forward to collect the mark. At that moment, the entire primary school began to tremble violently, debris raining down from the ceiling. This space, constructed from resentment, was on the verge of collapse after losing its core. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo's son hoisted the bone saw and sprinted out of the crumbling building. As he stood once more on the street, a tremendous crash echoed behind him. Midwich Primary School had been reduced to ruins. His Fear Source material had reached an astonishing 850 points. His next destination awaited, Alessa's intertwined realm of joy and despair, Lakeside Amusement Park. Chapter 8. Can your God save you now? Before heading to the amusement park, Luo's son decided to return to the church. He was not there to report back, but rather to collect a debt. Dahlia, that old witch, sought to exploit him, and she must pay the price. More importantly, he aimed to extract further information about the core secrets of Silent Hill from her, even regarding her so-called God. When Luo's son, drenched in blood and wielding the fearsome bone saw, pushed open the church doors once more, he found Dahlia conversing in hushed tones with several other cloaked acolytes. The moment they laid eyes on Luo's son, their conversation halted abruptly. A flicker of surprise crossed Dahlia's face, quickly replaced by ecstasy. You succeeded. I can sense that the evil presence has vanished. The God truly did not misjudge you. I have triumphed. Luo's son's voice was cold as he advanced toward the altar, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. Now, it is time to discuss my reward and the next steps. A male acolyte stepped forward, his tone hostile. Outsider, serving the God is your utmost honor. What further reward do you seek? Luo's son halted, tilting his head, fixing the acolyte with a gaze as cold as death. Am I speaking to you? Before the words left his lips, his figure vanished from sight. Shadow Step. The acolyte barely perceived a blur before an irresistible force gripped his throat. Luo's son lifted him effortlessly off the ground, rendering his struggles futile. I detest it when others interrupt me while I speak. Crack. A crisp crack echoed as the neck of the cultist was brutally snapped. The lifeless body was carelessly tossed to the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the church. The remaining cultists recoiled in terror, their faces ashen. Dahlia's expression darkened, and she barked, "What are you doing?" How dare you commit murder in the house of God? God, Rosen scoffed, directing the sharp end of the bone saw towards her. Can your God come to save you now? He no longer concealed his murderous intent and purpose. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and coupled with his blood-soaked appearance, he appeared more demonic than any shadow in the church. You are not a messenger of God. You are a demon. A female cultist screamed. Correct, Rosen grinned, his figure flickering once more. What followed was a massacre devoid of suspense. While these cultists may have been fearsome to ordinary folk, they were no different than lambs to the slaughter in the presence of Rosen, whose attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of mere humans. With the ghostly agility of Shadow Step, the brutal lethality of the bone saw, and the psychological terror of Fearful Howl, within a mere half-minute, only two individuals remained standing in the church, Rosen and Delia, who lay crumpled before the altar, her face a mask of horror. Now, we can have a proper conversation. Rosen approached her and tapped her cheek with the cold saw edge. Tell me the truth about the exit, about Alicia, about your so-called God, everything. Demon, Delia murmured, her spirit shattered. It seems you need a little assistance to regain your memory. Rosen lifted his foot and stomped down hard on her left leg. Ack! The sound of shattering bones mingled with Delia's piercing scream, echoing through the vast church. I'll say it again, tell me everything. Rosen's tone remained unperturbed, as if he had merely crushed a dry twig. In the face of excruciating pain and terror, Delia's faith crumbled, tears streaming down her face. She began to divulge everything. The so-called God was a powerful, otherworldly entity worshipped by their cult. They sought to use a ritual to transform Alicia's body into a vessel for this god's descent, thereby turning Silent Hill into a realm of divinity. Alicia's mark was indeed the key to their departure, as it contained the purest essence of her soul, possessing the power to shatter the barriers of the other world. Meanwhile, the Frau Rose was the crucial tool utilized in the final ritual to suppress Alicia's consciousness and guide the deity's arrival. Where is the location of the ritual? Rosen pressed. There is a secret altar beneath Lakeside Amusement Park, she stammered. After extracting all desired information, Rosen gazed at the now inconsequential Delia, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he altered his decision. One last question. How powerful would your God be if it descends? It is omnipotent, she stammered. How does it compare to that hulking creature with the triangular helmet? Rosen interjected. Delia's body jolted, and a deeper fear than that of witnessing Rosen's slaughter reflected in her eyes. No, that is the will of the town. It is the Punisher. When the God descends, it will also purify. Rosen understood. This so-called God was likely of the same caliber as the Triangle Head, perhaps even stronger. A mad plan began to brew in Rosen's mind. What if I could make these two forces collide? He regarded the prostrate Delia with a peculiar smile. Very well. You are still of use. Prepare your ritual. I shall assist you in acquiring the final mark. With that, he turned his back on Delia and strode out of the church. He was headed to the amusement park, not only to obtain the last mark, but also to set a trap, a grand scheme where God, demon, and man would all dance to his script. And he would emerge as the ultimate victor, reaping the rewards. Chapter 9. Nightmare Amusement Park. Lakeside Amusement Park, a place that should have been filled with laughter and joy, had become synonymous with grotesqueness and madness in the other world. The carousel was not adorned with wooden horses, but rather with the flayed corpses of horses, their innards exposed, rising and falling to eerie music. In the cabins of the Ferris wheel, swaying bodies dangled. The entrance to the haunted house had transformed into a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The entire amusement park was shrouded in a morbid atmosphere of despair and sickly joy. As Rosen stepped into this realm, he immediately sensed a greater intensity of mental pollution than that found in hospitals or schools. The cacophony of cries, laughter, and screams assaulted his mind. However, fortified by mental barrier, he appeared unaffected. Here, the monsters had taken on even more bizarre forms. There were gooey creatures composed of thick syrup crawling from cotton candy machines and headless clowns recklessly controlling bumper cars. Rosen carved a path through the twisted revelry, crushing them one by one. His fear source level steadily rose. According to Delia's intel, the final mark lay at the center of the carousel. The secret altar was beneath the haunted house. He soon arrived before the carousel, the strange music emanating from this very spot. In the midst of the horses, a massive creature clad in a ballet tutu, its body grotesquely contorted like an insect, cradled a music box and spun gracefully, dancing. With every rotation, the surrounding horse corpses emitted agonized groans. Detected area boss, withering dancer, distorted form of Alicia's happy memory, threat level, extremely high. High speed, adept at mental attacks. Capable of controlling surrounding corpses. Another boss. Rosen was no longer surprised. He refrained from rushing in and instead observed. He noted that the withering dancer seemed never to stray beyond the carousel's confines, and her power appeared to stem from the music box she held. Just as Rosen prepared to strike, he felt a sudden presence and looked up sharply toward the apex of the Ferris wheel. Against the backdrop of a blood-red sky, a tall figure donned in a triangular iron helmet stood silently, resembling an ancient statue surveying everything below. Triangle head. He was not merely passing by. He seemed to be observing. A wave of unprecedented foreboding washed over Rosen. He realized that by slaughtering indiscriminately and plundering Alicia's power, he had drawn the attention of this enforcer. An overwhelming sense of urgency gripped him. He needed to conclude this swiftly. Without hesitation, Rosen activated Shadow Step, his form vanishing as he lunged toward the withering dancer at the center of the carousel. The withering dancer immediately sensed the intruder and unleashed a piercing shriek. This cry transformed into invisible blades, piercing Rosen's mind. If he were an ordinary person, he would have bled from every orifice. Yet, the mental barrier diminished the attack by over 90%, leaving him with only a slight ache in his head. He weathered the assault, the bone saw now inches away. However, the speed of the withering dancer was astonishingly swift. Her body bent backward at an angle that defied the laws of physics, effortlessly evading Rosen's lethal strike. Simultaneously, the surrounding horse corpses sprang to life, charging at Rosen with terrifying shrieks. Rosen immediately unleashed fearful howl, momentarily stunning the horse corpses, yet the withering dancer remained unfazed. Like a specter, she spun around Rosen at high speed, relentlessly delivering mental shocks in search of an opportunity to attack. This was an agile, psychic-type boss. Rosen swiftly altered his strategy, recognizing that competing in speed against such an adversary would be detrimental to him. He intentionally exposed a flaw, allowing one of the horse corpses to collide with him. The tremendous impact caused him to stagger backward, seemingly losing his balance. The withering dancer took the bait. Seizing the moment, she flashed forward, her insect-like claws aiming directly at his heart. "I have waited for you for a long time." A fierce glint ignited in Rosen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced to meet the claws head-on. With unyielding body and a constitution of 100, he was confident he could withstand the blow. Thrust. The claws plunged deep into his left shoulder, spilling a cascade of blood. Yet, Rosen appeared to feel no pain, instead wearing a grotesque smile. His right hand had firmly grasped the arm of the withering dancer. "You cannot escape." The withering dancer let out a terrified shriek, attempting to break free. However, Rosen's strength far exceeded hers. Her arm felt as if it were ensnared by an iron vice. In the next moment, Rosen released the bone saw with his left hand, seizing the withering dancer's other arm. His biceps bulged as he exerted his strength, letting out a thunderous roar. "Tear apart from me." Under the ultimate eruption of Mighty Bull's power, he performed the most primal and blood-soaked act of tearing the boss asunder. With a sickening rip, the dancer's seemingly resilient body was brutally split in two. Green blood and entrails drenched Rosen. Boss withering dancer slain, absorbing 600 points of fear source. The dismembered monster's corpse transformed into motes of light, leaving behind an ancient music box, quietly resting on the ground. The lid of the music box opened, revealing not an intricate doll, but a softly glowing pattern of musical notes drawn in chalk. Discovered Alicia's joyful mark, 33. 3 marks have been gathered, merging in progress. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the quest item, Shattered Soul Key. Main quest updated. The Shattered Soul Key can be used to open a portal back to the main world at any time. Success. A wave of joy surged through Rosen. He could leave this cursed place at any moment. But he did not, gritting his teeth against the pain. He looked up towards the summit of the Ferris wheel. The figure of the triangular head had vanished. Yet, Rosen knew he had not departed, but rather descended. A chilling, bone-deep killing intent enveloped the entire amusement park. Simultaneously, Rosen sensed an ominous, chaotic aura emanating from the haunted house, a malevolence not of this world, rapidly growing in strength. Dahlia had commenced her ritual. 2 supreme powers were destined to clash within this amusement park, and he would be the spark igniting it all. Rosen wiped the blood from his face and picked up the bone saw, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented madness and anticipation. Come, let this party reach its zenith. Chapter 10 Completion Rating. SSS. As Rosen, battered and bruised, approached the haunted house step by step, the entire underworld seemed to tremble in response. The blood-red sky deepened ominously, as if it were about to rain blood. The rusty grids of the ground began to reveal bizarre patterns resembling veins. 2 supreme wills clashed upon this land. One was the ancient and heavy will of punishment emanating from the town itself, executed by the triangular head, who was slowly advancing from the direction of the Ferris wheel, dragging his signature colossal blade with a sound that heralded doom. The other was the chaotic and greedy will of an evil god from another dimension. In the underground altar of the haunted house, Dahlia, frenzied, was guiding this power through Floros, attempting to descend into Alicia's body. Rosen stood at the confluence of these two forces. He entered the haunted house, descending a spiraling staircase leading to a secret underground altar. At the altar's center lay a figure, bound by iron chains and wrapped in bandages, groaning in agony. It was the imprisoned essence of Alicia. Dahlia, like a madwoman, knelt beside the altar, chanting blasphemous incantations. The brass pyramid Floros hovered above Alicia's head, emitting an ominous glow. You have arrived. Quickly, infuse the power of the marks into Floros, and we shall summon my master. Dahlia exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Rosen. Ignoring her, Rosen's gaze remained fixed on Alicia on the bed. He could sense the evil god's power tainting her soul, while Alicia's own consciousness fought desperately against it. The immense psychic force even began to warp the surrounding space. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase above. The triangular head had arrived. He stood at the entrance of the staircase. Beneath his massive helmet, devoid of any sight, he locked onto everyone at the altar. His presence seemed to plunge the altar's temperature to freezing point. The Punisher! Dahlia screamed in terror, urging, hurry, complete the ritual. Only my master can oppose him. Rosen laughed. He had awaited this moment. Rather than comply with Dahlia, he crossed to the other side of the altar, raising the shattered soul key in his hand. What are you doing? Dahlia shouted, a mix of anger and fear. Doing what I must. Rosen aimed the key at Alicia on the bed. Without hesitation, he poured nearly 1,000 points of fear source, recently acquired and yet unused, into the key through the system. His intent was not to assist either side. Instead, he aimed to liberate Alicia. He sought to reunite the girl's purest, most complete soul with her body, ravaged by endless suffering and hatred. He intended to create a third, most uncontrollable monster. Buzz. The key, infused with vast energy, erupted in blinding white light. The three marks, sorrow, hope, joy, transformed into beams of light, instantly merging into Alicia's body. No! Dahlia's desperate scream echoed. Roar! Alicia on the bed let out a primal roar. The chains that bound her shattered inch by inch, and the Floros above her head emitted a mournful cry, exploding into fragments. The impending evil god's will lost its guidance. With a defiant roar of anger, she was forcefully pushed back. Alessa slowly sat up from her sickbed. The bandages that adorned her body gradually fell away, revealing not charred skin, but a complete girl clad in a blue dress. Yet her gaze was a dichotomy. One half reflected innocent sorrow, while the other brimmed with an all-consuming hatred. The complete Alessa had arrived. You all deserve to die, she whispered. In the next instant, the entire underground altar was engulfed by an invisible and terrifying telekinetic storm. Dahlia's body twisted grotesquely in midair, ultimately exploding into a mist of blood. The Punisher, known as Triangle Head, also regarded the complete Alessa as a target deserving of punishment. He raised his massive blade and approached her step by step. A divine battle was about to commence. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Rosen, activated Shadow Step at the first sign of the storm, retreating to the farthest corner while simultaneously activating the return function of the Shattered Soul Key. A glowing portal slowly opened behind him. He did not leave immediately. He wished to witness the spectacle he had crafted and claim the spoils he deserved. The clash between Alessa and Triangle Head had transcended the physical realm. The entire underworld was collapsing under their confrontation. Telekinesis clashed with the power of rules. Space was torn asunder, and the boundary between reality and illusion blurred. Rosen's system panel was going haywire, detecting a conflict in world core rules, absorbing dissipated fear essence, 10, 20, 15, detecting the destruction of Floros, absorbing its core fragments. Item acquired, Shard of Broken Illusions. Detecting the death of Dahlia Giraispe, absorbing her resentment, with a very low chance of skill extraction failure. Detecting the failure of the evil god's summoning ritual, absorbing its residual will, permanent mental attribute increase by 0.5. Watching the surging essence, Rosen trembled with excitement. This was the true advantage of a fisherman. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Merely spectating was already yielding him abundant rewards. While Alessa and Triangle Head clashed with earth-shattering force, Rosen's eyes glinted with greed as he fixated on Triangle Head's massive blade, which had been damaged by a telekinetic impact. He intended to seize the opportunity. At the moment when the two energies collided again, unleashing the most potent shockwave, Rosen poured all his remaining attribute points into agility and vitality. Activating Shadow Step, he surged toward Triangle Head like a bolt of lightning. Riding the remnants of the energy storm, he was gambling, betting that Triangle Head's attention was solely on Alessa. He succeeded. He reached Triangle Head's side and, before the Punisher could react, exerted all his strength to strike the gap in the massive blade with his bone saw. Clang! The bone saw shattered upon impact. Yet that tremendous force successfully chipped off a palm-sized fragment of metal from the great blade. Rosen seized the scorching fragment and, without a glance back, dashed towards the portal behind him with all his speed. Behind him came the simultaneous wrathful glares of Triangle Head and Alessa, their combined power capable of obliterating the world, surging towards him. But at the very second before that power could reach him, Rosen's body had already plunged into the portal. Main quest completed. Survive in Silent Hill. World completion rating. SSS. Hated by gods and mortals. Comment. Not only did you survive, but you also manipulated the entire world at your whim. You deceived the witch, liberated the sorceress, provoked the divine, and snatched spoils from the Punisher. You did not come to seek survival. You came to claim your bounty. Calculating final rewards. Reward 1. 3,000 points of Fear Essence. Reward 2. 1 SSS level random skill item extraction. Reward 3. 1 world-class talent extraction. When Rosen opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his familiar rented room. Outside the window, the morning light filtered through, as if everything had merely been a nightmarish illusion. Yet the hot, rusty metal fragment he clutched in his hand, along with the unprecedented bounty swirling in his mind, revealed to him a true terror that had been birthed. Chapter 11. Assessing gains. Surprises abound. The air in the rented room still held a faint scent of instant noodles. Rosen sat at the edge of his bed. Morning rays streamed through the glass, casting warm patches of light upon him. Were it not for the fragment of Triangle Head's blade still exuding a faint metallic scent of blood and rust, he might have believed that the 72 hours of hellish ordeal had been nothing but a surreal nightmare. Closing his eyes, he delved into the system interface within his mind. The dazzlingly bright SSS-level settlement rewards hovered serenely before him. This was indeed reality. System, claim all rewards. Distributing rewards. 1. Fear Essence X, 3,000 points, has been deposited. 2. SSS-level random skill item extraction has been granted. 3. World-class talent extraction has been granted. 4. Additional reward. Due to host actions causing a disruptive impact on the world, acquired world origin fragment. Silent Hill, X1. A world origin fragment? Rosen's heart stirred. This was a delightful surprise not mentioned in the completion comments. He first glanced at the 3,000 points of Fear Essence, a sum substantial enough to double his current strength. However, he refrained from hastily allocating points and instead turned his attention to the other rewards. One must savor each bite. The greatest surprises are best reserved for last. He opened his item inventory, where the fragment from Triangle Head's blade now radiated a dark red glow. Triangle Head blade fragment. A shard from the weapon of a powerful entity, imbued with the rules of punishment and sin, can consume Fear Essence for analysis and reshaping. Analysis, reshaping. Without hesitation, Rosen confirmed. Analysis requires 100 points of Fear Essence. Reshaping requires 400 points of Fear Essence, and the nurse's bone saw as a foundational material. Confirm? Confirmed. He watched as the bone saw and the fragment transformed into light, intertwining and merging. Rosen's Fear Essence was instantly deducted by 500 points. As the light faded, a brand new weapon materialized before his eyes. It was a single-edged heavy cleaver, approximately 1.5 meters long, with a broad and hefty blade that perfectly fused the menacing aspects of the bone saw with the solid weight of the great blade. The blade bore indelible rust, reminiscent of congealed blood, with a chilling glimmer flickering at the edge. Blade of Retribution, purple epic growth type. Type, two-handed heavy weapon, attack power, extremely high. Attributes, strength 2. Constitution 1, effect 1. Deepening Sin, passive, deals an additional 20 true damage to targets of guilty or evil alignment. Effect 2, Armor Break, passive, ignores 25 of the target's physical defense. Effect 3, Judgment of Silent Hill, active, consumes 100 mental energy to hurl the weapon. The weapon will automatically pursue the locked target, delivering a guaranteed strike infused with the power of rules. After hitting, the weapon returns to hand automatically. Cooldown, 1 hour. Growth potential, can be upgraded by absorbing high-level vengeful spirits or special metals. Description, when you wield it, you are the judgment. Hiss. Luosin inhaled sharply. This weapon is excessively powerful. Not only are its attribute bonuses far superior to the Bone Saw, but its 3 effects are also astonishingly formidable. Especially the Judgment of Silent Hill, which is an unbeatable finishing move. He satisfactorily turned his gaze to the next reward, SSS-level Random Skill Item Extraction. A massive roulette, composed of countless classic horror film scenes, appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Stop. The pointer gradually settled on a space depicting iron claw gloves. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skill Lineage Fusion Permission, Seed of Nightmare, Freddy. Seed of Nightmare. Incomplete lineage. You have acquired a fragment of the core power from a dream dimension murderer. Effect 1. Dream Invasion. Beginner. You can attempt to invade the target's dreams during deep sleep, with success dependent on the disparity in mental energy between both parties. In the dream, some of your abilities can take effect. Effect 2. Fear Nourishment. Beginner. You can slowly restore your mental and physical energy by absorbing the target's fearful emotions. Description: 1. 2. He will come for you. Freddy's abilities. Lawson's eyes brightened. Although merely at the beginner level, its potential is boundless. This is not just a killing technique, but also a means to gather intelligence, torment enemies, and even a divine skill for recovery. He then looked at the third reward, the one he anticipated the most, world-class talent extraction. This pertains to his future growth trajectory. Another roulette appeared, but this time with far fewer options. Each radiated a golden glow, representing supreme potential. Immortality, Jason. Virus Monarch, Resident Evil. Source of Cursed, Kayako. Lawson's heart began to race. Stop. The pointer ultimately landed on an option composed of countless wailing souls and expressions of terror. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a world-class talent. King of Fear. King of Fear, unique talent. Level, LV1. Can be upgraded by absorbing a large amount of pure fear essence or defeating myth-level terrifying entities. Effect 1. Fear Aura. Passive. Creatures around you will involuntarily feel fear and oppression. You can actively suppress or release this aura, with its intensity dependent on your mental attributes and talent level. Effect 2. Fear Devour. Passive. After killing any enemy that poses a challenge or threat, you will permanently seize 1,000th of their total attributes as nourishment for your growth. Effect 3. Embodiment of Fear. Active. Consuming a large amount of mental energy, you can materialize the surrounding fear energy into weapons, armor, or summon temporary fear constructs to fight for you. Description: you are no longer an experiencer of fear, you are the source of fear. Upon seeing the effect of Fear Devour, Lawson's breath hitched. Permanent attribute acquisition. This means that as long as he continues to fight and slay powerful foes, he can grow infinitely stronger. Is this not a direct path to dominate the scenario? He stifled his excitement and turned his attention to the final surprise, World Essence Fragment. World Essence Fragment. Silent Hill contains the core rules for transitioning between the worlds of Silent Hill. Use 1. You can consume 1,000 points of fear essence to completely absorb it, evolving your mental talent's mental barrier into a heart image domain prototype, allowing you to create your own small-scale inner world. Use 2. Can be used as a material, infused into your weapon or equipment, granting it the ability to traverse between worlds. Use 3. Can be used as a coordinate, enabling you to return to the Silent Hill world in the future. Each of the 3 options is filled with temptation. Lewison hesitated not at all and chose the first, a domain. This is a top-tier power in any system. System. Absorb the fragment and evolve the talent, confirming consumption of 1,000 points of fear essence for absorption. A massive torrent of information regarding space, mind, and reality distortion surged into his mind. His mental realm seemed to undergo a grand explosion, then was reformed. When all settled, his mental talent had been completely revitalized. Heart Image Domain. Prototype reflects reality through your mind. When activated, it can erode the real world within a radius of 10 meters into your exclusive inner world. Within this domain, you will gain control over the environment and continuously inflict mental suppression on enemies. Domain strength is related to mental attributes. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 24 hours. With all rewards accounted for, Lewison glanced at his remaining 1,500 points of fear essence and his significantly enhanced attributes and abilities, proceeding to conduct a final enhancement. He evenly distributed all essence across his 4-dimensional attributes. Strength: 123-160. Constitution: 110-147. Mental: 105-142. Remaining fear essence: 0. Each point exceeding 10 in attributes doubles the enhancement cost. As the enhancement concluded, Lewison felt a terrifying surge of power swell within him. With a casual grip, the air erupted with a thunderous roar under the strain. He was now a true human weapon. All enhancements completed. Host has 24 hours of rest time. After 24 hours, automatic transport to the next horror world will occur. Warning, a significant increase in host power detected. The next world will automatically match to a multiplayer team mode. Please prepare accordingly. Multiplayer team? Luosin raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 12, Deadly Curve. The 24 hours of rest time passed in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a familiar, dizzying sensation, Luosin's surroundings shifted from his rented room to a dense, primordial forest exuding the scent of decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through layers of overlapping canopies, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was humid and stifling, accompanied by the calls of unknown insects and birds. Everything appeared so normal. But Luosin knew that lurking within this seemingly tranquil forest was the most primal, savage bloodshed. Transport complete. The current world, Deadly Bend world type, bloodthirsty slaughter, survival horror, main task. Survive for 72 hours and eliminate the first-generation members of the grotesque cannibal family. Sawtooth, One Eye, and Three Finger. Task reward, 1,000 points of fear essence, a random draw for a C-grade skill item. Task failure, become a meal for the cannibals. Current mode, multiplayer team, 5 players. The team channel has been activated. Please hasten to rendezvous with the other contractors. A virtual map materialized in Rosen's field of vision. Besides his own location, there were 4 green dots converging from various directions towards a central point. Rosen did not rush to depart. Instead, he took a moment to assess himself. The system had thoughtfully provided him with an outdoor outfit suitable for jungle activities and climbing boots. His massive blade of judgment was stored in a manner akin to an armed space, easily retrievable with a mere thought. Attempting to unleash the fear aura, the sounds of insects and birds within a 100-meter radius abruptly ceased, as if they had encountered a nemesis. The entire forest fell eerily silent. Clearly, the effect was impressive. Satisfied, Rosen nodded, retracting the aura before leisurely making his way toward the rendezvous point. After several minutes, he arrived at a clearing in the woods, where 4 individuals were already waiting. A burly, muscular bald man, armed with a massive hatchet, leaned against a tree, eyes closed in meditation. His demeanor exuded a calm strength. Clearly a powerhouse. A tall, slender man with gold-rimmed glasses rapidly manipulated a tablet, seemingly analyzing data. He appeared to be the team's strategist or tech specialist. A short-haired woman clad in form-fitting leather, her figure striking, was meticulously polishing 2 daggers that gleamed with a ghostly green light, likely laced with poison. Her gaze was sharp, reminiscent of a predator preparing to strike. Lastly, a girl who looked barely 17, with a ponytail, appeared somewhat anxious, clutching a stuffed bear while vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Rosen's arrival immediately captured their attention. The bald man opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He sensed no energy fluctuations from Rosen, who appeared as an ordinary person. Yet, such normalcy among individuals like them was the most abnormal. A newcomer? The short-haired woman licked her lips, eyeing Rosen with interest, hoping he might last longer. Hello, I am Liam, the team analyst, the bespectacled man said, adjusting his glasses and extending his hand. This is Tank, that is Viper, and this is Xiaoya. We are a temporary squad, and we welcome your addition. Rosen did not shake hands with Liam, he merely nodded slightly. Rosen. His aloof demeanor rendered the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable. Tank grunted, clearly displeased. What are you trying to portray? Kid, judging by your appearance. This is your first time in such a world, I assent it? Listen, this is Deadly Bend, not your backyard. Stick close to us, don't wander off, otherwise. If those grotesque beings catch you, no one will save you. Rosen ignored him, surveying his surroundings as if admiring the scenery. All right, Tank, stop scaring the newcomer. Liam interjected, then turned to Rosen. Let us share our intelligence and abilities. It will facilitate our tactical planning. I specialize in intelligence analysis and electronic devices. Tank excels in brute strength, the quintessential brawler. Viper is an agile assassin focusing on toxic attacks. Xiaoya possesses unique abilities, functioning as a valuable support. The timid Xiaoya spoke up, and my ability is danger precognition, allowing me to sense dangers in a small radius in advance. Everyone looked at Rosen, awaiting his self-introduction. He spoke calmly. Me? I excel at handling refuse. At this, Tank and Viper's expressions darkened. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Tank clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. Suddenly, Xiaoya's face turned pale. Clutching her stuffed bear, she trembled and exclaimed, as something is coming. It's very dangerous. As her words fell, a roar erupted from the nearby brush. A massive wild boar, larger than a bull and covered in black bristles, charged forth. Its eyes glowed crimson, and its tusks were stained with the remnants of unknown flesh. It was a mutated creature. Li Mo's expression shifted. The ecosystem of this world had been tainted. "Prepare for battle," he shouted. Tank bellowed, rushing forward first. His hatchet sliced through the air, aimed directly at the boar's skull. "Die, beast." Viper vanished from sight, maneuvering to the boar's flank to launch a critical strike. Li Mo swiftly retreated, brandishing his tablet, seemingly scanning for the boar's weaknesses. Boom. Tank's axe struck the boar's forehead, but only penetrated a few centimeters before being lodged against its hard skull. Roaring in pain, the boar violently tossed its head, sending Tank, nearly 200 pounds, flying against a tree with a heavy thud. Tank coughed up blood, evidently suffering serious internal injuries. "Its defense is too strong," Li Mo shouted. Viper reappeared at the boar's abdomen, driving her daggers deep before retreating swiftly. Yet the boar's tough hide seemed impervious, and the poison failed to take immediate effect, inciting it to rage as it turned towards Xiaoya and Li Mo. As the two appeared on the verge of being trampled into pulp, Rosen, who had remained motionless, finally acted. He did not draw a weapon but slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the charging mutated boar. "Kneel," he uttered softly, as if issuing an undeniable command. In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. The frenzied mutated boar, which even Tank could not confront head-on, faltered just 10 meters before Rosen. Its massive form abruptly froze. Then with a thud, all four limbs collapsed to the ground, its colossal head bowing, as if paying homage to a king. Its crimson eyes were filled with sheer terror, its body trembling uncontrollably, even losing control of its bowels. The clearing fell into a profound silence. Tank, just rising from the ground, stared in shock, his mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit within. Viper, whose face typically bore a flirtatious smile, was now etched with horror and disbelief. Li Mo's tablet clattered to the ground, his eyes behind the lenses filled with astonishment. Only Xiaoya gazed at Rosen's back, feeling the restrained yet soul-chilling aura emanating from him. Her grip on the stuffed bear tightened. The danger she had sensed was not the boar, but this man. Rosen slowly approached the kneeling boar, extending his hand to gently pat its enormous head. Rubbish should remain where it belongs. With that, he exerted a slight pressure with his palm. Bang! The pig's head, harder than steel, was effortlessly crushed like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. Luo-san took a handkerchief from his pocket and leisurely wiped his hands. He then turned to the four who were frozen in shock and calmly asked, "Now, may I have your attention to make arrangements?" Chapter 13. Deadly Curve. I shall be the captain. Who is in favor? Who is against? Silence fell. The air seemed to solidify. The warm blood and brain matter of the mutated wild boar oozed onto the grass, exuding a pungent odor. Yet, Tank, Poison Bee, and Li Mo felt no warmth at all. Instead, a chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their gazes towards Luo-san had entirely changed. It was no longer the look one gives to a newcomer or an arrogant youth, but rather one of awe towards an unknown, terrifying, and incomprehensible entity. Tank's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to say something to mask his discomposure. However, as he opened his mouth, no words emerged. His proud strength had faltered before the wild boar, while this man, Luo-san, had merely used a word and a gesture to command the creature's life and death. What an immense disparity. Poison Bee's usually flirtatious peach blossom eyes were now filled with caution and wariness. Her pride in her speed and lethal venom seemed insignificant before this man, who might not even grant her the dignity of his attention. She even doubted whether her previous disrespect could have led to a fate worse than that of the wild boar. Li Mo was the first to regain his composure. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze complex beneath the lenses. As the team's strategist, he was accustomed to analyzing all data and controlling every variable. Yet Luo-san was a complete anomaly, an existence that defied common sense and data analysis. "Who are you?" Li Mo's voice was somewhat dry. Luo-san casually discarded the handkerchief he had used to wipe his hands, as if it were an inconsequential act. He did not respond to Li Mo's inquiry, but instead surveyed his surroundings. He spoke softly. "I do not care who you were or what glorious achievements you had in the past. In this world, within this team, there is but one rule: you will heed my commands." His voice was low, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The aura of fear he inadvertently exuded enveloped the hearts of everyone present like a tangible pressure. Tank and the others suddenly found their breath stifled, as if they were being scrutinized by a prehistoric beast, their souls trembling in dread. They had no doubt, should they utter a single dissenting word, they would be reduced to mere dust in the next moment. "I have no objections." Tank was the first to express his agreement. He was a rough man, But being coarse did not equate to being foolish. Before absolute strength, any dignity or pride was but a jest. I too have no objections. Poison Bee sheathed her dagger, adopting a submissive posture. In an infinite expanse, clinging to the strong was the optimal solution for survival. Liamo took a deep breath and nodded. Very well. From this moment on, you are the captain, and we will fully comply with your orders. Only Xiaoya kept her head down throughout, clutching her plush bear, too afraid to look at Luo Sr. Her instinct for danger informed her that the perilous aura emanating from this man was more intense than all the horrors she had encountered combined. Excellent. Luo's son felt satisfied with their timely understanding. He was not here to make friends. He required obedient tools to assist him with mundane tasks, allowing him to concentrate on his primary objectives. He glanced at the map. The main quest required the elimination of 3 aberrations, yet their precise locations were not marked. Liamo. Here. Liamo instinctively straightened his posture. According to the plot of the movie, where do these aberrations reside? Luo's son inquired. Liamo immediately accessed his tablet, his fingers flying across the screen. According to the storyline of Deadly Curve, Part 1, they inhabit a dilapidated wooden cabin in the woods, near which should be an abandoned watchtower that can serve as a landmark. Moreover, their range of activity typically revolves around several seldom-traveled roads, as they require vehicle parts and supplies from their prey. Very well. Luo-san nodded. Our first objective is to locate that cabin, but not just yet. Why? Tank asked in confusion. Given our current strength, shouldn't we directly assault their stronghold? Luo-san shot him a glance, his expression reminiscent of one looking at a fool. Do you think the task would be so simple? Killing 3 aberrations is worth only 1,000 source essence, and a C-grade reward? The system will not issue a mission with a guaranteed death, but it will not provide one devoid of difficulty either. He paused before continuing. The dangers of this world are far beyond those 3 aberrations. That wild boar we just encountered is the best proof. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Liamo's eyes. Captain, are you suggesting that this world has been enhanced? Not just the aberrations, but the entire ecosystem of this forest may be rife with unknown dangers? Precisely. Luo-san's gaze swept across the shadowy forest. The system has given us 72 hours to survive, which itself is a hint. If we recklessly launch an attack, even if we manage to kill those 3 targets, we could still meet our demise at the hands of something far more formidable in the time that follows. Therefore, we must undertake 3 actions. He extended one finger. First, reconnaissance. Liamo, use your equipment, in conjunction with Xiaoya's precognitive abilities, to create a safety map and pinpoint the exact location of the aberration's cabin. I want to know all their traps and the surrounding environment. He raised a second finger. Second, hunting. Tank, Poison Bee, you 2 will accompany me to eliminate all mutated creatures in our path. I need you to adapt to the combat intensity here. Additionally, I require certain materials. He glanced at the carcass of the wild boar on the ground. Finally, he extended a third finger, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Third, baiting. We cannot passively wait, nor can we foolishly launch a frontal assault. We must act like professional hunters, setting traps to lure our prey into our grasp. I intend to turn their proud hunting grounds into their grave. His words were clear and logically sound, entirely unlike a novice. He resembled a seasoned reincarnator who had faced countless life and death struggles. Tank and Poison Bee exchanged glances, each recognizing the awe reflected in the other's eyes. This man possessed not only monstrous strength, but also the cunning of a fox. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. Let us depart. Luo-san refrained from further idle chatter. He turned and chose a direction, leading the way into the depths of the dim forest. The team officially began their operation. Liamo released several miniature drones the size of bees to commence terrain scanning, while Xiaoya closed her eyes, keenly sensing any potential dangers that might arise. Tank and Poison Bee closely followed Rosen, soon discovering an unprecedented sense of security in his presence. All the dangers encountered along the way seemed to dissipate. A mutated mantis, with scythe-like limbs, lunged down from a tree, but before it could approach, its body froze mid-air, only to plummet to the ground, lifeblood spilling from its orifices. A carnivorous plant, camouflaged as a vine and attempting to ensnare them, withered into ash the moment Rosen passed. The fear aura proved to be the most formidable of cleansers. Tank and Poison Bee had no opportunity to act, merely trailing behind like 2 tourists. Is this the strength of our captain? Tank murmured, cold sweat beading on his forehead. We are not even on the same dimensional plane as him. Poison Bee chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Just then, Rosen suddenly halted. He gazed towards a thicket ahead, his brow slightly furrowing. There is a scent of blood. Tank immediately raised his axe, asking warily, is it a deformity? No. Rosen shook his head, his expression oddly shifting. It is a corpse. He parted the underbrush, revealing a sight that took everyone's breath away. An overturned off-road vehicle lay wrecked. 3 dismembered bodies sprawled beside it. Their demise gruesome, evidently the result of some sharp weapon. Not far away, a trail of blood meandered deeper into the forest. It is the group of protagonists from the movie. Liam instantly realized that the plot had begun. A cold smirk slowly curled at the corners of Rosen's mouth. Excellent. No need for us to search. The prey has already lured out the hunters. Chapter 14, Deadly Curve, The Art of Hunting. Keep up. Rosen's command was succinct and clear. He proceeded deliberately along the conspicuous blood trail, each step seemingly leisurely, yet precisely placed on the safest, quietest ground. Tank and Poisonbee followed closely. They noted that even when they consciously stepped lightly, the noise they made was far greater than Rosen's. Liam remained behind, utilizing a drone for aerial tracking and reconnaissance. Reporting in real time via the team channel. Captain, the direction the blood leads to has a signal interference zone about 2 kilometers away. My drone cannot approach. Terrain analysis suggests it is likely the deformed man's cabin. Received. Rosen replied, closing the communication. Not long after, a stifling sound of a woman weeping and a man growling echoed from ahead. Rosen gestured, and the 3 immediately concealed themselves behind a dense thicket of ferns. Before them, beneath a large tree, 2 young individuals were back to back, covered in wounds. A blonde girl bore a deep, bone-revealing gash on her leg, bleeding profusely, while a young black man clutched a sharpened branch, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. They were none other than the survivors from the film. Surrounding them, 3 towering, deformed figures lurked, emitting a grotesque laughter, akin to beasts toying with their prey. Sawtooth, the tallest, wielded a massive, serrated machete. One-eyed, had but a single eye. The other socket a dark void, proficient with a bow and arrow. The last, diminutive yet agile, bore a strange grin, his 3 fingers unusually thick. He was 3 fingers. They were the targets of this mission. Captain, shall we engage? Tank whispered, eager for action. Though these 3 deformities appeared terrifying, they seemed less robust than that mutated wild boar. Engage? Why would we do that? Rosen countered. Huh. Tank was taken aback. Rosen's gaze resembled that of one watching a tedious play. The 2 bait are not yet dead. The drama has not reached its climax. If we rush in now, we will not only disrupt their rhythm, but also redirect their focus from their food to us as threats. At that point, they would use their familiarity with the terrain to toy with us, which would be quite troublesome. Poisonbee understood Rosen's intent. The captain means to wait until they return to their lair, and then we strike? No, Rosen shook his head, a cruel smile forming. Their lair is where they feel most at ease. Going there is a poor strategy. What I desire is to deliver profound despair at the moment they are most relaxed and reveling in their spoils. He surveyed the surroundings. This was a relatively flat wooded area, filled with tall trees and shrubs. Tank, yes, you possess great strength. Over there, do you see those dead trees? Use your axe to carve fissures at the base, but do not sever them. I want you to set up a chain logging trap. Poisonbee, Captain, please instruct. Your dagger is poisoned. Gather some thorny vines, soak them in your venom, and lay them on the ground in the trap area as snares and spikes. What about me? Rosen, having posed the question, chuckled to himself. I shall be the one to deliver the final blow. Tank and Poisonbee immediately grasped Rosen's tactics. This was a complex, interconnected trap, utilizing the logging trap for a wide-ranging physical strike, and the poisonous vines for secondary damage and movement restriction. Meanwhile, Rosen would be at the end of the trap, awaiting the surviving and possibly injured prey. This was a meticulous, efficient, and nefarious hunting plan. The 2 ceased their hesitations and immediately set to work. With their capabilities, arranging these traps was a simple task. Rosen retrieved his blade of retribution from his armed space. At the moment this lethal weapon appeared, the air around felt noticeably colder. He approached the designated trap endpoint, selecting a tree with the best vantage point. Then, like a weightless raccoon, he stealthily ascended, blending perfectly into the dense canopy. He looked down from above, like a patient deity, overseeing the impending bloody spectacle below. On the other side, the 2 survivors had reached a desperate state. The black youth was struck in the shoulder by an arrow from one-eyed, and the branch in his hand was severed by Sawtooth's blade. Capture them and bring them back. Sawtooth let out a hoarse roar. 3 fingers cackled, nimbly darting forward like a monkey, knocking the blonde girl unconscious and slinging her over his shoulder. Sawtooth and One-Eyed, flanking either side, lifted the injured black youth. They seemed to revel in their hunting ground's confidence, laughing and chatting as they dragged their prey toward the trap area set by Rosen. From the treetops, Rosen's gaze was as cold as frost. Through the team channel, He issued the command to Tank. Act now. In the distance, Tank stood by the first critical dead tree of his arranged chain trap. Upon receiving the order, he took a deep breath. With all his might, he delivered a powerful kick to the already cracked trunk of the tree. Boom! The first dead tree fell with a resounding crash, striking the second tree with precision and triggering a chain reaction. The ground shook violently. A multitude of enormous dead trees collapsed like a line of dominoes, cascading toward the three grotesque figures. This sudden upheaval caused their expressions to change drastically. They screeched in panic, abandoning their prey in an attempt to evade the impending disaster. However, the area of falling trees was far too vast. The one-eyed creature, reacting sluggishly, was directly struck by a thick trunk, emitting a chilling scream as one of its legs was reduced to a pulpy mess. The creature known as Sawtooth, relying on its tough hide and agility, awkwardly maneuvered through the gaps between the collapsing trees. Yet, what awaited them was the second layer of traps set by the venomous bees. Thud! 3 Fingers stumbled, his ankle ensnared by a vine laced with deadly poison, sharp thorns piercing deep into his flesh. He howled in agony, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Sawtooth was compelled to change direction, crashing into a thicket brimming with poisonous thorns. Numerous lacerations marred his body as toxins swiftly infiltrated his system. In an instant, the once hunters had transformed into wretched prey. Roar! Sawtooth bellowed in fury, brandishing his machete and frantically hacking at the surrounding trees, seeking the assailant. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky. Rosen. He wielded the blade of retribution, resembling a silent harbinger of death. He landed with precision less than 5 meters from Sawtooth. For the first time, fear graced Sawtooth's deformed visage. He sensed that the aura emanating from this man was more terrifying than any beast in the forest. Yet, his innate ferocity compelled him to raise his machete and charge at Rosen. Rosen's face betrayed no emotion. With a simple motion, he swung the blade of retribution forward. No extravagant techniques, only pure power and speed. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Sawtooth's machete shattered. Immediately, a line of blood extended from Sawtooth's forehead down to his groin. His forward momentum halted, disbelief swiftly replacing the ferocity in his eyes. In the next moment, his body was cleaved cleanly in two. Innards and blood spilled across the ground. Kill the grotesque ogre Sawtooth. Main quest progress 13. Detected the kill of a sinful target. Sin deepening effect triggered, absorbing 120 points of fear essence. A single strike, a swift execution. Having dispatched Sawtooth, Rosen's gaze shifted to the beleaguered 3 Fingers, whose movements had begun to slow due to the toxins, and the one-eyed creature, pinned beneath a fallen tree, clinging to life. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 15. The Deadly Curve. The fear subjugated by Rosen as Sawtooth's towering form collapsed like chopped firewood. Tank and the venomous bees emerged from their hiding place. They had witnessed Rosen's effortless yet overwhelmingly powerful strike, a shock that words could scarcely convey. Tank's hands trembled slightly as he recalled his own disarray when faced with the mutated wild boar, contrasting sharply with Rosen's composed execution of the grotesque leader, highlighting a despairing chasm in their abilities. The mountain axe in his hands appeared almost like a mere toy before Rosen's blade of retribution. The venomous bee, with her enchanting eyes, sparkled with intrigue. She had encountered various strong individuals, both powerful and agile, yet had never seen anyone like Rosen, who seamlessly merged strength, speed, intellect, and an inherent regal aura. This man resembled an unfathomable vortex, instilling fear while simultaneously igniting a morbid fascination within her. At the heart of the battlefield, the remaining 2 grotesque figures were grappling with an emotion they had never experienced before: fear. 3 Fingers, the most agile and cunning member of the family, was now convulsing under the influence of the poison. He beheld his formidable brother cleaved in two, and for the first time, terror painted his usually grinning face. Abandoning all resistance, he crawled desperately across the ground, yearning to escape into the depths of the forest. Seeking escape? Rosen's voice, like a whisper from the depths of the abyss, resonated clearly in 3 Fingers' ears. 3 Fingers turned, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. In the next instant, a boot clad in climbing gear crushed down upon his spine. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was excruciating. 3 Fingers' contorted body arched violently, emitting a shrill scream that was anything but human as his lower body succumbed to numbness. Rosen loomed above him, devoid of any compassion, his gaze as frigid as ice, as if he were observing an insect on a dissection table. Tell me, is there another exit from your lair besides the wooden hut? Rosen inquired calmly, needing to confirm all intelligence to prevent any loose ends. Three Fingers howled in agony, spewing blood as he mumbled incoherently. It appears you require some assistance in organizing your thoughts. Slowly, Rosen's foot began to grind down each vertebra of Three Fingers' spine. The excruciating pain of his bones being crushed one by one caused Three Fingers' screams to shift in pitch. In the distance, Tank felt a chill run down his spine. He considered himself a tough individual, yet compared to Rosen, who viewed torment as an art form, he felt as innocent as a child. Ultimately, under unimaginable anguish, Three Fingers' mental defenses crumbled. Tears streaming down his face, he shouted with all his strength, "There is a tunnel beneath the cave leading to the mines." Excellent. With the desired information acquired, Rosen exerted a sudden force. Bang! Three Fingers' head was forcefully pressed into the earth, silencing him forever. Kill the grotesque ogre Three Fingers. Main quest progress, 23. Absorb 110 points of fear essence. With Three Fingers dispatched, Rosen's gaze finally settled on the one-eyed creature, barely alive beneath the fallen tree. The one-eyed creature was the family's archer, and his bow had long since vanished. One leg was crushed, and he could only watch helplessly as his two brothers were brutally slain. Despair and malice filled his singular eye as he saw Rosen approaching. Fully aware of his impending doom, a final flicker of ferocity ignited within him. The one-eyed creature drew a dagger from his waist, channeling his last ounce of strength to stab at Rosen's calf. However, the dagger faltered just half a meter from Rosen, unable to penetrate further. An invisible force field thwarted his attack. Under the deliberate provocation of Luosin, the pressure of the aura was sufficient to send the frail creatures into a state of sheer terror. The lone-eyed creature, filled with dread, realized that its strength was rapidly waning. Its heart raced violently, as if on the verge of explosion. The man before it needed not lift a finger. Merely standing there was enough to instill fatal fear. You see, fear itself is the most lethal weapon. Luosin's voice became the final utterance the lone-eyed creature would hear in this world. The blade of retribution cleaved through the air, sending a head soaring into the sky. The system announced the completion of the main quest with a progress of 33, and the task rewards were being calculated. 1,000 points of fear essence, along with a random draw for a C-grade skill item. A warning soon followed, indicating the presence of high-threat aberrant creatures in this world, urging caution in actions. The countdown for survival continued at 72 hours. Observing the system prompts, Luosin felt no surprise. He was aware that in the sequel of the film, this aberrant family had other members. The system's task merely pertained to the initial trio of brothers. Yet, for him, this mattered little. The completion of the main quest signified that he had secured the minimum rewards. The time ahead would be his free hunting period. Luosin turned to face the approaching Tank and Poison Bee, alongside the two movie protagonists who had witnessed the massacre and were now paralyzed with fear on the ground. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Tank's voice was dry, and he dared not meet Luosin's gaze. "Liam-O, report the situation." Luosin opened the team channel. "Yes, Captain." Liam-O replied, his voice trembling slightly, evidently having witnessed everything via the drone. There's movement in the wooden cabin. It seems more aberrants are rushing out. At least 5 of them. 5. A bloodthirsty grin crept upon Luosin's lips. "Excellent. That saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one." He glanced at the 2 survivors on the ground, noting that the blonde girl had succumbed to fear and blood loss. "Tank, carry that woman." "Huh, take them with us?" Tank questioned, perplexed. Of course, Luosin's eyes gleamed with cunning. "They will serve as the finest bait. Moreover, I require a guide to lead us to their vehicle for some useful supplies." Approaching the terrified young black man, he crouched down and spoke in a tone as gentle as that of a friend. "Hey, don't be afraid. We are here to rescue you. Now, take us to your vehicle. We need some gasoline and tools to prepare a grand welcoming party for these children of the forest." The young man, upon seeing Luosin's benevolent smile juxtaposed with the brutal manner in which he had dispatched the monsters, felt a terror 100-fold greater than that which he had faced with the aberrants. He nodded frantically, unable to utter a coherent word. The stark contrast reached its zenith at that moment. In the eyes of the aberrants, Luosin was a far more savage and fearsome creature. To his teammates, he was an unfathomable and capricious sovereign. To the survivors, he appeared as a demon clad in human skin, smiling. Meanwhile, Luosin resembled an elegant conductor, poised to compose a symphony of death, with blood and flames as its notes. Chapter 16. The Fatal Turn. Under the guidance of the black survivor Jesse, the group swiftly returned to the site of the overturned vehicle. Luosin's objective was clear: gasoline. In the jungle, flames served as the most efficient and far-reaching weapon of destruction. Tank skillfully siphoned 2 large barrels of gasoline from the off-road vehicle. Poison Bee rummaged through the car and uncovered some signal flares, a first aid kit. and several bottles of liquor. Captain, are these items useful? Poisonbee inquired. Luosin glanced at the liquor and nodded, certainly. Tear the fabric into strips, stuff them inside. And we have the simplest of Molotov cocktails. His tactical thinking was alarmingly clear, akin to that of a seasoned Special Forces operative. Liemo relayed real-time terrain maps through the drone. Luosin merely scanned it briefly, mentally plotting the most impeccable ambush route. Liemo, elevate the drone and activate thermal imaging mode. Lock onto the positions of those pursuing aberrants and report back in real time. Tank and Poisonbee. You will take these 2 barrels of gasoline to the upwind side of the cabin and find a high vantage point. Await my signal to pour the gasoline down. What about me? Jessie asked, trembling. The blonde girl had been lightly bandaged and placed in a relatively safe spot. Luosin patted his shoulder, offering a warm smile. You shall accompany me to greet our guests. Jessie's face turned pale in an instant. Luosin paid no heed to his reaction. Hoisting a barrel of Molotov cocktails and swaggering towards the direction of the aberrant cabin, deliberately creating noise. Captain, are you personally going to be the bait? Tank watched. Heart racing. No, Liemo's voice came through the channel, tinged with awe. He is not the bait. He is the hunter. He intends to make those aberrants believe the prey is right before them, causing them to lower their guard and walk into the funeral pyre we have prepared for them. Indeed, as Liemo anticipated, Luosin and Jessie soon encountered the 5 pursuing aberrants. These aberrants were the second generation of the family. Though not as powerful as the initial trio of brothers, they were more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Upon seeing the human morsel beside Luosin, they emitted excited howls, brandishing their axes and iron hooks as they charged forth. In their eyes, Luosin, appearing far from formidable, was merely a side dish. Run! Luosin barked at Jessie, then turned and sprinted towards the preset ambush zone. He controlled his speed perfectly, allowing the aberrants behind to feel they were nearly upon him, while maintaining a safe distance. Jessie, dragged along, felt as though his lungs might burst. He had never run this fast in his life. The aberrants shrieked behind them, relentlessly pursuing, completely oblivious to the fact that they had transformed from hunters into the hunted. Soon, they chased into a low-lying valley, which Luosin had designated as their burial ground. Now, Luosin commanded through the channel. At the high ground, Tank and Poisonbee had been waiting. Upon receiving the order, they unhesitatingly tipped the 2 barrels of gasoline over the edge into the valley below. The gasoline cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly drenching the entire valley and soaking the 5 aberrants. Initially taken aback, he soon detected the acrid scent of gasoline, finally realizing the imminent danger. However, it was already too late. In the instant the gasoline spilled, Luosin ignited a Molotov cocktail in his hand and hurled it with all his might towards the center of the valley. The burning bottle traced a brilliant arc through the air, resembling a grim invitation from the Grim Reaper. Boom! Flames engulfed the entire valley in an instant. The towering inferno painted half the night sky crimson. The air was thick with the noxious odor of charred flesh mixed with the tantalizing scent of roasted meat. The 5 grotesque beings did not emit a single coherent scream. Instead, they were consumed by the flames, transforming into struggling torches, ultimately reduced to mere charred remnants. The system notification rang out, heralding the flawless conclusion of this ambush. Atop the mountain, Tank and Poisonbee stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sea of fire below. Rendered speechless, it was far too easy. The adversaries, who seemed insurmountable, crumbled under the meticulous planning of this man. They had not even lifted a finger, merely playing the roles of laborers and arsonists. Is this how it ends? Tank murmured. No, it is not over yet. Luosin's voice emerged from behind them, startling the 2. When they turned to look, they found him silently standing behind them. His gaze traversed the inferno, fixating on the dilapidated wooden cabin that flickered in the firelight in the distance. According to Sanji's intel, there were tunnels and mines beneath the cabin. That was their true lair. Luosin's tone was calm, but laced with an undeniable murderous intent. He intended to eradicate the roots of this menace. He glanced at the utterly bewildered Jessie and said, "Your task is complete. Take your friends and leave this forest. How long you survive depends on your luck." With that, he disregarded the 2 survivors, hefting the blade of retribution and addressing Tank and Poisonbee. Let us proceed to raid their stronghold. I am curious to see what surprises await us within. Illuminated by the blazing firelight, Luosin's figure elongated, resembling a demon returning from the depths of hell. Tank and Poisonbee exchanged glances and silently followed his lead. They understood that tonight would be a night drenched in blood. Chapter 17, Deadly Curve. The final nest in the West Virginia wilderness. The night was rendered eerily surreal by the towering inferno. The flames illuminated the faces of Luosin's group, each expression distinct. Tank was a whirlwind of excitement and awe. Poison Bee's gaze was a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Meanwhile, Liamo and the distant Xiao Yu were profoundly awed by Luosan's terrifying analytical prowess and cold decisiveness. Captain, thermal imaging indicates life signals within the cabin, approximately 3 to 4. One of them displays an exceptionally high temperature, far surpassing that of a typical grotesque. Liamo's voice resonated through the team channel, tinged with gravity. That must be their leader. Luosan's voice remained unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. He rested the blade of retribution on his shoulder, the bloodstains gleaming ominously in the firelight. Let us go meet that individual. The grotesque being's cabin was situated in a relatively open glade, surrounded by the remnants of various vehicles and human bones, reminiscent of a rudimentary slaughterhouse. The air was thick with the stench of decaying flesh, mingled with blood and excrement, inducing nausea. Luosan appeared oblivious to the repulsive atmosphere. His indomitable body, talent granted him high resistance to such detrimental conditions. He led the way, with Tank and Poison Bee flanking him, forming a standard assault formation as they cautiously approached the cabin, which loomed in the darkness like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The doors and windows of the cabin were barricaded with dilapidated wooden planks and barbed wire, leaving only a narrow entrance barely sufficient for passage. From within emanated a flickering, dim light from an oil lamp. There are traps, Poison Bee cautioned in a hushed voice. She had keenly observed unnatural bulges in the ground before the door, classic signs of animal traps. Luosan did not spare the ground a glance, simply stating, "Tank." Understood. Tank comprehended the directive and stepped forward. Raising his axe high, he swung it down with all his might upon the decrepit door. Boom! With a resounding crash. The already fragile door and its frames splintered into countless pieces, with shavings flying everywhere. This most direct and brutal method of breaching rendered all concealed traps utterly futile. The scene behind the door was nothing short of hellish. The interior was cluttered with an assortment of belongings scavenged from victims, and the walls were adorned with rows of desiccated human limbs. In a corner stood a massive iron cage, housing a trembling woman, evidently their live food stock. At the center of the room, gathered around a table fashioned from coffin boards, sat 3 grotesque beings. One, emaciated and monkey-like, squatted on a chair, toying with an eyeball. Another, a female grotesque, was so corpulent that she nearly burst her seat, using a rusty fork to extract something from a skull. Finally, there was the third grotesque, the one Liamo had referred to, a massive creature the size of a tank. He stood rather than sat, brandishing a chainsaw fashioned from a car engine. His face was marred by burned scars, with only one eye glinting with a feral light, exuding an aura of brutality and madness. Were they the ones you killed outside? The chainsaw-wielding grotesque rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper scraping. He was evidently the leader of the remnants. Luosan did not respond. His gaze swept over the imprisoned woman, then to the human remains treated as trophies, his expression growing colder. He slowly raised the blade of retribution, its tip aimed at the chainsaw grotesque. "You are all guilty." The moment his words fell, Luosan sprang into action. His figure flickered like a specter as he activated Shadow Step, instantly traversing over 10 meters to appear before the emaciated grotesque. The creature had no time to react. All it perceived was a flash of cold light before the world spun chaotically. With a squelch, a head soared skyward, blood gushing from the severed neck, splattering the face of the corpulent female grotesque. Roar! The chainsaw grotesque let out a thunderous bellow, yanking the starter cord of his chainsaw with a ferocious pull. The deafening roar of the chainsaw reverberated throughout the cabin. He swung the rapidly spinning chainsaw toward Luosan in a sweeping motion. Simultaneously, the corpulent female grotesque shrieked, hurling her fork violently at Luosan. "Tank!" Luosan barked sharply. "Here it comes." The tank surged forward like a cannonball, instantly crashing into the fray. A massive battle axe stood resolutely before it, deftly blocking the incoming fork. With a resounding clang, the tank was jolted backward by the tremendous force. Yet it successfully shielded Luosan from a disturbance. The figure of the viper vanished into the shadows, akin to the most lethal serpent, seeking an opportunity to strike. As the chainsaw roared towards him, Luosan advanced rather than retreating. He raised the blade of Chungjieji Run, angling it with precision to meet the chainsaw's chain. The air was filled with a cacophony of metallic screeches, sparks flying. The material of Chungjieji Run was no ordinary substance. Despite the high-speed chain ferociously grinding against the blade, it remained unscathed. On the contrary, the immense recoil momentarily halted the grotesque figure wielding the chainsaw. In that fleeting moment, Luosan deftly turned his wrist, guiding the blade upward along the chainsaw's guide plate. With a crack, the metal guide plate was cleaved open, the chain snapping in the process. This terrifying instrument of death was instantly rendered a heap of scrap metal. In the one eye of the chainsaw's grotesque wielder, disbelief filled his gaze. He attempted to retreat. But Luosan's assault was relentless. A powerful kick struck him in the abdomen, sending his massive frame reeling backward. Seizing the momentum from the kick, Luosan leaped into the air, executing a graceful turn. With the force of thunder, Chengjiren came crashing down upon the now dazed, corpulent female abomination. Without a hint of suspense, the overweight form, along with the chair beneath her, was severed in two. Viscera and fat spilled across the floor. Within a mere 10 seconds, the three grotesques in the room had been dispatched. However, a slight furrow creased Luosan's brow. He sensed a more formidable and malevolent presence emanating from below the chamber. The underground tunnel was dark and constricted. The walls were coated with a viscous substance and unknown fungi, exuding a nauseating odor. Luosan activated the flashlight on his phone, casting a feeble glow upon the path ahead. He discerned that this was no mere cellar but a labyrinthine, evidently man-made mineshaft. He quietly released the initial form of Xinxiang Lingyu, imprinting everything within a 10-meter radius into his mind. No potential ambush could escape his notice. After traversing approximately 100 meters along the main mineshaft, the path suddenly opened up. Before him lay a vast underground cavern, the size of a basketball court. In its center stood a throne fashioned from countless human bones. Upon this throne sat a creature that defied description. Its stature surpassed that of the previous chainsaw-wielding abomination. Towering at least 3 meters tall, its skin a sinister dark red, as if steeped in blood for countless years. Muscles, as solid as granite, were marred with grotesque scars and rudimentary stitches. Its visage could scarcely be termed a face, as its features were grotesquely contorted, with a mouth split to the ears, revealing rows of shark-like teeth. Most striking was its weapon, an enormous mace crafted from train tracks, adorned with several blackened skulls. Detected area Lord-level being, Abomination Patriarch, threat level, fatal. This unit is a first-generation abomination, having undergone profound mutations due to decades of cannibalism and exposure to unknown environmental radiation. Possesses exceptional strength, defense, and regenerative capabilities, along with a degree of cunning intelligence. Old Deng? Luosan regarded this tyrannical figure with a slight smirk. This was indeed the fiery life signal that Li Mo had mentioned. The energy contained within it was undeniably surpassing that of all prior abominations. Intruder. The abomination patriarch slowly rose from his throne, his voice resonating like hellish thunder. His murky eyes fixated on Luosan. You have slain my children? Children? Are you referring to those wretches above? Luosan pointed the tip of Chengjiren upward. If so, then yes, I am the one who killed them. Very well. Very well. The patriarch's throat emitted a deep growl, a palpable aura of fury radiating from him. It has been a long time since I have tasted such a powerful meal. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged. His immense frame moved with an agility that belied its size. The ground beneath him cracked instantaneously. He charged at Luosan like an out-of-control heavy truck, wielding the iron mace with the force to crush a tank to a mere disc. In the face of this cataclysmic blow, Luosan's gaze sharpened with unprecedented focus. He chose not to withstand the strike, but activated Ingbu. In the split second before the mace descended, he vanished from his position, reappearing at the side of the abomination patriarch. Boom. The mace smashed down where Luosan had stood, sending tremors through the cavern, creating a horrific pit several meters wide. Unfazed by the miss, the abomination patriarch swiftly pivoted, his other colossal hand, akin to an excavator's scoop, swept toward Luosan with ferocious wind. His combat experience far surpassed that of the instinct-driven children. Luosan's pupils constricted as he quickly raised Chengjiren to block. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted, and Luosan felt an irresistible force surge through the blade. He was violently flung backward, tumbling through the air before barely regaining his footing upon landing. His grip on the blade fractured, blood streaming from his hand. Such formidable strength. Luosan's heart raced. His power attribute had already soared to 16 points. With the enhancement of weaponry, he unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage in this pure contest of strength. The monstrous being before him had likely exceeded the threshold of 20 points in power. The abomination ancestor emitted a sinister cackle, reveling in this cat-and-mouse game. With heavy steps, it advanced toward Luosan, who took a deep breath, his gaze regaining its icy composure. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be unwise. He needed to leverage his own advantages. He initiated an assault, abandoning the notion of a lethal strike, and instead maximized his agility, exceeding 100 points. His figure transformed into a flurry of afterimages as he darted around the abomination ancestor, delivering slashes with his blade of retribution at various critical joints and vulnerable areas. Clang, clang, clang. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Luosan's blade, sharp enough to sever steel, struck the abomination ancestor's dark crimson skin, leaving only shallow white marks and sparking embers. The armor break effect seemed to be largely negated by its alloy-like hide. With a ferocious roar, the abomination ancestor stomped its foot, sending an invisible shockwave radiating from its core, momentarily halting Luosan in his tracks. Seizing this opportunity, the abomination ancestor swung its spiked mace once more, and this time, there was no evasion possible. In that fleeting moment between life and death, a glint of madness flickered in Luosan's eyes. The domain of the heart, activate. A surge of power emanating from his mind rapidly expanded, distorting and eroding reality within a 10-meter radius centered on him. The cavern's environment remained largely unchanged, yet the air was permeated with the unique scent of rust and decay reminiscent of Silent Hill. Bloodstains and twisted runes manifested upon the walls, and an overwhelming sense of oppression originating from the depths of the abomination ancestor's soul enveloped it instantaneously. What is this? The abomination ancestor froze, its primal instincts sensing an unprecedented danger. Within this domain, it felt its power and speed suppressed by at least 10 points, while Luosan thrived, experiencing an amplification of thought and reaction speed. As the balance shifted, the situation turned dramatically in his favor. Welcome to my world. Luosan's voice resonated within the domain, laced with an otherworldly echo, akin to the whispers of a deity. He no longer dodged, but confronted the incoming mace head-on. A faint layer of black energy, constructed from fear, shimmered upon the blade of retribution. The Fear Monarch talent manifested. Boom! The clash of blade and mace resounded once more, yet this time, Luosan merely staggered back half a step, firmly regaining his stance. Bolstered by the suppression of his domain and the energy of fear, he successfully withstood the blow. Roar! The abomination ancestor unleashed a furious roar, unable to comprehend the sudden surge in power from this prey. It wildly swung its mace, launching a tempest of attacks. Within the domain of the heart, Luosan's shadow step became increasingly elusive. Each flicker seemed to meld into the shadows, rendering the abomination ancestor's strikes futile. It is time to conclude this. Luosan's figure appeared as if teleporting behind the abomination ancestor, raising the blade of retribution, now entwined with black energy, aimed at the relatively vulnerable area of its back, worn down from years spent upon a bone throne. He unleashed the weapon's most potent active skill, the judgment of Silent Hill. The blade of retribution slipped from his grasp, transforming into a dark red flash that could not be visually tracked, instantly piercing the abomination ancestor's back. Thud! The blow, imbued with the power of rules, disregarded its formidable physical defenses, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its chest. Ugh! The enormous form of the abomination ancestor trembled, incredulously lowering its gaze to the wound on its chest. Black blood gushed forth like a fountain, its vitality draining at an alarming rate. The blade of retribution arced gracefully through the air, returning to Luosan's hand. He approached the abomination ancestor, gazing into its gradually dimming eyes. The Fear Devourer talent activated silently at this moment. A force drawn from the very essence of the abomination ancestor's life was extracted and absorbed into Luosan's being. Detected the defeat of a lord-level creature, triggering the Fear Devourer effect, acquiring its attributes. Congratulations, host, you have permanently gained Strength 2, Constitution 3. A powerful warmth coursed through Luosan's body, as if his muscles and bones were rejoicing. The colossal form of the abomination ancestor ultimately collapsed to the ground, then crashed down, sending dust swirling into the air. Defeated the regional lord, abomination ancestor, absorbing 800 points of fear essence. Detected that the host has cleared all high-threat targets in the Deadly Curve world rating increasing. Luosan exhaled deeply, dispelling the domain of the heart. A profound weariness washed over him, yet the exhilaration of his newfound strength eclipsed it. He surveyed his surroundings. This den of evil had finally met its demise. He would return laden with bountiful spoils. Chapter 19. Return and Review. The Invitation of Nightmares. As Luosan emerged from the tunnel, weary yet exhilarated. The dawn light was breaking outside. The tank and Poison Bee quickly approached him, and upon seeing the dark red blood on Luosan, they understood the answer. The tank, beneath the captain, cautiously inquired, "Is it done?" "Yes, Luosin replied succinctly. They exchanged glances, both astonished by the implications. They could scarcely fathom how Luosin had single-handedly vanquished that behemoth in the confines of the tunnel. At that moment, Limo's voice came through the channel, tinged with relief. Captain, the 72-hour survival countdown has only 10 minutes left. We are safe. Luosin nodded, glancing at the woman they had rescued, still in a state of terror. He instructed Poison Bee, leave her some food and water. Whether she survives now depends on her. Afterward, he found a relatively clean stone to sit upon, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate, awaiting their return. 10 minutes later, the familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him. When Luosin opened his eyes again, he had returned to his familiar small rental room. The sunlight outside was just right, as if the bloody carnage of the past 3 days had merely been an unreal dream. Yet, the myriad of settlement notifications on his system panel confirmed that everything had indeed transpired. Return teleportation completed. Commencing final settlement of the Deadly Curve world. Main quest, defeat the Abomination Ogre Triad, completed. Hidden quest, exterminate all members of the Abomination clan, completed. Comprehensive evaluation, S-grade jungle cleaner. Commentary, you have not only completed the mission, but have also eradicated a malevolent group that has lingered for decades with thunderous force. You have demonstrated to this forest who the true apex predator is. The S-grade completion rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1. 2,500 points of Fear Source material. Reward 2. A random B-grade skill item draw. Reward 3. 5 free attribute points. An S-grade evaluation is quite commendable. Luosin felt a sense of satisfaction in this regard. After all, the limits of this world are not high, and achieving an S-grade is a testament to his exceptional completion of the task. He did not rush to claim his rewards, but first opened his personal panel to check the greatest gain from the fear-devouring talent's permanent attribute growth. In the harrowing battle against the progenitor of the aberrant beings, this talent showcased its extraordinary potential for the first time. Host, Luosin, Strength, 160-162, Devour 02. Vitality, 147-150, Devour 03. Mentality, 142, World-Class Talent. King of Fear LV1, Permanent Fixation of Devouring Attribute. Merely slaying a Lord-level boss resulted in a permanent attribute increase of 0. 5 points. Luosin's heart raced with excitement. This was merely the effect of LV1 talent. If he could eliminate beings like the Triangle Head or the Evil God in the future, wouldn't that lead to immediate ascension? He suppressed his exhilaration and began to claim his completion rewards. First was the draw for the C-grade main quest reward, which had already been issued after the defeat of the Cyclops, but he had not had the chance to check. C-grade skill item random draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hieratic Cube, Replica. Hieratic Cube, Replica, Blue Quality. Type, Special Item. Function 1. Storage provides a 10 cubic meter independent storage space. Function 2. Synthesis can combine 3 items of the same level and type into one higher quality random item, with a chance of failure. Description, it may not be genuine, but it is still quite useful. A storage space and a synthesis function? Luosin's eyes brightened. This was a timely boon. He had been struggling with storage for his spoils and supplies, and this problem was now perfectly resolved. Next was the B-grade draw for the S-grade completion reward. B-grade skill item random draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the passive skill, Beast Instinct. Beast Instinct, passive skill. Effect, your perception becomes as keen as that of a beast, allowing you to foresee dangers targeting you, such as sniping, traps, ambushes. And you will sense malicious gazes locking onto you. Description, your back has eyes as well. Another extraordinary skill. Luosin was elated. This skill was somewhat similar to Xiaoya's danger prediction, but leaned more towards instinctive reactions in combat, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities on complex battlefields. Lastly, he allocated the 5 free attribute points and the 2,500 points of Fear Source material. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. He invested all 5 free points into his mentality. Mentality, 142-192. The mentality attribute pertains to the strength of his domain, nightmare abilities, and resistance to various bizarre attacks. It is the most crucial attribute, and prioritizing its enhancement is undoubtedly correct. As for the 2,500 points of Fear Source material, he opted for a balanced approach, addressing weaknesses and fostering comprehensive development. 1,020 level attributes. Every 1 point consumes 2 points of source material. He spent 760 points of source material to elevate his strength, agility, and vitality attributes to 170. Strength, 162-170. Agility, 137, 170. Vitality, 150, 170. The remaining 1740 points of source material were all invested into mentality. Mentality, 192, 279. At the moment of completion, an indescribable sense of power surged through him. Luosan felt as though he could crush a building with a single punch. Run fast enough to catch a speeding car, and his mind was extraordinarily clear, as if he could perceive every movement within 100 meters. His final attribute panel reached a staggering level. Host, Luosan, Strength, 170. Agility, 170. Vitality, 170. Mentality, 279. Fear source material, 0. World-class talent. King of Fear, LV1. Core abilities. Mindscape domain, prototype. Seed of Nightmare, beginner. Beast instinct, pain resistance. Equipment, Blade of Retribution, purple epic, Hieratic cube. With such strength, he should be able to contend with most conventional horror film worlds. Luosan clenched his fist with satisfaction. Just then, the system notification chimed once more. All rewards have been distributed. The host has 24 hours of rest time. After 24 hours, you will be automatically transported to the next horror world. World preview. Next stop, Ohio, Springwood, Elm Street. Warning, the system has detected that the host possesses the bloodline of the Seed of Nightmare, triggering a special countermeasure. In this world, you will not only be the hunter, but also become the prey. Elm Street. Luosan's pupils contracted slightly as a name flashed in his mind. The figure donned in a hat, clad in a red and green striped sweater, wielding a steel claw glove. The dream killer, Freddy Krueger. A special countermeasure? Becoming prey? A cold, cruel smile slowly formed at the corners of Luosan's mouth. How intriguing. I am eager to see who the true nightmare is when a nightmare intrudes upon another, deeper nightmare. Chapter 20. A nightmare on Elm Street. After a familiar sensation of weightlessness, Luosan found himself seated on a moving yellow school bus. Outside the window lay the quintessential scenery of an American small town. Neat streets flanked by single-family homes with lawns and white picket fences. The sun shone brightly, and everything appeared so serene and harmonious. The bus was filled with laughing teenagers, exuding the essence of youthful exuberance. Were it not for the clear system notification in his mind, Luosan might have thought he had entered the world of a youthful campus drama. Teleportation complete. Current world, A Nightmare on Elm Street 1. The Nightmare of Elm Street. World type, supernatural, dream, paranormal. Main quest. Within 7 days, completely eliminate the nightmare Freddy Krueger. Quest reward, 2,000 points of fear source material, a random B-grade skill item draw. Quest failure. The soul will be dragged into Freddy's dream hell, never to be reborn. Special countermeasure activated. Your Seed of Nightmare bloodline has created a strong attraction to Freddy Krueger. He can vaguely sense your presence and perceives you as either a kindred spirit or an intruder. He will actively seek you out and attempt to consume you in order to complete himself. Consume me? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Luosan's eyes. He could feel a trace of power belonging to Fu Lei coursing through his veins, now gently simmering, resonating with some rule of this world. This was both perilous and opportunistic. It indicated that he need not passively wait for Fu Lei, like a protagonist in a film, to come to him. He could take the initiative, even reverse the positioning. The school bus came to a halt in front of a high school named Si Puling Wuda. Luosan followed the crowd off the bus. The system had already arranged for him an identity as a transfer student, complete with all necessary documents and a class schedule. He surveyed the surrounding students. Although smiles adorned their faces, an unmistakable weariness and fear lingered in their brows. Dark circles under their eyes were the standard here. Clearly, Fu Lady's nightmares had begun to spread among this group of children. Luosan did not rush to find the film's protagonist, Nenshi, but instead entered the school's library. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. He needed to thoroughly comprehend everything about Fu Lei Kaluga. With an intellect far surpassing the ordinary, his reading and memorization speed was astonishing. By the end of the afternoon, he had perused all the newspaper microfilms regarding the town's history and old cases. Soon, he uncovered the deliberately concealed dark history. Fu Lei Kalugu, a deranged murderer who took pleasure in slaughtering children over a decade ago. Due to insufficient evidence, he was acquitted and ultimately burned alive by enraged parents in an abandoned boiler room. And Yushu Jia was where those children and their parents once resided. Born of fear, he feeds on fear. Luosan's fingers lightly tapped the table. The source of his power lay within the collective subconscious fears of these children. As long as they remembered him and feared him, he would remain immortal in their dreams. This was indeed a troublesome ability, nearly unsolvable for ordinary people. As one cannot avoid sleep, Yet for Luo-san, it was different. Dreams? He closed his eyes, feeling his mental attributes soaring at 279 points, alongside the restless nightmare power within his bloodline. Fu Lady's dream realm was a territory steeped in fear, while Luo-sen's Xian Xiang Ling Yu was a dominion rooted in his own psyche. Although it was still in its nascent stage, it was formidable enough to construct an impenetrable mental barrier. What if I activate the Xian Xiang Ling Yu within my own dreams? A bold and audacious thought blossomed in Luo-sen's mind. It would be a realm within a dream. At that moment, the line between who became whose nightmare would become blurred. After school, Luo-san arrived at a house located at 1428 Yushujie, as per the system's instructions. This was to be his temporary residence, and next door stood the home of the film's heroine, Nenshi Tangpu Sr. He could sense a mix of fear and despair permeating that house, indicating that Nanshi had become Fu Lady's primary target. Luo-san refrained from disturbing her. The time was not yet ripe. He needed to conduct reconnaissance first. As night fell, unlike other students who relied on coffee and medication to stay awake, Luo-san secured the doors and windows of his room. He drew the curtains, enveloping himself in an absolutely quiet and safe environment. Then, he lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes, consciously entering a state of sleep. Yet he was not truly asleep. Under his deliberate guidance, his consciousness descended into a peculiar realm between wakefulness and slumber. Here, he could distinctly perceive all those who were dreaming around him. Their dreams floated like colorful bubbles in the infinite darkness. This was the ability of Rumeng, beginner. He became an observer, peering into the dreams of ordinary people. Most dreams were chaotic amalgamations of mundane matters, utterly unremarkable. However, Luo-san soon encountered a dream that stood apart. It was a nightmare bubble filled with screams, pursuits, and terror. The fear emanating from it shone like a lighthouse in the night, strikingly conspicuous. He had found it. Without hesitation, Luo-san's consciousness drifted toward that nightmare bubble. It belonged to Nanshi's friend, Tina. His essence seeped silently into Tina's dream. Before him lay a dark, damp alleyway, cluttered with rusty pipes. Tina, clad in a torn nightgown, was frantically running, her face etched with despair. Behind her, a grating metallic sound grew nearer, a sickening scrape against the wall. A figure adorned with a brown fedora and a red-green striped sweater, with a face grotesque as if melted cheese, leisurely pursued her. His right hand bore a metal glove with 4 sharp claws, creating a shower of sparks against the walls. Fule di Kalugo. He seemed to revel in the terror of his prey as they struggled before their demise, a cruel and mocking smile gracing his face. Run, little piggy, run faster. His voice was hoarse and grating, filled with malicious mockery. Luo-san's consciousness hovered in the air, like an audience with a divine perspective, coldly observing the scene. He could keenly sense that within this dream space, Fule Di was the absolute master. He could alter the terrain at will, conjuring obstacles from thin air. Every action he took was imbued with the rules of this world. Tina's fear served as fuel, continuously absorbed by him, augmenting his strength. So this is the power of nightmares. Luo-san savored the sensation. Just then, Fule Di, toying with Tina, appeared to sense something. He abruptly halted. His terrifying visage slowly lifted, locking eyes with Luo-san's position. Another little bug is peeking? A look of curiosity and excitement crossed Fu Lady's face. Your essence smells quite unique. His gaze seemed to pierce through the dimensions of the dream, colliding directly with Luo-san's consciousness. A surge of malevolence, madness, and chaos rushed toward Luo-san in an instant. For any ordinary person, that mere exchange of glances would shatter their soul. Yet Luo-san merely felt a slight heaviness in his mind before returning to normal. His mental attribute of 279 points rendered him nearly immune to such a degree of mental assault. Oh, you're unharmed? Fu Lady's interest intensified. It seems you are no ordinary little bug. Let me think. I remember you. The one who stole a bit of my power. The thief he referred to was clearly Luo-san's lineage of the Meng Yanji Zhong. Since you have arrived, do not leave. Freddy let out a sinister laugh. Abandoning Tina, and with a swift motion of his right claw, the surroundings transformed in an instant. The once familiar alley vanished, replaced by a blazing boiler room. The searing air, the twisted metal, and the flying sparks created an atmosphere of dread. This was the very heart of Freddy's domain. He intended to drag the intruder, Rosen, directly into his core realm. Rosen's consciousness was forcibly pulled from its observational state, materializing in the center of the boiler room. Welcome to my world, thief. Freddy's figure appeared like a specter behind Rosen. The steel claw, trailing fiery sparks, lunged toward his back. Here I am God. Chapter 21, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare versus nightmare. The boiler room was the source of Freddy Krueger's power, the place where he was burned, died, and ultimately transformed into a nightmare. In this core of dreams constructed by his will, every inch of the air was infused with the stench of sulfur, charred flesh, and resentment. The rusted pipes on the walls twisted like grotesque veins, pulsating continuously, delivering pure energy of fear to this space. When Rosen's consciousness was forcibly materialized, standing on this scorching ground, he could distinctly sense the surrounding world's rules rejecting and suppressing him. An invisible gravity pressed upon him, as if attempting to crush his very soul. The consciousness of an ordinary person would have likely shattered in this moment, becoming nourishment for Freddy. But Rosen was no ordinary man. His extraordinary mental attribute of 279 acted as an anchor, firmly rooted in this tumultuous sea of madness. The intense heat that could vaporize a soul felt to him merely like a gentle breeze. "Here I am, God." Freddy's voice resonated with pathological ecstasy and arrogance. His figure flickered behind Rosen, the glimmering steel claw aimed directly at his back, devoid of any flourish, a strike containing his absolute dominion over this dream. The speed surpassed the laws of physics, and the angle defied spatial distance. However, just as the claw was about to make contact with Rosen's body, his form shattered unexpectedly like a burst bubble, vanishing without warning. Shadow Step. Even in the dream, this ability, stemming from his own attribute breakthrough, remained effective. For it was not merely a physical skill, but a primordial connection with shadows and space. Freddy's claw struck nothing but air, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his charred visage. He had never missed. In his realm, prey could never evade his strike. "God." A cold and tranquil voice emerged from another corner of the boiler room. Rosen's figure coalesced there, even adjusting the collar of his manifested attire, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. "If this is what you call divine power, then your divinity is rather cheap." This understated mockery ignited Freddy's fury. For him, the utmost insult was the prey's contempt. Fear was the offering he rightfully deserved. "You insolent bug," Freddy roared, causing the entire boiler room to tremble violently. He stomped his foot, and the rusty floor transformed into a viscous pool of blood, with countless pale arms reaching out to grasp Rosen's ankles. Simultaneously, the surrounding pipes came alive like giant serpents, spewing scalding steam, sealing off all avenues of escape for Rosen. A net of terror formed instantaneously. Freddy's figure melded into the steam, leaving only the nerve-wracking hissing sound from all directions, making it impossible to discern the direction of his attack. Quite impressive control of the scene, Rosen thought, genuinely admiring it. Yet his eyes bore no hint of panic. "Unfortunately, it is of no use to me." He ceased to hold back. Heart Domain, activate. A force entirely distinct from Freddy's chaotic, brutal energy surged forth, radiating from Rosen's center. It was a cold, lifeless power, imbued with a sense of rust and order, as if the oppressive despair of Silent Hill had been forcibly wedged into Freddy's dream. Within a 10-meter radius centered around Rosen, the blood transformed back into a grid, rusted metal floor. The jets of steam were dispersed by an invisible force, forming an absolute bubble of safety. The arms reaching from below melted upon contact with the boundary of the domain, as if encountering the fierce sun. Freddy's omnipresent figure was forcibly expelled from the steam, staggering backward in shock. He was horrified to discover that his control over the dream had weakened in the area surrounding Rosen. It was as if a nation had appeared within the territory of a king, a realm independent of his rule. "What power is this?" Freddy exclaimed in disbelief. For the first time, his fearsome face revealed an emotion known as shock. "You are also a dream demon?" "No, your power is older and purer. You may refer to it as a higher dimensional reality." Rosen stood in the center of his domain, akin to a deity in a realm of divinity. He gazed calmly at Freddy, his eyes reflecting a scholar's curiosity as he studied a specimen. "Freddy Krueger, your power is intriguing. It derives from human fear, yet inversely governs fear. However, its foundation is too shallow, built solely upon the memories of a group of children. Once that fear is overcome, you are nothing. And my power," Rosen slowly raised his hand, "originates from myself." These words shattered Freddy's pride as the master of dreams. "Nonsense." He let out a frenzied roar, no longer probing but instead channeling the fear energy of the entire boiler room. His body began to swell, transforming into a 10-meter-tall giant of flames. The claws in his hands became like burning blades. "In my world, no one can defeat me. Die." The flaming giant raised its colossal claw, crashing down upon Rosen's diminutive heart domain. This strike was enough to shatter the entire dream space. Rosen's expression remained calm. He understood that with the embryonic stage of his domain, It would be unwise to withstand such a blow. His purpose had already been fulfilled, having tested Freddy's power limits and demonstrated his own intimidation. Today's visit concludes here. Rosen's consciousness began to grow transparent. Freddy, enjoy your last moments of playtime, for soon I shall come to take everything from you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his heart domain suddenly contracted inward, forming a singularity, and in an instant, he withdrew his consciousness from Freddy's dream. The mighty flame claw struck down, creating a massive pit in the ground, yet the area was already devoid of life. No, Freddy had reverted to his original form, unleashing a roar filled with resentment and fury. For the very first time in his existence, he allowed a trespasser into his realm to escape unscathed. Furthermore, the intruder's haughty demeanor and the piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate his very essence instilled a chilling sensation within him, one he was reluctant to acknowledge. Thief, wait for me. I shall find you and tear your soul into shreds. The echoes of his vengeful curse resonated in the boiler room. Meanwhile, Rosen, having escaped, did not return directly to his consciousness sea. He cast one final glance at Tina, trembling in the alley. Her life had been spared for the moment, as Freddy's attention had shifted. Yet, Rosen knew that, according to the narrative, she was doomed to die that night. He refrained from intervening. Rescuing an inconsequential character in the plot would expose his presence, which did not align with his interests. His consciousness receded like the tide, silently returning to the realm of reality. 1428, Elm Street. Rosen abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright in bed. A piercing female scream shattered the tranquility of the night, emanating from next door at Nancy's house. Tina had perished. Rosen approached the window, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the lights illuminating the house across the street, followed by the ensuing chaos. A faint, cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The game had officially commenced. Chapter 22, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Reality layout. The morning sun could not dispel the gloom that enveloped Elm Street. Tina's death was akin to a colossal stone cast into a serene lake, stirring ripples of fear in every heart. The authorities classified her demise as a brutal murder. The sole suspect pointed to her boyfriend, Rod, as he was the only one present at the scene and exhibited extreme mental instability. No one believed Rod's account of the creature from his dreams, except for Nancy. Rosen stood at his second-floor window, coldly observing the turmoil across the street through a high-powered telescope. He witnessed Rod being taken away in terror, pale and bewildered Nancy, and the neighbors feigning calmness. Those parents who had once burned Freddy alive. On their faces, a look of guilt emerged. The seeds of fear had been sown. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for them to take root. Rosen lowered the telescope, his gaze profound. He understood that Freddy's power was not limitless. Each act of murder in the dreamscape exacted a toll on him. Killing Tina had temporarily placed him in a state of satisfaction. For a while, he would not strike again. This was the opportune moment for Rosen to execute his plan. He chose not to approach Nancy directly, announcing his knowledge and seeking her cooperation. Such a tactic would be too elementary, only inciting her wariness and suspicion. Instead, he opted for a more efficient method befitting his identity as the King of Fear. In the morning, Rosen attended school like an ordinary transfer student. He could distinctly feel the atmosphere had dropped to freezing levels. Students huddled in small groups, whispering about Tina's death, each face marked by heavy dark circles. They dared not sleep, as fear spread like a plague. Rosen's target was Nancy's boyfriend, Glenn, a typical American high school student, somewhat handsome and clever, yet utterly fragile in the face of true peril. As Rosen passed Glenn at the lockers, he said nothing but cast a sidelong glance. That single glance unleashed a subtle yet pure mental suggestion, mingling the powers of aura of fear and seed of nightmare, silently infiltrating Glenn's mind. It was a sensation beyond description. Glenn felt a chill at the nape of his neck, as if a cold serpent had fixed its gaze upon him. He spun around, but only beheld Rosen's unremarkable figure vanishing down the hall. Was it an illusion? Glenn shivered, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the ominous feeling. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a seed had already been sown. That night, Nancy, reeling from the tragic death of her friend and the arrest of her boyfriend, teetered on the brink of collapse. She forced herself to remain awake, blasting deafening music in her room and consuming cup after cup of black coffee. However, human stamina has its limits. At 3 a.m, exhausted beyond measure, she unwittingly drifted into slumber. Almost the instant she fell asleep, Freddy's iconic boiler room materialized within her dreams. "Come, Nancy, it's your turn." Freddy's hoarse, malevolent voice reverberated through the dreamscape. However, just as he prepared to revel in this long-anticipated vengeance, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Nancy's dream was forcibly invaded by an external force. The once clear vision of the boiler room began to blur and twist, resembling a malfunctioning television signal. Who dares to disrupt me? Freddy roared in fury. He sensed an alien power attempting to wrest Nancy from his grasp. In another layer of the dream realm, Rosen's consciousness stood in a stark, empty white space. Before him was Nancy's curled and trembling dream consciousness. Rosen did not enter Nancy's dream. He merely utilized his dream entry ability to construct a temporary mental sanctuary outside her nightmare. Then, like a game of tug-of-war, he forcefully drew Nancy's consciousness away from Freddy's torment. This maneuver demanded immense mental expenditure and control. Yet, for someone like Rosen, whose mental attributes approached 28 points, it was but a trivial task. Who are you? Nancy gazed in terror at the unfamiliar man exuding a chilling aura. She did not recognize Rosen. Yet, deep in her subconscious, she sensed that this man was even more perilous than Freddy. Someone who can save you. Rosen's voice was devoid of emotion. Of course, this was not without cost. Save me? Nancy felt bewildered, but quickly grasped the implication. You know that monster. You know Freddy. I know more than you can imagine. Rosen did not deny it. I know who he is, why he has returned, and most importantly, how to kill him. Kill him? For the first time, a spark of hope ignited in Nancy's eyes. Can you truly do it? I can. Rosen's response was succinct, but I need your assistance. I need you to bring him from the dream into the realm of reality. This was precisely what Nancy did at the film's climax. Yet, Rosen directly presented this outcome as the bargaining chip. What must I do? Nancy asked eagerly. Very simple. A slight smile graced Rosen's lips. First, you must survive. I shall temporarily shelter your dreams, ensuring that Freddy cannot find you. However, this sanctuary is limited in duration and comes at a cost. The cost? Indeed. Rosen extended a finger, demanding a token of your fear as both the price for protection and a deposit for future collaboration. What kind of token? Your fear. Before the words left his lips, a glimmer of eerie light flickered in Rosen's eyes. The powers of Fear Monarch and Nightmare Seed activated simultaneously. Nancy felt an irresistible force emanating from Rosen. The fears she harbored deep within her, of Freddy, of death, of the unknown, were drawn forth uncontrollably. Like a flood breaking through a dam, they transformed into invisible streams of energy, surging into Rosen's being. Nancy gasped. Yet, this extraction did not bring pain. Rather, it provided an oddly soothing release for her nerves, which had been taut with fear. Absorbing pure fear energy, mental strength recovering slowly, Nightmare Seed nourished. Proficiency slightly increased. Rosen comfortably squinted his eyes. As Freddy's primary target, Nancy's fear held a far greater quality than that of an ordinary person. This was, indeed, the finest supplement. Is this the cost? Nancy asked breathlessly, feeling that perhaps her fear had lessened. This is merely the interest. Rosen withdrew his power. He would not drain her completely. Listen closely. You must seek out your friend Glenn to assist you in investigating the records of Freddy Krueger. Then, persuade your police officer father to release Rod. Most importantly, Rosen's gaze sharpened. Do not attempt to reveal my existence to anyone. In their eyes, you must appear to be fighting alone. Only then will Freddy focus all his attention on you. You will become the most perfect bait. Nancy's complexion paled once more. She understood that the man before her was no savior, but a devil, one who feasted upon her fears and gambled with her life. Yet, she had no choice. I promise you. A wise choice. Rosen nodded in satisfaction. Remember, when you sleep, silently repeat my name, Rosen. I shall grant you a relatively stable dream. With that, Rosen's consciousness began to dissipate. Wait, Nancy cried out urgently. Why are you doing this? What do you truly desire? Before Rosen vanished completely, he left her with a chilling statement. Freddy feeds on fear. Coincidentally, so do I. However, my appetite is far greater than his. The pure white space shattered, and Nancy's consciousness returned to reality. She jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, unlike her previous nightmares, this time, her eyes held not only fear, but also a complex determination. She realized she had been ensnared in a war between two devils, and she was the sole pawn. Chapter 23. A Nightmare on Elm Street. Pawn. After awakening from that bizarre, transactional dream, the world appeared altered to Nancy. Previously, she had been passively ensnared in nightmares, struggling in fear and despair. Now, she possessed a clear objective, albeit one bestowed by an entity far more daunting than Freddy. Without a moment's hesitation, she commenced her actions in accordance with Rosen's plan. The first step was to seek allies. She found Glenn and recounted her encounter with Freddy in the dream, along with the experiences of Tina and Rod. Initially, Glenn, much like in the film, dismissed her claims, believing Nancy's mind was merely a product of overwhelming stress. However, a subsequent question from Nancy shifted his perspective entirely. "Glenn, did you also have a nightmare last night?" Glenn's expression changed instantly. He had indeed experienced a chaotic and terrifying dream, one in which a shadow clad in a red and green striped sweater had flickered past. Though he had forced himself to forget, the chilling sensation remained ingrained in his bones. "How do you know?" Glenn asked, suspicion clouding his voice. Nancy offered no explanation, merely placing before him the old newspaper clippings about Freddy Krueger that she had prepared in advance from the library. "Help me. It is also for your own sake." Nancy's gaze was resolute. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Rosen was orchestrating his own schemes. He approached a group of bullies who relished in tormenting others. Led by a large, simple-minded football player named Marcus, Rosen's methods were straightforward. In an empty equipment room, he effortlessly lifted Marcus's nearly 200-pound frame off the ground with a single hand. Fear aura was unleashed to its fullest extent. In that moment, Marcus felt as if he had been thrown into the deepest icy abyss, his very soul freezing. His once proud strength diminished before Rosen like that of an infant. "I need you to assist me with a few tasks." Rosen's voice dripped with demonic allure. It was simple: cause a bit of trouble outside the police station, drawing most of the officers away. "Why?" Marcus struggled to utter a few words. "Do not inquire about what should not be asked." Rosen tightened his grip slightly, causing Marcus's face to turn a deep shade of purple. I will do it. I will do it." After releasing the now terrified Marcus, Rosen departed with satisfaction. He needed to create chaos to provide Nancy with an opportunity for her subsequent actions. A skilled player must not only know how to place their pieces, but also how to disrupt the board, clearing obstacles for their own pawns. In the afternoon, with Glenn's assistance, Nancy gained deeper insight into Freddy's background. Summoning her courage, she approached the police station and sought out her father, Deputy Sheriff Donald Thompson. She endeavored to convince him that Tina's death held peculiarities and that Rod was innocent. Yet, like in the film, her stubborn father remained unconvinced, believing his daughter to be delusional, even suggesting she consult a psychologist. Just as Nancy began to feel despair, a commotion erupted outside the police station. Marcus and his gang were racing cars, vandalizing, and openly taunting the officers at the entrance. Most of the officers were immediately drawn outside, leaving the front area deserted. An opportunity. Nancy swiftly followed the second instruction Rosen had given her in the dream, sneaking into the interrogation room to meet the imprisoned Rod. At that moment, Rod was utterly broken. He had not slept for days, appearing haggard and his eyes vacant. "He came to me, Nancy," Rod exclaimed upon seeing her, as if clinging to a lifeline. "That monster visited my dreams last night. He nearly killed me." "I know, Rod, I know." Nancy hurriedly reassured him. "You must stay awake. You cannot fall asleep." However, just then, the lights in the interrogation room began to flicker ominously. A chilling presence materialized out of thin air. Rod's eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably. The extreme fatigue left him unable to resist the encroaching urge to sleep. Rod's body began to convulse, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. "Rod!" Nancy cried out in terror. She witnessed a rope twisted from bed sheets materialize in the interrogation room ceiling, coiling around Rod's neck like a venomous serpent. Freddy had the audacity to commit murder at this moment, within the precinct, an open provocation to all. Nancy attempted to intervene, but an invisible force pushed her aside. She could only watch helplessly as Rod was lifted off the ground, his feet flailing in the air, his face turning purple from asphyxiation. At this critical juncture, Nancy's mind flashed with Rosen's cold voice. "In your heart, whisper my name." Instinctively, she fervently cried out within her mind, "Rosen, Rosen, save him." In the next instant, a cold and indifferent face suddenly appeared on the one-way glass of the interrogation room. It was Rosen's face. Only Rod, on the brink of being dragged into a nightmare. And Freddy, who had already one foot in the dream realm, could perceive it. "Leave." A word devoid of any emotion, like thunder, detonated at the edge of Rod's dream. The bedsheet constricting Rod's neck trembled violently, as if intimidated by a more powerful force, and instantly loosened. Rod fell to the ground with a thud, coughing violently as he gasped for fresh air. He was saved. Meanwhile, in another layer of the dream, Freddy was prepared to enjoy his meal, only to feel his power abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming will. He even glimpsed that face imprinted between reality and the dream realm. "You again." Freddy let out a silent roar. He attempted to trace the source of that power, but it came swiftly and vanished even faster, leaving him with no opportunity. This encounter reminded him once more of the sensation of being gazed down upon by a higher being. Anger, humiliation, and a hint of fear surged within him. In reality, The commotion in the interrogation room attracted the attention of the police. When they rushed in, they found only Nancy and a shaken Rod, while the murderous bedsheet had long since vanished. Deputy Sheriff Donald stared at the bizarre scene before him, his established worldview shaken for the first time. Nancy cast a deep glance at the one-way glass. She understood that the mysterious man had been watching all along. He was like a ghost hidden behind the curtain, manipulating the fates of all. A chill ran down her spine. Was she bargaining with a tiger or inviting a wolf into her home? She did not know. All she was aware of was that the chessboard was set, and her most crucial piece had no path of retreat. Chapter 24. A Nightmare on Elm Street. The second battle Rod's attempted suicide incident caused an uproar within the Springwood Police Department. Although the official narrative claimed that the suspect was insane and attempted an escape, all the officers present were haunted by the bedsheet that had appeared out of nowhere. For the first time, Deputy Sheriff Donald began to take seriously the dream killer his daughter Nancy spoke of. However, Freddy's revenge came swifter than anyone could imagine. That very night, shortly after Rod was transferred to the holding cell, he, utterly fatigued, could not resist the call of sleep. This time, Rosen did not intervene. His goal had been achieved, to sow doubt and chaos within the police system. Rod's role as a pawn had essentially concluded. Excessive interference would only raise Freddy's vigilance, diverting his attention from Nancy to himself. This was not the outcome Rosen desired. Thus, in a situation where everyone was powerless, Rod was brutally slain by Freddy in the dream. His death mirrored Tina's, manifesting in reality as being dragged and torn against the walls and ceiling of the cell by an invisible force, culminating in a bloody scene. This incident of violence within the precinct ignited a panic on Elm Street. Parents began to realize that the demon they had burned alive had truly returned. Meanwhile, Rosen, like a detached observer, keenly sensed the town's fear energy escalating geometrically. These dissipated fears flowed like a gentle stream, continuously nourishing his nightmare seed and Lord of Fear abilities. He could even feel Freddy's power rising in tandem with the spread of this terror. Cultivating fear? How intriguing. Rosen stood by the window, gazing at the desolate street cloaked in night, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Following the brutal killings of two individuals, Freddy had amassed sufficient power. His next target would undoubtedly be the traitor's daughter, the one he resented the most, Nancy. Simultaneously, he would engage in a frenzied probe against the mysterious counterpart who had taunted him repeatedly. Indeed, that night, it was Glenn's turn. After conversing with Nancy, Glenn agreed to keep watch, forcing himself to stay awake. Yet the limits of youthful willpower proved insufficient, and he succumbed to slumber as a lullaby played on the television. Almost the moment he fell asleep, Rosen's consciousness once more plunged into the sea of dreams. He observed as Glenn's dream bubble became enveloped in a dense, sulphurous black fog. Freddy was at work. Rosen's consciousness approached silently. This time, he chose not to intervene directly, but rather to observe Freddy's hunting methods like the most patient of hunters. Glenn's dreamscape was his own bedroom. He lay on the bed when suddenly, a clawed hand shot up from beneath the mattress, gripping him tightly. "Got you, kid." Freddy's charred face emerged from below the bed, wearing a mocking grin. Glenn screamed in terror, yet no sound escaped his lips. Instantly, the bed transformed into an abyssal whirlpool of blood, threatening to consume him. Just as Glenn was about to be submerged by the blood pool, Rosen made his move. His aim was not to save Glenn, but to confront Freddy. A pure, potent force of nightmares pierced through the black fog, enveloping Glenn's dream like the sharpest needle. Freddy, reveling in the thrill of the hunt, suddenly felt a sharp pain at the core of his power, as if something had bitten him. Enraged, he immediately diverted a portion of his focus to trace the source of the invading power. This fleeting moment of distraction caused a slight loosening of his control over Glenn's dream. In the real world, Nancy, on the other end of the phone, heard Glenn's terrified screams and struggles, immediately realizing something was amiss. She frantically shouted into the phone, "Glenn, wake up, please wake up." This call, transmitted through the phone line, was like a lifeline, reaching Glenn's dream. Seizing that moment of weakened control, Glenn's will to survive ignited. He abruptly opened his eyes. The dream shattered. He shot up from the bed, drenched in sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. The phone receiver lay on the floor, still transmitting Nancy's anxious cries. He had survived. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dream, Freddy erupted in fury due to the prey's escape. "It's you again, that scoundrel." He could distinctly sense that the force that had just attacked him was of the same origin as that which had previously rescued Nancy and intervened in Rod's dream. The adversary was like a hidden serpent lurking in the shadows, always delivering precise disturbances at his most critical moments. This left him feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration and rage. What skill is there in hiding in the dark? If you have the guts, Come out and face me squarely. Freddy roared into the void. In response, a cold voice tinged with mockery echoed in his consciousness. As you wish. No sooner had the words fallen than Freddy felt his awareness being forcibly tugged by an irresistible power. The scenery before him transformed rapidly, no longer a victim's dream, but an oppressive and desolate underworld he had never encountered before. The ground was a corroded metal grid, shrouded in an impenetrable white fog, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and despair. In the distance, a piercing air raid siren wailed. Freddy surveyed his surroundings with uncertainty. He realized that in this realm, he felt a hint of oppression. As the master of nightmares, he was being subdued by another's dream. Welcome. Rosen's figure emerged slowly from the thick mist. He was not clad in a school uniform, but wore a cheap, blood-stained shirt and jeans. In his hand was the menacing blade of retribution. He had perfectly replicated his appearance from Silent Hill into this dreamscape constructed by the heart image domain. Is this your dream? Freddy's gaze became grave. No, Rosen shook his head, correcting him. This is your grave. Arrogant. Although Freddy sensed the threat, his pride as a nightmare prevented him from retreating. Moreover, he believed that no matter how bizarre the adversary's dream was, as long as it was a dream, he was invincible. He unsheathed his steel claws and let out a sinister laugh, charging toward Rosen. Let me see what skills you possess, thief. A true battle of nightmares commenced in the meticulously crafted Silent Hill by Rosen. This was no longer a mere test. It was the inaugural war between two dream demons vying for the definition of nightmares. In the dreamscape of Silent Hill constructed by Rosen's heart image domain, the balance of power shifted instantaneously. For the first time, Freddy experienced the sentiments of the children he had hunted. Oppression, helplessness, and a profound sense of discord emanated from the depths of his soul. He was accustomed to distorting dreams at will, bending everything to serve his slaughter. Yet here, his power seemed ensnared in a quagmire. Attempting to alter the terrain, the rusted iron grid beneath him merely emitted a grating sound, remaining steadfast. When he sought to summon flames, the air coalesced only into damp, bloody vapors. The rules of this world rejected him. What is the matter? Where is your divine power? Rosen's voice resonated from all directions, laden with mockery. He did not rush to attack, but rather enjoyed the spectacle of Freddy's bewilderment and fury, akin to an audience relishing a caged beast struggle. Don't get too cocky, Freddy bellowed, abandoning his attempts to reshape the environment and instead focusing his might inward. His form began to blur, his speed surging. His steel claws traced lethal afterimages in the air, lunging for Rosen's throat from an acute angle. However, what met him was a wall that appeared from thin air, composed of rusted iron plates and barbed wire. Clang. His claws struck the iron wall with a shower of sparks, but could not penetrate. This was the advantage of the home ground. In the heart image domain, although Rosen could not create with the same imaginative flair as Freddy, he could manipulate the fundamental elements of this world for defense and attack. Too slow. Rosen's form materialized like a specter behind Freddy. The blade of retribution, entwined with black fear, imbued with the unique heaviness of Silent Hill, swung down upon him. Freddy's beast instinct alerted him to the mortal threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled away, barely evading the strike. Boom. The blade of retribution struck the ground, causing the entire dream space to tremble. The hard metal grid floor was cleaved, leaving a deep, unhealable gash. What weapon is this? Freddy stared in horror at the ominous blade. He sensed that if he were struck head-on, even his undead form in the dream would suffer unimaginable damage to his soul. For the first time, he wavered in his belief that he was invincible in dreams. And this moment of doubt was immediately seized upon by Rosen. Are you afraid? A cruel smile curved Rosen's lips. Good. Let me see what it feels like for a monster that feeds on fear to experience fear itself. No sooner had he spoken than he launched an attack. No longer merely overpowering Freddy. He seamlessly combined the combat techniques learned from various worlds with the environment of the heart image domain. With a single step, he melded into the fog, rendering him elusive. The next moment, several thick, barbed iron chains shot forth from the ground and walls like living serpents, ensnaring Freddy's limbs. Freddy screeched, swinging his steel claws to sever the advancing chains. Yet these chains seemed endless. For every one he cut, more emerged. Just as he was ensnared, momentarily immobilized, Rosen's figure appeared silently above him. The blade of retribution reversed direction, the hilt crashing down upon Freddy's head. Bang! With a dull thud, Freddy staggered, his hat flying off. Following this, Rosen landed, unleashing a fluid series of strikes. He did not use the blade, but rather the back of the knife, the hilt, and his fists and feet, launching a relentless torrent of blows upon Freddy. Each strike landed precisely on Freddy's joints and vital points, inflicting torment, but not immediate death. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided act of cruelty. Rosen aimed not only to triumph over Freddy in strength, but to utterly obliterate the dignity he held as a nightmare. So weak. So weak. Rosen taunted, delivering blows while launching a psychological assault with his icy voice. Is this all you're capable of? The nightmare of Yumu Street? To me, you are but a clown that can only flaunt its power in the dreams of children. Freddy howled in utmost humiliation. He attempted to retaliate. But under the suppression of the heart image domain and Rosen's vastly superior combat skills, all his attacks appeared clumsy and laughable. His proud steel claws could barely graze the hem of Rosen's attire. At last, under a moment of vulnerability, Luosin delivered a powerful kick to Freddy's chest, sending him hurtling against a rusted wall, where he hung limply like a tattered painting. Luosin approached him slowly, pressing the tip of the Qingjejiran blade against Freddy's throat. The icy sensation sent tremors through Freddy's very soul. Now, tell me, who is truly the nightmare? Gazing into Luosin's emotionless eyes, akin to an abyss, Freddy experienced, for the first time, the palpable fear he had instigated countless times before. However, at that moment, Luosin's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed an instability within his Xinxiang Lingyu. Someone in the real world was interfering. It was Nancy, concerned for Glenn. She might have forcibly kept herself awake with drugs, perhaps even attempting to awaken Luosin. Luosin understood that this lesson must come to an end. Fortune favors you this time. He retracted the Qingjejiran, and the Xinxiang Lingyu began to dissipate gradually. Return to your den and lick your wounds. Our next encounter will be your demise. As the realm faded, Freddy felt the oppressive weight lift instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a shadow, fleeing in haste from the dream that had humiliated him. This was his most disgraceful retreat ever. Luosin's consciousness returned as he opened his eyes, finding himself still lying in bed. However, an alarm clock on the bedside table was blaring an irritating sound. Clearly, this was Nancy and Glenn's precautionary measure to awaken him at a fixed time. Luosin silenced the alarm and sat up. The fierce battle within the dream had drained nearly 30% of his mental energy. Yet, a look of satisfaction adorned his face. Through this confrontation, he had thoroughly grasped Freddy's essence and planted a seed of fear within him. The balance of victory had begun to tilt in his favor. It was now time to gather the net. He glanced out the window. Dawn was approaching. It was time to pay a visit to those with ulterior motives. Chapter 26. Mengue Jia unveils the sin suffering a devastating defeat at Luosin's hands in the dream world had left Freddy profoundly shaken. This was not merely a loss of power, but a humiliation of the spirit. He withdrew momentarily, refraining from disturbing Nancy and Glenn, and Yushu Street experienced a brief and eerie tranquility. This was precisely what Luosin needed. He intended to utilize this time to complete the final piece of his plan to utterly obliterate the source of Freddy's power. Freddy's strength stemmed from the fears of children, which in turn originated from the sins committed by parents in the past and the collective guilt of the present. As long as these sins persisted and this secret remained, fear would never vanish. Thus, Luosin aimed to pierce this festering wound. He urged Nancy to confront her mother. Under the pressure of her daughter's inquiries and the fear of reality, Nancy's mother, Maggie Thompson, finally broke down. She unveiled the bloody truth that had been concealed for over a decade. Freddy Krueger, the demon who preyed upon children. After the law could not punish him, the parents of Yushu Street resorted to vigilante justice, burning him alive in an abandoned boiler room. They believed this would resolve everything, but little did they know. It had instead birthed a far more terrifying monster. We only wanted to protect you, Maggie sobbed, clutching a bottle. Nancy's worldview shattered entirely. Her once admired parents were, in fact, murderers. The creature that hunted her in her dreams was, in a sense, a product of their own making. Just as Nancy spiraled into confusion and anguish, Luosin, like a master puppeteer, initiated the next phase of his plan. He enlisted Marcus and his gang to spread the rumor that Freddy was burned to death by the parents throughout Springwood High. In no time, the entire school erupted in chaos. Children looked at their parents with newfound eyes, a mixture of fear and suspicion. It turned out that their parents were not ignorant of the monster's existence. They not only knew, but had also participated. They had been lying to themselves all along. Trust crumbled in that moment. Parents attempted to cover up and justify their actions, but the rumor spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Panic, distrust, and resentment proliferated within every household on Yushu Street. Luosin felt the town's fear magnetism undergoing a remarkable transformation. Previously, the children's fear of Freddy was pure and unknown. Now, this fear was intertwined with disappointment and mistrust toward their parents. Conversely, The parents' fear shifted from seeking vengeance against Freddy to a panic over their own sins being exposed. The very foundation of fear began to tremble. Freddy sensed this change acutely. He noticed that the fear energy he absorbed from the children was no longer as pure. This rendered him more irritable and unstable. He realized that a mysterious counterpart was orchestrating this turmoil. They were undermining his dominion through a cunning strategy. He had to act to re-establish his authority. Thus, he set his sights on Nancy's mother, Maggie Thompson, one of the women who had participated in his burning and the first to betray the secret. That night, burdened by overwhelming mental stress, Maggie drank herself into a stupor and fell into a deep slumber. She dreamt of the inferno of the boiler room and the vengeful eyes of Freddy before he was consumed by flames. "Maggie, I have come back for you." Freddy's figure emerged from the flames, imbued with endless hatred. This time, Luo-san did not intervene. He watched coldly from the window of Nancy's room, observing the house across the street. He required a death inflicted upon a sinner, to elevate his meticulously orchestrated drama to its zenith. Nancy, anxious for her mother, stood vigil outside her mother's door. Suddenly, she heard her mother scream in her dream. Moments later, a tremendous force locked the door from within. Nancy, terrified, pounded on the door, but to no avail. Blood began to seep from under the bedroom door. Meanwhile, her father, Deputy Sheriff Donald, received an emergency call and rushed home with reinforcements. When they finally broke through the door, they were met with a scene of unspeakable horror. Maggie's lifeless body had been dragged onto the bed, her skin charred as if she had endured another burning. Above her corpse, a grotesque word written in blood loomed ominously: guilty. This death struck like a heavy hammer, resounding in the hearts of all the parents on Yushu Street. This was Freddy's judgment. He not only sought to eliminate their offspring, but also aimed to bring to justice those who had committed heinous acts in the past. Panic reached an unparalleled zenith. Amidst the chaos he had meticulously orchestrated, Luo-san astutely seized the essence he craved. At the moment of Maggie's demise, a colossal and pure surge of soul energy, infused with sin and dread, erupted. This energy was largely absorbed by Freddy, yet a small portion lingered in the air. Without hesitation, Luo-san utilized his talent for devouring fear to claim this unanchored energy. Absorbed the fear of the sinner, permanent spiritual attribute 01. Nurtured the seed of nightmares, enhancing damage to sinful souls. It appeared this was also a possibility. Excitement flickered in Luo-san's eyes as he discovered a novel and expedient path to elevate himself. No longer merely a hunter of monsters, he could orchestrate events and steer narratives to harvest higher quality fears and soul energy. He was no longer a mere player, but a director embarking on scriptwriting. Observing the eerily silent house across the street, alongside the parents arriving with ashen faces, Luo-san understood that the final showdown was imminent. All preparations had been made. Every piece was in place. Now, he required that most crucial bait to draw down the self-righteous deity from his throne. Chapter 27, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Bait and trap. Maggie's death served as the final straw that broke the camel's back. Nancy shed all fantasies and weaknesses. Her gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve, ignited by the flames of vengeance. She understood that evasion and fear were utterly futile. The sole path to survival lay in retaliation. She sought out Luo-san, this time not in a dream, but in reality. She approached his doorstep and rang the bell. Luo-san opened the door to find Nancy standing there, weary yet with eyes sharp as blades. He realized that his most perfect bait had been finally honed. "I am ready," Nancy stated directly. "Tell me what to do." "Come in," Luo-san invited her inside. The living room table was strewn with an array of peculiar tools and materials: alarm clocks, ropes, hammers, traps, and even several gallons of high-octane gasoline purchased from a gas station. This was no ordinary high school student's home, but a munitions depot poised for war. "My plan is straightforward, divided into 3 steps. Luo-san pointed at the alarm clock, his voice cold and clear. "Step 1, sleep. You need to fall asleep in your own room, luring Freddy into your dreams. I will use my abilities to set a mental coordinate at the edge of your dream, ensuring he cannot easily escape. Step 2, drag. In your dream, do not engage him in combat. Your task is singular, to seize him. At the moment he attacks, grasp his corporeal form, and then wake up. To ensure you awaken, Luo-san gestured toward the alarm clocks. I will set all these clocks to ring 15 minutes after you fall asleep. They will serve as reality anchors to rouse you." Nancy gazed at Luo-san and asked the critical question, "What is step 3? A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Luo-san's mouth as he pointed at the lethal tools and gasoline on the table. "Step 3, the welcoming party. When you drag him into the real world, he will temporarily lose his invincible abilities from the dream, becoming a purely physical entity. Although still formidable, he will bleed, suffer injuries, and can die. And this house will serve as the grave I have prepared for him. Nancy looked into Luo Sen's emotionless eyes, and the last shred of doubt dissipated. This man was truly intent on exterminating Freddy. I understand. She inhaled deeply. But we will need an ally. My father should believe me now. Very well, Luo's son nodded. An additional armed officer can introduce some variables. However, remember that the core of the plan is you and me. Everyone else is merely auxiliary. The plan quickly solidified. Nancy would persuade her father and Glenn to maintain vigilance and support outside the house, while Luo Sen would set an intricate web of traps within Nancy's home. Like a consummate engineer, he meticulously arranged each trap. At the end of the corridor lay a heavy strike trap constructed from ropes and hammers. The staircase was littered with steel balls and animal traps. In the final basement, he prepared an ultimate trap comprised of gasoline and a timed ignition device. Remember, lure him to the basement, leave the rest to me. This was the last thing Luo San said to Nancy. As night fell, the atmosphere on Yushu Street grew stiflingly tense. Deputy Sheriff Donald and Glenn, armed with guns and baseball bats, stood guard at the front and back doors of Nancy's home. Meanwhile, Nancy lay in her bed, clutching a crucifix tightly. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to sleep. On the other side, Luo's son was not in Nancy's house. He stood before the window of his second floor, like a ghost, coldly observing everything. His consciousness had already submerged into the sea of dreams, casting an invisible net over all of Yushu Street. He could sense Freddy's consciousness, rife with resentment and fury, frantically searching for Nancy. Finally, he found her. Nancy's dreamscape was instantly replaced by Freddy's boiler room. Yet this time, Freddy did not immediately reveal himself. He was on guard, searching for that mysterious counterpart who had thwarted him repeatedly. However, after scouring the entire dream, he found no trace of Luo Senator. This realization brought him relief, yet also a surge of irritation. Coward, do you only dare to hide in the shadows? He unleashed all his fury upon Nancy. Nancy, I'm coming. He emerged from the shadows of the pipes, his steel claws scraping against the walls with a piercing sound. Nancy suppressed her fear and began to retreat according to Luo Sen's plan, step by step guiding Freddy toward the edge of the dream, where Luo's son had set the mental coordinates. Freddy assumed she was fleeing, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he advanced. The game is over, little girl. He lunged forward, steel claws aiming for Nancy's throat. Now, a flicker of resolve flashed in Nancy's eyes. She did not evade, but instead charged forward. At the moment the steel claws were about to make contact, she gathered all her strength, spread her arms wide, and embraced Freddy's body. Got you. Simultaneously, she screamed internally, trying to awaken herself. Huh. Freddy paused, then erupted into mocking laughter. Foolish. You think. His words were abruptly cut short as he suddenly felt an irresistible force from another dimension pulling at him. It was the anchor point in the real world. The alarm clocks rang simultaneously. No. Freddy was horrified to discover that his body, composed of dream energy, was rapidly materializing. He struggled to break free, but Nancy held on with unwavering strength. The mental coordinates set by Rosen acted as an invisible cage, preventing him from escaping the dream realm as easily as before. Come here, you bastard. Nancy exerted her last ounce of strength and suddenly opened her eyes. In the real world, in Nancy's bedroom, accompanied by the jarring sound of an alarm clock, her figure appeared on the bed. In her embrace, a being clad in a red and green striped sweater and wearing steel claw gloves was forcibly dragged out from the dream dimension. Roar! Freddy emitted a cry of anguish and rage. Having left the dream, he felt as if he were a fish pulled from water, his strength rapidly waning. Yet, he had no time to react. A preset trap was triggered. The moment Nancy woke up, she rolled off the bed. A thin wire at the bedside was disturbed, connected to a bucket filled with holy water and silver flakes hanging from the ceiling, which poured down upon him. Although these substances could not inflict substantial harm on Freddy, the sacred essence within them caused him a burning pain. More importantly, this delayed him for a precious second. And that second was enough to activate the death chain laid out by Rosen. The first trap was triggered. Chapter 28, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Despair. As Freddy was dragged from the dream and exposed to the physical laws of the real world, the pride and power of the Nightmare Master were stripped away by 90% in an instant. He was no longer an omnipotent deity, but rather a creature with physical capabilities far beyond the ordinary, possessing great resilience, yet still vulnerable to injury and bloodshed. The burning sensation from the holy water and silver flakes elicited an enraged roar from him. With a swipe of his claw, he tore massive gashes in both the bed and the ceiling. Seizing the opportunity, Nancy scrambled out of the room and dashed downstairs, leading Freddy toward the next trap. Trying to run, Freddy sneered and pursued her. To him, even out of the dream, dealing with an unarmed young girl was still child's play. However, the moment he burst through the door and stepped into the hallway, the second trap was triggered. His foot slipped, landing on a floor strewn with steel marbles, causing him to lose balance. At the end of the hallway, Deputy Sheriff Donald and Glenn crashed through the window, firing their shotguns and pistols simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Freddy. His body was forced backward, bursts of blood erupting from the impacts. He let out a pained scream, a sensation of real pain he had never experienced since becoming a nightmare. Yet his body was indeed formidable. The bullets, capable of turning an ordinary person into a sieve, merely embedded themselves into his muscles without causing fatal harm. Damn bugs. Braving the hail of bullets, he swung his steel claw with ferocity. A flash of cold light passed, and Donald's shotgun was severed in two. Glenn was also sent flying by the sheer force, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Having dealt with the two nuisances, Freddy was about to continue his pursuit of Nancy when he heard a gust of wind above him. The third trap, a massive iron hammer, controlled by ropes and levers and wrapped in metal, came crashing down from the ceiling, striking him fiercely on the back. Boom. With a resounding crash, Freddy was staggered by the immense force, nearly kneeling on the ground. His spine emitted distressing cracking sounds. Roar. The series of traps thoroughly enraged the beast. He bellowed, disregarding Nancy, and turned to rip the entire trap apparatus from the ceiling. However, just as he destroyed the trap and prepared to catch his breath, a cold voice, akin to a judgment from hell, echoed behind him. The party is just beginning. Freddy whipped around in shock. There stood Rosen, having materialized at the far end of the hallway without him noticing. He was no longer clad in a typical school uniform, but had donned a black combat suit that allowed for mobility, wielding the ominous blade of retribution. A sly, cat-and-mouse grin adorned his face. It's you. Freddy's eyes instantly filled with hatred and fear. The Rosen in the real world was 100 times more terrifying than the suppressed version in his dreams. The palpable pressure made Freddy feel as though he were confronting not a man, but a prehistoric beast draped in human skin. Surprised? Rosen slowly approached, each step seemingly pressing down on Freddy's heart. Did you think these childish tricks comprised my entire plan? No, those were merely appetizers. Now, it's time for the main course. Before he could finish speaking, Rosen's figure vanished from sight. Shadow step. In the real world, his speed exceeded all imagination. Freddy's pupils dilated, and before he could react, an irresistible force struck him from the side. Bang! Rosen delivered a powerful kick to Freddy's waist. Freddy's robust body was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing through the wall and into the adjacent room. Coughing up a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal fragments, Freddy struggled to rise from the rubble. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at his sunken waist. This blow had shattered several of his ribs. How could he be so strong? Before he could contemplate further, Rosen's presence followed him relentlessly into the room. The blade of retribution carved a lethal arc in the dimly lit space. Freddy raised his steel claw to block. Clang. Another piercing sound echoed. Freddy's steel claw, forged from high-strength alloy, was brutally severed in two upon colliding with blade of retribution. The broken claw spun away, embedding itself deep into the ceiling. Clutching the mangled remains of his glove, Freddy retreated repeatedly, his face displaying a rare expression of despair. In the dream, he had been subdued by Rosen's rules. In reality, he was utterly crushed by Rosen's sheer power. No matter the realm, he held no chance of victory. No, I will not die. I am immortal, Freddy screeched, turning to smash through the window in a desperate bid to escape. If only he could return to the dream, he could make a comeback. Escape? Rosen's figure appeared before him as if teleporting, blocking his path. Did I permit that? Rosen raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Freddy's knee. Crack. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Freddy let out a scream, kneeling on one knee. Rosen stepped forward, placing a foot on his back, pinning him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Then, he slowly crouched down, pressing the cold blade of Run against Freddy's scorched visage. Do you recall the words I spoke to you in your dreams? Rosen's voice dripped with a cruel mirth. I shall take everything from you. He refrained from killing Freddy immediately, for a more exquisite feast awaited him. His intention was to devour Freddy's soul at the moment of his utmost weakness and despair. Chapter 29. Mango Jia. The feast of fear subjugated beneath Rosen's foot, Freddy experienced an unprecedented humiliation and despair. His once proud power, his immortality, and his dominion over nightmares had all become a pitiable jest before this man. The laws of the physical world bound him like the heaviest of shackles. He could feel his strength waning, each breath laced with excruciating pain. Please, spare me. In the face of absolute mortal peril, Freddy lowered his once arrogant head for the first time, issuing a faint plea for mercy. Spare you? Rosen scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. When you shredded those children in their dreams, did you spare them? He pressed down slightly with his foot, eliciting a pained groan from Freddy's sternum. No, now is not the time to kill him. Nancy burst into the scene, brandishing a lit flare, her face etched with urgency and a subtle terror. Her fear was not solely for Freddy, but for the man before her who was 100 times more terrifying than Freddy himself. Kill him, and he will return. My mother said that as long as we remember him, he will never truly die. She spoke the truth. Rosen nodded in agreement with Nancy's assertion. Merely slaying his physical form would not address the root of the issue. His resentment and power had become entwined with the collective subconscious of Elm Street's denizens. As long as fear lingered, he would inevitably return. Then, you do not understand, Nancy. Thus, I require a more definitive solution. A chilling glint flickered in Rosen's eyes. He slowly raised a hand and placed it upon Freddy's crown. In this moment of weakness, I shall devour not only his soul, but also his power, his very essence. The dual talents of Mengyan Zhizhong and Kongju Junwang surged to their zenith. What are you doing? No. Freddy realized with terror that an irresistible force of consumption, originating from a higher dimension, was emanating from Rosen's palm, violently flooding into the ocean of his consciousness. This was not an assault on a physical level, but a plunder on the conceptual plane. Rosen was embarking on an unprecedented endeavor. He sought to forcibly drag Freddy's consciousness into his own, Xinxiang Lingyu, within the realm of reality. Freddy's body convulsed violently, black, viscous liquid resembling oil streaming from his orifices. This was the source of his nightmare power. Nancy, alongside the recently awakened Glenn and Donald, gazed in horror at the bizarre and terrifying scene unfolding before them. They witnessed Rosen's eyes transform into a pure, unfathomable abyss. Meanwhile, Freddy's body visibly shriveled and decayed, as though all vitality was being drained from him. On the plane of consciousness, a silent war raged. Freddy's awareness was forcibly pulled into an endless realm, saturated with rust and despair. Here lay Rosen's Xinxiang Lingyu. Yet this time, it was no mere dream simulation. It was a genuine infernal nightmare, constructed by Rosen's formidable psychic prowess, mingled with the rule-bound power of Kongju Junwang. In this domain, Rosen stood as the supreme deity. Welcome to my feast. Rosen's consciousness materialized as a towering giant, 100 meters high, composed of shadows and fear, gazing down upon the diminutive, weakened essence of Freddy. No, this is impossible. This is my power. How could you? Freddy's soul screamed in terror. Your power? Rosen's laughter echoed like thunder, mocking. From this moment forth, it belongs to me. The shadowy giant extended a hand, crushing Freddy's essence as though squashing an insect. The purest nightmare energy, the dominion over fear, and even his connection to Elm Street's collective subconscious. All were ruthlessly stripped away, absorbed, and transformed by Rosen. Dreamyan Zhizhong is consuming high-level equivalent power, beginning evolution. Evolution successful. Dreamyan Zhizhong, initial, has evolved into Dreamyan Zhuzai false. Dreamyan Zhuzai, false. You have stolen the core powers of nightmares. Effect 1. Entering dreams. Intermediate. You can effortlessly invade the dreams of any target with lower psychic power than your own and alter them to a certain degree. Effect 2. Fear absorption. Intermediate. You can more efficiently absorb fear energy and transmute it into your own power. Effect 3. Dream manifestation. Initial. You can expend a significant amount of psychic power to temporarily bring dream objects or abilities into the real world, with substantial limitations and side effects. The talent of Kongju Junwang is consuming the concept of nightmares, leveling up. Level up failed, insufficient energy. However, talent proficiency has significantly increased. Fear absorption effect triggered, seizing its attributes. Congratulations, host, you have permanently acquired Spirit 05. The system notification echoed incessantly in Rosen's mind. He felt his soul undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis and elevation. As Freddy's essence was drained of its final vestige of strength, it emitted a desperate wail before dissipating entirely. As a concept, he was utterly erased from existence by Rosen. In the physical realm, when Rosen released his grip, the Freddy beneath his feet had transformed into a desiccated, charred husk, as if it had lain dead for centuries. A gentle breeze swept through, and the husk crumbled into a cloud of ash, vanishing completely. The nightmare of Elm Street had come to an end. Rosen slowly rose, his once jet-black eyes returning to normalcy. Yet his aura had deepened. becoming more profound and terrifying than before. Casting a glance at the utterly petrified Nancy and the others, he uttered not a word more. He turned and strode calmly from the half-destroyed house. He understood that upon stepping through that door, he would no longer be merely a bearer of the dream Yan Zhizhong. He had become a new nightmare. Chapter 30. Once more SSS, newly ascended nightmare. As Rosen's figure faded into the dawn's light, Nancy and the others awakened as if from a dream, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Freddy was dead, obliterated in a manner they could not comprehend. The nightmare of Elm Street had concluded, yet within their hearts remained a shadow more profound and terrifying than Freddy himself. They are aware that they will never forget the man known as Loasan, the dark sovereign who feeds on nightmares. Inside the rented accommodation, after a familiar, dizzying return, Loasan realizes that he has returned to the realm of reality. He can sense the severance of his connection to the world of Munguaijia. The threads of fear that once intertwined with the children of Yushu Street have dissipated. Yet, he remains indifferent, for he has claimed the most essential and precious essence for himself. Return transmission complete. Initiating final settlement for the Munguaijia world. Main mission, utterly vanquish the nightmare Freddy Krueger, exceeded completion. Hidden task, unveil the sins of Yushu Street, completed. Special confrontation mechanism, devour nightmares, completed. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS tier newly ascended nightmare. Commentary, you have not only slain the nightmare, but have supplanted it. As an intruder, you have obliterated the original nightmare sovereign with a deeper terror. You chose not to collaborate with the protagonist, instead treating everyone as your pawns, orchestrating a flawless harvest. Freddy's era has concluded, yours has just begun. Dispensing SSS tier completion rewards. Reward 1, 5,000 points of fear essence. Reward 2, 1 random A-tier skill item draw. Reward 3, 10 free attribute points. Reward 4, significant enhancement of the world-class talent Fear King proficiency, LV1 to LV2. An SSS tier evaluation and a talent upgrade. Upon viewing the settlement panel, even Loasan, with his temperament, could not suppress a surge of ecstasy. His journey through Munguaijia yielded rewards far beyond his expectations. He promptly examined the upgraded talent. Fear King, unique talent. Level, LV2, can be upgraded by absorbing substantial pure fear essence or slaying mythic-level horror entities. Effect 1, Fear Aura, enhanced, increases the range and intensity of the aura by 50. Under this aura's influence, the will and all attributes of enemies will experience slight suppression. Effect 2, Fear Devour, enhanced. Upon slaying any enemy that presents a challenge or threat, you will permanently acquire 2,000ths of their attributes, previously 1,000th. Effect 3, Fear Incarnation, enhanced. You can more easily materialize fear energy, and the manifestations of fear will possess greater power and longer duration. New Effect 4, Fear Descent, unlocked at LV2. You can designate a terrifying scene or formidable enemy that has left a profound impression on you, expending a vast amount of mental energy to briefly project it into reality to fight for you. Currently selectable projections, Silent Hill, Fragmented Scene, Abomination Ancestor, Weakened Soul. Astonishingly, a new ability has been unlocked. Loasan's breath quickened. This is akin to carrying a boss as a henchman. Although there are significant limitations and terrifying costs, it will undoubtedly deliver a decisive blow at critical moments. Furthermore, the doubling of the Fear Devour effect elevates his future growth rate to an entirely new level. He suppressed his excitement and began to claim the remaining rewards. First was the draw for the A-tier skill item. The roulette spun rapidly, finally stopping on a square adorned with a pulsating heart. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item. Unyielding Heart, Jason Voorhees imitation. Unyielding Heart, Purple Epic. Type, Special Organ Implant. Effect, once implanted, it significantly enhances your vitality, recovery speed, and resistance to fatal damage. When subjected to a lethal attack, there is a certain probability of triggering a death-like state, allowing you to regain mobility after some time. Negative effect, after implantation, your emotions will become more apathetic. Your perception of pain will further diminish, and you will develop a slight aversion to water. Description, it will make you harder to kill. The core of Jason's immortality? Without hesitation, Loasan opted for implantation. For him, the minor emotional dullness was inconsequential. A powerful surge of vitality coursed through his heart, and he felt his physical structure undergoing subtle yet profound changes, becoming more resilient and vivacious. The physical talent Unyielding Body has been enhanced, evolving into Immortal Body. Immortal Body, physical talent. Your vitality is as tenacious as the abyss, with a recovery speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. and you possess high resistance to most toxins, diseases, curses, and other negative states. A delightful surprise. Finally, he allocated the 5,000 points of fear essence and 10 free attribute points. After the ordeal in Mungue Jia, Luosan recognized the significance of the mental attribute. He unhesitatingly invested all 10 free attribute points into his mind. Mental, 279, 284, Devour 0, 5, 384. Instantly, it felt as if his brain had shattered some constraint. His thought processes accelerated several-fold, rendering the entire world clearer to him. The range and stability of the mindscape soared. Next came the allocation of the 5,000 points of fear essence. 20-30 level attributes. Every 1 point consumes 3 points of essence. He expended 4,200 points of essence, raising his strength, agility, and physique from 170 to 210. Strength, 170-210. Agility, 170-210. Physique, 170-210. The remaining 800 points of essence were reserved for emergencies. Once all enhancements were complete, Luosan's final panel could be described as monstrous. Host, Luosan, Strength, 210. Agility, 210. Physique, 210. Immortal Body. Mental, 384. Fear Essence, 800. World-class talent. Fear King LV2. Core abilities. Mindscape. Prototype. Nightmare Sovereign Pseudo. Beast Instinct. Pain Resistance. Equipped items. Blade of Retribution. Purple Epic. Heraldric Cube. Unyielding Heart. This power. Luosan slowly exhaled, and the air before him swirled into a small vortex. He felt confident that if he returned to Silent Hill, he could hold his own against the formidable Pyramid Head. All rewards have been dispensed, and the host has a 24-hour rest period. After 24 hours, you will be automatically transported to the next horror world. World Preview. Next stop, Travis County, Texas. Scene hint. A solitary gas station, a white farmhouse overrun with ivy, the air thick with the stench of rotting flesh and leather, accompanied by the incessant roar of a chainsaw. Upon seeing the hint, a glint of cold light flickered in Luosan's eyes. Dezhou Jianyo Sharon Quan. A realm that is pure, devoid of supernatural powers, characterized solely by the most primal and gruesome physical slaughter. Are the skin-wearer and his cannibalistic family still around? Luosan flexed his wrist, the joints cracking with a sharp snap. It was the perfect opportunity to test the newfound powers he had acquired. He hoped their bones were a tad sturdier than Freddy's jaws. Chapter 31. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A fleeting 24 hours had passed. As the final beam of light from the system dissipated before his eyes, a scorching air laced with dust, gasoline, and livestock excrement surged into Luosan's nostrils. He found himself standing beside a cracked asphalt road, as if it had been melted by the sun. Above him stretched an endless azure sky, the relentless Texas sun mercilessly scorching the earth, causing the distant landscape to shimmer with heat distortion. On either side of the road lay parched grasslands and sparse shrubs, extending towards the horizon. This world was starkly different from the oppressive fog of Jingjing Ling or the serene facade of Elm Street. Here, malice was raw and direct, imbued with primal ferocity. Transmission complete. Current world, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. World type, bloody slaughter. Physical horror. Main quest. Completely annihilate the cannibal family of Travis County within 72 hours. Core members, Pai Lien, Charlie Hewitt, Luda May, Monty Hewitt. Quest reward, 3,000 fear source material, random drawing of a B-class skill item once. Quest failure, being turned into jerky or a skin mask. Luosan stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power within him. With dimensional attributes soaring to 21 points, the sweltering heat, which could easily cause heat stroke in an ordinary person, felt merely like a warm sunbath to him. The work trousers and black t-shirt conjured by the system blended seamlessly with the rugged terrain. He did not rush into action, but first activated Beast Instinct. Instantly, the perception of the world transformed in his senses. He could hear the rustling of a rattlesnake slithering a kilometer away beneath the earth and detect the faint, fermented scent of blood and decay in the air, a byproduct of sunlight and time. His gaze finally locked onto a solitary, dilapidated structure at the end of the road. It was a gas station, accompanied by a rundown store that also served barbecue and groceries. The sign above the shop bore the faded inscription of Lu De May's Butcher Shop, a perfect starting point. A cold smile curved at the corners of Luosan's mouth as he leisurely approached the gas station. He knew it served as a facade for the cannibal family, a trap for ensnaring prey. The seemingly kindly old woman, Lu De May, was the matriarch of this clan. As he stepped into the dimly lit grocery store, saturated with a bizarre meaty aroma, An elderly woman with a wrinkled face and a corpulent figure sat behind the counter, lazily fanning herself. Her murky eyes glanced at Luo-san, revealing a self-satisfied smile. "Can I help you, dear? Would you like to try our finest jerky? Or perhaps you need some fuel?" Luda May's voice rasped like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Luo-san did not respond. His gaze wandered curiously over the rows of dark, greasy jerky hanging on the wall. Through the perception granted by beast instinct and the talent of fear monarch, he could distinctly sense the threads of fear and resentment lingering on these meats, remnants of the deceased's final moments. "Quite good materials," Luo-san calmly assessed. Luda May's smile faltered, a flicker of barely discernible wariness flashing in her murky eyes. "What did you say, dear?" "I said, your meat smells quite unique." Luo-san slowly approached the counter, extending a finger to lightly tap a piece of jerky. "Let me think. This one should belong to a blonde woman around 20, who died in utter despair." He pointed to another piece, "And this one belonged to a frequently exercising male, whose muscle fibers are quite taut, struggling fiercely." Luda May's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a cold and menacing glare, as if her secret had been laid bare. Her grip on the fan tightened unconsciously. The temperature in the store seemed to drop several degrees. Just as tension hung thick in the air, the roar of an old van's engine grew louder, shattering the eerie standoff. A van carrying 5 young individuals wobbled to a stop outside the gas station. 3 boys and 2 girls, dressed fashionably and radiating youthful exuberance, burst into laughter, starkly contrasting the desolate landscape. They were offerings bestowed upon the cannibal family by this world, and also the perfect stepping stone in Luo-san's plan. "Oh, more customers have arrived." Luda May's face reassembled a facade of false cheer as she turned to Luo Senator Child. "If you aren't buying anything, please step aside so I can attend to my business." Luo-san shrugged indifferently and retreated to a nearby shelf, observing the scene with the detachment of a mere passerby. The leader among the group of young people, a girl named Ai Lin, entered and politely inquired if she could use the phone. The ensuing events mirrored the film from Luo-san's memories. Luda May concocted various excuses to refuse them, then kindly suggested they seek help from the local sheriff, Charlie Hewitt, and directed them towards the shortcut to Hewitt's home, that white farmhouse, a path leading straight to hell. As the van roared to life again, heading down the wrong road, Luda May picked up an old-fashioned telephone from the counter and dialed a number. "Charlie, there's a fresh batch of goods arriving," she whispered in a chilling tone. After hanging up, she realized the mysterious man in black had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Luda May furrowed her brow, a sliver of unease creeping into her heart. She sensed that this man was markedly different from the foolish prey of the past. Meanwhile, behind a thicket several hundred meters from the gas station, Luo-san's figure emerged silently. He watched the van disappear into the dust, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hunter. He chose not to simply obliterate the gas station. That would be too blunt and simplistic. His intent was to follow these lures, uncover the true lair of the family, and observe the hunting habits, combat styles, and weaknesses of each member. Luo-san retrieved a high-performance off-road motorcycle from the Helidite Cube. It was the vehicle he had exchanged for fear source material during the 24-hour period of adjustment upon his return. Donning a helmet, he revved the engine. The motorcycle emitted a deep growl, akin to a black lightning bolt, stealthily tailing the van. A bloody slaughter was about to unfold, and Luo-san would be the sole, most indifferent spectator. He eagerly anticipated the blossoming flowers of fear that would bloom on the faces of those young people when the chainsaw's roar erupted. That would mark his first harvest of sweetness upon this land. Chapter 32. Aesthetic of violence in Texas. The rural roads of Texas are rugged and uneven. As an old-fashioned van carrying 5 young souls jostles along, enveloped in clouds of dust, the cacophony of rock music blares from the speakers, oblivious to the fact that they are unwittingly plunging into a meticulously crafted death trap. On a distant path, Luo-san rides his off-road motorcycle, a spectral figure shadowing them. His formidable mental prowess enables him to effortlessly pinpoint the vehicle's location. The superior performance of his motorcycle allows him to traverse the complex terrain silently. His purpose transcends mere observation. As he follows, he employs the nascent forms of beast intuition and mindscape to scan and map the surroundings. He notes where concealed ravines lie, where dense thickets provide ambush opportunities, and where remnants of past victims' blood linger. All these elements coalesce in his mind, forming a 3-dimensional hunting map rich with the essence of death. The trap is crudely arranged yet highly effective. Luo-san silently analyzes, capitalizing on human path dependence and visual blind spots in unfamiliar settings. Though this family may be deranged, they are far from foolish. They are born hunters. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the van halts at a fork in the road. An eruption of disputes among the young occupants ensues, evidently grappling with which path to take. The corners of Luo Sen's mouth curl into a slight smile. The performance is about to commence. He slowly closes his eyes, submerging his consciousness into the illusory sea governed by the powers of Nightmare Sovereign. His target is the boy named Kai Pu, seated in the passenger seat, whose character is relatively timid. A barely perceptible mental suggestion, akin to a wisp of smoke, silently drifts into Kai Pu's subconscious. The left path appears to be safer. A subtle thought, seemingly arising from within, materializes in Kai Pu's mind. Hey, I think we should take the left. Kai Pu suddenly exclaims, the right path looks too desolate. Who knows where it leads? His suggestion is ultimately embraced by the quarreling group. The van roars back to life, veering onto the left fork. This route, indeed, leads directly to the Hewitt family's white farmhouse. At the road's end, a concealed barrier of sharp rebar stands ominously in wait. A perfect pawn. Luo Sen opens his eyes, thoroughly pleased with his newfound ability. This power to subtly influence others' decisions possesses an artistry far surpassing mere violence. As expected, within 5 minutes, a piercing sound of a tire bursting, accompanied by the screech of metal on metal, signals the van's abrupt collision with the hidden barrier, puncturing both front tires and crumpling the hood. The 5 young souls are thrown into disarray by this sudden calamity, fortunate to escape with only minor injuries. What the hell just happened? Andy, the driver, pounds the steering wheel in frustration, exiting the vehicle to assess the situation. They realize they are ensnared in a dire predicament. The van is undoubtedly incapacitated, and they are stranded with no signs of civilization nearby, their phones devoid of signal. Panic and helplessness begin to spread among them. What should we do? Ken Bo, Aaron's boyfriend, appears bewildered. Stay calm. Aaron, the group's anchor, forces a semblance of composure. We should split up. Ken Bo and I will head back to the main road and see if we can find help. Andy, you and Pepper stay here to watch the van. Kai Pu, you scout the area for any signs of life. This is a classic yet foolish decision to separate in a horror story. Luo San parks his motorcycle on a concealed hillside, observing everything from above with an unperturbed gaze. He resembles a dispassionate deity, surveying the ants as they tread along their predetermined path towards demise. Aaron and Ken Bo retrace their steps, while Andy and Pepper remain behind. Meanwhile, the chosen Kai Pu steals himself, venturing deeper into the forest in search of so-called inhabitants. Luo Sen's focus narrows on a Kai Pu. He knows that the first surprise is about to unfold. Slipping down the hillside like a shadowy cheetah, he silently follows Kai Pu. Kai Pu navigates the underbrush unsteadily, surrounded by towering trees that obscure the sky, creating a foreboding atmosphere. The unfamiliar sounds of insects and the occasional caw of a crow heighten his already frayed nerves. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally glimpses a sign of humanity. A dilapidated, 2-story white house, nearly consumed by ivy, comes into view. The Hewitt farmhouse. Kai Pu's heart leaps with hope, believing he has found salvation, and he hastens his pace. However, as he draws closer, an overpowering stench, nauseating and foul, wafts toward him. Scattered around the farmhouse lie the skeletal remains of various animals, with some bones resembling human skulls. The yard is adorned with numerous animal hides hanging to dry. A sense of foreboding envelopes him, causing him to hesitate, unsure whether to approach further. Just then, the heavy door of the farmhouse creaks open, revealing a towering figure, as formidable as a bear, emerging from the darkness behind it. Clad in a butcher's apron stained with blood and oil, he wields a chainsaw that buzzes ominously. Dripping with oil, his face is obscured by a mask fashioned from coarse human skin, with only hollow eye sockets visible. Leatherface. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre has officially commenced. Roaring. Leatherface seems ill-equipped for conversation. He merely raises the chainsaw towards Kai Pu, unleashing a guttural, savage growl that resonates with brutality and madness. The thunderous roar of the chainsaw acts as the harbinger of death, shattering all of Kai Pu's psychological defenses in an instant. Kai Pu emits his final, anguished scream before turning to flee. Yet, how can an ordinary person outrun a monster that has hunted in the wilderness for years? Leatherface strides forward with heavy steps. Yet his speed is astonishing. The chainsaw, raised high like the Grim Reaper's scythe, descends mercilessly toward Kai Pu's back, with a sickening sound of flesh tearing and bone splintering. A gaping wound opens from Kai Pu's back to his chest. Blood and entrails, mingled with wood chips and dirt, splatter the ground. He barely manages to run 10 meters before collapsing, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. Leatherface slowly approaches his lifeless body, kicking it to confirm the prey is dead. Then, he bends down, grasping Kai Pu's ankle as if dragging a bag of refuse, and hauls him back to the farmhouse that resembles the very entrance to hell. The entire process is bloody, efficient, and infused with a primal aesthetic of violence. Not far away, in the woods, Luosin stood quietly, observing the one-sided slaughter from beginning to end. His face bore no trace of fear or sympathy, but rather an almost fervent, analytical focus. The attributes of strength were approximately rated at 18, agility around 15, and combat skills non-existent, relying solely on instinct and the might of his weapon. The weaknesses were glaringly apparent: a low intellect, a propensity for anger, and a singular mode of action. A most intriguing specimen. He meticulously recorded all the data in his mind before casting his gaze towards the white cottage hidden amidst the greenery. That was the true treasure trove, a repository brimming with sin, death, and an endless source of fear. The role of the scout stone had concluded. Luosin's figure melted into the shadows. Next, it was time for the hunter to take the stage personally. Chapter 33, Dezhou, Sheriff. At the same moment that Kai Pu met a brutal end, Aaron and Kinbo trudged along a dirt path, struggling to find their way back to the main road, hoping to flag down a passing vehicle for assistance. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already been tracked by another hunter. An old police car, adorned with the insignia of the Travis County Sheriff's Office, appeared silently behind them like a lurking rattlesnake. The driver was Charlie Hewitt, a bald, burly man whose gaze betrayed a madness and cruelty incongruous with his role as a police officer. He was not a legitimate lawman. He had murdered the original sheriff and assumed his identity, becoming the embodiment of law for this family in this land. "Hey, you two, stop." Charlie halted the car beside them, rolled down the window, and barked in an undeniable tone. Aaron and Kinbo, upon seeing the police car, felt a surge of hope and hurried over, eagerly recounting their misfortune of a breakdown. A breakdown? A peculiar smile crept across Charlie's face. Experiencing a breakdown in this area was far from fortunate. "Get in. I'll take you somewhere to make a phone call." The two, without a hint of suspicion, gratefully climbed into the back seat of the police car. They failed to notice that the doors could not be opened from the inside, nor did they perceive the mocking glint in Charlie's eyes as he regarded them like two lambs ensnared in a trap. All of this was vividly perceived by Luosin through the extension of his heart image domain. After the grotesque figure had dragged Kai Pu's corpse back to the cottage, Luosin refrained from entering immediately. He understood that rushing in now would only alert the prey. He needed to await a more opportune moment, one in which all players would be present. Riding his motorcycle, Luosin took a wide detour, arriving early at a prime observation point along the route that Charlie would take to escort Aaron and Kinbo, concealing himself expertly. As the police car traversed the dirt path, Charlie did not head back to the gas station, but veered onto a more secluded road. "Officer, where are we going?" Aaron finally sensed something amiss. "To a place that can resolve all your problems." Charlie's smile twisted into something more sinister as he began to hurl vile insults at Aaron while inspecting Kinbo's trembling form with a predatory gaze. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kinbo mustered the courage to speak. "Officer, please show some respect." "Respect?" Charlie erupted with laughter, slamming the brakes and halting the vehicle in the middle of the road. He slowly turned his head, his eyes devoid of any pretense, replaced by pure, beastly malice. "On this land, I am the damn respect." He drew his handgun, pointing it at Kinbo's head. "Now get out of the car." Aaron and Kinbo were paralyzed with fear at this sudden turn of events, trembling as they exited the vehicle. Charlie ordered them to kneel on the ground with their hands on their heads, relishing the control he wielded over their lives and reveling in their terror. "Let me guess. You city kids probably brought some contraband with you?" he taunted, striking Kinbo's head with the gun while his other hand roamed over Aaron's body indiscriminately. Aaron's eyes brimmed with humiliation and tears, while Kinbo shook uncontrollably from sheer terror. Just as Charlie's game reached its climax, a chilling voice unexpectedly emerged from the woods. "Had enough fun?" Charlie froze mid-action, immediately raising his gun, alert to the direction of the voice. "Who? Step out." Luosin emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees, unarmed, with his hands tucked casually in his pockets, strolling as if on a leisurely post-meal walk. Yet his gaze pierced like two sharp ice picks, causing Charlie to feel an inexplicable shiver of dread. "Who are you? Are you their accomplice?" Charlie barked, attempting to assert his authority as sheriff. "You may consider me a cleaner," Luosin replied, his eyes passing over Charlie to rest on the two terrified young individuals. "I specialize in clearing out trash like you." "Looking for death." Charlie, thoroughly incensed, did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the desolate landscape, Yet the anticipated splatter of blood failed to materialize. In the split second before Charlie squeezed the trigger, Luoson's body shifted left with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The bullet grazed his clothing, striking a tree behind him and splintering wood. Charlie's pupils dilated in shock. What terrifying reflexes! Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed to fire again. But Luoson was not inclined to grant him another opportunity. Shadow step. In an instant, Luoson vanished from sight. Charlie blinked, feeling an irresistible force grip his wrist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Luoson crushed his wrist with a brutal grip. Ah! Charlie let out a pained scream as his gun fell to the ground. In swift succession, Luoson delivered a precise strike to his neck. Charlie's vision darkened, and with a muffled groan, he collapsed, unconscious. The entire process was seamless, taking no more than 2 seconds. Aaron and Kinbo stood agape, witnessing this scene as if it had sprung from a superhero film, their minds blank. They could not fathom the origins of this suddenly appearing man. Luoson paid them no mind. He approached Charlie's unconscious form and hoisted the hefty body as one would lift a chick. Then, turning to the 2 survivors, he offered a warm smile. Do not fear. I am not a bad person. Now, I need your assistance with a small task. He gestured towards the police car. Drive, take my friend with us, and let us pay a visit to his home. Gazing upon Luoson's warm smile while observing the limp figure of the sheriff he held like a lifeless dog, Eileen and Kinbo were engulfed by an intense chill, one that far surpassed what they had felt in the presence of Charlie. They were acutely aware that should they refuse, their fate would be 100-fold more tragic than that of Charlie. The 2 nodded frantically and scrambled into the vehicle. Kinbo, trembling, started the engine, while Luoson carelessly tossed the unconscious Charlie into the trunk before taking his seat in the passenger side and closing the door. Drive, he uttered softly, his gaze directed toward the distant white farmhouse. The time for the family gathering had arrived. Chapter 34, Texas. The visitor at the farmhouse. The police car maneuvered along the dust-laden road, the atmosphere within the vehicle oppressive to the point of suffocation. Kinbo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat, too frightened to even exhale. Meanwhile, Eileen curled up in the back seat, trembling incessantly, both from the recent brush with death and the unknown terror emanating from the enigmatic man beside her. Luoson, in stark contrast, appeared remarkably relaxed, reclining in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Yet, his formidable mental acuity had long since enveloped everything within a several-kilometer radius, as if he were a radar absorbing all within his purview. He could see Andy and Pepper fidgeting beside the abandoned van, growing anxious as they awaited their companions, ultimately making the foolish decision to head toward the farmhouse. He could also see, within the farmhouse, Pai Lien skillfully tending to Cape's corpse in the basement, while Lou Damii and the limping Uncle Monty awaited in the upstairs living room, sipping cheap whiskey and anticipating Charlie's return with more dinner. Everyone was present, the perfect scenario. Luoson mused coldly. His reluctance to end Charlie's life directly stemmed from a desire to use him as a means to gain entry. A comatose and injured family member would suffice to lower the guard of the monsters within the farmhouse, compelling them to open the gateway to hell. There it is. Kinbo's voice quivered slightly. Luoson opened his eyes. The white farmhouse, now appearing increasingly sinister in the waning sunlight, had come into view. Excellent. Stop the car at the entrance. Luoson commanded. You and she will remain in the vehicle, lock the doors, and do not exit regardless of what unfolds. You're going in alone? Eileen mustered the courage to inquire. What other choice is there? Luoson glanced back at her, his expression as indifferent as if regarding an inanimate object. Your presence would only hinder. With that, he opened the car door and dragged the barely conscious Charlie from the trunk, hoisting him over his shoulder as one would a sack of flour. He then strode confidently toward the farmhouse door, politely knocking with his free hand. The crisp sound of his knocking echoed through the desolate yard, starkly contrasting with the silence. The conversation within ceased abruptly. Uncle Monty, limping toward the door, peered through the peephole, and upon seeing a stranger bearing his nephew Charlie, his expression shifted dramatically. Mother, it's Charlie. He seems injured. Monty shouted. What? Lou Damii sprang from her chair, hastily moving to the door. Upon witnessing the scene outside, her aged face contorted with a mixture of wrath and concern. Open the door, she commanded without hesitation. In her eyes, any intruder daring to harm her family was destined for death. In this realm, the Hewitt family embodied the law. With a creak, the heavy wooden door swung open. As Lou Damii and Monty prepared to confront Luoson, they were met with his cold smile and an iron-like grip. At the moment the door opened, Luoson sprang into action. He unceremoniously tossed Charlie to the ground, activated Shadow Step, and in an instant appeared before the 2. seizing Lu Damei and Monty by the throats with precision. Their voices were stifled. Disbelief etched across their faces as they struggled to comprehend the terrifying speed and strength of the man before them. Their once proud brutality appeared utterly laughable and powerless in the face of such overwhelming might. Luosen, without casting a glance at them, focused on the dark staircase leading to the basement. He could sense a powerful aura, mingled with the sense of blood, madness, and chainsaw oil, surging upward. Finally arrived. Have you? Luosen's lips curled slightly. He exerted his grip forcefully. Crack, crack. The sound of bones snapping resonated, almost simultaneously. Lu Damei and Monty's necks were brutally broken, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. Kill the cannibal Lu Damei. Absorb 220 points of fear essence. Kill the cannibal Monty Hewitt. Absorb 180 points of fear essence. At that moment, a heavy thudding akin to a charging bear echoed from the basement, followed by the unmistakable, hair-raising sound of a chainsaw starting. Buzzing. Pai Lian, fueled by unbridled rage and madness, charged upward. Upon seeing the lifeless forms of his mother and uncle at the doorway, his eyes, peering from beneath the human skin mask, instantly turned blood red. Roar. He unleashed a beastly roar filled with anguish and fury, raising the whirring chainsaw, launching a frenzied assault on Luosen, the invader who had shattered his family. The entire farmhouse trembled under the weight of this violent energy. Inside the police car, Eileen and Kinbo, witnessing this hellish scene through the window, screamed in terror. They saw the monstrous figure, clad in a human skin mask, wielding a chainsaw as he charged at Luosen, who stood unmoving, a hint of anticipation gracing his features. He slowly drew forth his own, even larger and more menacing weapon, blade of retribution. Come, Luosen whispered, a sound only he could discern. Let me see whether your chainsaw is sharper, or if my blade delivers greater agony. Thus, the duel between apex predators commenced in earnest. Chapter 35, Texas, Luosen vs. Pai Lian. As Pai Lian's immense form, accompanied by the chainsaw's roar, burst into the living room like an uncontrolled locomotive. The space was saturated with a primal and savage desire for slaughter. The rapidly spinning teeth gleamed ominously under the dim light, as if they could rend everything asunder. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Luosen's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond. He did not retreat, but instead lowered his stance slightly. With a lowered center of gravity and hands tightly gripping the Qingjirun, he adopted a standard stance to confront. He sought to test, in the most direct and unadulterated manner, the extent of his enhanced strength. Boom. The chainsaw and the butcher knife, two instruments of ultimate violence, collided fiercely in the center of the living room. Clang, clang, clang. A series of jarring metallic friction sounds echoed throughout the cottage like a blaring alarm. Sparks flew like festive fireworks, igniting the wooden floor beneath them. An unimaginable force surged through the blade into Luosen's arm. He could distinctly feel the ferocity of Pai Lian's strength, combined with the impact generated by the chainsaw's high-speed rotation, firmly exceeding the threshold of 20 points in strength attributes. However, Luosen's strength stood at 21 points. More crucially, he possessed combat skills and a mastery of power far surpassing that of Pai Lian. Rather than meeting force with force, he subtly angled his wrist at the moment of collision. The broad blade of the Qingjirun deftly slid to the side along the chainsaw's guide bar, redirecting the violent impact into the adjacent wall. Boom. The wall was torn apart by the released force, sending wood chips and lime flying. Due to exerting too much force and Luosen's unloading technique, Pai Lian's massive form stumbled forward, exposing a significant opening. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Luosen's eyes as his other hand shot out like lightning. His fingers curled like claws, seizing Pai Lian's arm that gripped the chainsaw. Roar. Pai Lian let out a surprised growl, taken aback by his opponent's swift reaction. He struggled to break free, but found Luosen's grip akin to a molten iron claw, firmly affixed to his arm. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not budge an inch. Immediately afterward, Luosen raised his knee with all his might and forcefully drove it into Pai Lian's abdomen. Thud. The sound resonated like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Pai Lian's colossal body bowed sharply, and the acidic contents of his stomach mixed with undigested food and blood erupted from the seams of his human skin mask. The chainsaw slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground while still spinning wildly, howling. A successful strike. Luosen wasted no time, releasing his grip and retreating to a safe distance. He shook his slightly numb arm, gaining a clearer assessment of Pai Lian's capabilities. Pure strength and endurance, with formidable resilience. Yet, he lacked finesse, leaving numerous openings. Pai Lian clutched his abdomen, painfully kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. For the first time, confusion and fear filled the eyes peering from behind the mask. Directed at this foe before him, he had never encountered such an opponent. His previous prey either screamed and fled before his chainsaw, or were instantly torn to shreds. Never had anyone withstood a direct blow from him, let alone injured him in a contest of strength. This sense of defeat plunged his already muddled mind into further chaos and rage. Roar! Pai Lian abandoned the fallen chainsaw and turned to seize a solid wooden dining table. Like a child grasping a toy, he roared as he hurled it towards Luo San. Luo San's figure glided back like a wraith, effortlessly evading the powerful strike. The table crashed to the ground, splintering into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Luo San activated Ingbu. He instantaneously appeared beside the still howling chainsaw. He planted his foot on the chainsaw's engine, securing it in place. Then, he raised the Chengjieji run, targeting the fragile junction where the chain met the guide bar, and struck down with great force. Crack! Accompanied by a piercing sound of metal fracturing, the rapidly spinning chain snapped, flying away like a kite with severed strings, embedding itself deep into the ceiling. This horrific killing machine, dismantled by Luo San's brute force, was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. With Pai Lian's most relied-upon weapon destroyed, a cruel smile spread across Luo San's face. His objective extended beyond merely slaying this monster. He intended to peel away layer by layer, like an onion, all of Pai Lian's supports, allowing him to experience the most pure and primal despair. Pai Lian stared blankly at his destroyed companion. The rage in his eyes gradually transformed into a childlike confusion and fear. Instinctively, he began to retreat, yearning to escape back to his familiar, safe haven in the basement. "Wanna flee?" Luo San's voice echoed ominously. He unleashed, jigging Linged at Saijua. The Chengjieji run slipped from his hand, transforming into an untraceable crimson streak of light that traced a lethal arc through the cramped living room. Pai Lian sensed the impending doom and instinctively raised his arms in defense. Thud! The strike of the power of rules disregarded his tough skin and robust muscles. The Chengjieji run effortlessly pierced through his arms and continued unabated, driving deep into his chest. Ugh! Pai Lian's massive body trembled violently. In disbelief, he looked down at the colossal blade embedded in his chest. Black blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. His vitality drained at an alarming rate. The Chengjieji run automatically dislodged, soaring back into Luo San's hand. Ultimately, Pai Lian's massive form collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His hollow eyes remained fixed on the direction of the basement. There lay his final refuge. Kill the cannibal Pai Lian, absorbing 400 points of fear source material. Detected the slaying of a lord-level creature, triggering Fear Devour effect, seizing its attributes. Congratulations, host, you have permanently gained Strength 2, Constitution 2. Having neutralized the final threat, Luo San shook the blood from his blade. The entire living room had transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside. It was Andy and Pepper. Following the sounds, they finally arrived. Upon seeing the police car parked in the yard and the door flung open, exuding a powerful stench of blood, their hearts sank. "Eileen, Kimbo," Andy shouted, rushing inside. Then, he beheld a sight he would never forget in his lifetime. For dismembered, monstrous corpses lay in the living room. Blood and entrails covered the floor. In the center of this sea of blood stood a black-clad man wielding a massive blade. He bore not a single stain of blood on him. His gaze as cold as eternal ice. Slowly, he turned his head to look at Andy and Pepper at the door. His eyes were 1,000 times more terrifying than that of the monster that had wielded the chainsaw moments before. "Welcome." Luo San's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Your companions are safe in the car. Now, it is your turn." Andy and Pepper's bodies froze instantaneously, as if they had plummeted from one nightmare into an even more desolate one. Chapter 36, Dazhou. Harvest. Andy and Pepper stood at the threshold, caught in a dilemma. Their minds succumbed to paralysis, overwhelmed by the gruesome imagery before them and the aura of terror emanating from Luo San. They could not fathom the reality of the scene unfolding. Andy's lips trembled, failing to articulate a coherent thought. Luo San paid no heed to the two petrified survivors, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. He approached the staircase leading to the basement, where a more potent stench, mingled with formaldehyde, decaying flesh, and the scent of despair, assaulted him. This was the true source of all evil. He stepped forward, descending slowly. The horrors of the basement surpassed those of the living room. It was a veritable slaughterhouse and workshop for humanity. The walls were adorned with various rusted iron hooks, saws, and skinning knives. In one corner lay a mound constructed from human bones. On a massive workbench scattered an array of human tissues and stitching tools. Several freshly flayed human skins, still stained with blood, hung on a line like freshly laundered garments. At the center of the table rested an unfinished creation, a mask fashioned from the skin of Kai Pu's face. The entire space exuded a maddening atmosphere, a profound desecration of human dignity. Any normal individual witnessing such a sight would likely experience immediate psychological collapse. Yet, Luosan's expression remained as frigid and unyielding as ever. His gaze, akin to the most sophisticated scanner, meticulously surveyed every corner of the basement. Here, he sensed an overwhelming reservoir of fear, accumulated over decades. This essence originated from every soul that had been tormented, dismembered, and consumed by despair within these walls. They had become deeply entwined with the bricks of the house and the dust of the land, forming an immense conglomerate of negative energy. Truly, a treasure trove. Luosan could not help but express his genuine admiration. He slowly extended his hand, activating the powers of the King of Fear to their utmost potential. He no longer merely absorbed fear through slaying. Instead, he intended to act as a high-capacity pump, extracting every last drop of fear that had settled within this space. Buzz. An immense, invisible vortex centered around Luosan instantly enveloped the entire basement. The bloodstains on the walls began to dull. The resentments in the air surged toward Luosan like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The scattered bones on the ground emitted a sound of distress, as if even the marrow within had been drained of fear. Absorbed 10 units of residual despair essence from the environment. Absorbed 15 units of residual pain essence from the environment. Absorbed 12 units of residual hatred essence from the environment. The system's notifications flooded his mind like a cascading waterfall. His reservoir of fear essence swelled at an unprecedented pace. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. This process continued for a full 5 minutes. When Luosan withdrew his hand, the atmosphere of the basement had undergone a subtle transformation. The suffocating oppression dissipated. The foul air had significantly lightened, as if the very soul of the space had been utterly extracted. Luosan's fear essence ultimately stabilized at an astounding 4,500 points, not including the essence gained from previously slaying members of the Hewitt family. A bountiful return. Luosan nodded in satisfaction. He cast one last glance at the now unremarkable basement before turning to ascend. Upon returning to the living room, Andy and Pepper remained frozen in place like statues. Meanwhile, Aaron and Kinbo from the vehicle, gathering their courage, stepped down. The four congregated, regarding Luosan with a gaze reserved for deities, filled with reverence. Luosan paid them no mind. He retrieved a canister of gasoline from the hieratic cube. He finally spoke, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. "Do you wish to survive?" The four nodded fervently, akin to chicks pecking at grain. "Excellent." Luosan tossed the gasoline canister before them. "Burn this house down, along with everything inside it, until nothing remains." "For what purpose?" Aaron asked, trembling. "For purification." Luosan's gaze swept over the sinful cottage, and to destroy the evidence. The four instantly comprehended Luosan's intent. This man not only exterminated the monsters here, but aimed to erase all traces of the event from existence, as if it had never occurred. His thoughts were meticulous and ruthlessly cold. They dared not defy him, immediately springing into action. They poured can after can of gasoline into every corner of the house. Meanwhile, Luosan approached the police car, opened the trunk, and dragged Charles Hewitt's corpse out, carelessly tossing it inside the house. He then retrieved what he desired from the vehicle, the sheriff's sidearm and a substantial supply of ammunition. Although, given his current prowess, firearms held little utility. Yet, an additional means of attack could never be amiss. Once everything was prepared, all survivors retreated to a safe distance. Luosan produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited it. He then casually tossed the small, flickering flame into the gasoline-soaked inferno of the cottage. Boom. The flames instantly consumed everything. The roaring fire, akin to an enraged dragon, engulfed the entire structure. The wooden framework crackled and popped as black smoke billowed skyward. The accumulated sins, suffering, and despair of decades finally met their end in this purifying blaze. Luosan stood before the inferno, the flames dancing in his pupils. A faint smile of satisfaction graced his countenance. The mission of this world had concluded in the most perfect and thorough manner. He turned away, no longer gazing at the towering flames, leaving the four survivors with a final admonition. The path ahead is yours to tread. Remember, you saw nothing tonight. With that, his figure vanished into the endless night of Dezhou, leaving behind four survivors who would spend their lives grappling with the profound terror of this night and a monument of sin ablaze. Chapter 37 Return, Dojo Cleanser. 72-hour survival countdown ended, teleportation returning. As the cold system notification echoed in his mind, Luosan rode his off-road motorcycle along the desolate interstate of Dezhou. Behind him loomed the towering flames, and the encroaching darkness left in his wake. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. In the next moment, he found himself back in his somewhat disordered rental apartment. Outside the window lay the familiar urban nightscape, starkly contrasting with the raw and rugged wilderness of Texas. Rosen took a deep breath. The air was devoid of the stench of blood and decay, replaced instead by a murky essence of modern civilization. He activated the system panel to assess the bountiful rewards from his recent venture. Teleportation, return complete. Commencing final settlement for the world of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Main quest, completely annihilate the cannibal family of Travis County, completed. Hidden quest, purify the source of sin at the Hewitt farmhouse, completed. Special achievement, reverse hunting, entered the world as prey and ultimately hunted down all hunters. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS-rated Texas cleaner. Comments, you did not passively await slaughter. Instead, you transformed into a more ruthless and efficient apex predator than the cannibal family. You orchestrated traps using bait and, with thunderous force, uprooted and incinerated this nest of evil that had lingered for decades. You demonstrated to the dust of Texas that true fear is never boisterous. Distributing SSS-level completion rewards. Reward 1. 8,000 points of fear source quality. Reward 2. 1 random A-level skill item draw. Reward 3 15 free attribute points. Reward 4. Due to the host's actions in completely eradicating the source of fear in this world, you gain promotion privileges for the world-class talent Fear King LV2 to LV3, requires the consumption of 5,000 points of fear source quality and 10 free attribute points. Another SSS rating, and privileges for talent promotion. Upon seeing this splendid settlement panel, Rosen's heart surged with exhilaration. Though the world of Texas lacked supernatural powers, its sheer physical brutality and malevolence had yielded unexpectedly rich rewards. Particularly, the final purification of fear encompassing the entire farmhouse had filled his coffers abundantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately chose to promote his talent, confirming the consumption of 5,000 points of fear source quality and 10 free attribute points to elevate the Fear King level. Promotion successful. Fear King LV2 to LV3. An indescribable sensation of transformation, rooted in the essence of his soul, enveloped Rosen entirely. He felt his comprehension and mastery over the concept of fear ascend to an entirely new echelon. Fear King, unique talent. Level, LV3. Effect 1. Fear Aura, domain. Your aura transcends mere intimidation. It can now preliminarily interfere with reality within a microdomain. Within the aura, you can slightly lower temperatures, distort light and shadow, create phantom sounds, and inflict greater dual psychological and physical suppression on your foes. Effect 2. Fear Devouring, evolution. The proportion of attribute theft increases to 0. 3. Furthermore, you can now selectively devour one non-core skill or specialty of the target, with a success rate limitation. Effect 3. Fear Incarnation, mastery. The manifestations of your fear will be more stable and powerful, even capable of simulating the forms of certain monsters from your memory. Effect 4. Fear Descends, enhanced. The number of projectable targets increases. Currently selectable projections, Silent Hill, Scene, Progenitor of the Deformed, Soul, Leatherface, Berserk form. New Effect 5. Fear Erosion, unlocked at LV3. You can inject your fear energy into a living being or object, like a virus. The eroded target will gradually be assimilated by your will, becoming your fear minion or cursed object. The ability to devour skills and create minions. A terrifying gleam ignited in Rosen's eyes. LV3 of Fear King had already granted him the nascent traits of a creator and a source of corruption. This was no longer merely a matter of becoming stronger. It was a transcendence of life itself. He suppressed his excitement and continued to review the other rewards. First, the B-level draw from the main quest. B-level skill item random draw successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the item, Leatherface's Modified Chainsaw, blue quality. Leatherface's Modified Chainsaw. Type, two-handed heavy weapon, attack power, moderate, special effect, barrier break, passive, grants additional destruction against wooden materials, light metals, flesh, and other obstacles. Description, the roar of Texas is a nightmare for many. A trivial item. Rosen glanced at it and casually tossed it into the heraldric cube. With Blade of Retribution in his possession, such a weapon held no significance for him, though it might prove useful for future synthesis. Next was the A-level draw from the SSS level completion rewards. The wheel spun rapidly, ultimately stopping at a square adorned with a pair of glimmering eyes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill, Weakness Insight. Weakness Insight, a level passive skill. Effect: your eyes gain analytical capabilities comparable to precision instruments. In combat, you can swiftly analyze your enemy's action patterns, energy flows, and even structural physical weaknesses or logical loopholes. The higher your mental strength, the faster and more accurately you can analyze. Description: in my eyes, you are riddled with flaws. A divine skill. An absolute divine skill. Rosen's breath hitched in awe. This skill perfectly filled the most critical gap in his combat system. Previously, he relied heavily on beast instinct and combat experience for judgment. But now, he possessed a data-driven analytical capability. This would enable him to identify the most efficient methods of extermination against any unknown foe in the shortest time possible. Finally, there remained the distribution of 3,000 points of fear source quality and 5 free attribute points. Each 40-level attribute consumes 4 points of source quality. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to his mental strength, breaking through the 40-point threshold for this core attribute. Mental strength, 384, 434. The remaining 3,000 points of source quality were evenly distributed among strength, agility, and constitution, each attribute receiving a boost of 25 points. Strength, 210, 235. Agility, 210, 235. Constitution, 210, 235. Once all enhancements concluded, Rosen exhaled slowly. He could feel that the power within him had reached an unimaginable critical point for an ordinary person. He even sensed that, should he wish it, a single punch could unleash a pure gust of force capable of rending the air and inflicting damage upon distant objects. All rewards have been distributed. The host has a 24-hour period for rest. After 24 hours, automatic teleportation to the next horror world will occur. World preview. Next stop, Main Dairy. Scene tip: a cursed small town that experiences a bloody feast every 27 years. Children have been disappearing one after another, and faint laughter emanates from the depths of the sewers. Beware of those red balloons, for when they appear, it signifies its arrival. Warning: detecting the target as an avatar of an ancient cosmic-level evil deity. Given the host's current strength, the odds of a direct confrontation are exceedingly low. The primary mission of this world shall no longer revolve around slaying foes. Prepare yourself for an ultimate contest concerning fear, psyche, and intellect. Is the cosmic malevolent deity, the avatar of the clown, returning? As Luosin gazed upon the system's stern warning, a profound seriousness washed over his expression for the first time. This adversary, unlike any creature he had previously encountered, was a true ancient god that feasted upon fear. His own talent, the King of Fear, might render him akin to a stumbling infant confronting a battle-hardened adult. Was there a minuscule chance of victory in a direct confrontation? The gravity in Luosin's eyes ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by a fervent, almost ravenous gaze akin to a beast eyeing its prime quarry. Fear? No, it was hunger. He was deeply intrigued by what flavor the fear of a deity might possess. Chapter 38. The clown returns with a mere 24 hours for recuperation. Luosin devoted nearly all his time to familiarizing himself with his newfound powers and to hypothesizing the possible scenarios he might encounter in Delhi town. He understood that the enemy he faced, Pennywise, could not be measured by ordinary logic. Physical assaults would prove nearly futile against such a being, which leaned more toward the realms of mind and concept. Since it fed on fear, that very fear ought to be its vulnerability. This was the core conclusion Luosin had drawn, as the light of teleportation enveloped him. A damp air tinged with a faint scent of decay replaced the arid atmosphere of his rented abode. Luosin found himself standing before an antiquated Victorian house. The yard was overgrown with weeds, the paint peeling and faded, revealing its long abandonment. Yet the system informed him that this was his residence in Delhi town. The sky was overcast, leaden clouds hung low over the town, as if rain could fall at any moment. An ineffable sense of oppression cloaked the entirety of Delhi town. Teleportation complete. Current world, the clown returns. World type, cosmic horror, psychological phenomena, growth. Main quest, unveil and confront your innermost fears, and during the final ritual, diminish its power and reseal it. Quest rewards. Depending upon the degree of diminishment and the completion of the ritual, rewards range from 500 to 10,000 points of fear source quality and a random selection of items from A to S grade skills. Quest failure. Your soul shall be devoured, becoming eternal sustenance and an embodiment of fear. Side quest. Optional rescue each member of the Losers Club. Each successful rescue yields additional rewards and weakens its hold over the town. Was the task no longer about killing, but rather sealing? Luosin observed the quest panel with a concentrated gaze. This corroborated his suspicions. With his current strength, he could not obliterate the existence of Pennywise on a conceptual level. The system aimed to guide him in overcoming it through the rules, confronting the deepest fears within. A playful smile tugged at Luosin's lips as he pondered whether he still harbored any semblance of fear within his heart. He stepped into the dust-laden house and tidied up briefly. The identity assigned by the system was that of a reclusive artist seeking inspiration, which provided an impeccable guise for his forthcoming endeavors. Luosin did not rush to seek out the children of the Losers Club. As the protagonist of this narrative, fate would bring them to him. His first task was reconnaissance, not of the terrain, but of the fear field encompassing the town. He approached the window on the second floor and gently closed his eyes. The formidable perception granted by his King of Fear LV3 spread like ripples, enveloping the entire Delhi town. Instantly, a map composed of countless negative emotions unfolded in his mind. He could discern that beneath the town lay a colossal and ancient collective consciousness, pulsating like a heart, injecting malicious energy into every corner of Delhi town with each beat. This energy influenced every resident, rendering them indifferent, selfish, and blind to the tragedies unfolding around them. Meanwhile, the pure and innocent fears of the children were akin to the most delectable delicacies, artfully captured and absorbed by this heart. On the map, several areas were highlighted as hotspots of fear, including the town slaughterhouse, an abandoned steel mill, and the haunted house at 29 Nibbit Street, exuding the most profound malice and dread. Was this its lair? Luosin's consciousness, akin to the most astute probe, cautiously ventured toward the haunted house. Yet, just as his perception was about to touch the haunted abode, a vast tumultuous consciousness, brimming with mockery and madness, abruptly awakened from the depths of the house and launched a counterattack against his senses. Ha ha ha, new friends are here. A voice laden with malice and derision echoed within the depths of Luosin's soul. His body jolted violently, his complexion paling slightly. He swiftly severed the perceptual link and opened his eyes. The force of that mental assault left him rattled. This was merely an unconscious counterstrike from the entity. Yet its intensity had already surpassed Freddy's most potent attack in the dream realm. Moreover, intertwined with its power was a breath of deathly void from the cosmos. A terrifying force capable of unraveling reason and soul at their very core. Indeed, a formidable opponent lay before him. Yet, rather than retreating in fear, Luosin felt an invigorating excitement swell within him. At that moment, the urgent ringing of bicycle bells and the shouts of children reached his ears from outside the window. He gazed down to see several young adolescents pedaling furiously past his doorstep. Leading the pack was a slightly stuttering boy, Bill Denbroff, followed closely by the loquacious Richie Tozier, who wore thick glasses. Beside them was the frail Eddie Kasbrak, who always carried an inhaler, and the somewhat timid Stanley Uris, who was currently engrossed in studying Jewish law. They were indeed the core members of the Losers Club. Not far behind them, 3 tall and belligerent youths were pursuing them on bicycles, wearing malicious grins. At the forefront was Henry Bowers, the notorious bully of Delhi town. Run! That lunatic is gaining on us! Richie shouted in panic. Bill led the group, veering into a narrow alley, a passageway conveniently adjacent to Luosin's residence. Observing this scene, Luosin remained calm, fully aware that this marked his initial encounter with the Losers Club and the first opportunity for him to intervene in this narrative. Rather than rushing out heroically to chase off the bullies, he opted for a different approach, one more befitting his style. He descended the stairs slowly, stepping into his overgrown yard, and then activated his new ability, Fear Erosion, of the King of Fear LV3, infusing a strand of pure fear energy infused with the essence of Silent Hill into a dilapidated scarecrow abandoned by the previous owner in the corner of the yard. The eyes of the scarecrow flickered momentarily with a barely perceptible red glow. It remained the same tattered scarecrow, yet its soul no longer belonged to itself. In the alley, Bill and his companions found their path blocked by Henry Bowers. Run, you little bastards. Why aren't you running? Henry leaped from his vehicle, brandishing a switchblade with a cruel grin on his face. His 2 henchmen eagerly surrounded him. The members of the Losers Club were cornered, their faces etched with fear. Just as Henry was about to take action and teach these so-called losers a lesson, a transformation occurred. A peculiar cackling, as if choked in the throat, echoed from the adjacent yard. Everyone involuntarily turned their heads to look. There stood the scarecrow, which had been quietly positioned in the yard, its head slowly turning at an angle that defied the laws of physics. Those button eyes fixated on Henry Bowers, and the once comical grin on its face appeared grotesque and terrifying under the gloomy sky. You've disturbed my slumber, a hoarse voice, as if emerging from the depths of a grave, emanated from the scarecrow's mouth. Chapter 39. It returns. Pennywise as the scarecrow, corroded by fear, slowly turned its head and spoke in an otherworldly voice. The air in the alley seemed to freeze instantly. Whether it was the imperious bully Henry Bowers or the desperate members of the Losers Club, an identical emotion of profound terror manifested on every face. What is that? Victor, one of Henry's lackeys, stuttered in fear. Although Henry felt a chilling dread rising within him, years of brutality compelled him to feign calmness. He raised the switchblade and pointed it at the eerie scarecrow, barking, "Stop with the theatrics. Shut your mouth." However, the scarecrow appeared completely indifferent to his threats. Its body, composed of straw and tattered rags, began emitting crackling sounds as if its bones were rearranging themselves. Then, in a stiff and bizarre manner, it descended from the wooden post that had supported it. With a thud, 2 feet made of worn-out boots firmly landed on the ground. It lifted its head, those button eyes still locked onto Henry. "I warned you not to disturb me." The raspy voice permeated the ears of everyone present like the most malevolent curse. This surreal scene shattered the psychological defenses of several youths. Ghost, another of Henry's lackeys, belched, shrieked, turning to flee, abandoning his bicycle. Victor followed suit, fleeing the scene in a panic. Henry Bowers, the fiercest youth in Derry, now wore a pale expression, his hands trembling around the knife. His innate viciousness prevented him from fleeing immediately, yet the terror in his eyes betrayed him. Meanwhile, the members of the Losers Club had huddled together, trembling in fear. At that moment, an even deeper, more ancient terror descended upon them. What a delightful performance! A mocking and cheerful voice, reminiscent of a child's, unexpectedly emerged from the storm drain at the end of the alley. All eyes were drawn towards it. The rusted manhole cover was gently pushed open by a gloved hand, revealing a face painted with thick white makeup and a red smile, topped with a mop of orange hair, emerging from the dark abyss of the sewer. "Hello, children," the clown proclaimed, a radiant smile adorning his face, yet his eyes shimmered with an unsettling yellow light that seemed to pierce the soul. Pennywise. It had finally made its entrance. Its arrival escalated the atmosphere of fear in the alley to its zenith. Whether Henry or the members of the Losers Club, they felt as though an invisible hand had seized their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. This was a primal fear, rooted in the essence of life, a dread of their nemesis. However, Pennywise seemed to regard these petrified children with indifference, its gaze curiously landing on the unsteady scarecrow that had stepped out from the yard. "Oh, an intriguing little toy." Pennywise's smile widened. "Who created you? You possess a scent that is both repulsive and exhilarating." The scent it referred to was the lingering presence of the king of fear that Rosen had left on the scarecrow. The scarecrow, a manifestation of Rosen's fear, seemed to sense the higher order of fear energy emanating from Pennywise. It halted, tilting its head, curiously examining the sudden appearance of the clown. 2 creatures birthed from fear stood in eerie confrontation in an ordinary alley of Derry. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this entire spectacle, Rosen, remained at his second-floor window, a detached director savoring the first act of his carefully arranged drama. He could distinctly perceive how Pennywise's emergence set the entire field of fear in Derry ablaze. A torrent of fear energy erupted from these children, greedily absorbed by Pennywise. Thus, it was revealed that Pennywise did not feed constantly. It required manifestation and intimidation to mature fear before harvesting it. A glimmer of realization flickered in Rosen's eyes, presenting him with an exquisite opportunity, a chance to partake in the divine banquet. He slowly raised his hand, activating fear consumption. However, his target was not the essence of Pennywise itself, but the fear energy that had yet to be entirely absorbed by Pennywise, emanating from the children. He resembled a cleaner fish trailing behind a shark, cautiously yet greedily pilfering the divine offerings. Absorbing pure childhood fear, minor enhancement of mental attributes, king of fear talent nourished. Proficiency increased. The system prompts echoed continuously. Waves of pure energy surged into Rosen's being through an invisible link. This sensation was even more exquisite than directly absorbing the source of fear. Meanwhile, in the alley, Pennywise seemed to sense something amiss. Its smile faltered slightly as it furrowed its brow in confusion. It felt that today's feast seemed to lack a certain quantity. Like a bottle of open soda, still sweet, but missing the crucial fizz. Its gaze involuntarily drifted toward the ominous house of the new neighbor next door. Across the distance of several meters, and through a window, its eyes appeared to lock onto the cold gaze of Rosen behind the second-floor window. Though devoid of any tangible contact, on a spiritual level, 2 apex predators, nourished by fear, have engaged in their first silent confrontation. In the depths of Pennywise's yellow eyes, a flicker of solemnity emerged for the first time. It recognized that this small town had welcomed a rival, a counterpart far more perilous than the mere mortal Henry Bowers. With a chuckle, it withdrew its gaze, emitting that signature laughter once more. Yet this time, the mirth was tinged with a frigid malevolence, devoid of mockery. It resolved to momentarily forego the tantalizing appetizers before it, having discovered a more substantial entree worthy of its full attention. Pennywise made a comical gesture towards the scarecrow, then, like a marionette devoid of bones, retreated into the darkness of the sewers. The red balloon followed suit, gently descending until it ultimately burst with a soft pop at the manhole, transforming into a pool of crimson liquid. As Pennywise departed, the suffocating aura of terror dissipated. Henry Bowers awakened from a nightmarish stupor, glancing at the eerily still scarecrow in the yard and the terrified members of the Losers Club. In silence, he picked up the spring knife from the ground, his face pale, and fled the scene in a state of disarray. The scarecrow, having fulfilled its role assigned by Rosen, reverted to its rigid form, swaying as it returned to its original wooden post, as if nothing had transpired. Only the remnants of the Losers Club remained in the alley, exchanging glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and profound shock at the supernatural spectacle they had just witnessed. Unbeknownst to them, what they had experienced was merely a trivial prelude to the bloody feast that awaited Derry. Their unexpected encounter had, for the first time, drawn the attention of the enigmatic new neighbor. Chapter 40. It returns, the Losers Club. The appearance of Pennywise and the moving scarecrow disrupted the already tumultuous lives of the Losers Club members. They gathered in Bill's garage, each face etched with fear and confusion. You all saw it, right? Richie's voice broke the silence, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. That clown and that scarecrow. It was not merely a scarecrow, Stanley interjected, adjusting his glasses, his complexion pale. In Jewish folklore, there exists a creature called a golem, formed from clay and intent. What we witnessed closely resembled that. Regardless of what it was, it seemed to have saved us, Eddie remarked, inhaling deeply from his inhaler. That scarecrow scared off Henry Bowers. But what about that clown? Bill stuttered, articulating the deepest fears of the group. I think I've seen it before my brother George went missing. Bill's brother, George Denbrough, was the inaugural victim of this latest curse plaguing Derry, his death an indelible scar on Bill's heart. The atmosphere in the garage fell into silence once more, as they realized they might be entangled in a horror far beyond their imagination. The scarecrow had emerged from the yard of the new neighbor. Bill's gaze drifted through the garage window towards the foreboding Victorian house in the distance. The new neighbor must know something. This proposition elicited immediate agreement from the others. In the face of overwhelming fear, any potential clue to unraveling the truth felt like a lifeline. Thus, under Bill's leadership, the 4 core members of the Losers Club summoned their courage and approached Rosen's doorstep. As Bill extended his trembling hand to ring the ancient doorbell, Rosen, already inside, observed their every move through his perception in the mindscape. Have you finally arrived? My side quest, Rosen mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. He descended the stairs, opening the heavy wooden door. The afternoon sun broke through the somber clouds, illuminating him while failing to dispel the innate chill that enveloped him. What brings you here? Rosen asked flatly, his gaze sweeping over the 4 anxious boys at the threshold. Good afternoon, sir, Bill stammered, gathering his courage. We are your neighbors, and we wish to inquire about what happened in the alley today regarding that. He hesitated to utter the word scarecrow, as if it were a forbidden term. Rosen scrutinized each of their faces. Through his weakness insight, the children's innermost fears unfolded before him like an open book. Bill's fear manifested as guilt over his brother George's death. Richie's fear lay in the unknown associated with the clown mask. Eddie's fear stemmed from the diseases and impurities instilled by his overprotective mother. Stanley's fear was represented by a haunting painting of a woman with a flute that hung in his father's office, symbolizing distortion and chaos. Pennywise exploited these deepest fears to divide and terrify them, enhancing the flavor of their dread. Rosen comprehended this instinctively. He refrained from directly answering Bill's question, instead countering. What you saw was a clown, correct? This statement struck the 4 children like a spell, piercing their most vulnerable spots. You know about it, Eddie exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. Not only do I know, but I also know it has set its sights on you. Rosen's tone bore an undeniable authority. It will transform into your most feared entity, dragging you one by one into the abyss. He paused, his gaze growing profound. And that scarecrow? You may interpret it as a warning from me to it. This cryptic proclamation left the children utterly speechless. In their eyes, This mysterious Asian man transformed from a dubious neighbor into an inscrutable figure capable of confronting the monster. "Sir, please help us," Bill implored urgently. "You know how to deal with it, don't you?" Rosen regarded them, slowly shaking his head. "Why would I assist you?" His retort left the four children momentarily stunned. "You are no kin of mine. What benefit would there be for me in aiding you?" His tone was cold and realistic. Steeped in the harsh laws of the adult world, Bill faltered, unsure of how to respond. However, Rosen suddenly changed his tone. "I am indeed intrigued by that clown. It would make a fine addition to my collection." He looked at the four boys as a merchant appraises his wares. "I can assist you, even teach you how to conquer your fears. But you must do something for me. Become my eyes and ears, gathering intel about that clown from every corner of Derry, every place it might appear. And," a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Rosen's mouth, "when necessary, become the perfect bait to lure it out." This, indeed, encapsulates the conditions set forth by Luosin. He intends to transform the Losers Club into his subservient tools, compelling them to undertake trivial investigative tasks that he himself cannot afford to engage in. Ultimately, during the decisive confrontation, they will serve as mere fodder to distract Pennywise. Although this condition is rather harsh, bordering on inhumane, the members of the Losers Club find themselves devoid of alternatives in the face of death's looming threat. "We agree." Bill, gritting his teeth, made the resolution on behalf of all. "Excellent." Luosin nodded in satisfaction. "Then welcome to this game, losers. From this moment forth, you shall bear a new name." He extended his hand, as if conducting a sacred coronation ceremony. The Apostles of Fear. Chapter 41. It returns. The Trials of Fear. The Apostles of Fear? The loquacious Richie adjusted his thick glasses, his face a canvas of confusion and absurdity. "Dude, have you been reading too many comics? We are merely a bunch of unfortunate souls striving to survive." Luosin disregarded his sarcasm, his cold gaze sweeping over the four youths. "Akin to an artisan evaluating unrefined tools. Do you think that by acquiescing to my terms, you shall dwell in peace?" His voice bore no warmth. "In your current state, you are not merely unfit to serve as bait. You lack even the qualification to be cannon fodder. Your fears are weak, disjointed, and riddled with impurities. To me, they are merely substandard desserts. What should we do then?" The frail Eddie anxiously clutched his inhaler. "It is quite simple." Luosin's lips curled into a smile that sent shivers down the youth's spines. "Before you confront true fear, I must first assist you in a preliminary exercise." As his words faded, a profound glimmer flickered in Luosin's eyes. "Heartscape, activate." A force emanating from the depths of the mind expanded from Luosin, enveloping the entire yard. The four youths felt their surroundings shift dramatically in an instant. The dilapidated yard vanished, replaced by a scene they each recognized intimately, yet felt a deep, soul-chilling terror towards. It was a dark, damp basement. Water pipes in the corner dripped incessantly, producing a rhythmic ticking sound. The air was thick with the stench of sewage. Bill Denbroff's pupils dilated sharply. He recognized this place. It was the basement of his home, the very location his brother Georgie had last visited to retrieve the wax. "Georgie," he murmured uncontrollably. At that moment, at the other end of the basement, a small figure clad in a yellow raincoat faced away from them. Crouching on the floor, its shoulders trembled, seemingly weeping. "Georgie." Bill's heart seized, and he rushed forward without a second thought. "Stop." Luosin's icy voice acted as a binding spell, halting Bill in his tracks. The small figure slowly rose and turned around. What should have been an innocent, cherubic face was now grotesquely decayed, one eye replaced by a gaping hole teeming with maggots. "Why didn't you come to save me?" Georgie's voice dripped with resentment and sorrow as he advanced towards Bill. "No, no." Bill's mental defenses crumbled in an instant. He crouched down, clutching his head and emitting a pained wail. This was his innermost terror, his guilt over his brother's demise. Luosin watched this unfold with a detached demeanor, snapping his fingers. Georgie's figure shattered like a bubble, and the basement scene faded away. They found themselves back in the yard, yet before they could catch their breath, the surroundings morphed once more. This time, they were in a filthy, decaying bathroom. The walls were covered in mold and stains, and the bathtub was filled with a nauseating, murky yellow liquid. Eddie Kasperk's face turned ashen as he recognized this scene. It reminded him of the haunted house on Niebolt Street, of the leprous figure that had crawled out of the sewer, oozing pus. "No, it's too dirty," he muttered nervously, his breathing becoming frantic. In the next moment, the liquid in the bathtub began to churn. A decayed corpse, its skin sloughing off, gradually sat up from the tub, reaching out a hand dripping with pus towards Eddie. "Ah!" Eddie screamed piercingly, nearly fainting on the spot. Luosin snapped his fingers again, and the leper vanished. The scene shifted once more. This time, They found themselves in an office adorned with numerous bizarre oil paintings. Stanley Uris froze upon seeing a painting of a woman with a twisted visage playing the flute, feeling as though her eyes were fixated upon him. A soft crack echoed as the frame of the painting fell from the wall. The canvas began to writhe, and the distorted woman, still playing her maddening flute, began to crawl out from the two-dimensional realm. Stanley, paralyzed with fear, scrambled to escape. The scene transitioned again. Finally, it was Richie Tozier's turn. He discovered himself in a room filled with clown dolls. Hundreds upon hundreds of clowns, with their eternally eerie smiles, gazed at him from all directions. "No, don't look at me." Richie, harboring an innate fear of clowns, felt as though he were ensnared in hell. The coffin in the center of the room creaked open, revealing his own lifeless body within. A clown identical to Pennywise emerged from the coffin, grinning menacingly as it approached him. "The game is over, Richie." "No." Just as the four youths were on the brink of being consumed by their respective fears, Luosin gradually retracted the heartscape. All illusions receded like a tide, and they returned to the mundane yard. The four youths collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just emerged from the depths of a watery abyss. Their gazes towards Luosin had transformed entirely. It was a blend of profound fear, reverence, and even a hint of admiration. This man before them not only knew their innermost secrets, but could manifest them, allowing them to experience their darkest truths firsthand. This power was reminiscent of the entity known as Pennywise, yet even greater. For while Pennywise could intimidate them one at a time, this man could ensnare all their fears simultaneously within a realm under his dominion. "Now, do you understand?" Luosin towered over them, his voice as cold as eternal ice. "This is your fear, fragile, utterly vulnerable. Pennywise exploits these elements to toy with you, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. What I aim to teach you," a glimmer of fervor ignited in Luosin's eyes, "is not how to evade fear, but how to confront it, harness it, and ultimately, become it." He slowly extended his hand, a pure essence of fear coalescing in his palm, transforming into a pitch-black flame. Fear has never been a sign of weakness. Rather, it serves as a formidable weapon. From this day forth, your trials shall officially commence. Chapter 42, The Return of the Clown. The intensive training conducted by Luosin for the Losers Club has been progressing in a manner that is both ruthless and efficient. Each day after school, this group of youths is led by him to that ominous house, where they are drawn into the heart imagery realm. They are compelled to confront their innermost fears repeatedly. Initially met with screams and despair, they evolve to a state of numbness and eventual habituation. Ultimately, under Luosin's guidance, they even begin to attempt counterattacks against their phantoms. Bill learns to channel his anger to combat the guilt he feels regarding his brother. Eddie, encouraged by Luosin, musters his courage for the first time, wielding an imagined iron rod to strike fiercely at the leprous figure that represents uncleanliness. Although each session leaves them utterly exhausted and mentally tormented, the results are undeniably significant. Their gazes have grown more resolute than those of their peers. The sweet aura born from fear has gradually been supplanted by a more subdued and resilient presence. More importantly, Luosin continuously harvests the purest essence of fear through this method. His proficiency in the Fear Monarch talent is rapidly ascending, and his mental attributes are steadily improving amidst this feast. Like an astute farmer of fear, he cultivates his crops with care, awaiting the day of ultimate harvest. As the intensive training progresses fervently, the Losers Club welcomes new members. The first to join is the ostracized boy, Ben Hanscom. He has been mercilessly bullied due to his weight, finding solace only in the library, where he delves into the forgotten history of Derry. In his research, he stumbles upon clues regarding Pennywise and the curse of 27 years, which leads Pennywise to fixate upon him. On a rainy day, he is ambushed by Henry Bowers and his gang, who carve an H into his abdomen. Just as he is on the brink of being brutally killed, members of the Losers Club come to his rescue. When Bill and the others bring the injured Ben before Luosin, Luosin merely glances at the wound on his stomach. Another marked prey. His tone is indifferent, as if commenting on an object unrelated to himself. "Welcome, chubby boy. Your fear is rooted in loneliness and rejection, a most intriguing specimen for study." Ben trembles under Luosin's penetrating gaze, yet ultimately chooses to remain, knowing that only here can he find the strength to confront the monster. The second to join is the club's sole female member, Beverly Marsh. A precocious and courageous girl, yet one who endures the misfortunes of a troubled household. Her fear stems from her possessive and abusive father. When Pennywise exploits this fear, transforming her family's bathroom into a blood-spewing hell, it is her friends from the club who help cleanse that nightmarish scene. When Beverly's father discovers her mingling with a group of misfits and prepares to unleash violence upon her, Luosin intervenes in the affairs of these pawns for the first time in the real world. He silently appears outside Beverly's window without revealing himself, simply unleashing his level 3 fear aura to envelop that small house. Mr. Marsh, poised to harm Beverly, suddenly freezes. An indescribable, profound fear emanates from the depths of his soul, engulfing him instantly. He feels as though he is being watched by an ancient, indescribable monstrosity. That sheer malice causes his prideful ferocity to crumble in an instant. In terror, he glances around, yet sees nothing, only able to cower and emit beastly howls. He curls up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, utterly losing his sanity. Beverly stares in astonishment at the bizarre scene unfolding before her. She does not comprehend what has transpired. Yet she senses a powerful, chilling force lurking in the shadows, protecting her. Instinctively, she glances out the window, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure clad in black slowly vanishing into the night. From that day forth, Beverly harbors a complex mixture of emotions towards her enigmatic neighbor, both fear and a hint of reliance. The final member to join is the African-American boy, Mike Hamlin. The loss of his parents in a fire remains an indelible ache in his heart. His fear is rooted in the inescapable flames and the sensation of charred hands. When he is cornered by a fire scene conjured by Pennywise in his family's slaughterhouse, it is the Losers Club that arrives just in time to awaken him from the illusion. Thus, the 7 core members of the Losers Club are united. Under the guidance of Luosun, their enigmatic mentor, they are no longer mere passive victims. They have transformed into a band of young warriors who understand how to harness the power of teamwork to investigate and retaliate. Led by Ben, they piece together the bloody cycle of Derry's 27-year history from the old records in the library. Each catastrophe is accompanied by the emergence of the clown. Luosun, akin to a master strategist, thoroughly maps out Derry's landscape and all potential hiding places of Pennywise through these pawns. He recognizes that Pennywise can no longer intimidate these children with mere illusions. It will inevitably resort to more aggressive and direct attacks. The haunted house located at 29 Neibolt Street stands as the first deadly trap prepared for these unsuspecting children. It is time for your inaugural practical examination. Luosun places a paper depicting the layout of the haunted house before the 7 children. Go there and dismantle it for me. Chapter 43, The Return of the Clown, The Haunted House 29, Neibolt Street. This abandoned old mansion has long been regarded as a forbidden ground in the legends of Derry's children. Now, it has become the primary lair of Pennywise, a labyrinth of fear filled with malice and traps. As the 7 members of the Losers Club arrive on their bicycles and halt before the haunted house, their faces are etched with seriousness and anxiety. Even after undergoing Luosun's rigorous training, the profound fear that arises as they confront Pennywise's stronghold is still overwhelming. Do we really have to go in? Eddie fidgets with his inhaler, uneasy. I feel like the air here is saturated with bacteria and viruses. Do not be afraid, Eddie. Beverly reassures him, though her own heart races. Remember what Mr. Luosun said. Fear is our weapon. He merely wants us to serve as bait. Stanley bluntly points out the truth, his voice trembling slightly. But we have no other choice. Bill clenches his fists, his gaze resolute. If we do not confront this, George and the other missing children will never return. Ultimately, the sense of responsibility towards their companions and the resolve for vengeance against the monster triumphed over their inner fears. The 7 children exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and pushed open the creaking wooden door that seemed on the verge of collapse, stepping into the haunted house. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, on a large tree, Luosun's figure was like a statue merged with shadows, coldly observing the unfolding scene. In his hand, he held a military-grade high-powered telescope, and the perception of Xinxiang Lingyu enveloped the entire haunted house like invisible tendrils. Every trap inside, every energy fluctuation of Pennywise, and each heartbeat of the children resonated clearly in his mind. He was not there to play the caretaker. He sought chaos. A grand display of terror orchestrated by Pennywise and the Losers Club. Only when both parties exerted their utmost, pushing the energy of fear to its pinnacle, could he, the hidden fisherman, reap the richest harvest. Inside the haunted house, the decay and eeriness surpassed its exterior. The air was thick with a pungent smell of mold and rot, and large strips of wallpaper hung in tatters, revealing the blackened wooden boards beneath. A thick layer of dust carpeted the floor, leaving distinct footprints with each step. The 7 children cautiously explored their surroundings. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal giggle of a little girl drifted down from the 2nd floor, followed by a red balloon slowly descending from the staircase. It's here. Richie's voice quivered. All of them gripped their makeshift weapons tightly, forming a defensive circle as they had been taught by Luosin, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The game of the haunted house had officially begun. Pennywise began to exploit their deepest fears, targeting them one by one. Eddie encountered a leprous figure oozing pus, crawling out from a mold-ridden refrigerator. Richie found himself trapped in a room filled with clown dolls, witnessing a vision of himself lying in a coffin. Beverly was once again engulfed by a gushing fountain of blood. Yet this time, they did not crumble as before. Through Luosin's rigorous training, they had developed a certain resilience to their fears. With the calls and support of their companions, they broke free from the illusions time and again. Damn bugs. Why are you no longer afraid? Pennywise's patience seemed to have worn thin, and it let out an enraged roar. The entire haunted house began to shake violently, walls and floors twisting and contorting as if a living beast was about to consume them. It decided to abandon the psychological games and instead deliver the purest form of physical terror. At the end of the corridor, a gigantic monster made of cobwebs and human limbs slowly emerged. Its form continuously shifted between the leprous figure, the flautist, and a mummy, ultimately transforming into a massive werewolf with razor-sharp claws. Roar! The werewolf let out a deafening roar and lunged at Ben Hanscom, who was closest to it. In that critical moment, fire! Bill shouted, and Mike pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a thick steel nail struck the werewolf's eye with precision. The creature howled in agony, momentarily halting its assault. Immediately, Bill and Beverly charged forward, thrusting their iron spears viciously into the werewolf's body, while the others hurled stones at it. This was their first genuine act of harm against Pennywise. Well done. From a distance, Luosin observed this scene through his telescope, nodding with interest. The growth potential of these tools exceeded his expectations. Of course, he also understood that this level of damage was merely a tickle to Pennywise. Indeed, the werewolf roared, violently shaking its body and flinging both Bill and Beverly away. The wounds on its body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the group of oblivious prey, ready to tear them apart. And at that moment, when both sides had escalated their fear and fury to the utmost, Luosin began to reap. He activated Fear Devour, akin to an invisible glutton, ravenously siphoning the vast amounts of fear energy permeating the battlefield, energy unleashed by Pennywise's anger and injuries, and the intertwining energy of fear and courage generated by the children confronting the monster. These high-quality offerings flowed into Luosin's being like rivers converging into the sea. Skill proficiency of Fear King greatly increased. Mental attribute permanently boosted by 0.2. Enhancement of Xianxiang Lingyu, amplifying the ability to interfere with reality. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged through Luosin's entire being. He comfortably squinted his eyes, savoring this exquisite delicacy. Meanwhile, Pennywise within the haunted house felt the familiar sensation of power draining away. It looked up in anger and alarm, as if trying to pierce through the ceiling to locate the thief concealed in the shadows. That damned individual was stealing its dinner once again. This feeling of being treated like a mere worker by an enemy stirred a new emotion within Pennywise's chaotic consciousness, frustration. It emitted a reluctant roar, deciding to disengage. Its form began to grow ethereal, preparing to retreat into deeper dimensions. In Pennywise's view, as long as it returned to the sewer's dominion, no one could steal its power again. Trying to escape? A cold glint flashed in Luosin's eyes. I am still not satiated. He slowly raised his hand, aiming towards the haunted house, and activated his new LV3 ability, Fear Erosion. A stream of pure fear energy, imprinted with Luosin's will, shot forth like invisible bullets, accurately penetrating the foundation of the haunted house from hundreds of meters away. As Pennywise attempted to dissolve into the shadows, it suddenly felt an aggressive foreign force corrupting the very core of its lair. Its connection to this nest was being forcibly severed. No. Pennywise let out a horrified roar. Its home was being stolen. Chapter 44, The Clown's Return, was shaken when Luosin's Fear Erosion struck precisely at the heart of the haunted house. Pennywise instantly felt as though it had been kicked off its throne. The spiritual link it had with this lair, which had been maintained for hundreds of years, was violently tainted by an overpowering force. It felt as if a hacker had breached its firewall with a more sophisticated virus, leaving an indelible backdoor program in its system's backend. It could still sense the presence of the haunted house, but it could no longer manipulate it at will as before. Moreover, it could feel that the external fear energy was eroding the essence of the haunted house, attempting to claim it as its own. Who are you? The ethereal silhouette of Panahwezi solidified in midair, emitting a silent roar laden with fury and horror. This insidious tactic instilled a deeper fear within it than any physical assault could, for it undermined the very foundation of its existence. Meanwhile, Rosen, resembling an elegant thief, swiftly retracted all presence after delivering the fatal blow, vanishing once more into the shadows, concealing his achievements and identity. He was acutely aware that following the pollution of Panahwazi's lair, chaos and weakness would inevitably ensue, granting precious time for the impending assault. Within the haunted house, as Panahwazi fled in panic, the colossal werewolf dissipated alongside it, as if it had never existed. The 7 members of the Losers Club collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Each bore their share of injuries, yet fortunately, none suffered fatal wounds. They had successfully emerged unscathed from Panahwazi's stronghold. Did we succeed? Did we drive it away? Rich's voice brimmed with incredulous joy. However, Bill's expression was grave as he shook his head. We merely provoked it. It will return, and next time will be worse. The relief of surviving the ordeal was swiftly supplanted by a deeper dread of the future. They dragged their weary bodies out of the house, which now appeared less terrifying in their eyes. However, awaiting them was the first and gravest schism within the group. Back at Bill's garage, Eddie's mother, a woman with an overwhelming need for control who pathologically believed her son to be frail, was already waiting. Upon seeing Eddie covered in dust and wounds, she erupted in fury. She screamed and berated Bill and the others, accusing them of leading her son astray and into danger. You monsters, stay away from my Eddie. Without hesitation, she yanked Eddie away, forbidding him from associating with these so-called failures. Eddie tried to resist, but under his mother's long-term psychological control, the brief courage he had mustered quickly crumbled. Eddie's departure ignited a spark of negativity within the others. See, I knew this would happen. Rich was the first to explode, slamming his baseball bat onto the ground. What are we doing? Fighting a clown monster we can't even kill? We almost died in there. For what? For your damn brother, Bill? He.S. already dead. Rich, shut up. Bill shouted angrily, stepping forward and punching Rich in the face. The two instantly became embroiled in a scuffle, while Stanley and Ben rushed to intervene, creating utter chaos. Ultimately, the quarrel ended in discontent, with Rich and Stanley leaving, rendering the Losers Club effectively defunct. Only Bill, Beverly, Ben, and Mike remained in the garage, their faces shadowed by despair. What do we do now? Ben asked despondently. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the garage entrance. A small victory has inflated your egos, while a minor setback has caused your disintegration. The silhouette of Rosen emerged like a specter melding into darkness, his gaze imbued with unabashed disappointment and disdain. It seems I overestimated you. You are not apostles, merely a collection of ineffectual miscreants. His words pierced the pride of every individual present. What do you know? Bill retorted, his eyes ablaze. You have no idea what we have endured. You hide behind us, using us as bait. Bait? Rosen scoffed, slowly advancing into the garage. With each step he took, an almost tangible aura of fear made the youth's breath shallow. You believe you drove it away? Rosen towered over Bill, his eyes cold enough to freeze a soul. If I hadn't tainted its lair, destabilizing its foundations, you would have long since become a pile of flesh within its belly. Your survival here is not due to your courage, but because you remain of use to me. He extended a finger, gently tapping Bill's forehead. Now, stow away your pathetic, meaningless anger. Go retrieve your useless friends, for the final battle is about to commence, and each of you is an indispensable offering in this ritual. Rosen's words bore the weight of a vicious curse, yet carried an irresistible allure. He offered no explanations or comforts, merely thrusting the harsh reality upon these youths, pulling them back from the brink of division. He understood that gentle encouragement would yield no results. Only by making them realize that their only path to survival lay in clinging tightly to him would they abandon all unrealistic fantasies and unleash their most potent will to survive. Bill gazed into Rosen's unfathomable eyes, his anger and grievance gradually replaced by a profound reverence. This man spoke the truth. They had no retreat. What are we to do? Bill's voice became hoarse. It is quite simple, Rosen replied, a hint of satisfaction finally appearing on his face. We will locate its true hiding place within the sewers of Derry. Then, we shall conduct a ritual that can entomb it once and for all. In the wake of Rosen's decisive intervention, the crisis of division within the Losers Club was forcibly quelled. Bill and the others, burdened with complex emotions, set out to retrieve Eddie, Rich, and Stanley. The process was fraught with difficulties. Eddie was locked inside his home by his mother, while Rich and Stanley, gripped by fear, hesitated to rejoin. Ultimately, under Beverly's persuasion and their shared dread of Panahwazi's resurgence, the 7 children reconvened. They understood more clearly than ever that only through unity and adherence to the enigmatic man's directives could they grasp a slender chance of survival. Excellent. It appears you have not yet reached the depths of foolishness, Rosen remarked, observing the reassembled seven with his usual acerbity. Though a subtle hint of approval flickered in his gaze, he unfurled a map of Derry's sewer system, borrowed from the town hall archives, upon the garage floor. According to my analysis and the feedback from the haunting, Panahuesi's true lair lies here. Rosen's finger pointed to the map center, where all sewer lines converged, directly above an ancient, long-abandoned well. This well happened to be situated beneath the haunted house at 29 Neibolt Street. All clues pointed to the same location. Ben Hanscom studied the map, a glimmer of intelligence shining in his eyes. All the disappearances in Derry occurred in the vicinity of this well. Thus, our ultimate battlefield lies there, Rosen concluded. But how shall we confront it? Eddie inquired anxiously. Last time in the haunted house, we exerted all our strength merely to compel it to retreat temporarily. In its lair, it will only grow stronger. Hence, we require a ritual. A glint of cunning sparkled in Rosen's eyes. He had subtly modified the materials he collected regarding the Chudu ritual passed down from the Indian tribes. According to ancient legends, it is an entity from another dimension that feeds on fear. Simple physical attacks have little effect on its true form. However, it adheres to certain ancient cosmic laws, one of the most significant being the power of belief. As long as you truly believe you can harm it, your attacks can inflict damage upon its spiritual essence. Rosen's words were a blend of truth and fabrication. He instilled a more persuasive interpretation of the idealistic theory portrayed in films into the minds of these youths. Therefore, the essence of the Chudu ritual is a contest of willpower, a game to determine who fears less. He produced 7 seemingly ordinary objects, which he had discreetly infused with fear erosion energy: a silver coin, a marble, a small stone. These items would serve as tokens of the ritual, embodying your faith. During the ritual, you must confront the fearsome illusions it conjures with your most cherished memories and unwavering resolve. When you conquer your inner fears, these tokens can inflict lethal harm upon its true form. This discourse, though shrouded in mystery, perfectly aligned with the imaginative capacities of youth. They gazed at the sacred tokens in their hands, their eyes rekindling with a flame of hope. Yet, unbeknownst to them, these so-called tokens would transform into signal receivers and energy conduits for Rosen to siphon Pennywise's primal power once the ritual commenced. In addition to the tokens, we require some physical safeguards. Rosen retrieved several small toys from his seemingly infinite storage space: high-strength alloy fishing nets, a few high-explosive flashbangs, and a modified signal gun capable of firing specially made silver rivets. Should the contest of willpower fail, we will use these items against it, Rosen stated casually. As if distributing candy, the members of the Losers Club stared agape at the equipment that far surpassed their understanding, gaining a renewed sense of awe regarding Rosen's mystique and strength. Finally, and most crucially, Rosen's expression turned grave as he presented an object before everyone. It was an ancient prism, seemingly carved from obsidian, the prism of illusion breaking he obtained in the realm of Silent Hill. This is the core of the ritual. Rosen's voice resonating with seduction, possessing the power to dispel all illusions and penetrate to the essence. In the final phase of the ritual, when you force it into a corner, I will activate this core. It will create a tangible realm, forcibly pulling it from the realm of illusion to a physical plane where it can be utterly vanquished. And that moment will mark our victory. Rosen painted a picture of hope and triumph for these children, perfectly cloaking his nefarious devouring plan as a sacred demon-slaying ritual. The 7 children felt their blood surge with fervor at his words. All prior fears and divisions dissolved into a collective determination to combat evil. Holding their respective tokens and equipment, they gazed resolutely, akin to young knights embarking on a holy crusade. Remember, fear is your weapon. Rosen looked at them, delivering his final pre-battle rallying cry. And I shall be your staunchest support. He coldly added to himself, of course, I shall also be your ultimate reaper. Chapter 46. The clown returns deep in the sewers. Under Rosen's meticulous orchestration, the 7 members of the Losers Club embarked on their journey to the ultimate battlefield. Equipped with their sacred mission-laden gear, the sewer system of Derry was like the dark underbelly of this small town, intricate, rife with the unknown and filth. Murky sewage flowed sluggishly beneath their feet, and a repugnant stench pervaded the air. The beam of their flashlights flickered in the darkness, illuminating only a limited distance ahead, while the deeper shadows loomed like a monstrous maw, ready to swallow them whole. I detest this place. Eddie tightened the mask on his nose, his voice tinged with despair. It's a paradise for bacteria. I feel every breath I take is shortening my lifespan. Shut up, Eddie. Richie, though also fearful, couldn't resist a quip. If you keep talking, we'll drown in your saliva. Rosen did not move with them. He was like an observer hidden in a higher dimension, monitoring everything in the sewer through his omnipresent psychic energy and the connection to those tokens. He sensed that as the children ventured deeper, Pennywise's malevolent consciousness became increasingly active. The entire sewer system was its domain. Each inch of wall and every drop of sewage could serve as a weapon against them. Suddenly, Bill, who was leading the way, halted. His flashlight illuminated an object floating on the water's surface, a doll clad in a yellow raincoat, missing an arm. Georgie. Bill's voice trembled. He saw behind the doll an apparition of a boy in a similar yellow raincoat flash fleetingly, disappearing around the corner ahead. Georgie, wait for me. Bill's sanity was instantly consumed by longing for his brother, and he recklessly pursued. Bill, don't go. It's a trap. The others shouted in panic, hurriedly following him. Rosen, observing this scene from a godlike perspective, merely shook his head. Still too naive, such a simple bait can ensnare them. However, he did not intervene. He needed Pennywise to perform fully, escalating the atmosphere of fear to its zenith, ensuring the maximum benefit for his scheme. The group chased after Bill, turning into a side passage. When they regained their wits, they realized they had separated from Mike and Stanley, leaving only Bill, Richie, Eddie, Beverly, and Ben. Before them lay an underground space cluttered with various discarded items and the belongings of missing children. At the center of the space, a hill made from countless broken toys, abandoned furniture, and the remains of children rose, with a red balloon quietly floating above it. Welcome to my home, Pennywise's mocking voice echoed from all directions. Instantly, the deepest fears of the 5 children were simultaneously detonated. Bill saw his decaying brother Georgie crawling from the pile of bones, accusing him of betrayal. Richie found himself surrounded by countless grinning clown dolls. Before Eddie stood a leprous patient, oozing with pus, slowly emerging from a colossal sewage pipe. Ben beheld a headless corpse beckoning to him, while Beverly confronted the visage of her mentally deranged father, brandishing a belt and grinning menacingly as he approached. A quintet of nightmares descended upon them simultaneously. The children were instantaneously engulfed by their individual fears, emitting desperate shrieks. Meanwhile, the separated Mike and Stanley encountered their own unique terrors. Mike found himself trapped in a blazing, enclosed conduit, with countless charred arms reaching from the walls to seize him. Stanley once again faced the distorted woman playing the flute, her mouth grotesquely stretching to her ears, filled with shark-like teeth, lunging toward his face. The entire sewer transformed into a horror fest meticulously orchestrated by Pennywise. An overwhelming surge of fear energy erupted from the 7 children, akin to a volcanic explosion. Rosen, akin to a gluttonous beast, opened his invisible maw, ravenously consuming this nearly tangible fear energy. His mastery of the Fear King's talents surged dramatically. The mental attributes heightened permanently. The dominion over nightmares received nourishment, enhancing his ability to manipulate minds. This sensation was exquisite. Rosen's soul trembled with excitement under the impact of this immense energy. He felt as if he were inhaling the purest form of poison. Each act of consumption propelled him toward a higher echelon of existence. Meanwhile, Pennywise experienced a profound sense of frustration, akin to being robbed of its rightful due. It had prepared a lavish feast, yet before it could partake, the finest dishes had been surreptitiously devoured by an unseen thief. It was you again. Pennywise roared with unbridled fury, relinquishing its intimidation tactics against the children, concentrating all its attention on uncovering the hidden thief lurking in the shadows. Its vast consciousness swept through the sewer system like a radar. Yet, Rosen had already melded his essence with the foul environment, rendering him imperceptible. The sensation of being unable to locate the enemy while simultaneously being drained by them drove Pennywise's chaotic psyche to experience a new emotion, frustration. As Pennywise's focus shifted, the illusions tormenting the children began to wane. The members of the Losers Club finally broke free from their respective nightmares. Although still shaken, they did not crumble this time. Is its power diminishing? Eddie gasped. Indeed, Mr. Rosen is aiding us from the shadows. A glimmer of realization flickered in Bill's eyes. They mistakenly interpreted Rosen's thievery as assistance in weakening their foe. This misunderstanding rekindled their nearly extinguished courage. He has created an opportunity for us. We must not let him down. Beverly raised her iron spear, her gaze resolute. Exactly. Find it. Destroy it. Richie echoed, picking up a baseball bat from the ground. The 7 children regrouped, wielding flashlights and makeshift weapons, charging toward the hill constructed of bones and refuse. the very core of Pennywise's power. Unbeknownst to them, behind them, the man they regarded as their savior wore a satisfied smile, observing these perfectly exploited offerings as he advanced step by step toward the ultimate feast prepared for him. Chapter 47. The Clown's Resurrection, a feast of gluttony as the 7 members of the Losers Club surged toward the hill made of bones and detritus with resolute courage. Pennywise recognized that it could no longer shatter these morsels with mere illusions. The hidden thief had not only stolen a significant portion of its energy, but had inadvertently ignited the children's fighting spirit. This realization filled it with immense rage and a tinge of exhilaration. "Since you wish to perish so badly, I shall oblige." Pennywise's voice echoed throughout the vast subterranean space, laced with a chilling cruelty. The hill of bones began to tremble violently as countless red balloons ascended from its crevices, resembling droplets of reversed blood, converging at the apex of the space. Following this, a repugnant figure slowly rose from the summit of the hill. It was no longer in the form of a clown, but had transformed into a massive spider, its size comparable to that of an elephant, covered in a gray exoskeleton reminiscent of an insect. The spider's abdomen was a colossal, pulsating mass, reminiscent of a female birth canal, within which 3 orbs spun, exuding an eerie glow. These were one of Pennywise's physical forms, as well as the core of its power, Death Ray. What in the world is that? Richie nearly dropped his baseball bat at the sight of this Cthulhu-like apparition. Even the boldest Bill turned pale at the sight of this unimaginable monstrosity. "Don't be afraid." Bill forced himself to regain composure, shouting, "Remember what Mr. Rosen said. It is merely trying to frighten us with a more terrifying guise. Utilize our faith." He was the first to raise his token, the silver coin blessed by Rosen. The others followed suit, raising their tokens, infusing them with all their courage and will. For Georgie, for all the missing children, for Derry, the 7 children, 7 streams of weak yet pure faith converged, forming an invisible barrier against the mental pressure emitted by the giant spider. Faith. Ridiculous insects. The spider's mandibles clacked, producing a harsh sound akin to metal scraping. It abruptly lifted a scythe-like limb and lunged ferociously at the nearest Stanley. "Watch out." Beverly acted swiftly, shoving Stanley aside. The sharp appendage grazed his body, plunging deeply into the ground and sending debris flying. The battle commenced in earnest. "Spread out. Attack its legs," Bill commanded loudly, and the group immediately scattered, employing the terrain to maneuver around the colossal spider. Mike fired his gun at the spider's joints, though it failed to inflict substantial damage, successfully drawing its attention. Ben and Richie harassed its flanks with stones and bats. Meanwhile, Bill, Beverly, Eddie, and Stanley sought opportunities to strike the spider's relatively vulnerable abdomen with their iron spears. This was a battle of gross disparity in strength. Each successful strike by the children felt like a toothpick pricking an adult. While it might cause slight discomfort, it failed to inflict any real harm. Conversely, every counterattack from the giant spider bore the force of a thunderclap, forcing them into perilous situations. Eddie, in a moment of evasion, was swept by the spider's forelimb. His arm fractured instantly, emitting a piercing scream of agony. Stanley, paralyzed by fear, found himself ensnared by the web spewed forth from the spider's maw. The situation was perilously precarious. Behind this turmoil lurked the hidden fisherman, Rosen, who reveled in the long-awaited feast before him. With each intensifying moment, he could distinctly perceive the escalating energies unleashed by both sides as the battle reached an unprecedented climax. The malevolent force of the enraged deity, Pennywise, surged forth, fueled by a thirst for bloodshed. Meanwhile, the children, driven by their companions' injuries and brush with death, summoned forth a belief imbued with fear, fury, despair, and courage. These two starkly contrasting yet equally pure energies collided like intertwining tornadoes within the confines of this subterranean space. Rosen's fear devourer lay at the heart of this tempest, an unfathomable abyss. No longer content with merely siphoning the remnants, he silently inserted his straw into the source of both energies. On one side lay the oceanic primal power of Pennywise, and on the other, the fragile yet tightly interwoven collective belief of the 7 children. He began to absorb the strength of both. Warning. Detected host attempting to consume the primordial essence of a cosmic-level evil deity. Risk extremely high. Potential for soul collapse. Warning. Detected host consuming belief energy, which conflicts with the nature of fear energy. Potential for energy conflict. The system's alarms blared wildly in Rosen's mind. Yet he remained unfazed, his eyes alight with a frenzied glow. Risk? Conflict? To me, all energy possesses but one attribute, the capacity to enhance my strength. His Lord of Fear, Ability was fundamentally a tyrannical power that transformed all negative emotions into his own strength. In a sense, belief and courage were but the opposite and derivatives of fear, akin to light and shadow, inherently intertwined. Rosen aimed to undertake an unprecedented endeavor, one that might never be replicated. He sought to forcibly amalgamate these two opposing forces within the crucible of his soul. Oh, a tremendous storm surged within the sea of his consciousness. The chaotic power of the evil deity sought to corrode his essence like the fiercest poison, while the children's belief energy blazed like the most ardent holy fire, attempting to purify his darkened core. The two forces waged a brutal tug-of-war within him. Had it been anyone else, their soul would likely have shattered by now. Yet, Rosen's spirit, forged through the trials of countless worlds, was as resilient as ancient stone. He utilized his formidable mental strength of 434 points as the furnace, wielding the tyrannical rules of Lord of Fear as the hammer, commencing the most savage and frenzied forging of these alien powers. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Pennywise and the members of the Losers Club simultaneously sensed an eerie weakness. Pennywise realized that with every swing of its forelimb, its power diminished. The children also discovered that the courage sustaining their fight was inexplicably waning. In this reciprocal draining, the battle settled into a precarious equilibrium. Both sides were in a constant state of depletion, yet neither could gain the upper hand. They had become mere ingredients, continuously drained of their essence in Rosen's grand feast. It was nearly time. Rosen sensed within his soul's furnace that the two tumultuous powers were finally beginning to show signs of fusion under his forced forging. Meanwhile, Pennywise and the children were utterly drained. It was time for the final harvest. He slowly opened his eyes, one half as dark as an abyss, the other ablaze with resplendent golden flames. He rose from his hiding place, no longer concealing his presence, an aura far more terrifying than Pennywise's. Intertwined with a hint of the divine and majestic, surged forth like a tsunami, enveloping the entire sewer. The combatants entangled in the underground space suddenly froze, their gazes drawn to the figure emerging from the shadows, akin to a god or demon. Thank you all for your splendid performance. A satisfied smile graced Rosen's face, akin to one relishing a sumptuous feast. Now, the party has concluded. As Rosen's godlike figure appeared at the entrance of the subterranean space, both the colossal spider creature Pennywise and the exhausted members of the Losers Club felt an absolute suppression emanating from the very essence of life itself. It was a sensation akin to mortals gazing upon deities, a diminutive feeling experienced by lesser gods in the presence of ancient ones. You. The voice emanating from the giant spider's mandibles was fragmented, imbued with horror and disbelief. It could distinctly sense that the fear aura, once aligned with its own essence, had undergone an incomprehensible transformation. It had become more exalted, more pure, even infused with the essence of belief, which it despised most. These two completely opposing powers coexisted harmoniously within a single being. This utterly shattered Pennywise's ancient cosmic understanding. Are you surprised? Rosen strode into the battlefield, each step distorting the surrounding light and shadow, the filthy waters retreating before him. I must also thank you and these brave children. You have provided me with a perfect experiment. He cast a glance at the now utterly petrified youths, nodding slightly, as a king might survey his soldiers. You have performed admirably. The role of bait has been fulfilled. Now, step aside and admire the final spectacle. The members of the Losers Club, utterly drained of strength, could only watch helplessly as this enigmatic and terrifying man approached the equally fearsome giant spider. An incomprehensible confrontation between god and demon was about to unfold. No, you cannot do this. I am eternal. I am the embodiment of fear. Pennywise roared, its voice a mixture of bluster and trepidation, as it sensed the imminent threat. Simultaneously, its abdominal tumor gaped wide, unleashing 3 whirling beams of lethal light, radiating blinding brilliance directly at Rosen's soul. This was its most potent attack, a cosmic-level mental weapon capable of shattering minds and obliterating souls in an abyss of madness and chaos. However, in the face of this deathly light, which could drive even deities to madness, Rosen merely raised his right hand slowly. Upon his palm, one half was solidified abyssal darkness, while the other half burned with a resplendent golden flame composed of belief energy. Deathlight. To me, it is merely a candle about to extinguish. Darkness and flame intertwine and swirl in his palm, forming a slowly rotating Tai Chi diagram that seems capable of devouring everything. Fear and faith. These two forces forcibly merged by him, reveal their world-shattering magnificence for the first time in this realm. Buzz. Three beams of deadly light crash violently into the black and gold Tai Chi diagram. There are no earth-shattering explosions, no world-destroying shockwaves. The terrifying energy capable of obliterating souls is silently devoured, decomposed, and transformed the moment it touches the Tai Chi diagram. No, it is impossible. Pennywise emits a desperate wail. Its strongest strike has been so casually neutralized by the opponent. It can even sense that its primal power is being frantically absorbed in reverse through the link of the deadly light. Now it is my turn. A glint of gluttonous greed sparkles in Rosen's eyes as he steps forward. His figure instantly crosses dozens of meters, appearing before the gigantic spider. The hand that merges darkness and flame, with an irresistible will, forcefully presses down upon the spider's enormous head. Fear devours. Nightmare sovereign. Fear king. The three great talents. The three mighty powers are summoned to their utmost peak by Rosen at this moment. No longer satisfied with mere theft, he seeks the most brutal and thorough consumption. The body of the gigantic spider begins to collapse and disintegrate at a visible speed. Its gray shell, composed of fear energy, shatters piece by piece, transforming into the purest energy that surges into Rosen's body. The vast soul, ancient consciousness, all knowledge and memories regarding the universe and fear, everything is forcefully ground, absorbed, and digested by Rosen. This is a conceptual level devouring. The members of the Losers Club can no longer discern the scene in the center of the battlefield. They only see a massive sphere of light composed of darkness and golden radiance completely enveloping the terrifying spider. From within the sphere, the roars of Pennywise, transitioning from anger to horror, then to despair, ultimately fading into nothingness, can be heard. This process lasts a full minute. When the light dissipates, there is no trace of the gigantic spider or Pennywise left in the underground space. Only Rosen stands quietly, surrounded by floating specks of golden light and wisps of black mist. He emanates a contradictory aura that is both sacred and wicked, both majestic and terrifying. Slowly, he opens his eyes. Within those orbs lies a depth akin to a starry sky, so profound that one might be drawn into it with a mere glance. Warning: the host has forcibly consumed a universe-level evil deity avatar. The soul is enduring a tremendous burden and is beginning compulsory fusion and reorganization. Fusion and reorganization successful. The host's mental attribute permanently increased by 50. World-class talent Fear King LV3 LV4. Core ability Nightmare Sovereign. Pseudo. Absorbs the source of deadly light. Evolving into Nightmare Demon God. Prototype. Core ability Heart Image Domain. Prototype. Absorbs the source of Pennywise's domain. Evolving into Heart Image Realm. Beginner. Congratulations, host, for completing a substantial leap in life level. The system notification echoes in Rosen's mind like a tide. He can feel his soul and power expanding to an unprecedented, terrifying degree. Glancing at the utterly dazed youths, he says nothing further. He turns and slowly walks into the dark sewer. His main quest has been completed. The fear of this world has become a part of him. There is nothing left here for him to cherish. Only the 7 who will never forget the miracles they witnessed that night remain. Chapter 49 SSS Level. Whispers of the Ancient God. When Rosen's figure vanishes into the darkness of the sewer, the members of the Losers Club awaken as if from a deep dream. Supporting each other, they exit this place that has subjected them to countless nightmares. The sky over Delhi town appears brighter than ever. The gloom and curse that have shrouded the town for centuries dissipate with the complete annihilation of the Ancient God that feeds on fear. They know their lives will return to normal. Yet, the memory of that godlike man will forever be etched in their minds. Inside the rental house, Rosen feels the dizziness of returning, but is enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. The harvest from the Joker resurrection world cannot merely be described as bountiful. It is a complete ascension. He has already completed a leap in life level without needing to wait for the settlement. Return teleportation completed. Commencing final settlement for Joker resurrection world. Main quest: seal it, exceeded completion. Target has been thoroughly consumed. Side quest: rescue all members of the Losers Club, completed. Hidden achievement: divine gluttony, with a mortal body, performing divine acts of consumption. Comprehensive evaluation: SSS level new God of fear. Comment: you have required no further elaboration. With the most audacious plan and the most tyrannical means, you have completely devoured an ancient god avatar deemed by the system as impossible to kill. You are no longer merely the king of fear. You are becoming fear itself. The epic of fear in Delhi town has concluded because of you, and your myth is just beginning. Distributing SSS level completion rewards. Reward 120. 000 points of fear essence. Reward 2. S-level skill item random draw once. Reward 320 free attribute points. Reward 4. Due to the host achieving the Divine Gluttony achievement. A special reward of Whispers of the Ancient God is granted, allows the designation of one talent or ability for a conceptual elevation. SSS level evaluation Whispers of the Ancient God. Gazing at this unprecedentedly splendid settlement, Rosen's breath momentarily halts. Without hesitation, he applies the reward of Whispers of the Ancient God to his most core talent. System, Elevate Fear King. Confirming the use of Whispers of the Ancient God for the conceptual elevation of world-class talent Fear King. Elevating elevation successful. World-class talent Fear King has evolved into the myth-level talent Source of Fear for all things. Source of Fear for all things, myth-level unique talent. Level, LV1. Original LV4 has transformed into LV1 myth level. Effect 1. Domain of Fear, Domain Ifid. Your heart image realm is bound to the myth talent, transforming into your exclusive divine domain. Within this domain, you are the rule, and your words shape reality. Effect 2. Conceptual Devouring. Evolved, you can now directly consume the concepts of your enemies. For example, consuming Jason's concept of immortality will grant you a higher level of immortality. Effect 3. Fear Creator, Mastery. You can conjure fear-infused entities with independent consciousness and growth potential from the essence of fear. Effect 4. Multiverse Projection, Enhanced. You can project your defeated foes with greater ease, even temporarily manifesting your own mythical form. New Effect 5. Fear is Me, Mythic Unlock. As long as the concept of fear exists in the universe, your soul's essence cannot be truly extinguished. You are the embodiment of fear itself. Is this the hallmark of a mythic-level talent? Rosen felt the monumental transformation deep within his soul, stirring a tempestuous wave of emotions within him. This was no mere skill, it was a cosmic-level authority. He proceeded to examine the evolution of his abilities after absorbing Pennywise. Nightmare Demon. Prototype, you have initially grasped the power of annihilation, capable of delivering devastating strikes to the souls of your enemies in dreams or reality. Mindscape Domain. Initiate the range and intensity have surged. You can even momentarily distort the laws of physics within the domain. After tallying his internal changes, Rosen began to claim other rewards. From the S-Class draw, he received a special mask named Pennywise's Smile. Pennywise's Smile, Golden Legend. Type, Special Equipment Mask. Effect, when worn, it allows you to perfectly disguise yourself as any creature you have encountered, gaining some of its abilities. Simultaneously, it significantly enhances your mental attacks and illusion capabilities. Description, we are all floating down here. A perfect auxiliary equipment. Finally, he received 20,000 points of Fear Essence and the allocation of 20 free attribute points. He allocated all 20 free attribute points to his Spirit. Spirit, 434, 484, Devour 50, 734. Detected a core attribute breakthrough of over 50 points, resulting in a qualitative change in soul strength, awakening divinity. Congratulations, host. You have attained divinity. Initiate. He used all 20,000 points of Fear Essence to enhance his other three-dimensional attributes. Strength, Agility, Constitution, 235, 335. When all enhancements concluded, Rosen's panel reached an astonishing level. Host. Rosen, Divinity. Initiate. Strength, 335. Agility, 335. Constitution, 335. Spirit, 734. Mythic level talent, source of all fear LV1. Rosen felt an immense power within him, akin to the primordial forces of the universe. He knew he was no longer merely human. He was a deity cloaked in human flesh. All rewards have been distributed, and the host has 24 hours of rest time. After 24 hours, automatic transport to the next horror world will occur. World preview. Next stop, unknown location. A cabin in the woods. Scene prompt. 5 individuals of distinct personalities embark on a journey to a secluded cabin in the woods. The basement is filled with various eerie objects, and your choices will determine which actor will appear tonight. Warning, a high-dimensional organization has been detected in this world, along with a sacrificial ritual to ancient gods. Your existence may unpredictably disrupt the entire world's script. Please act with caution or indulge in revelry. Cabin in the woods sacrifice. Rosen gazed at the system prompt, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. Chapter 50, Cabin in the Woods. As the light of transport faded, Rosen found himself standing in a central control room. Surrounding him were high-tech devices with a metallic sheen. Dozens of staff members in white uniforms were diligently attending to their respective tasks. Some were adjusting environmental parameters, others monitoring vital signs, while some were placing bets on the various horror monster options displayed on the screens. Hey, newcomer, don't just stand there. Go report to the pheromone control console. Today is a big day. A passing middle-aged supervisor clapped Rosen on the shoulder, impatiently urging him. Rosen raised an eyebrow slightly. Transport complete. Current world, cabin in the woods. World type, subversion, sci-fi. Monster, main quest, survive until the end of the sacrificial ritual and uncover the truth about the ancient evil god and this organization. Quest rewards, depending on information completion and final outcome. Rewards of 8,000 to 15,000 points of fear essence, with a random S-class skill item draw. Quest failure, become an appetizer for the ancient evil god or be purged by the organization. Current identity, facility base, technical department, intern. Intern? A hint of amusement curled at the corners of Rosen's mouth. This arrangement by the system was indeed ingenious. Instead of placing him as a sacrificial offering in the cabin, it had directly inserted him into the inner workings of the world's shadowy organization. This saved him considerable investigation time and allowed him to enjoy the forthcoming horror narrative from a fresh divine perspective. He calmly followed the supervisor's instructions and approached a console labeled Pheromone Control. With his extraordinary mental acuity and memory, he merely glanced at the operation manual and instantly mastered all the workflows of the position. His task was to influence the emotions and behaviors of the 5 sacrifices in the cabin by releasing different chemical pheromones. For instance, making them more foolish, more lustful, or leading them to make the most erroneous decisions at critical moments. What a delightfully sinister setup. As Rosen skillfully operated the console, he discreetly observed the entire central control room from the corner of his eye. The enormous main screen was divided into dozens of smaller panels, streaming everything happening inside and outside the cabin in real time. He saw the 5 young individuals, each labeled with distinct personality traits: athlete, Kurt; whore, Jules; scholar, Holden; virgin, Dana; and fool, Marty. They were driving an RV, laughing and chatting as they approached the death stage prepared for them. Below the main screen was a massive electronic betting board, listing dozens, even hundreds of different monster options. Zombies, werewolves, giant spiders, a family of scarecrows, and a killer wearing a ceramic mask. Almost every classic horror movie monster was represented. The staff in the control room were eagerly pulling out their pay cards, placing bets on their favorite actors. I bet $100 they'll choose the zombie redneck family. They're the most entertaining. Not a chance, last time it was them. I'm guessing it's Jack the Ripper. The Virgin-esque script suits that classic killer best. Rosen listened impassively to their discussions. In his eyes, these self-proclaimed directors and audience members were no different from the young individuals in the cabin who were about to meet their demise. They were all merely pathetic sacrifices seeking to please some higher existence. His gaze fell upon the enormous monster list. At the bottom of the list, there were several options marked as extremely dangerous: Momo, Xieshan, Julong, and a name that made his pupils constrict slightly: Kevin. A name that appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat ridiculous. Yet, Luosin understood the terrifying existence it represented. He discreetly committed this name to memory. As the RV arrived at the cabin nestled in the woods, the meticulously planned horror film commenced. Guided by pheromones, the group of young individuals disregarded all signs of danger and joyfully began their vacation. Meanwhile, in the central control room, the most critical phase commenced, allowing the sacrifices to personally select the monsters that would make an appearance that night. All right, everyone. The bidding has begun. The bidding has begun. A middle-aged woman, seemingly the commander, clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention. Place your bets. Let us see which of our lucky contestants will choose an old friend this year. On the screen, after engaging in a game of truth or dare, the 5 young people were indeed guided by an invisible force towards the door leading to the basement. The basement was filled with an array of cursed and malevolent objects. Each item corresponded to a different monster: an ancient diary, a mysterious music box, a peculiar Rubik's Cube, and an old film reel. Quick, choose the diary. I bet 500 on the zombie redneck, exclaimed a staff member, nervously clenching his fists. Select the music box. The ballet demon is the way to go. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, the final choice was made by the protagonist, a girl named Dana, who was designated as the Virgin. She picked up an ancient diary with a cover made of leather, human skin, and recited the blasphemous Latin incantation inscribed within. This is it. A fervent cheer erupted in the control room. The zombie redneck family. The Buckner family. I knew it. The commander nodded with satisfaction and issued commands through the intercom. Release department, let the Buckner family loose. Technical department, get the atmosphere going. Lights, sound effects, fog, make it happen. As she gave her orders, A massive elevator deep within the base began to ascend slowly. A metal cage, filled with sluggish, decaying zombies wielding various agricultural implements, was transported to the surface track. A bloody slaughter was about to unfold. Yet, Luosin remained at his control panel, his expression devoid of any emotion, resembling the most devoted employee. However, within his heart, a plan far more insane and subversive than the script devised by this organization had quietly taken shape. Zombies. A delectable appetizer. Luosin slowly raised his hand, seemingly adjusting the release concentration of the pheromones. In reality, a strand of mental energy, infused with his powers of terror erosion and nightmare demon, infiltrated the entire central control system of the base like the most advanced network virus, following intricate pathways without a sound. Chapter 51. The Cabin in the Woods Director. It's time for a change. On the large screen in the central control room, the Buckner family zombies staggered out of the ground. Well done. Camera 3. Get a close-up of that severed hand. Commander Ms. Ziderson leaned back in her chair with satisfaction, lifting her coffee cup. The control room was filled with light laughter and the clamor of bets being settled. Technical department. Dim the moonlight a bit and add more fog. Ambience crew. Pick up the pace. Understood, Luosin replied calmly, his fingers tapping on the control panel. The environment around the cabin quickly turned ominous. Everything unfolded according to plan. Hey, Gary. The vital signs signal on my end is fluctuating. Is there an issue with the sensor? A bespectacled technician asked with a frown. The supervisor, referred to as Gary, glanced over. Just restart it. It's an old problem. Luosin remained silent. He had just injected a small segment of meaningless garbage code into the physiological data stream of the 5 sacrifices. Pheromones prepared, as planned. Let the athletes and promiscuous ones head into the woods to meet their demise. Ziderson issued a new directive. Luosin pressed the execution button. On the screen, the young couple indeed succumbed to their hormones and recklessly ventured towards the small woods outside. Wait, something's not right. Gary, responsible for monitoring the pheromones, suddenly shouted. Pheromone levels are out of control, exceeding the safety threshold by 3 times. Ziderson's brow furrowed. What is happening? I don't know. The system indicates a filter blockage, but I just replaced it. The spectacle on the screen confirmed Gary's report. The athlete named Kurt, with eyes ablaze, not only failed to engage romantically with his girlfriend Jules, but instead picked up an iron rod nearby. Something's coming, he shouted at Jules. A Buckner family zombie was staggering towards them. According to the script, Jules was supposed to scream and be killed. However, Kurt, like an enraged bull, charged forward. Bang! The iron rod smashed down on the zombie's head, shattering half of its skull. The control room fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared at the screen, as if witnessing the most absurd drama imaginable. He killed the monster? What on earth is wrong with the pheromones? We injected him with an aphrodisiac, not a rage serum. Ziderson's expression darkened. Security department. Prepare to initiate Plan B and double the number of monsters. Luosin's lips curled slightly in an unnoticed corner. What he had just done was merely modify a minor parameter with the virus, altering the molecular structure of the pheromones from an aphrodisiac to one that ignited combat instincts. Report. Plan B cannot be initiated. The release system is locked. What? Ziderson sprang up from her chair. Not just the release system. Control permissions for environmental control, power systems, and communication systems. Every subsystem is being lost. A technician shouted in panic. Our system has been breached. This statement detonated like a bomb within the control room. Immediately cut off external networks. Activate the firewall. Find that damned virus. Ziderson roared. Her previous elegance vanished. Amidst the chaos, Luosin appeared as the most innocent in turn. Supervisor. My console has malfunctioned too. He raised his hand just in time. On the screen, the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. The fool named Marty had inexplicably become exceptionally alert. He located the entrance to the basement and discovered a hidden camera. I knew it. This has all been orchestrated. We are guinea pigs in a reality show. He shouted at the camera. Quick, cut his audio. No. We lost control of the cabin. Chaos spread like a plague. Alarms blared, and red warning lights flickered across everyone's faces. Initiate the base's final defense protocol. Purification procedure. Ziderson made a final decision, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. The purification program served as the ultimate measure to obliterate the entire area, along with the offerings and facilities. Should the ritual fail utterly, she entered a complex series of passwords on a crimson control panel and pressed the confirmation key. The purification program had been initiated, and all personnel were to evacuate immediately as the cold, mechanical prompt echoed. However, the tone soon morphed into something sinister. Purification failed. Command altered. Executing final directive. Zyderson's complexion turned as pale as parchment, her gaze fixed in horror upon the main screen. A line of blood-red command codes appeared, an unfamiliar sight to her. Protocol Carnival. The next moment, the entire base began to tremble violently. The floor of the central control room slowly opened, revealing a colossal elevator composed of countless metallic cages. Ascending from the depths below. No, that is a cube. Who activated it? My God, look at those cages. Everyone was paralyzed with fear, gazing at the monstrous prison as it rose. The electronic locks of hundreds, even thousands of cages clicked open one after another. The howls of werewolves, the screams of xenomorphs, the singing of little girls, the roaring of chainsaws, a cacophony of horrific sounds surged from the depths, merging into a symphony of death. Rosen slowly raised his head, observing the white-coated figures scattering in terror. His eyes sparkled with a detached appreciation akin to watching fireworks. The script he had orchestrated was finally unfolding. Chapter 52. Cabin in the Woods. Dinner is served. The roar of the rising cube was the herald of this bloody banquet. Inside the central control room, the elites who had previously sat comfortably at their consoles now resembled ants disturbed from their nest, screaming and running in utter chaos. Secure the doors. Quickly. Seal the safety doors. It's futile. The main system is locked. We have lost all authority. Who did this? Who is responsible? Their terrified gazes darted across every face around them. Once colleagues had turned into the most suspicious of enemies. Meanwhile, Rosen, the true source of the virus, leaned against his now black-screened console, hands tucked in his pockets, observing the unfolding apocalypse with keen interest. Click. The first electronic lock of a cage popped open. Inside was a massive creature, its body covered in chitinous armor, a blend of mantis and scorpion. It scanned its surroundings with its multifaceted eyes, seemingly still awakening from a long slumber. A technician closest to it scrambled desperately to climb onto a console. Don't come near. Don't come near. He screamed hysterically, hurling a keyboard at the creature. The keyboard struck the monster's shell with a sharp crack, shattering into pieces. This seemed to awaken the creature's ferocity entirely. Hiss. It emitted a piercing shriek, its scythe-like forelimbs shooting out like lightning. The technician's scream was abruptly silenced as his body was pinned to the console with deadly precision. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the surrounding equipment. This gruesome scene was akin to the first domino falling. Click, click, click. More cages opened. A hellish monk, wrapped in chains and adorned with nails across his face, stepped out, dragging a sobbing cube behind him. A swarm of agile xenomorphs, dripping acidic saliva, surged like a black tide up the elevator's support beams. A little girl in a hospital gown, her wet black hair cascading, crawled from a shadowy corner, humming a peculiar tune, her body contorting in a grotesque manner. Werewolves, vampires, giant pythons, headless horsemen, hundreds of monsters, each a figment of nightmares, were simultaneously unleashed. Driven by a yearning for freedom and a hunger for flesh, they surged towards the unarmed caretakers in the control room. In an instant, the central control room transformed into a bloody buffet. The sounds of screams, gnashing teeth, shattering bones, and monstrous roars intertwined, composing a chaotic and horrifying symphony of death. Ms. Zyderson and a few security personnel remained the only ones capable of fighting back. They formed a circle, backs pressed together, as their handguns spat flames in a desperate attempt to fend off the relentless tide of monsters. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. Calling ground forces. An A-class containment breach has occurred at the base. Zyderson roared into the communicator, accurately shooting a bullet into the eye socket of a lunging zombie dog. Yet, ordinary bullets inflicted minimal damage upon these supernatural beings. Their defensive perimeter was gradually being constricted. Meanwhile, Rosen stood calmly at the fringes of the chaos. His powerful, fear aura created an invisible barrier, causing the primal monsters to instinctively avoid his vicinity. He stood serenely amidst the sea of blood and corpses, like a deity detached from the fray, his gaze scrutinizing the rampaging creatures as if he were the most discerning connoisseur. Too weak, lacking the value to consume. This one is intriguing, its energy composition is unique. Oh, is this one of the soul type? The ability, Weakness Insight, allowed him to analyze each creature's energy level, attack patterns, and potential vulnerabilities clearly. To him, this was not hell but an unprecedented repository of biological diversity. Finally, he identified his first target. It was a nightmare. Floating in midair, its form composed of a swirling mass of black mist. It seemed devoid of physical substance, targeting the psyche of its victims. A hapless technician merely locked eyes with it, only to collapse in agony, rolling on the ground, bleeding from every orifice, and ultimately succumbing to brain death. A weakened version of Freddy, a delightful after-dinner treat. In an instant, Rosen's figure vanished from sight. He attracted no one's attention, blending into the shadows like a flowing stream, silently appearing behind the nightmare. The creature seemed to sense something, its misty body shuddering as it began to turn. But it was too late. Rosen's hand, entwined in darkness and golden flames, had already pressed upon its core. Conceptual devour. No. The nightmare emitted a silent, anguished wail existing solely on the mental plane. Its body, composed of pure psychic energy, was uncontrollably drawn into Rosen's palm, like a punctured balloon, devouring the concept of low-level nightmares. The powers of the nightmare demon god received a slight enhancement. Permanent mental attribute 01. The entire process took no longer than 3 seconds. When Luosin retracted his hand, the nightmare that had instilled fear in the technicians had completely vanished from this world, leaving not even a trace of its existence. The taste was acceptable. Luosin smacked his lips, akin to a connoisseur savoring an appetizer, and turned his gaze toward the next target, the hellish practitioner. Impaled with nails and clutching a cube, it seemed to sense the aura of a shared yet superior pain and order emanating from Luosin, ceasing its assault on others. Those pupil-less eyes fixated intently on Luosin. "You possess the scent of my master," rasped the hellish practitioner, bewilderment lacing its voice. "Your master?" A playful smile graced Luosin's face. "Soon, you shall have a new master." He slowly approached the hellish practitioner, entirely disregarding the chaos of battling monsters and humans around him. Meanwhile, the situation for Zitterson and the others had become dire. A security guard was impaled through the chest by an alien's tail, while another was knocked to the ground by a werewolf, swiftly torn to shreds. "Supervisor, we can't hold on any longer. We must find a way to activate the emergency elevator." Gary Sana, the supervisor who had previously alerted Luosin, leaned against Zitterson, desperation etched across his face. "It's useless. All systems are locked." Zitterson's expression mirrored his frustration. At that moment, Gary inadvertently caught sight of the intern leisurely strolling toward the hellish practitioner. He saw Luosin's eerily calm face and the bizarre safety zone surrounding him. An absurd and terrifying thought struck him like lightning. "It's him. It's his doing." Gary's voice turned sharp with shock and fear as he pointed a trembling finger at Luosin. "Ms. Zitterson, that intern, the virus that infiltrated the system, is him." This shout fell like a depth charge on the chaotic battlefield. Zitterson spun around abruptly, her keen eyes locking onto Luosin's retreating figure. As if just noticing, Luosin slowly turned his head, revealing a devilish smile that would haunt Zitterson and Gary forever. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Thus, I reward you." He snapped his fingers. A grander display of fireworks erupted. The moment his voice fell, the last vestiges of the system's restraints binding all the monsters were utterly dismantled. In their eyes, a red glow surged with tenfold fury compared to before. Dinner is served. Chapter 53, The Cabin in the Woods. You know nothing of true fear. When Luosin completely lifted all system restrictions, the monsters within the cube descended into a frenzied, indiscriminate rage. They were no longer confined by any boundaries or behavioral logic. Only the primal thirst for slaughter and flesh remained. The pressure surrounding Zitterson and Gary instantly multiplied tenfold. The previously passive monsters now charged at them like they were on a stimulant, launching suicidal assaults from all directions. Gary barely managed to scream before being ensnared by a giant spider descending from the ceiling, dragged into darkness. A flicker of despair crossed Zitterson's eyes, but her years of holding power instilled in her a ruthless determination not to give up. She discarded her empty pistol, drawing a high-frequency tactical dagger from her waist. Her body erupted with agility that belied her administrative role. She deftly avoided 2 lunging zombies, thrusting a blade into a goblin's eye, then rolled to charge toward the nearest ventilation shaft. She understood all too well that remaining here would lead only to death. The only path to survival was to leverage her familiarity with the base's layout to escape this slaughterhouse of a control room. Luosin watched her nimble movements with keen interest, making no effort to intervene. A panicked mouse, at times, proves far more entertaining than a corpse. His attention shifted back to the main course before him. The hellish practitioner, covered in nails, maintained an eerie calm while all the monsters succumbed to their frenzy. It seemed utterly disinterested in the surrounding carnage. Its emotionless eyes remained locked onto Luosin. "What exactly are you?" the hellish practitioner asked, its voice hoarse yet commanding, as if delivering a sacred judgment. "I am here to bring you ultimate pleasure." Luosin replied with a smile, uttering a phrase only the hellish practitioner could comprehend. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed the distorted face of the hellish practitioner. It slowly raised the cube in its hand, which began to spin rapidly, transforming. Chains glimmering with blood shot forth from the void, coiling around Luosan's limbs like venomous serpents. This was the power of order from the hellish dimension, representing the utmost pain and bondage. Yet, in the face of these soul-rending chains, Luosan merely raised a hand. The mythical talent, source of fear for all things, unveiled its unreasonable dominance for the first time in this world. You dare toy with pain in my presence? A glimmer of mockery flashed in Luosan's eyes. You know nothing of true fear. Domain of fear, activate. A force of fear, deeper and older than the hellish dimension, erupted explosively from Luosan. The chains glimmering with blood, upon touching the boundary of the domain, sizzled as if encountering the blazing sun, melting inch by inch. What? For the first time, shock crossed the hellish practitioner's eternally unchanged face. It felt as though its connection to the hellish dimension was forcibly severed by this overwhelming power. The strength it prided itself on became a mere illusion within this man's domain. Now it is my turn. Luosan's figure appeared instantly before the hellish practitioner. He wielded no weapon, merely extending a finger to lightly touch the practitioner's forehead. Concept devour. The hellish practitioner emitted a scream 1,000,000 times more pitiful than the suffering it inflicted on others. Its body, composed of hellish laws, began to uncontrollably collapse and disintegrate. The concepts it wielded regarding pain, order, and bondage were forcibly stripped away and absorbed by Luosan like a flood breaching a dam. Devoured the concept of the hellish practitioner. Divinity received a slight enhancement. Acquired skill fragment. Chains of pain, basic, when Luosan withdrew his finger. The once mighty envoy of hell had been reduced to a pile of ash, leaving only the spinning cube. It thudded to the ground, returning to tranquility. Luosan bent down to pick up the cube and casually tossed it into the hieratic cube. This item, capable of connecting to the hellish dimension, might still prove useful to him. After vanquishing two remarkably intriguing monsters, Luosan's gaze swept over the battlefield once more. At this moment, the central control room had transformed into a veritable paradise for beasts. Most of the staff had been torn to shreds, with only a few fortunate souls cowering behind sturdy equipment, struggling to survive. With the loss of a unified target, the monsters began to turn on one another in a frenzy. A massive werewolf was engaged in a vicious struggle with a demon dog engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies mindlessly assaulted a scarecrow-like killer wielding a gigantic scythe. Observing this chaotic and bloody scene, Luosan's face broke into a satisfied smile. Excellent. Let the slaughter commence. Let the strongest emerge, and then become my ultimate feast. He dismissed the pandemonium behind him and turned towards the ventilation duct through which Zyderson had fled. The greatest secrets of this organization did not reside upon this stage filled with actors, but rather within the minds of the directors and producers. He needed to find Zyderson, to extract the truth about the ancient evil gods and the sacrificial ceremonies from her. Luosan grasped the edge of the ventilation duct with one hand, and, with a slight exertion, his body effortlessly flipped inside as though weightless. Behind him, in that bloody cafeteria, a little girl with cascading black hair ceased her attacks on others. Slowly lifting her head, her eyes, devoid of whites, fixed intently on the direction Luosan had vanished. In a language foreign to humanity, she emitted a series of unintelligible, venomous whispers. It seemed that not all the ingredients in this revelry were so compliant. One had taken a keen interest in Luosan, the diner. Chapter 54. Cottage in the Woods. Ancient evil gods. The ventilation system of the base resembled an immense metallic labyrinth, intricate and convoluted. For an ordinary person, this would be a hell for those afflicted with claustrophobia. Yet for Luosan, it merely represented a shortcut to his objective. His formidable mental strength had already pinpointed Zyderson's location, akin to a top-tier hunter equipped with GPS. He navigated through the narrow ducts at high speed, moving silently and gracefully like a spider patrolling its lair. Soon, he caught up with Zyderson, who was struggling to climb in a vertical passageway. Clearly, she had undergone professional training. Her stamina far exceeded that of an average human. However, upon glancing upward at the shadowy figure hanging silently above her, all color drained from her face. How are you here? Her voice trembled with shock. I came to have a chat, Ms. Zyderson, Luosan said. His face adorned with a warm smile, yet his eyes were devoid of emotion. About your boss and this fascinating film. A flicker of resolve crossed Zyderson's eyes. Without answering, she suddenly released one hand, drawing a high-explosive stun grenade from her tactical pouch, pulling the pin and hurling it towards Luosan. In such a confined space, the weapon's power was sufficient to shatter a person's innards. Yet Luosan merely extended his hand, effortlessly catching the grenade mid-air before it could detonate. Then, before Zyderson's incredulous gaze, his fingers abruptly closed. With a resounding thud, the explosion was brutally contained within his palm. The powerful shockwave failed to even rattle his arm. Luo's son slowly opened his hand, revealing an unscathed palm, with only a wisp of blue smoke rising. A delightful toy, he calmly assessed. Do you have anything else? Zyderson had completely abandoned resistance. The man before her had transcended all her understanding of humanity. He was simply not of this dimension. What exactly do you wish to know? She struggled to articulate, her voice laced with bitterness. Quite simple. Luo Sen's figure glided as if weightless, sliding past her to block the pathway on the next level of the duct. First, what is this ancient evil god you refer to? Or rather, the Great Old One. Where is it located? Second, where does this sacrificial ritual originate? And what is its purpose? Third, how many organizations like yours exist in the world? Zyderson let out a bitter laugh. Do you honestly think I would divulge such information? Even if I did, you would not survive. When the ritual fails, and they awaken, the entire world will. Before she could finish, Luo's son interrupted her. Oh, you will speak. Luo's son approached her, extending a finger to her forehead. Because I possess many methods to make you divulge. The power of the nightmare demon god was unleashed for the first time upon a conscious human in the real world. Zyderson felt a chill at her brow. In the next moment, her entire world began to unravel before her eyes. She found herself no longer in the cold ventilation duct, but back in her childhood bedroom. From beneath her bed came a series of chilling scratching sounds. The shadows of her forgotten childhood were ruthlessly unearthed by Luo's son, magnified 1,000-fold. No. She let out a piercing scream, her mental defenses collapsing in an instant. Luo Sen's consciousness sliced through her memory layers like the sharpest scalpel, beginning to extract everything he desired. Minutes later, Luo's son withdrew his finger. Zyderson lay on the ground, as if her soul had been siphoned away, her eyes vacant, drooling, transformed into a mere shell of a human. A contemplative expression graced Luo Sen's face. From Zyderson's memories, he gleaned a worldview far more vast and subversive than he had anticipated. The so-called ancient evil gods, or the Great Old Ones, were a group of primordial titans slumbering at the Earth's core. They were the original masters of this world, while humanity was merely an afterthought. To placate these sleeping titans and prevent them from awakening in nightmares and bringing about destruction, a mysterious organization that had persisted since ancient times initiated a sacrificial ritual spanning millennia. Each year, they selected a location worldwide to stage a meticulously designed horror slaughter to appease these ancient gods, using human fear, suffering, and blood to quell their wrath. The cottage in the woods was merely one of many sacrifices responsible for the North American region. In Japan, they might enact a tale akin to Juon or Ringu. In Europe, it might involve legends of vampires or werewolves in ancient castles. Everything was a preordained horror film, the sole audience being those ancient gods slumbering beneath the earth. So this was the truth of the worldview. Excitement flickered in Luo Sen's eyes. This world was far more fascinating than he had ever imagined. In other words, as long as the ritual fails, those colossal entities will awaken? A wild thought began to germinate within his mind. He was eager to witness what these so-called ancient gods truly were. Were they delectable? At that moment, the entire base trembled violently once more. This tremor was far more intense than when the monsters rampaged. It felt as though the very crust of the earth was groaning. Rosen's beast instinct blared warnings at him. An immense will, beyond description, was slowly awakening from the depths of the earth. The ritual had failed? Rosen immediately realized it was not due to him, but because of the sacrifice at the cabin in the woods. According to the film's plot, the last virgin, Diana, and the fool, Marty, had successfully survived and ultimately destroyed the sacrificial mechanism located within the temple. What fortuitous timing! Rather than panic, Rosen felt exhilarated. He paid no heed to the now idiotic Zyderson, turning instead to rush toward the core of the trembling base. There lay an ancient temple, the very heart of the sacrificial ritual and the place for direct communion with those ancient gods. Upon arriving at the temple, inscribed with ancient runes, he beheld the survivors, Diana and Marty, confronting a high-ranking official of a holographic organization in a final standoff. Meanwhile, the ground at the center of the temple had completely cracked open. A hand, unimaginably colossal, seemingly formed from mountains and rocks, was slowly rising from the fissure. Chapter 55. The cabin in the woods, a frantic thought as that hand, as massive as a mountain, slowly emerged from the chasm below. The entire temple was enveloped by a pressure emanating from the primordial chaos. The air felt as though it had solidified. Time itself became viscous. The surviving Diana and Marty appeared as insignificant as ants, ready to be crushed. In the face of this overwhelming force, they collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to even breathe, helplessly watching as the hand, a harbinger of the apocalypse, rose incrementally. The high-ranking official of the holographic organization bore a relieved, yet morbidly fervent smile. It was over. The era of humanity had concluded. However, at that final moment of impending doom, an incongruous voice echoed through the vast temple. What a spectacle! Is this your boss? He seems rather imposing. Everyone, including the holographic figure, turned abruptly. There stood Rosen, hands tucked in his pockets, leisurely emerging from a corridor. He appeared utterly unfazed by the divine tremors that would make even gods tremble, his expression reminiscent of a gourmet savoring the finest delicacies. Who are you? How are you not dead? The holographic official exclaimed incredulously. Me? Rosen pointed to himself, smiling. Just a passing diner. He ignored the fading projection, focusing entirely on the titanic hand that continued to rise. The mythic talent of Source of All Fear allowed him to perceive the immense, ancient, chaotic primal power contained within that hand. It was a force of pure destruction, transcending good and evil, adhering solely to the most elemental laws of the universe. If only he could consume it. A glint of insatiable greed, akin to a black hole, erupted in his eyes. He understood that, with his current strength, attempting to devour a complete ancient god was akin to chasing shadows. Yet, perhaps merely tasting this hand, still groggy from its slumber, could be feasible? Once that frenzied thought took root, it could not be restrained. Without hesitation, Rosen stepped toward the unfathomable chasm's edge, facing the enormous hand from afar. Hey, big guy. He raised his hand, as if greeting an old friend. Did you sleep well? The massive hand seemed to sense this diminutive yet audacious creature, its ascent momentarily pausing. A far greater consciousness, traversing eons, began to descend upon that hand. Rosen felt an ancient and chaotic will fixate upon him. Interesting little thing, a grand voice, filled with cacophony, resonated deep within Rosen's soul. Your soul possesses a unique flavor. Is that so? I concur. Rosen grinned widely, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Your hand smells quite delightful, like freshly unearthed millennial ginseng. The ancient gods will appear incensed by this unprecedented sacrilege. And the colossal hand abruptly accelerated, no longer rising slowly, but descending with the intent to obliterate Rosen and the entire temple. Diana and Marty screamed in despair, closing their eyes as they awaited death's arrival. Yet, before such apocalyptic pressure, Rosen advanced rather than retreating. What a welcome! He laughed heartily, his presence surging to its zenith. Divine initiation, source of all fear, nightmare demon, mindscape domain. All his powers erupted in unrestrained glory. Behind him, a mythic visage, towering 100 meters, composed of boundless darkness and brilliant stars materialized. This visage bore his likeness, yet its gaze exuded absolute indifference and dominion over the universe. Multiversal projection of the fear mythic. Return to whence you came. Rosen's will fused with the mythic visage, unleashing a roar as grand as the cosmos's inception. The immense mythic form raised a dark hand composed of pure fear and conviction, striking out against the descending rock hand with a mighty punch. New gods and ancient gods, gluttons and sacrifices, collided in a primal display of pure power. Boom. The underground base of the cabin in the woods collapsed instantaneously in this unimaginable clash. A torrent of energy tore through space, obliterating matter. Diana and Marty perceived nothing but a blinding white light before losing consciousness entirely. In the heart of that energy storm, Rosen's mythic visage began to shatter inch by inch after taking a direct blow from the ancient god. Clearly, his current strength was insufficient to confront a complete ancient god head-on. However, his purpose had been fulfilled. In that fleeting moment of collision, he activated Conceptual Devour. Like a festering wound, it clung tenaciously to a fragment of concept on the ancient god's colossal hand. This fragment contained the essence of the earth, the laws of slumber and destruction. A roar erupted from the ancient god, a sound filled with agony and fury. It had never anticipated that this mere insect would dare to gnaw a piece of flesh from its being. Attempting to retract its hand, it found that Luo's son was as relentless as the most ravenous hyena, refusing to let go. Come to me. Luo's son channeled all his strength into this act of devouring. With a resounding crack that seemed to tear the very fabric of the soul, that fragment of essence was indeed wrenched from the ancient god's mighty grasp. However, the backlash shattered Luo Sen's mythic form, and he himself felt as if struck by lightning, spewing forth a mouthful of golden blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Yet, Upon his pale visage, there was a frenzied and triumphant smile. Successfully devoured the slumbering ancient god's essence fragment. Divine attributes absorbing 50 permanently. Acquired passive skill, Earth affinity. World clearance rating being calculated. Detected that host's actions have caused an irreversible, disruptive impact on the world. Rating locked at SSS. The moment the system prompt sounded, the returning light of the teleport enveloped Luo Senator in the final second before his disappearance. He beheld the ancient god's colossal hand, which he had bitten, retreating into the earth as if in pain. The destruction of the world seemed to have been abruptly interrupted by his audacious bite. With this peculiar thought, Luo's son vanished within the brilliance of the teleport, leaving behind a completely collapsed underground base and two fortunate witnesses who survived amidst the ruins. Chapter 56, Monster Shape. The dizziness from his return, mixed with the weakness of severe injury, caused Luo Sen's consciousness to waver for a brief moment. However, soon enough, the formidable restorative power of indestructible body began to take effect. He could feel the meridians and soul within him, damaged from the forced activation of his mythic form, rapidly being repaired by a tremendous influx of life energy, especially the ancient god's essence fragment he had forcibly consumed, which continuously released the purest power of the earth, nourishing his limbs and bones. This sensation was far more effective than the finest healing elixirs. Luo's son slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, rising from his bed. Sensing the control over his body gradually returning, he began to assess the remarkable gains from this audacious gamble. Commencing final settlement for the cabin in the woods world. Main quest, uncover the truth, completed. Hidden quest, subvert the script, completed. Special achievement, God's reverse scale, injured the ancient god's essence with a mortal body. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS level Godslayer pseudo. Comment, you transformed a meticulously planned sacrificial ritual into a gluttonous feast of your own. You toyed with the director, liberated the actors, and ultimately dealt a rebellious blow to the slumbering great old one. Though you paid a tremendous price for this. Your name may have already shifted from a sweet delicacy to a main course that requires careful handling on the menu of certain unspeakable entities. Distributing SSS level clearance rewards. Reward 130,000 points of Fear Essence. Reward 2, 1 random draw for SS level skill items. Reward 330 free attribute points. Reward 4, due to the host achieving the God's reverse scale achievement, your Divine Essence, initial stage, has been tempered, evolving into Divine Essence, intermediate stage. You now possess greater resistance to the oppressive force of ancient God-level entities. The evolution of Divine Essence. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Luo Sen's eyes. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. He could feel his soul's essence becoming more refined and resilient, as if cloaked in an invisible armor. He promptly began to claim the other rewards. The SS level draw spun rapidly, ultimately landing on a slot composed of countless cells and DNA chains. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special ability, Perfect Biological Template, Analyzing. Perfect Biological Template. You have obtained the evolutionary permission derived from a higher life form of an unknown universe. Effect. You can analyze any biological gene sequence through direct contact or consumption, selectively integrating excellent traits, such as enhanced recovery, mimicry, environmental adaptation, etc., into yourself, continuously optimizing your biological template. This ability is currently in an inactive state and requires a powerful alien biological gene as a catalyst to activate. Introduction. Evolution has no endpoint. An alien biological gene as a catalyst? Upon reading this description, Luo Sen instantly understood the system's subsequent arrangements. This ability was tailor-made for the monster-shaped world. He turned his attention to the final 30,000 points of Fear Essence and the 30 free attribute points. This time, he chose not to distribute evenly. The ancient god's earth-shattering punch had profoundly impressed upon him the hard truth that when facing such formidable entities, raw power and physicality were paramount. He allocated the 30 free attribute points evenly between strength and constitution. Strength, 335, 485. Constitution, 335, 385. Ancient God Fragment 50, 535. Detected a breakthrough of over 50 points in constitution attributes. The indestructible body talent has fused with the power of the ancient god, evolving into the Titan body. Titan body, your physique is indestructible, and your vitality is as profound as the earth. Physical damage reduction 30, energy resistance enhanced. The entire 30,000 points of Fear Essence was devoted to enhancing agility and spirit. Agility, 335, 410. Spirit, 734-809, when all enhancements concluded. Luo Xin's four-dimensional attributes had comprehensively surpassed the 40-point threshold. His constitution and spirit reached an astonishing height. He felt that even if struck head-on by a missile, he would likely only sustain minor injuries. All rewards have been distributed. The host has 24 hours of recovery time. After 24 hours, automatic teleportation to the next horror world will occur. World preview. Next stop, Antarctica, American Research Station number 31. Scene hints. A continent frozen for millennia. An isolated research station, a crashed Norwegian helicopter, and a seemingly ordinary sled dog. Warning. The core horror of this world does not stem from powerful individuals, but from suspicion, doubt, and uncontrollable assimilation. Trust will be your most extravagant delusion. Luo's son closed the system panel and slowly exhaled. He approached the window, gazing at the bustling world outside. It appeared tranquil, yet he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Truly, one arrives hungry for buns and weary for pillows. Whatever one desires seems to manifest. The polar winds, cold enough to freeze marrow, swept in, mingled with ice crystals. Like countless sharp knives, the cold air scraped across Luosan's cheek. Before him lay an expanse of blinding white. The endless ice fields merged seamlessly with the leaden sky, blurring the distinction between heaven and earth. The atmosphere was thin and frigid, each breath drawn into his lungs accompanied by a piercing chill. This was Antarctica, the most desolate and inhospitable place for life on Earth. Transmission completed. Current world, Guixing. World type, science fiction, thriller. Chamber horror, main mission. Identify and eliminate all infected entities before complete disconnection from the research station. Mission reward, 12,000 points of fear source material. S-grade skill item random draw once. Mission failure, assimilation by the Guixing, becoming part of it, or being entombed forever beneath the ice and snow along with the entire research station. Current identity, U.S. Research Station number 31. Newly appointed helicopter pilot and mechanic, replacing a previous member who died in an accident. Luosan glanced at his thick polar survival suit and the toolbox in his hand. The system's assignment of his identity was impeccably apparent. As a newcomer, he would naturally be scrutinized and shunned by the other members of the team. Yet, as the helicopter pilot, he possessed the only means of escape in this place, undoubtedly making him a pivotal figure in the future web of suspicion. An intriguing beginning. Luosan paid little heed to these dynamics. His formidable, titanic physique rendered him nearly immune to the lethal cold that could freeze ordinary people. He raised his gaze toward the research station, composed of modular container buildings not far away. There lay the stage for this game of werewolf. Upon arrival, the station's door swung open. A middle-aged man, sporting a bushy beard and a cowboy hat, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, emerged with several research team members. He was the de facto leader of this station, helicopter pilot Makarudi. You must be the new recruit, Luosan? Makarudi appraised him coolly, his tone lacking warmth, tinged with scrutiny. That's me, Luosan replied calmly, nodding. Welcome to this godforsaken place. Makarudi extended his hand for a brief handshake, introducing himself. I'm Makarudi, the head here. I hope your skills are as impressive as your resume. In that fleeting moment of handshake, Luosan's beast instinct surged. He sensed an exceedingly subtle, inhuman malevolence lurking from a corner of the research station. Without revealing his awareness, he discreetly followed the source of that gaze. By the doghouse beside the station, an unassuming husky tilted its head, its mismatched eyes observing him with a curious yet greedy glint. Upon meeting Luosan's gaze, it even wagged its tail in a friendly manner. However, through Luosan's weakness insight ability, the dog's data presented a disconcertingly different picture. Target: disguised form, biological level, unknown, capable of mutation and evolution. Status: lurking, observing, hungry, threat level. Depends on assimilation degree. Weakness: high-temperature flames can damage its cellular structure but cannot eradicate it entirely. True weaknesses are unknown. Is this how the game begins? A smile crept onto Luosan's face, one that left Makarudi somewhat perplexed. Hello there, little one. He waved amicably at the husky, knowing that his ravenous, perfect biological template had finally found its first source of funding. Chapter 57, Guixing. Doghouse. Makarudi noticed Luosan's gaze and followed it toward the doghouse. Oh, that's the big fellow we picked up from the snow 2 days ago, from the Norwegians, he casually explained. For some reason, those lunatics chased it down with a helicopter, resulting in a crash. We checked, it's quite healthy, just a tad too intelligent. Is that so? It certainly appears special, Luosan remarked, retracting his gaze while maintaining a smile. Internally marking this creature as the primary observation sample. Under Makaruti's guidance, Lawson entered the interior of the research station. The living quarters were warmer and more comfortable than he had anticipated. The heating was ample, even featuring a small recreation room with a pool table and vintage arcade games. The members of the research station exhibited varied attitudes toward Lawson, with biologist Belair appearing somewhat neurotic and exclusionary, while the African-American chef Noersi offered him a steaming cup of coffee with warmth. The others mostly maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor. Mere acquaintances in this isolated environment where trust was inherently fragile, especially towards an unexpected newcomer. Lawson remained unfazed. He was not there to make friends. After settling his belongings, he excused himself under the pretext of inspecting the helicopter's condition and retreated to the hangar alone. He required a tranquil environment to meticulously analyze the situation at hand and prepare for the impending first encounter. This creature possessed perfect cellular mimicry capabilities and could infect in both directions. Seated in the frigid cockpit of the helicopter, Lawson's mind raced. Any single cell detaching from the host could become a new source of infection. Conventional physical attacks would only aid its spread. Flames were the only known effective means of destruction. Yet, my mission entails not merely extermination. His eyes glimmered with avarice. I require its genes to activate my perfect biological template. This implies that I cannot simply reduce it to ashes. I must capture a portion of the sample alive. The thought was undoubtedly audacious. In a dire situation where survival was already at stake, he was contemplating breeding a monster. Lawson examined the equipment in the hangar, discovering several large fire extinguishers and a few barrels of spare aviation fuel. The precautionary measures were in place. Now he awaited the creature to reveal its true self. The Guixing possessed intelligence. Until absolute certainty was achieved, it would continue to disguise itself, typically waiting for the opportune moment to infect, which often occurred at night when everyone was in their most relaxed state of vigilance. As night fell, most of the research station's inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Only the communications officer Wendeasai, on night duty, and the biologist Belair, still fretting over the Norwegian's data, remained awake. Lawson lay on his bed, eyes tightly shut. Yet he was not asleep. His vast mental prowess enveloped the entire research station like the most sophisticated radar, ensuring that no slightest disturbance could escape his perception. Finally, at 3 a.m, when the research station lay enveloped in profound silence, he heard it. From the direction of the dog kennel, a faint sound emerged, reminiscent of mud slithering. It has arrived. A chilling smirk curled at the corner of Rosen's mouth. He did not act immediately, but feigned sleep. The creature resembling a husky would first eliminate any obstacles in the kennel, those sled dogs that posed a threat to its existence. Indeed, it was not long before the kennel was filled with muffled cries of despair and struggles. Soon, however, these sounds subsided, replaced by a spine-chilling cacophony of flesh being torn, consumed, and reformed. The creature was feasting and assimilating. Clark, damn it, why is your dog making such a racket? Clark, responsible for managing the kennel, was startled awake by a frantic knocking at the door. Cursing under his breath, he dressed hastily, grabbed a flashlight, and proceeded towards the kennel. Like a phantom, Rosen silently slipped from his room, trailing behind him from a distance. The moment Clark opened the kennel door, he was met with a horrifying sight he would never forget. In the center of the kennel, not a single living dog remained. Instead, there lay a grotesque mass of twisted flesh, tendrils, bones, and dog heads haphazardly fused together. The mass continued to writhe and reshape, seemingly attempting to assimilate the devoured sled dogs into a new, larger monstrosity. What in the world is this thing? Clark, paralyzed with fear, turned to sound the alarm, but it was too late. The massive mass abruptly split open, revealing a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, from which a viscous digestive fluid erupted, drenching Clark. Simultaneously, several tentacles, akin to those of an octopus, shot out with lightning speed, ensnaring him and dragging him towards the writhing mound of flesh. "Ah, help!" Clark's scream pierced the air, a sound of pure terror that finally roused the entire research station. Lights flickered on one after another. McReady, leading everyone, rushed towards the kennel armed with guns and signal flares. Upon witnessing the horror inside, all were rendered speechless. "Open fire! Quickly, open fire!" McReady was the first to react, raising his shotgun and firing frantically at the mass. The others joined in, bullets raining down upon the creature. Yet, these assaults merely punctured the mass, failing to halt its writhing and transformation, instead inciting it to become more ferocious. Just when the situation seemed most dire, Rosen, who had been lurking in the shadows, sprang into action. He opted not to fire but instead dragged out a device from the hangar, an already prepared high-powered flamethrower connected to an aviation fuel tank. Clear the way. Rosen growled, pulling the trigger. A searing stream of flame, stretching over 10 meters long, surged forth like divine retribution, engulfing the massive, writhing mass of flesh along with the ensnared Clark. The acrid stench of burning protein and sizzling flesh quickly filled the kennel. The once mighty creature emitted a wretched wail unlike any living being as its colossal form twisted and struggled in the flames, ultimately reducing to a crackling pile of charred remains. All present were left in stunned silence, captivated by this shocking and horrifying scene. They gazed at the man, holding the flamethrower and standing like a god of war amidst the inferno, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions: relief at survival, awe at his decisive actions, and an undercurrent of unspoken doubt and fear. This newcomer, why had he been prepared with a flamethrower? Did he know something in advance? After the flames extinguished, Rosen disregarded the still smoldering heat and carefully extracted a small piece of biological tissue, not yet fully carbonized and still slightly writhing, using a metal clamp. Alien biological gene sample detected. Activate perfect biological template. Activate. A satisfied smile spread across Rosen's face. The hunt has only just begun. Chapter 58, Shapeshifter. The first appearance of the shapeshifter in the kennel heralded the grim commencement of this survival game in the Antarctic wilderness. Clark's death, along with the monstrous mass of flesh, shattered the last vestiges of hope within the research station's members. They realized they were not facing an ordinary beast, but a terrifying extraterrestrial life formed beyond their comprehension. Panic and suspicion spread like a virus among the survivors. In the hastily convened emergency meeting, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. What is that thing? The voice of the communications officer, Wendell, trembled with emotion, having just witnessed Clark consumed by flames. A parasite capable of perfectly mimicking other organisms. The biologist Blair's complexion turned pale as he displayed unsettling simulations of cellular division and assimilation processes sourced from the Norwegian camp. According to Norwegian research, each cell of this entity is an independent life form, capable of infiltrating host cells, reading genetic information, and then executing perfect replication. The replicated individual, from appearance to memories, would be indistinguishable from the original. In other words, McCready's sharp gaze slowly swept across each person present. Any one of us might no longer be human. This proclamation struck like a boulder into a deep pool, sending chills down everyone's spine. They began to scrutinize their fellow companions, who they had lived alongside. Any inadvertent gesture or untimely remark could become grounds for suspicion. And Rosen, the hero who had just saved them with the flamethrower, now stood as the prime suspect. Rosen. The geologist Norris spoke first, his tone laden with wariness. I want to know why you had the flamethrower prepared in advance. Did you know a monster would appear? All eyes turned to Rosen. His expression remained inscrutable. He met the gaze of each individual calmly and began to speak. First, as a mechanic. It is my professional habit to discover fuel and flamethrower equipment while inspecting the hangar and consider their potential uses. Secondly, when I heard the peculiar sounds emanating from the kennel, my instinct was not to reach for a firearm, but rather to employ a weapon of mass destruction, such as my combat intuition. Thirdly, and most crucially, Rosen's gaze sharpened. While I incinerated that abomination with a flamethrower, saving you all, what were you doing? Screaming, hesitating, wasting ammunition. And now you dare to question me? Or perhaps, a cold smile graced his lips. Some among you wished I had not acted so decisively, allowing that creature to infect a few more of us? His words cut through the air like the sharpest of knives, instantly deflecting all suspicion back toward the others present. Norris found himself rendered speechless, his complexion oscillating between shades of green and white. McCready cast a deep, contemplative glance at Rosen, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Though he too harbored doubts about Rosen, he could not deny that Rosen's calmness, decisiveness, and formidable combat prowess were precisely what they required at that moment. Now is not the time for infighting. McCready interjected to mediate. Regardless of Rosen's thoughts, he indeed saved us. The paramount issue now is how we shall identify the potential traitor hidden among us. There is no solution, Blair despaired. Its disguise is flawless, both physiologically and psychologically. Unless it chooses to reveal itself. No, there is a solution. A calm voice resonated once more. All eyes turned to Rosen, who lifted a petri dish from the lab table. Within it lay the small piece of biological tissue he had previously extracted from the monster's charred remains, still subtly writhing. Dr. Blair, you mentioned that every cell of this entity is an independent life form, correct? Rosen inquired. Theoretically, yes, Blair nodded. Then, if these independent life forms encounter a threat, Would they not exhibit an instinctual response for self-preservation? Rosen's words left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. They could not grasp his meaning. Only Macready's eyes flickered with understanding. Without further elaboration, Rosen slowly extended a red-hot wire toward the writhing tissue within the petri dish. Just as the heated wire was about to make contact, the small tissue recoiled sharply, emitting a piercing shriek as if attempting to evade the searing heat. Did you witness that? Rosen retracted the wire and stated calmly, every part yearns to survive. It is a whole, yet not entirely a whole. Thus, if we extract blood samples from each individual and test them individually, blood is also a part of it. Macready finally grasped the concept, slapping the table in excitement. The blood of the infected individuals would also react independently when faced with a threat. Blood testing. This simple yet brilliant idea reignited hope in the eyes of all present. Their gazes toward Rosen transformed from suspicion to admiration. This newcomer not only possesses extraordinary combat abilities, but also exhibits remarkable clarity of thought. However, unbeknownst to them, this so-called genius idea was merely borrowed from a cinematic narrative. His motivation for proposing it was not solely to exonerate himself, but rather to flush out the hidden monstrosity lurking in the shadows. For Rosen, through the ability of weakness insight, had already discerned that amidst the chaos in the kennel, two individuals had unknowingly been infected. One was the geologist Norris, who had been closest to the creature, and the other was the seemingly harmless communications officer, Wendell. Once the blood testing plan commenced, these two infected traitors would undoubtedly resort to every means possible to sabotage the effort, and that would mark the true beginning of the spectacle. Well then, having identified a method, let us act immediately, Macready declared decisively. No one is permitted to act alone. Pair up, monitor each other. We shall first proceed to the medical room to extract everyone's blood samples. The resolution was passed. All individuals moved with a mix of nervous anticipation. Meanwhile, Rosen discreetly stored the piece of abominable tissue he had repurposed for experimentation into a specially designed sealed container. Upon activating his perfect biological template, an extraordinary connection had been established between him and the tissue. He could distinctly sense his body meticulously deciphering the genetic sequence of the tissue at an exceedingly slow pace, filtering out the exceptional traits that could be assimilated. With the capability of mimetic regenerative cellular information storage, excitement glimmered in Rosen's eyes. Given sufficient time and ample samples, he would evolve into a being more perfect than the monstrosity itself. Chapter 59. The Thing, Blood Does Not Lie. The proposal for blood testing served as a potent tonic, temporarily revitalizing the morale of the research station on the brink of collapse. Under Macready's authoritative command, all surviving team members were gathered in the base's recreation room. This space was relatively expansive, featuring a single entrance that was easily defensible, ideal for the unfolding trial. Macready entrusted Rosen with the critical task of guarding the sole exit. Beside him lay the flamethrower he had enhanced for greater efficacy. Anyone attempting to escape from this room would face a searing farewell. This was not only a testament to Macready's trust in Rosen's combat prowess, but also a form of indirect surveillance. Rosen, however, remained unfazed, leaning against the doorframe. He observed the unfolding drama within the room with a detached demeanor. Dr. Cooper, with Blair's assistance, carefully extracted blood samples from each individual, placing them into petri dishes labeled with numbers. Throughout this process, everyone exhibited remarkable tension, their gazes fixed on one another, fearful that someone might suddenly lash out during the blood draw. Surprisingly, the entire procedure proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Even the infected Norris and Wendell behaved indistinguishably from the others, displaying even greater eagerness to comply with the blood extraction. They are gambling, Rosen mused inwardly, wagering that this testing method would prove ineffective. Or perhaps they awaited a more opportune moment to ensnare everyone. When all blood samples had been collected and neatly arranged on a billiard table, the pivotal moment arrived. Who would execute the testing? I will. Macready stepped forward without hesitation. He drew a sharp dagger from his waist and heated it until it glowed red over the alcohol lamp. We shall start with Dr. Cooper. He glanced at the physician responsible for the blood draw. You are the cleanest, are you not? Cooper nodded nervously. Macready delicately dipped the tip of a dagger into a drop of Cooper's blood sample. He then slowly allowed that vivid red droplet to fall into another petri dish containing the blood of the station master, Gary. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the two dishes. However, nothing transpired. The two drops of blood simply blended together in tranquility. Had they failed? A look of disappointment crossed Blair's face, indicating that my assumption was incorrect. These cells do not attack one another once they have left their host. The flickering hope seemed on the verge of extinguishment. No. You are employing the wrong method. Rosen's calm voice shattered the silence once more as he strolled over from the doorway. What did you say? McGrady regarded him warily. I said your reasoning is correct, but the experimental variables are flawed. Rosen approached the pool table, grasping the still-hot dagger previously utilized by McGrady. Though they exist as independent organisms, they share a singular consciousness. They recognize themselves as kin and thus refrain from attacking one another. What we need to test is not the reaction between blood samples, a glint of cold light flickered in Rosen's eyes, but the self-preservation response of blood when it directly confronts a threat. With that, amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone present, he precisely thrust the searing tip of the dagger into the first dish containing Cooper's blood. A faint sizzling sound echoed as the blood was scorched. Nothing happened. The droplet merely evaporated partially under the high temperature. It appears Dr. Cooper is innocent, Rosen remarked coolly. He then directed the dagger towards the second dish, which contained the blood of the black chef, Norris. Still, nothing occurred. As testing continued, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Each plunge of the dagger felt like a judgment of fate. Finally, the dagger hovered above the blood sample of the geologist, Norris. Cold sweat trickled down Norris's forehead. Yet he maintained a facade of composure. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Rosen's lips as he slowly drove the dagger downward. Just as the scorching metal was about to make contact with the blood, an aberration erupted. The blood within the dish seemed to come alive. It sprang upward, emitting a shriek akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a sound unlike any living creature. The entire room plunged into a profound silence. All eyes fixated on the dish as if they had encountered a ghost, then abruptly turned to Norris, whose complexion had turned pale as a sheet. No, it's not me. That is not my blood. He is framing me. Norris's mental defenses crumbled in an instant. He screamed hysterically and attempted to flee. Yet McGrady's reflexes were swifter. Seize him, McGrady roared, pouncing and pinning Norris to the ground. The others quickly responded, rushing in to restrain him. Let me go? You fools. The true monster is him. It's him. Norris struggled wildly, casting a venomous glare at Rosen. Yet at that moment, no one believed his words. Blood does not lie. Find him, McGrady commanded. Just then, the previously silent communicator, Windows, flashed a glint of malice in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was focused on Norris, he stealthily retrieved a scalpel from his pocket and violently severed the cable connecting the generator and heating system in the corner of the room. A crackling sound of electric sparks erupted. The lights in the entertainment room extinguished instantaneously, plunging everything into an impenetrable darkness. Damn it! The power is out. What happened? In the darkness, panicked shouts reverberated. Meanwhile, Norris, pinned to the ground, suddenly began to convulse violently. His chest split open, revealing a gaping maw filled with fangs. It bit off the arm of one of the team members, pressing him down. A piercing scream signaled that this trial had devolved into a bloody massacre in the darkness. As darkness enveloped them, Rosen activated the domain of fear. A realm only he could perceive, reminiscent of Silent Hill, enveloped the entire entertainment room. In this domain, he was the absolute sovereign. The positions of everyone, each heartbeat, were vividly imprinted in his mind. He witnessed Norris transforming, saw Windows preparing to ambush McGrady, and observed those disoriented and frantic new samples in the dark, akin to headless flies. Excellent. It is time to hunt. A cruel yet joyful smile graced Rosen's face. Chapter 60, Abomination. Direct dialogue. Darkness is the most potent catalyst for fear. The instant the lights in the entertainment room extinguished, the order and trust established by human civilization crumbled into chaos, leaving only a paralyzing dread of the unknown and a shuddering terror of death. Ah, my hand, cried a team member whose arm had been bitten off by Norris. The scent of blood rapidly permeated the darkness, further heightening everyone's nerves. Stay calm. Everyone stay calm. Turn on your flashlights. McGrady's voice rang out in the dark, steady yet attempting to regain control of the situation. However, just as he prepared to switch on his flashlight, a shadow surged forward from behind him, accompanied by a malevolent wind. It was Windows. The scalpel in his hand struck towards McGrady's back like the fangs of a venomous serpent. Yet, just as the blade was about to pierce McGrady's clothing, a massive hand, akin to an iron vice, materialized from thin air, seizing Windows's wrist with an iron grip. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Communicator? Rosen's frigid voice whispered like a specter from the abyss in Windows's ear. Windows's body stiffened abruptly, his face reflecting disbelief and horror. He could not comprehend how this man had so precisely anticipated and intercepted his ambush in such impenetrable darkness. With a snap, Rosen granted him no time for contemplation. forcefully twisting Windows's wrist until it twisted grotesquely. Ugh! Windows emitted a muffled groan of pain, dropping the scalpel to the ground. At that moment, McGrady reacted, abruptly turning around, and finally illuminating Rosen, subduing Windows with the flashlight's blinding beam. Windows. You. Shock and fury filled McGrady's eyes. He never anticipated that the second traitor would be the seemingly most honest communicator. Realizing he could no longer disguise himself, Windows revealed an extraordinarily sinister smile on his otherwise unremarkable face. His body began to emit crackling sounds, akin to frying beans. His skin started to melt, and his muscles and bones underwent a horrifying reconfiguration at a visibly rapid pace. He was determined to unveil his true form before everyone present. However, Rosen appeared utterly uninterested in witnessing his transformation. "It's too noisy," he muttered lightly. With a swift motion, he struck Window's neck with a precise chop. The body, which had just begun to mutate, stiffened abruptly before collapsing limply, unconscious. Like lifting a mere chick, Rosen hoisted the unconscious Windows and turned his gaze toward the other side of the room. There, Norris's transformation was nearing completion, his upper body having morphed into a grotesque entity composed of countless tentacles, fangs, and distorted limbs. He had ensnared two teammates attempting to subdue him, preparing to assimilate them. "All right, the game is over," Rosen's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of those present. He aimed a flamethrower at the rampaging Norris creature. "No, wait. Bill and George are right beside it," McCready shouted in panic. Yet, there was no hesitation on Rosen's face. With a whoosh, a searing fire dragon erupted forth once more. This time, however, the flames transformed in a remarkable manner. Under Rosen's terrifying mental control, the once violent fire dragon appeared to possess a life of its own, skillfully avoiding the two ensnared teammates. Like a colossal fiery serpent, it ensnared the Norris monstrosity tightly. The creature emitted an even more anguished scream than during its time in the kennel, thrashing wildly in the flames. Ultimately, however, it succumbed to the overwhelming heat, reducing to a pile of charred remains. Miraculously, the two ensnared teammates survived, suffering only minor scares and burns. This miraculous scene left everyone present utterly speechless. They gazed at the man in the darkness, one hand holding an unconscious monster, the other controlling the flames, their doubts vanishing, replaced by pure reverence. "Now, does anyone still have objections to my previous actions?" Rosen inquired calmly. Silence enveloped the room. "Very well," Rosen said, tossing the flamethrower to McCready. "Clean this place up and keep an eye on the remaining individuals. I will interrogate our new friend." With that, he carried the unconscious Windows out of the entertainment room and toward the base's isolation laboratory. Windows was merely a assimilated extension. Rosen sought to engage in an equitable dialogue with the host hidden behind the scenes through this extension. In the frigid isolation laboratory, Windows was tightly bound to a metallic surgical table. Rosen splashed a basin of ice water directly onto his face. Ugh! Windows groggily awakened. Upon realizing his surroundings and the presence of the man before him, who resembled a demonic figure, a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to kill you," Rosen remarked, leisurely pulling up a chair to sit. "I am merely intrigued by you." "I do not know what you are talking about," Windows stubbornly retorted. "Is that so?" Rosen chuckled, gradually raising his hand to press against Windows' forehead. "Then I shall directly inquire about the substantial entity residing within your body." The power of the nightmare demon god was activated. Rosen's consciousness pierced through Windows' mind like the sharpest needle, locking onto the alien consciousness lurking deep within his soul. "Hello there." Rosen's consciousness materialized in a mental realm composed of countless twisted flesh and wailing souls. "We meet again." A colossal, indescribable consciousness, formed from innumerable cells, manifested in the mental space. It regarded Rosen, transmitting a feeling of confusion and wariness. "You are not a being of this planet. What are you?" "You may perceive me as a higher-level predator." Rosen's consciousness transformed into a towering figure of fearsome myth, radiating an oppressive aura that made the entire mental space tremble. "I am here to propose a transaction." "Transaction?" "Indeed." A devilish smile filled with temptation graced Rosen's face. "Give me everything you possess, and I can grant you eternal life in another form." The consciousness of the monster fell into silence. Throughout its extensive cosmic journey, it had never encountered such an unfathomable existence. Chapter 61. Monster, the Abyssal God's transaction. Here, there is no logic, no physics, only pure instinct. Windows' mental space had long been enveloped by an ancient, colossal will, transforming into an endless sea of flesh and blood. Twisted bones served as reefs, and the faces of wailing humans became the waves. Countless remnants of consumed and assimilated beings floated in this ocean, creating a grotesque tableau of creation. At the ocean's center, a viscous mass of flesh was rapidly rising, gathering the genetic fragments devoured over millions of years, forming a pulsating, enormous tumor adorned with blue arcs of electricity. This was the collective consciousness of the monster, a swarm intelligence migrating and assimilating on a planetary scale. It sensed the intrusion of Rosen, the outsider. This mental entity did not belong to any species it had ever consumed. Its structure was stable, its energy pure, emanating an aura that evoked both desire and caution. A perfect specimen. A consensus formed instantaneously within the collective consciousness. The next moment, the entire sea of flesh boiled. Countless blood-red tendrils surged forth from the depths of the ocean, akin to an inverted forest, sweeping towards Rosen's mental form from all directions. Their aim was not to tear apart, but to analyze, replicate, and assimilate. This instinct was engraved in the deepest genes of the monster when confronted with any unknown life form. Should it manage to analyze even a single cell of this mental entity, it could perfectly replicate a second, then overwhelm it with an endless multitude, transforming it into part of itself. However, in the face of this mental tempest capable of devouring a civilization, Rosen's mental form merely hovered calmly in midair. He even let out a light chuckle. Heh! This soft laugh seemed to serve as a command. Just as countless tendrils were about to make contact with him, Rosen's human form began to dissolve. No, it was not dissolving but rather infinitely expanding and elevating. His body transformed into the purest shadow of the abyss. Reminiscent of the first darkness before the birth of the universe, a throne crafted from the bones of countless beings gradually rose behind him, supporting his immense form. Countless extinguished stars flickered and faded within his crimson gaze, transforming into cold, lifeless dust. The source of all fear, the divine mythic form descended. The mere essence of its existence exuded a terrifying pressure that transcended dimensions and comprehension. The tumultuous ocean of flesh and blood froze instantaneously. All the advancing tendrils remained suspended in midair, curling up like plastic scorched by fierce flames, wilting away. The faces of those struggling and wailing upon the surface of the ocean were now reduced to a singular expression of profound terror, emanating from the deepest instincts of life. They had never experienced such an emotion before. For the grotesque entity, fear was merely the meaningless wail emitted by prey before assimilation. Yet now, they became the ones wailing. The collective consciousness that loomed over the center of the ocean cracked open a fissure atop its massive fleshly mass, releasing chaotic and trembling waves of thought. What are you? It abandoned the idea of assimilation, shifting toward defense and confusion. God. Luo-san sat upon the throne of bones, slowly raising a colossal hand formed from shadows. His voice resonated throughout the entire mental expanse, each syllable transforming into a tangible storm of laws that churned the ocean of flesh and blood into chaos. Before discussing perfection, one must at least have encountered a deity. I offer you a choice. Luo-san's voice imprinted itself directly onto the core of the grotesque entity, disregarding all its mental barriers. Offer me everything. Your genes, your history, your evolutionary methods, every civilization you have consumed, every fragment of information you have recorded. In return, Luo-san paused, the reflection of the grotesque entity's trembling form in fear mirrored in his crimson eyes. I shall grant you true immortality. Immortality? This term possessed an irresistible allure for a grotesque entity that regarded survival as its highest command. Luo-san did not allow it time to ponder, forcefully presenting a vision of the future before it. In the vision, its genes were absorbed, analyzed, and reorganized by a template of a higher dimension. It was no longer a singular parasitic entity, but had become part of a greater existence. With this existence, it traversed the starry seas, waging war across myriad realms. It witnessed dragons exhaling stellar flames, saw leviathans that feasted on galaxies, and experienced true deities capable of reshaping the laws of the universe with a mere thought. Its genes, in a vassal form, accompanied that great existence, witnessing vistas it could never have reached in billions of years. This was a form of alternative immortality. It was also the ultimate terror. It would lose itself entirely, becoming sustenance and a stepping stone for a higher existence. With all struggles and evolutions reduced to mere garments for others, survival or annihilation. No, for the grotesque entity at this moment, the choice was limited to two options: to be utterly erased by the ineffable being before it, along with the last byte of information in its genetic sequence, or to offer everything in exchange for the privilege of becoming a part of a god. It had no choice. In the face of absolute power and an irresistible future, The collective will of the grotesque entity, proud of its survival and evolution, completely succumbed. The massive fleshly mass ceased to tremble and instead unfurled willingly. Resembling a blooming flower of flesh and blood, it opened its most core database. This was the accumulation of all information it had absorbed, evolved, and stored over billions of years, from its birth on its home planet, through wandering the cosmos, to its fall upon Earth. It was a genetic treasury capable of causing explosive leaps in the technology of any civilization. At this moment, this treasury surged forth unreservedly, like a tidal wave breaking through a dam, towards the shadow seated upon the throne of bones. Luo Sen's spiritual form, akin to a black hole, greedily devoured it all. Within his mind, system notifications rang out with unprecedented frequency. Detected massive amounts of extraterrestrial genetic information. Perfect biological template beginning analysis. Analysis progress 10. Acquired trait. Cellular mimicry. Analysis progress 30. Acquired trait. Rapid regeneration. Analysis progress 70. Acquired trait. Genetic information storage and retrieval. Analysis progress 100. Perfect biological template activated and initial construction completed. As the last fragment of information was consumed, the vast ocean of flesh and blood had shrunk by over 90%, becoming thin and murky. The central collective consciousness had also diminished to the size of a basketball, trembling in fear, with the arcs of electricity upon its surface dimming, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Luo Sen's divine mythic form gradually dissipated. Reverting back to the human spiritual form, he gazed down at the curled remnant of will in the corner of consciousness, his voice flat and cold. The transaction is complete. With those words, Luo Sen's spiritual essence transformed into a streak of light, departing from this mental wasteland. In the isolation laboratory, Luo Sen opened his eyes. He looked at the still unconscious one to see before him, a question emerging in his mind. What becomes of a grotesque infected entity that has been drained of all core information, leaving only an empty shell? Chapter 62, Grotesque. The token of evolution. Luo Sen's eyelids fluttered slightly before he gradually opened them. The endless torrent of information in the spiritual realm, akin to a river of stars receding, was swiftly retreating, filling his soul core with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The cold air of the real world enveloped his skin once more. He still stood in the isolation laboratory, gripping Wen-Desi's collar. The body of the communicator lay limp, having completely lost consciousness. The door of the laboratory had been opened at some point, and my Coolie D stood at the entrance with a shotgun, the muzzle slightly lowered, not directly aimed at Luo Senator. His face, etched with the marks of wind and snow, mingled wariness, fear, and an indescribable scrutiny. Behind him, Chi Er-Si, Jia Li, and Bai Lu were huddled together, resembling a group of reindeer lost in a snowstorm, while Luo Sen appeared as a polar bear that had just feasted and was stepping forth. All eyes were fixed upon him. My Coolie D's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse and dry. Wen-Desi, is he also one of those things? Luo Sen released his grip. Wen-Desi's body collapsed to the ground like a sack of flesh devoid of bones, sliding along the wall. Formerly, Luo Sen replied calmly. He bent down, grasping one of Wen-Desi's ankles, and began dragging him toward the medical room outside the entertainment area. The sound of the unconscious body scraping against the cold concrete floor echoed sharply in the silent corridor. My Coolie D and the others instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for him. Where are you taking him? Chi Er-Si could not help but ask, his voice tense. To the medical room, Luo Sen replied without turning back. He brought Wen-Desi to the door of the medical room, paused, turned his head, and looked at the startled faces behind him. I have a method to purify the infected. This statement landed like a heavy stone in the cold lake, failing to create ripples of hope, but instead spreading an even more profound chill. The word purify uttered from Luo Sen's lips carried a disquieting distortion. However, this necessitates your absolute cooperation. He paused momentarily before adding, and trust. Gary emitted a barely audible scoff, yet when Rosen's gaze swept toward him, he immediately lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes. McCready tightened his grip on the shotgun. Trust? They had just witnessed this man incinerate Norris into a charred, human-shaped remnant, and then subdue the mutated Windows through incomprehensible means. In their eyes, Rosen had transcended the realm of mere survival. He had become a terror equal to, if not greater than, the monstrosities they faced. Yet they had no alternative. Between the aberration and Rosen, they could only choose the one who appeared least likely to kill them outright, at least for the moment. McCready exchanged a glance with Childs, recognizing the shared resignation and resolve in each other's eyes. They fell silent and followed. In the medical room, the white walls and stainless steel instruments reflected the dim light. rendering the space reminiscent of an altar awaiting sacrifice. Rosen effortlessly hurled Windows onto the operating table and expertly secured his limbs with leather straps. The survivors lingered at the door, both as spectators and as if they were blocking their own escape. "Do you not require flames?" Blair inquired, eyeing the flamethrower carelessly discarded in the corner, his voice trembling slightly. Rosen did not respond. He approached the operating table, gazing down at the unconscious Windows as a meticulous artisan might scrutinize his creation. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, he extended his hand and slowly pressed it against Windows's forehead. The horror commenced. Rosen closed his eyes. The perfect biological template within him was activated and began to operate in an unfathomable reverse manner. It was not creating, it was plundering. It was not healing, it was devouring. Act. Windows's body arched violently, like a fish impaled on a cutting board, his limbs thrashing wildly against the restraints, issuing a sound that resembled a beast's anguished wail. His eyes flew open, the scara completely visible, devoid of any trace of pupils. The most chilling scene unfolded. Beneath Windows's skin, it appeared as if countless insects had come to life. The dense protrusions on his arms, chest, and cheeks writhed frantically, creating fleeting, nauseating ripples. The veins on his neck bulged, changing from a bluish hue to a deep black, resembling twisted serpents pulsating violently with each beat of his heart. This was not purification. This was forced extraction. Rosen was utilizing the genetic dominion bestowed upon him by the aberration's superior template to forcibly extract the monstrous tissues that had fused with Windows's cells, one by one, and draw them into his own body. He was consuming another entity within Windows. Those at the doorway were utterly frozen. Blair covered his mouth, his stomach churning violently, yet he could not expel anything. Childs's face turned pale as parchment, instinctively taking half a step backward until his back collided heavily with the doorframe. McCrady's knuckles had turned white from clenching, his gaze fixed on the convulsing body on the operating table, emitting primal howls. While he watched Rosen stand calmly, as if he were a black statue absorbing all pain and madness. The impact of this scene struck deeper than flames ever could. It was a desecration of life forms at their most fundamental level. A monster was devouring another monster. At last, the ear-piercing screams began to fade. The writhing beneath Windows's skin gradually subsided. He lay on the table like a puddle of mud, his body heaving violently as he gasped for air, sweat soaking through every inch of his clothing. His vital signs remained, but he seemed to have been drained of his very essence, reduced to an empty husk. Rosen withdrew his hand. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task, casually wiping his hands on his trousers. He would survive. Rosen addressed the petrified figures at the doorway. He might lose a fragment of memory, perhaps for a few years. A minor price to pay. McCrady's lips moved several times before he could force out a few words from his parched throat. "What have you done?" Rosen turned to face him, his gaze calm. "When your menu is sufficiently broad, you will always find a method to restrain specific ingredients." This metaphor sent a chill through everyone present. Ingredients. It became clear that, in his eyes, they were all merely ingredients. Rosen disregarded them further, striding past them toward the doorway. Now, his voice deepened and clarified. "Let us discuss the remaining traitors." He halted, turning his back to the group. "As compensation for my treatment, I require you to do something for me. Locate them all, without exception, and bring them before me." Rosen slowly turned back, his gaze sweeping over each of McCrady, Childs, Gary, and Blair. "Consider it my token of evolution." There was neither command nor negotiation in his gaze. It was that of a farmer assessing his livestock, selecting the next batch for breeding. Chapter 63, The Thing, The Last Feast. Rosen's declaration felt like a cold stone, heavy and sinking into the suffocating silence of the medical room. The survivor's breath momentarily halted. They looked at the soulless form of Windows on the operating table, then back at the impassive Rosen, an icy dread seeping through their spines. More chilling than the fiercest Antarctic blizzard. McCrady's fingers, clutching the shotgun, turned white, and for the first time, a sense of helplessness akin to bewilderment crossed his weathered face. He had fought against the thing, endured the bitter cold, and faced despair. But he did not know how to combat this man, who was even more monstrous than the aberration itself. Silence lingered. Ultimately, McCrady released his grip on the taut gun, exhaling a heavy sigh as if he had expended all his strength. "What shall we do?" A barely perceptible smirk graced the corner of Rosen's mouth, not a smile, but a predator's satisfaction upon witnessing its prey cease to struggle. "Gather everyone back in the recreation room. We shall conduct one final test." The atmosphere in the recreation room was even more oppressive than during the last blood test. It was no longer a sanctuary for survivors seeking solace, but a cell awaiting final judgment. Only 6 survivors remained, including McCready and the last 2 infected biologists, Blair and the taciturn mechanic, Gary, whom Rosen had covertly marked. They complied with Rosen's orders, each taking a seat. With rope, bind your left hand to the armrest of the chair. Rosen's voice was not loud, yet it bore an irresistible command. No one questioned, nor did anyone resist. They complied silently, like a herd of tamed livestock. The coarse ropes constricted their wrists, binding them to the cold wooden chairs. Right hand, place it on the table. The tables were meticulously arranged to form a vast rectangle. Rosen placed a set of pristine petri dishes, blood-sampling needles, and an alcohol lamp in the center of the table. Everything was identical to the previous testing procedure. Yet, everyone understood that this time was different. Rosen did not take a seat. He stood alone at the only entrance to the recreation room, gently placing a menacing flamethrower at his feet, blocking the soul escape route. The entire room transformed into an airtight tin can, with him as the arbiter of when to ignite the flames. A peculiar, almost ceremonial atmosphere enveloped the space, reminiscent of a Last Supper, yet devoid of bread and wine, replaced only by the blood awaiting examination and an unspoken dread. McCready shattered the stifling silence. He pointed with his chin at the glowing red wire atop the alcohol lamp. You will execute the task. McCready's pupils constricted slightly. He grasped the gravity of the moment. This was not merely a test. It was Rosen's means of evaluating him, a ritual compelling him to choose a side. He stepped forward in silence, using a pair of pliers to grasp the wire emanating a dark crimson glow, the scorching air causing a slight sting against his skin. The tension in the atmosphere reached its zenith. McCready approached the first team member, who trembled in fear, leaving a damp palm print on the table's surface. He pricked the tip of his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the petri dish. With an impassive expression, McCready inserted the glowing wire. The blood sizzled, instantly evaporating under the intense heat, producing a faint sound. Nothing transpired. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, only to be swiftly replaced by an even greater sense of anxiety. McCready moved to the next individual, yielding the same result. Each of his steps felt heavy, as if he were treading upon the hearts of all present. He arrived before Gary, the usually reticent mechanic, whose complexion was pale, yet whose eyes bore an unsettling calm. McCready regarded him deeply before touching the wire to the blood. The same sizzling sound ensued, and the blood evaporated, returning the atmosphere to tranquility. A wave of suppressed commotion rippled through the survivors. Could it be that there were no infected among them? Finally, McCready stood before the biologist Blair. As the most knowledgeable member of the team, Blair appeared somewhat neurotic, adjusting his glasses and feigning composure as he gazed at McCready. Hurry, McCready, let us conclude this wretched farce. McCready remained silent, mechanically repeating the actions: blood sampling, dripping, wire insertion. The sizzling sound echoed once more, yet nothing occurred. The air in the recreation room felt as though it had solidified. Confusion replaced fear, and the survivors exchanged glances, beginning to doubt whether Rosen was merely toying with them. McCready, holding the pliers, looked toward Rosen at the entrance, bewildered. At that moment, Blair, who had believed himself to be perfectly concealed, betrayed a slight upward twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was a barely perceptible smile, infused with a sense of survival and a smugness regarding Rosen's misjudgment. Though fleeting, it was captured with precision by Rosen. He smiled, a mocking and cruel grin. Feral in nature, it appears, he began slowly, that you possess greater endurance than I anticipated. Before his words had fully left his lips, he abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a vicious sidekick, forcefully striking the side of the heavy table. The tremendous wooden structure was upended by an irresistible force. The alcohol lamp arced through the air, crashing to the ground, shattering the glass. The blue flames ignited the spilt alcohol, the fire leaping half a meter high, forming a wall of flames that effectively isolated Blair and Gary from the others. The cacophony of screams, the clatter of overturned furniture, and the sound of breaking glass melded into chaos, spiraling out of control. Did you think I required a test? Rosen's voice rang out over the crackling fire, clear and cold, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell. From the very beginning, I knew it was the two of you. He gazed at Blair and Gary, whose expressions had morphed in horror, a smile widening on his face. I merely wished to enjoy your self-satisfied performance. As they were cornered, the human expressions on Blair and Gary's faces crumbled, replaced by an inhuman, twisted rage. Blair's body melted like wax, skin and muscle transforming into a writhing mass of flesh, flowing toward the equally mutating Gary. Gary's bones cracked in a grotesque manner, his chest torn open as countless flesh buds erupted, entwining with Blair's liquefied form. It was a gruesome and profane feast. Within mere seconds, a monstrous amalgamation of the two bodies rose up, larger and more grotesque than before. It lacked a fixed form. With numerous snarling maws, twisted limbs, and pupil-less eyes flickering erratically, countless tentacles and claws shredding through the ceiling and walls, producing an ear-piercing cacophony. Open fire. Fire now. McReady was the first to react, raising his shotgun and pulling the trigger with a roar. Bang, bang, bang. The survivors screamed, unleashing all their firepower upon the creature. Bullets struck the monstrosity, merely bursting forth sprays of blood, failing to inflict any substantive harm, instead inciting its ferocity further. Amidst the chaos and desperate flames, Rosen moved. He strolled casually, bending down to retrieve the flamethrower at his feet. He approached the rampaging flesh amalgamation as if walking into his own backyard. The creature sensed an imminent threat, all its maws turning toward Rosen, unleashing a cacophony of piercing shrieks capable of shattering eardrums. Rosen halted within 5 meters of the beast, the flames casting flickering shadows across his face. Do not misunderstand, I am not here to judge you. His voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the roar of the flames and the creature's howls, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. I merely require an appetizer before my meal. He raised the flamethrower's barrel, aiming at the creature's vast and grotesque core. Then, he pulled the trigger. A robust orange flame erupted, roaring forth and instantly engulfing the entire creature. A wailing shriek, more horrific than any living being could emit, echoed throughout the base. The twisted flesh writhed in the flames, struggling until it was ultimately reduced to charred remains under the intense heat, emitting a foul odor. The survivors ceased their fire, staring blankly at the hellish scene before them. In front of the roaring flames, Rosen's silhouette stretched long, resembling a deity emerging from the inferno. On their faces, awe and terror intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 64, Monster Form, Template Activation, Perfect Organism. The flames in the recreation room had finally extinguished. The acrid stench of charred flesh mingled with the aroma of roasted meat, saturating the air and inducing waves of nausea. Survivors leaned against the walls or collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces a canvas of relief from survival intertwined with terror at the sight before them. Rosen paid no heed to the glances cast his way. He strode purposefully towards a pile of indistinguishable charred remains. The ground beneath his feet was slick and clammy, stained by the bodily fluids and melted fat of the creatures that had been incinerated. He crouched beside the burnt carcasses, extending his finger to sift through the still warm charcoal. Soon, he halted, extracting a fist-sized piece of tissue from a mound of black ash. This dark red tissue, laced with peculiar veins, pulsed gently like a heartbeat. It was the only remnant of Blair and Gary, the sole part not entirely carbonized in the blaze of the flamethrower, encapsulating the essence of the hybrid's genetic information. High-purity extraterrestrial biological gene sample detected. Perfect biological template resolution achieved at 100. Activate template. The system's cold, mechanical prompt resonated in his mind. Rosen rose, disregarding the uncertain gazes of McReady and the others behind him, and turned towards his room. He required an environment of absolute silence to embrace his transformative moment. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the sound of the lock turning echoing sharply in the still corridor. Rosen sat cross-legged on the frigid floor, placing the still wriggling core tissue against his chest. In his mind, he issued a command to the system. Yes. In the next instant, the core tissue appeared to liquefy under an invisible force. It transformed into a dark red stream of energy, seamlessly permeating Rosen's skin, muscles, and bones, merging with his heart with astonishing precision. Boom. An indescribable agony erupted from the most microscopic cellular level. It was not a mere tearing or burning, but a profound, transformative rewriting. Rosen's body lost all semblance of control. His spine bent back at an unnatural angle with a series of excruciating cracks. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless rodents were frantically scurrying, muscle fibers tearing apart only to be replaced instantaneously by a more resilient structure. His bones fractured and reformed. His skin periodically hardened, sprouting a chitinous black exoskeleton, then softened again into a translucent, fluid-like substance, revealing the frantically writhing veins and nerves beneath. The room was filled with the dull sounds of dislocated bones and flesh being torn apart. This was a battle, an ultimate war waged within him, on every cell and every strand of genetic material. One side was Rosen, who had consumed the flesh and blood of an ancient evil god, merging it with Jason's heart to forge the Titan body. It stood like the most unyielding stone, providing the foundation and resilience for this mad transformation. ensuring that his life form would not disintegrate amidst genetic collapse. On the opposing side lay the monstrous entity's endless genetic repository, having devoured, evolved, and stored for eons in the cosmos. It represented infinite possibilities, the ultimate manifestation of biological evolution. The Titan body served as the crucible for everything. The monstrous genes were the myriad divine metals waiting to be forged in the furnace. Rosen's consciousness plunged into this storm of genetic information. In his mind, a cascade of images streaked by like meteors. He witnessed silicon-based life forms feeding on crystals on a sulfurous planet. He saw massive jellyfish colonies thriving under the crushing depths of the ocean, sustained by geothermal heat. He observed peculiar species floating like kites on gaseous planets, subsisting on the absorption of lightning. From the most primitive single-celled organisms to advanced civilizations with complex social structures and interstellar travel capabilities. Everything devoured by the monstrous entity transformed into the purest genetic information, washing over Rosen's soul. All that I see, I can consume. All that I consume becomes part of me. Rosen's consciousness proclaimed this cold declaration amidst the sea of information. He was not overwhelmed by the torrent of knowledge. Instead, like a ravenous beast, he opened his maw to devour all, forcibly imprinting every bit of information upon his very essence. Time lost all meaning. The unsettling sounds of writhing and reformation within the room gradually subsided. All returned to tranquility. On the floor, Rosen slowly opened his eyes. His exterior appeared unchanged, still clad in the ordinary garb of a generic worker, a cheap shirt and jeans. Yet his gaze had transformed. His black pupils were deep, mirroring the cosmos, reflecting the births and deaths of countless species, encapsulating a brutal history of evolution spanning eons. He extended his right hand. With a mere thought, the skin and flesh of his palm began to flow and reorganize, as if possessing a life of their own, akin to Mercury. In an instant, the ordinary human hand morphed into a claw covered in black scales, its tips gleaming with a metallic sheen. Then, the claw melted again. The surface of the skin sprouted a multitude of tiny suckers, the 5 fingers extending outward, transforming into 5 agile, soft tentacles. Finally, the tentacles retracted, reshaping themselves back into the original human hand, smooth and devoid of any anomalies. Perfect control, perfect mimicry. Rosen's consciousness sank into the system panel. There, the once gray text of perfect biological template, inactive, shimmered with a new brilliance. Perfect biological, initial stage. A smile graced the corner of Rosen's lips as he softly declared, "From this day forth, I am the Legion." Chapter 65, Monstrous Form Mimicry. McReady. Rosen gently closed the door to the entertainment room. He stood there, his appearance unchanged from before he entered, still clad in that cheap shirt and jeans. As if the ultimate battle of consumption and reconstruction had merely been a silent dream occurring in the microscopic realm. The air still carried the odd sweetness of charred flesh and blood. McReady and the remaining survivors, including the black communicator Knowles and the mechanic Childs, huddled in the opposite corner of the room, away from the charred carcass of the creature. They sat together, yet none dared to speak. The oppressive atmosphere felt like frozen tar, binding everyone in place, each breath heavy with the weight of survival. What were they to do? Leave this place? How could they escape? Communication was severed, and their means of transport may have been tampered with. Confront Rosen? The mere thought flickered momentarily in their minds, eliciting a chilling dread deep within. They had just witnessed how this man effortlessly incinerated a creature born of the fusion of 2 powerful infected entities, treating it as mere refuse. He was more terrifying than the monstrous entity, a purer and unfathomable horror. In the profound silence that enveloped the space, the door leading to the corridor emitted a faint creak as it swung open. A figure stepped inside, Luo Sr. His expression bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Luo son by the door, suspended between a smile and indifference. The survivors instantly tensed, their muscles taut with apprehension. 2 Luo sons. One stood at the entrance to the recreation room, while the other had just emerged from the corridor. They appeared as reflections emerging from an invisible mirror. Identical in height, physique, attire, and even the precise spots of dust on their shirts. Just moments ago, they had clawed their way out of the inferno of suspicion regarding the traitor among them, and now the last thread of sanity in their minds snapped. Fear escalated rapidly, transforming from the tangible to the abstract, and then to the absurd. Both Luosens fixed their gaze upon the group and spoke in unison, their voices, tones, and rhythms perfectly overlapping, as if emanating from a high-fidelity surround sound system. "What are you discussing?" Nuasi emitted a suppressed whimper, instinctively shrinking back, as if to meld into the wall. Chi abruptly raised his shotgun, yet the barrel oscillated despondently between the two Luo Sens, unsure of whom to target. "Stop playing tricks," my Cooley D shouted hoarsely, forcing himself to steady his stance, laboriously aiming his almost ever-present revolver at both figures. "Which one is the imposter?" His voice cracked under the weight of extreme tension and terror, tinged with a hint of desperation. The Luo Sun at the corridor's entrance, upon hearing this, sighed lightly, as if confronted with a tiresome query. Alas, in the next moment, under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, his form began to shift. This was not the violent, grotesque transformation of flesh bursting and bones piercing, but rather a more sinister, physically defying melting. His features, akin to a wax figure subjected to warm water, began to blur, the lines retracting and flowing inward. The outline of his body morphed like clay being reshaped by an unseen hand, swiftly remolding itself. No blood was shed. No screams echoed. Only a spine-chilling, silent rewriting at the cellular level. In mere seconds, the writhing humanoid mass solidified, stretched, and ultimately froze into a new yet eerily familiar figure. He stood there, identical in height to my Cooley D, clad in the same pilot's jacket, with even the wear on the jacket's cuffs perfectly replicated. The stubble on his face, the scar at the corner of his eye, and the bloodshot blue eyes, weary from prolonged fatigue and vigilance, bore no discernible difference. Now, two identical my Cooley Dis stood before them. The real my Cooley D's mind went blank as he gazed at his doppelganger, who mimicked his mannerisms. Tilting his head slightly, curiosity glimmering in his eyes, a fear deeper than death seized his heart in an instant. The monster consumes you, replaces you. Yet that is ultimately a counterfeit requiring disguise. But the entity before him was not an imitation. It simply was. It had transformed into my Cooley D at a genetic level, through cellular memory, and in the essence of its soul. This was a complete usurpation and obliteration of identity. Chi-Er's voice quivered uncontrollably, and the shotgun's muzzle involuntarily turned towards the true my Cooley D. Nuasi and the others instinctively took a few steps back, isolating their original leader in the center. They could not discern the truth. To their senses, both figures were equally genuine. At that moment, the imposter Luosin spoke, using my Cooley D's unique, slightly hoarse and fatigued voice to issue commands to the others. He was the monster. His voice was calm yet powerful, imbued with an unmistakable decisiveness, reminiscent of the true my Cooley D. "Open fire." This command struck like a red-hot hammer, shattering the survivor's last vestiges of fragile trust. Chi-Er's finger hovered over the trigger. Nuasi's eyes brimmed with struggle and despair. The real my Cooley D gazed at his former companions, at the guns aimed at him, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a sound. How could he justify his existence? How could one prove to others that they were indeed themselves? This psychological torment, this ultimate isolation of being entirely cast aside and denied by the world and peers, was far more shattering than any flame or claw. Just as Chi-Er was about to pull the trigger, the commanding my Cooley D suddenly chuckled lightly. His form began to morph once more, like flowing wax, swiftly reverting to Luo Sen's original appearance under the astonished gazes of all present. He extended his hand, brushing away non-existent dust, regarding the ashen-faced, nearly collapsing my Cooley D, as well as the other survivors who had completely abandoned thought. He casually declared the end of this cruel jest. Just a joke. Silence enveloped the room. No one could utter a sound. They merely stared at Luo Sun with a gaze akin to that of deities or demons, numbly absorbing the moment. He required no blood tests, no flamethrowers. With but a thought, he could incite them to turn against one another, compelling them to slay their most trusted leader with their own hands. He had perfectly demonstrated the terrifying capacity of his cellular mimicry, and more importantly, he had proven his ability to manipulate their minds and trust as effortlessly as a puppeteer. The thought of rebellion extinguished in that moment, reduced to ashes within each heart. Luo Sun was satisfied with their response. Fear was sufficiently instilled. Now, these broken toys could fulfill their final purpose. "Go," he commanded in an emotionless tone. "Repair the communication devices, contact the outside world, and inform them that Antarctic Research Station 31 requires urgent assistance. I intend to leave this place." The survivors, as if their souls had been extracted, mechanically and numbly rose to their feet, proceeding toward the communication room. Behind them, Luo Sen's mind resonated with the cold system notification. Main task: identify and eliminate all shape-shifting infected entities, completed. World settlement in progress. Chapter 66 SSS Level Evaluation, Species Catastrophe. The chilling system notification echoed in his mind, becoming the final straw that broke the frozen world around him. The scene before Luo-san began to distort. The terrified expressions of Mai Kuli D, Nua Si, and Chi Er Si, their faces etched with despair and fear, blurred and faded like an oil painting washed with water, ultimately dissolving into pure darkness. The biting cold winds of the Antarctic Research Station, mingled with the stench of charred remains and blood, were replaced by an absolute void and silence. He found himself once more in that familiar settlement space. Boundless darkness enveloped everything, rendering the concepts of up, down, left, and right meaningless. In the next instant, a vast luminescent screen silently illuminated before Luo-san. The chilling white data stream cascading down like a waterfall, commencing the final adjudication of his recently concluded journey. World settlement in progress. Transitional world, Guaixing. Main quest. Identify and eliminate all Guaixing infected entities. Quest status, completed. Hidden quest. Explore the origins of Guaixing. Quest status, completed. Judgment method. Through genetic communication with the consciousness of the Guaixing entity, partial origin information was acquired. The characters on the screen emerged line by line, calmly stating the facts. Luo-san gazed steadily, harboring no surprise at these results. However, after the conventional quest settlement concluded, the screen did not, as usual, promptly display the reward list. Suddenly, the entire display dimmed. Moments later, a line of deep crimson characters, radiating a fierce aggression and foreboding, was meticulously imprinted in the center of the screen, one character at a time. Detected that special behavior is undergoing final evaluation correction. Special achievement determination, a line of golden text, as if forged from molten gold, replaced the previous red warning. Achievement name, replace and supplant. Achievement description, you have not merely eradicated the source of terror, instead, you have absorbed it, becoming a new, superior embodiment of terror itself. Upon seeing this description, a faint arc finally graced the corners of Luo-san's lips. He understood that the true spectacle was only just beginning. The golden text on the screen gradually faded, replaced by three colossal blood-red characters, as if they were about to rupture the very fabric of space itself. SSS. With this evaluation, the entire settlement space seemed to tremble. Subsequently, beneath these three blood-red characters, the ultimate evaluative title slowly materialized. Final evaluation, SSS level species catastrophe, prototype. This title bore an ominous, spine-chilling essence. It transcended mere description, it constituted a definition. A line of small text appeared as an annotation beneath the title, seemingly the system's sole explanation for this designation. Evaluation annotation. Wherever you go, there begins the extinction of ecosystems. You are the walking apex predator. Luo-san gazed at this annotation, his profound eyes seemingly merging with the boundless darkness. Species catastrophe. These four words provided him with greater satisfaction than any extravagant praise. They signified the system's acknowledgement of his current essence, a phenomenon that transcended ordinary biological categories and could inflict devastating blows upon an entire world's ecological chain. With the final evaluation solidified, the long-anticipated reward list finally surged forth like a tidal wave. Based on SSS level evaluation, your final rewards are as follows. 1. Essence of Terror, 50,000 points. 2. SSS level skill item extraction opportunity, once. 3. Free attribute points, 40 points. 4. Divine evolution, intermediate, peak. 5. Special reward, gene database, beginner, unlocked. Luo-san's gaze traversed the rewards list. 50,000 points of essence of terror, a sum ample enough to transform any survivor. 40 free attribute points could further elevate his foundational prowess. Divine evolution signified a solid step forward on his path to divinity. An ineffable sense of power surged from the depths of his soul. His divinity was being refined, compressed, and solidified, mere moments away from the next qualitative transformation. Nevertheless, Luo-san's attention ultimately lingered on the fifth reward. Gene database. Beginner, your perfect organism template has been activated and possesses an independent biological gene database. You can store, analyze, edit, and combine all biological gene information you have consumed, thereby creating entirely new biological templates for your own application. This was the greatest gain from his expedition to Antarctica. If the perfect organism template provided him with a malleable substance akin to clay, the gene database bestowed upon him an endless repository of materials and a fully equipped processing facility. From this moment forth, every species he consumed would no longer merely serve as sustenance, but as modules to be stored and summoned. He could extract the claws of organism A, the exoskeleton of organism B, and the venom of organism C, flawlessly amalgamating them within himself to forge an unprecedented form of slaughter. Without hesitation, Luosan's consciousness plunged into the attribute panel, distributing attribute points. Strength increased by 10 points, agility by 10 points, constitution by 10 points, spirit by 10 points. He opted for the most balanced and comprehensive allocation method. With his command, 40 free attribute points instantaneously fused into his limbs and bones. Attribute update completed. Name: Luos at Divinity. Intermediate, Peak. Strength, 585. Agility, 510. Constitution, 635. Talent, Titan's Body. Spirit, 909. Essence of Terror, 50. 000. Feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through him, Luosan's consciousness turned towards the 50,000 points of Essence of Terror. Yet he refrained from immediately using them to enhance skills or extract items. These essences would serve as his trump card and capital for embarking on the next world. Now, only one final and eagerly anticipated opportunity remained: the SSS level extraction chance. System, commence SSS level extraction. Luosan issued his command. The luminescent screen before him instantaneously transformed into a profound vortex, countless golden, purple, and red symbols and lights swirling chaotically within, as if encompassing the treasures and secrets of myriad worlds. Ultimately, all the radiance and symbols abruptly converged at a singular focal point. An ancient, yellowed parchment gently floated forth from the center of the vortex, descending towards Luosan. It appeared tattered, with edges scorched by flames, inscribed with an archaic script in a language unfamiliar to him. However, the moment his fingertips brushed against the parchment, information regarding this item surged directly into his mind. Extraction complete. Acquired item: Demonologist's Notebook. Fragment. Type: Knowledge type special item. Quality: SSS, incomplete. Description: This fragment is derived from a forbidden ancient notebook containing knowledge about exorcism rituals, demon summoning contracts, and sacred artifact creation. Possessing it enables you to more easily perceive spiritual and impure entities. Holding this parchment, Luosan's brow furrowed slightly for the first time. Demons? Sacred artifacts? This seemed utterly divergent from his established path of biological evolution and physical consumption. He was a walking calamity, a predator of genes. Yet the system had granted him an artifact steeped in the mysteries of the supernatural. Just as he pondered the connections therein, the cold voice of the system echoed once more, interrupting his thoughts. It has been detected that your evolutionary trajectory has begun to touch the boundary between materialism and idealism. There exists a strong correlation between your extracted items and concepts such as faith and spirituality. A new hunting ground is being matched for you. The text on the luminous screen scrolls rapidly before finally coming to a halt. The transmission is ready. You are about to be transported to the world of Annabelle. Identity implantation is underway with the designation, an insurance assessor for supernatural events employed by the Warren couple. The settling space begins to tremble violently, the surrounding darkness peeling away like shattered glass. Rosen glanced down at the diabolist's notebook, tattered pages, in his hand, recalling the darkly humorous new identity bestowed upon him by the system. A curious smile slowly blossomed on his face. Is the end of life the realm of gods and demons? He eagerly anticipated the answer. Chapter 67, Annabelle. The sensation of disorientation from the spatial transfer ebbed like a receding tide. Upon opening his eyes, Rosen found himself seated in the back of a vintage automobile. The vehicle swayed slightly with the bumps of the road, its engine emitting a deep, rhythmic roar. Outside, rows of uniformly styled detached houses and neatly trimmed lawns sped past. The sky, a washed-out blue, basked in bright sunlight. The ambience of 1970s American suburbia unfolded before him like a yellowed photograph. He looked down at himself, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, a crisply ironed white shirt adorned with a striped tie. A black hard briefcase rested on his knees. He opened the briefcase to reveal a flawlessly forged insurance assessor's credential and the diabolist's notebook, tattered pages, exuding faint sulfur and the scent of aged parchment. Mr. Warren, how much longer until we arrive? Rosen inquired calmly, as if he were inherently part of this world. In the driver's seat, a middle-aged man, dressed in a shirt and vest, with an appearance of integrity and gentleness, smiled at him through the rearview mirror. Not long, Mr. Rosen. Just through this neighborhood. Ed Warren, a renowned demonologist and investigator of paranormal phenomena, sat in the driver's seat. Beside him was his wife, Lorraine Warren, who possessed clairvoyant abilities. Just moments ago, Lorraine had seemingly glanced at Rosen through the rearview mirror. In that instant, her body exhibited a minuscule rigidity. Her hand, resting on the dashboard, instinctively tightened, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Ed, Lorraine's voice trembled slightly, her gaze fixed forward. This Mr. Rosen is rather special. Ed, evidently oblivious to the profound implications of his wife's words, continued to play the role of the gracious host with enthusiasm. Of course he is special. Lorraine, I told you. Mr. Rosen is the only assessor in all of Connecticut willing to take on our unique insurance. He explained to Rosen through the rearview mirror. We just finished handling a case where we retrieved something from 3 nurses, something very dangerous. You know, our collection is growing, and we need to ensure it's protected. If someday our house is set ablaze by an unhappy resident or a curious neighbor stumbles in and causes an incident, the insurance company won't cover a penny. Ed's tone was casual, as if discussing a bothersome household matter, yet Rosen understood that none of the residents Ed spoke of were alive. I understand, Rosen nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lorraine's taut profile. Risk assessment is my specialty. Whatever your collectibles may be, I will provide a fair valuation. The car gradually came to a halt in front of a white 2-story residence. This was the home of the Warren couple and the site of their renowned paranormal museum. After exiting the vehicle, Ed enthusiastically led Rosen through the living room toward the door that led to the basement. Lorraine lagged a few steps behind, her eyes fixed on Rosen's back, a chill emanating from the depths of her soul, making her almost want to turn and flee. In her clairvoyance, she perceived that this man was devoid of the aura that signifies life energy. Instead, there was an unfathomable abyss of darkness. No, it was not mere darkness. It was the shadow of something older and more immense, something that defied comprehension. The restless, wailing, and vengeful spirits that roamed the room appeared diminutive, akin to fireflies. In contrast to that shadow, Ed, she grasped her husband's arm, speaking in a hurried tone only he could hear. We did not hire an insurance assessor. Ed looked at her in confusion. Lorraine's lips quivered. We may have brought back an uninvited deity, an evil spirit. Ed's expression grew serious, yet he patted his wife's hand reassuringly, murmuring, let's assess the situation first. The basement door swung open, releasing a rush of air infused with dust, aged wood, and a chilling aura. Rosen stepped inside. It was much as he had imagined, shelves lined with an assortment of peculiar items. A music box, an old television, a blood-stained wedding dress, and a mirror shrouded in black cloth. Each object emanated a subtle malevolence, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Ed guided Rosen to the deepest part of the basement, where a specially designed glass cabinet was securely locked. A handwritten card affixed to the cabinet read, "Warning, do not open under any circumstances." Inside the cabinet sat a doll dressed in a white lace gown, perched on a small wooden chair. It boasted exaggerated red yarn hair, its face adorned with eerie blush and a smile, while its glass eyes stared vacantly ahead. Annabelle, this is it. Ed pointed at the doll, his expression more grave than ever. Our client. Lorraine stood at the top of the stairs, unwilling to step any closer. She could sense that as Rosen entered, the cacophony of the entire basement had ceased. The typically restless, malevolent spirits were now silent, as if cowering in their respective cages, trembling like beasts confronted by a predator. Rosen approached the glass cabinet. He did not sense the pure, primal hunger and malevolence that emanated from creatures like the aberration. Instead, a distinctly different energy enveloped him, one that was purely rooted in spiritual resentment. It was a curse nurtured through ritual, deceit, and blood. It pierced like an invisible thorn, attempting to invade the observer's soul, tainting thoughts and distorting perceptions. For an ordinary individual, this would be an almost insurmountable dimensional assault. Yet for Rosen, it merely represented a different flavor of sustenance. At that moment, his perception, enhanced by the perfect organism template, detected an exceedingly subtle change. The Annabelle doll within the cabinet, without any external force acting upon it, slowly and imperceptibly turned its head towards him. Those hollow glass eyes locked onto Rosen's gaze. A slight smile crept onto Rosen's lips. He raised his hand and gently tapped the cold glass cabinet with his finger. Hello, Annabelle. His voice was soft, akin to a self-introduction made to a client met for the first time. I will handle your insurance. Chapter 68, Annabelle, Physical Exorcism, the Most Lethal. The guest room of the Warren couple was immaculate and tidy, imbued with a faint scent of lemon and aged wood. Ed Warren paused at the doorway, his expression grave as he reiterated his caution. Mr. Rosen, I understand your curiosity about our work, but I must insist that, regardless of what you may hear during the night, you do not leave this room, and especially do not approach the basement. His wife, Lorraine, stood beside him, her azure eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Rosen, as if observing an entity shrouded in an unfathomable abyss. Some things should not be disturbed, she whispered. Rosen maintained a professional smile and nodded. Of course, I understand. I am merely here for risk assessment. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Warren. He closed the door behind him. The door's barrier severed the complex gazes of the Warrens, enveloping the room in silence. Rosen did not turn on the lights. He stood in darkness, his suit impeccably arranged. As though not preparing for sleep, but rather awaiting the commencement of a meeting. His mental acuity spread like an invisible web, emanating from him and encompassing the entire house. The ticking of the living room clock, the drip of the kitchen faucet, the restrained breaths of the Warren couple upstairs and the basement. The majority of his perception focused on the malevolent and cursed basement, akin to a high-precision radar locking onto the core's signal emanating from the sealed glass cabinet housing Anna Bayer. Time passed inexorably. Midnight arrived. The entire house seemed to be submerged in icy water, the temperature plummeting abruptly. A faint creaking sound, barely audible, emanated from the direction of the basement. Within Rosen's mental perception, the lock on the glass cabinet containing Anna Bayer was slowly turning open by itself. A chilling, vengeful energy, laced with the scent of sulfur, surged forth from the cabinet like a flood breaking through a dam. Instantly, the entire basement came alive. The rocking chair began to sway of its own accord. A music box erupted with discordant notes, and the cursed suit of armor emitted a metallic, grinding noise. As if something within was awakening. A palpable malice honed in on the guest room above. The doorknob of the guest room turned silently, and the door was forcefully thrust open by an unseen force. A translucent specter, garbed in a tattered bridal gown, glided silently into the room. Her face bore no features, only a blurred distortion, and in her hand, she clutched a dagger glinting with a cold light. She was one of the many vengeful spirits driven by the demon behind Anna Bayer, sent forth as a harbinger of trial. The specter approached the bed, gazing at the seemingly slumbering figure, raising her blade high. There was no breath, no heartbeat, no aura of malice. For any paranormal investigator, this was the most lethal of ambushes. The dagger, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, plunged downward. Just as the tip was about to graze Rosen's neck, a hand shot out from beneath the covers, striking with lightning speed to seize the specter's wrist with precision. Rosen did not even open his eyes. The specter's assault was abruptly halted. She froze, seemingly unable to comprehend how a mortal could grasp her ethereal form. In the next moment, she emitted a silent shriek. Where Rosen's palm met her wrist, the skin undulated like liquid metal, instantaneously sprouting numerous fine, glistening barbed projections. These barbs, sharper than the most delicate surgical needles, disregarded the boundaries between the physical and the ethereal, deeply piercing the specter's energy-formed body. An unprecedented wave of agony and weakness coursed through the specter. She realized in terror that her very essence, the energy sustaining her existence, was being ravenously devoured by those bizarre barbs. This utterly shattered her understanding. Physical attacks were ineffective. This was the ironclad rule of the ethereal. Yet this man before her not only seized her with physical means, but was also consuming her. She struggled violently, attempting to withdraw her wrist, but found herself as if welded in place, the hand exerting an irresistible pull, securing her firmly. At this moment, Rosen slowly opened his eyes. There was no trace of panic or anger within his gaze, only a cold curiosity akin to that of a scientist dissecting a new specimen. So that's how it is, he murmured softly, as if recording experimental data. The ethereal form was, in essence, a highly concentrated manifestation of negative energy. As long as it was energy, there was no reason it could not be consumed. Before he could finish his thought, his other hand emerged from beneath the pillow, gripping the ominous and destructive Qingjieji Ren. The blade shimmered in the darkness with a subdued purple hue, embodying the most pristine regulatory restraint against all malevolent beings. Ed and Lorraine Warren were jolted awake by a piercing, inhuman shriek that resonated deep within their souls, filled with anguish and terror. Not good, Ed exclaimed as he leapt from the bed, realizing that something from the basement had escaped. Lorraine's complexion turned pale as she grasped the crucifix from the bedside and hurried after her husband. Their immediate concern was for Rosen, who occupied the guest room. When Ed burst through the door of the guest room, the sight before them froze both him and Lorraine in place. Contrary to their expectations of a bloody struggle or frantic cries for help, they found Rosen still in bed, one hand gripping the bride's vengeful spirit, while the other plunged the grotesque dagger into the specter's chest with decisive ease. There were no incantations of exorcism, no sprinkling of holy water, not even a hint of the sacred. The regulatory power of the Qingjieji Ren resonated perfectly with Rosen's own consuming ability. Where the blade pierced, the specter's form began to thin and twist as if doused with concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing sound of dissolution at a visible rate. The bride's specter let out a final wail as her body became translucent, on the verge of vanishing. Rosen unceremoniously discarded her from the bed as one might dispose of refuse. He stepped upon the specter's back, pinning her firmly to the floor. The results of the pressure test are not ideal, he remarked to the astonished Warren couple at the doorway, then exerted a slight pressure with his foot. A sound akin to the shattering of a withered light bulb echoed. The specter, on the brink of oblivion, was utterly obliterated by his stomp, transforming into a pure, intangible essence of terror that he promptly consumed. In the air lingered a faint, acrid odor. Rosen lifted his foot as if he had merely crushed a cockroach, brushed his hands together, and turned to the two at the doorway, his expression almost apologetic. It appears your security system does indeed have vulnerabilities, he stated calmly. But fear not, I have taken care of it for you. Ed opened his mouth, unable to utter a word, his hand gripping the crucifix trembling slightly. Luo Lin's clairvoyance was clearer than that of her husband. Within her vision, the actions of Luo Sun were far from exorcism or purification. They were something far more primal and terrifying. It was an act of consumption. That man, akin to a prehistoric beast invading a sheepfold, devoured the wild wolf that had intruded, flesh and bone alike. The individuals they had summoned were not insurance assessors in the least. Luo Lin finally comprehended the sensation she experienced upon first encountering that darkness. And Na Bei Air, the demonic beacon that inspired terror in countless souls, seemed to have summoned from the depths of hell an entity more dreadful than itself, and even its master. Luo Sin's gaze traversed the stunned Warren couple, directing itself towards the basement. A subtle, unnoticed curve graced his lips. This mere appetizer was insufficient to even fill the gaps between his teeth. His true interest lay in the demon lord, cloaked in the guise of a doll, who fancied itself clever. Chapter 69. The Demon's Invitation. The morning sun filtered through the slats of the guest room's blinds, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow upon the floor. The aroma of coffee mingled with an inescapable heaviness in the air. As Luo Sun descended the stairs, Ed and Luo Lin sat rigidly at the dining table. A simple breakfast before them, untouched. Upon seeing Luo Sun, Ed's body tensed instantly, and he forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Good morning, Mr. Luo Senator, did you sleep well? Luo Lin, unable to conceal her emotions, instinctively evaded Luo Sen's gaze, her hands gripping the crucifix pendant on the table, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her clairvoyance revealed that the man who had shattered the specter the night before now appeared like a black hole cloaked in human skin, quietly consuming all light and warmth around him. He was not there to assess risk, he embodied risk itself. Luo Sun appeared unfazed by their tension, nonchalantly pulling out a chair to sit, taking a piece of toast. Risk assessment requires comprehensive data. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable commanding tone. I need to review all the files on the supernatural cases you have handled, particularly those concerning the doll. The more detailed, the better. Ed paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously as if granted a reprieve. Of course. I'll prepare them immediately. For him. As long as this terrifying presence did not focus its attention on them, he would comply with any request. In the Warren study, mountains of case files were neatly brought in. Luo Sun sat behind the desk, leafing through the records chronicling numerous shattered families and fears. His fingers glided over the yellowed pages, which documented various apparitions, hauntings, possessions, and curses. What would terrify an ordinary person merely presented itself to him as a diverse menu. His other hand rested casually on the open pages of the demonologist's journal, fragments. The ancient parchment emitted a faint glow, and as Luo Sen's fingertips touched the file related to a Na Bei Air, corresponding passages began to reveal themselves in dark golden characters. The demonologist's journal recorded, high-ranking demons hold the material world in extreme contempt. They cannot easily descend directly, thus requiring an anchor or beacon as a dimensional stepping stone. Such artifacts typically lack consciousness, but can become vessels and conduits of their power after being steeped in the malevolent intentions of demons for extended periods. Luo Sun compared an original investigative report about a Na Bei Air with the descriptions in the journal. The report mentioned that the initial two nurses claimed the doll moved on its own and left notes asking for help, while a medium informed them that the doll housed the spirit of a 7-year-old girl named Na Bei Air Higgins. A childish ruse, Luo Sun murmured softly. The journal clearly stated, demons never converse with mortals on equal terms. They only disguise, deceive, and seduce, exploiting human compassion by masquerading as a weak, lost child's spirit is one of their most common tactics. The conclusion was evident. The Na Bei Air doll was merely a carefully selected signal tower, a telephone booth. The true horror lay in the entity on the other end of the line, a demon insatiably coveting human souls and filled with extreme arrogance. The last line of the journal read, "Such entities possess an almost instinctual greed for powerful souls. Any strong soul within their perceptual range is viewed as a provocation to their authority, as well as an unmissable feast." At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Luo Lin stood at the threshold, holding a cup of coffee, her complexion pale, her eyes filled with worry and fear. "Mr. Luo-san, what do you intend to do? Will you destroy the doll directly?" Ed leaned in behind her, his face a mask of tension. Luo-san lifted his gaze. Closing the file before him, he regarded the anxious Warren couple and suddenly smiled. "No, simply smashing the telephone won't reveal the operator." He picked up a pen from the table and tapped it against a blank sheet of paper. "I am composing a letter. The recipient is Hell." Luo-san's tone was as light as if he were discussing the weather. "I wish to speak with their manager." Midnight. The entire suburb had descended into slumber, enveloped in profound silence. The Warrens, in their room, lay awake, heeding Luo-san's advice to remain inside, regardless of what sounds they might hear. The basement door slid open silently. Luo-san descended the stairs, and the cursed artifacts encased in glass seemed to have their throats gripped, falling silent the moment he entered, all malice retreating to its utmost limits. This time, he did not approach the glass cabinet heavily sealed by holy light and crucifixes. Instead, he moved to the center of the room, which was devoid of anything save for the cold concrete floor. Luo-san sat cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes. He recited no incantations, nor did he perform any rituals. He simply relinquished the restraints on himself. If the previous Luo-san was a vessel compressing the power of a star into the tip of a needle, he now chose to open that vessel just a crack. In an instant, an indescribable aura emanated from him. It was neither energy, light, nor darkness. It was a substance, the essence of the source of all fear, refined through the consumption of countless worlds. It was the weight of a soul touched by mid-tier divinity, reaching the conceptual level. This aura bore no impact on ordinary people, but was akin to a supernova igniting in a silent, dark universe for those spirits and demons wandering in the interstices of dimensions. Its radiance was both supreme authority and the utmost temptation, like the sweetest spring in the desert, the brightest lighthouse in the night. In an instant, the temperature throughout the basement began to plummet at a speed that defied the laws of physics. Moisture in the air rapidly condensed, forming a layer of frost upon the walls, ceiling, and the shells of every cursed object. A sharp crack resounded. Trapped securely within a glass cabinet, the Annabelle doll's plastic head abruptly turned towards Rosen's direction. In its painted, innocent eyes, 2 points of crimson light suddenly flared up, resembling twin clusters of ghostly fire ignited from the depths of hell. A sinister will, far more potent than that of the bride's ghost from the previous night, seemed to tear through the veil of space, descending with thunderous force across dimensions. The entire basement shuddered beneath this overwhelming presence. It exuded a raw, unmasked greed, cruelty, and ecstasy. A whisper filled with boundless malice bypassed Rosen's ears and brain, resonating directly within the depths of his soul. "Your soul belongs to me." Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, Rosen slowly opened his eyes. There was no trace of tension or surprise on his face. Instead, a smile of triumph spread across his lips. He softly responded towards the direction of the glowing crimson light. "I have awaited you for a long time." Chapter 70, Annabelle, Welcome to My Hell. Accompanying Rosen's calm reply, the doll's glass bead-like eyes blazed with an intensified red glow. This was not merely light. It was a flame ignited by an evil intention that had ripped through reality from another dimension. The air in the basement instantaneously thickened like tar, as the wooden walls began to ooze a viscous black liquid, reeking of sulfur and decay. The paranormal objects sealed within the glass cabinet trembled wildly, akin to live fish thrown into boiling water, colliding and emitting silent screams. The curses, resentments, and malevolence that had once plagued the Warrens now bowed and trembled like subservient subjects before this sovereign will. The physical space of the basement began to distort. The ceiling stretched infinitely upward, vanishing into the dense darkness, while the ground collapsed downward, transforming into a scorched earth swirling with crimson lava and bones. This was no longer the Warren family's basement. It had become a fragment of hell, forcibly dragged into the realm of the living. Upstairs, in the living room, Lorraine held a cup of hot water, attempting to calm her frayed nerves, when suddenly her face turned pale and the glass cup shattered on the floor. She clutched her chest tightly, gasping for breath as if an invisible hand had seized her heart. "Ed," her voice twisted into a sharp, distorted cry of pure terror. "Something has happened below. That is no evil spirit. It is a door. He has opened the gates of hell." Ed dashed over, firmly embracing his trembling wife, who was trying to rush to the basement. His complexion was equally ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Lorraine, stay calm. We cannot go down there. It will kill him. No. Ed's voice trembled, revealing a fear he himself was unaware of. Don't you understand? This is precisely what he desires. If we go down, we are signing our own death warrants. Lorraine froze, gazing into her husband's eyes, which were a tumultuous mix of reason and fear, and her struggles gradually ceased. Indeed, that man was never here to exorcise demons. He was here to collect rent. In the realm of the psyche, time and space lost all meaning. Rosen's consciousness was wrenched from reality by the overwhelming will and thrust into a mirage entirely governed by the other side. The sky was eternally dark red, clouds flowing as if congealed blood. The ground held no soil, only endless, still-burning charcoal and white bones. A river of sulphurous flames coursed through the plains, countless twisted, translucent souls floating within, howling in torment, emitting ear-piercing screams. The air was saturated with despair, agony, and eternal suffering. This was the demon's domain, a spiritual hell forged through countless years of devouring and torturing souls. Here, it reigned as God. Boom. In the distant mountains of bones, a colossal figure slowly rose. It bore the head of a goat, with enormous horns curving upwards as if to pierce the blood-red heavens. Massive bat-like wings, ablaze with hellfire, unfurled behind it, shading half the sky. Its body was composed of lava and shadows. With each step, the earth groaned, while innumerable vengeful spirits crawled on the ground, kissing its footprints. A grand and chaotic will resonated directly within Rosen's mind, carrying enough spiritual corruption to shatter any saint's faith. Kneel and offer your soul, and I shall grant you eternal suffering. Yet, in the presence of this godlike vision, Rosen remained unfazed. Clad in his inexpensive suit, he stood at the center of this inferno, as if he were a mere tourist misplaced on a film set. He even kicked at a soul writhing at his feet, silencing its screams as it recoiled in terror. Quite a scene, he remarked, his voice plain yet cutting through the cacophony of countless souls' wails. It possesses a classical style, sulfur, flames, suffering souls, the classic trifecta. He tilted his head upwards, regarding the towering demon as one would an artistic masterpiece, nodding in approval. However, the concept feels rather cliched, lacking in imagination. Today's clientele prefers something more conceptual. The demon's fiery gaze momentarily froze in disbelief. It had never encountered such prey, unafraid, unyielding, and even critiquing. This was the most profound insult to its status as Lord of Hell. You seek death. The enraged demon roared, unleashing a tempest within the infernal illusion. It raised its molten claw, summoning all the malice and pain of this world, coalescing into a black torrent composed solely of spiritual energy, violently crashing down upon the core of Rosen's consciousness. This strike could obliterate the will of an entire legion of angels. Just as the cataclysmic flood was about to engulf Rosen, he smiled. It was a smile tinged with amusement, a hint of pity, and a touch of delight, as if he were about to indulge in a feast. Welcome to my hell, Rosen softly intoned. The instant his words fell, the entire world froze. A fear older than hell, deeper than the abyss, and purer than nothingness spread from Rosen's feet, inundating the space in a frenzied wave of erosion and assimilation. The blood clouds solidified in the sky, shattering inch by inch into dust, revealing an expanse of eternal, starless, moonless, pitch-black velvet. The once tumultuous river of sulfur froze in an instant, encasing itself in a black crystal radiating absolute zero temperatures. The countless wailing souls found their screams instantaneously siphoned away. They stiffly turned around, and for the first time, the emotion known as fear flickered in their hollow eye sockets. Then, in unison, they knelt before Rosen. They had found a new deity, a true embodiment of fear itself. You thought this was your domain? Rosen's voice echoed within this newly formed world, imbued with an authority that commanded reality itself. No, you merely warmed up the stage for me. The colossal goat-horned demon stood frozen, horrified to discover that its connection to this realm had been severed in an instant. The familiar hellfire, the vengeful spirits under its command, and the laws of suffering upon which it relied, all betrayed it in that very moment. It transformed from the sovereign of this world into an intruder. In its vision, the figure of Luosin began to blur and fade, replaced by a mythic form that defied description and comprehension, slowly rising at the heart of the divine realm. This entity was a conglomeration of the purest shadows and darkness, lacking a fixed shape, yet seemingly encompassing all negative concepts since the dawn of the universe. Within that endless darkness, Countless crimson eyes began to open, each reflecting the demise of a civilization consumed by fear. Minuscule, the demon lord, once invincible in its own hell, now appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust before this mythic form. It could not even entertain the thought of fleeing, for the very notion of escape stemmed from fear, and here, fear bore the name Luo. The colossal mythic form extended a gigantic finger composed of pure shadow, obscuring the demon's entire field of vision, gently pointing towards it. A cold, emotionless voice echoed within its very soul. Now, let us discuss your value. Chapter 71, Anabir, The Change of Hell, The Descent of the God of Fear. Luosan's response detonated the entire mental hell like a drop of water falling into boiling oil. Arrogant mortal, the goat-headed demon lord bellowed in fury, its voice resonating not through the air, but directly within the realm of consciousness. Rising slowly from its throne, which had endured for eons, its vast shadow darkened the entire sky. You know nothing of hell. I shall make you wail in eternal penance. As it proclaimed, the entire twisted space began to respond to its wrath. The blood-red river surged in towering waves, each droplet a visage of anguished despair. The earth, ablaze with sulfuric flames, cracked open into an abyss, and countless skeletal arms reached out from within, grasping at the heavens. The curses and resentments of billions of malevolent spirits were summoned, coalescing into a pure spiritual storm aimed at tearing apart all rationality. Where the storm passed, space crumbled, and laws shattered. This was the dominion of the Lord of Hell, the very foundation of its rule. Above, in the living room of the Warren couple, all the crosses on the walls trembled violently, and the holy water in its vessel bubbled inexplicably, only to freeze in the next instant. Lolan grasped Ed's arm tightly, her complexion as pale as parchment. It is mobilizing the power of the entire hell. Ed stared fixedly at the basement door, which seemed to have transformed into the most fragile sheet of paper in existence. Before he could finish speaking, the surging malevolent energy abruptly altered in nature without warning. Within the mental hell, the spiritual storm potent enough to annihilate a legion of angels suddenly halted just 3 feet from Luosan. There was no cataclysmic clash, no radiant energy collision. It was as if it had collided with an invisible wall of sighing silence, quietly disintegrating, being absorbed, returning to the void. The smile on Luosan's face remained unchanged. However, the shadow behind him began to defy all logic of light sources, stretching infinitely and expanding. That was no longer a mere shadow. It was a mythic form, indescribable by human language and incomprehensible by any known concept, slowly rising behind Luosan. It lacked a fixed shape, sometimes appearing as a chaotic assembly of countless twisted tentacles, each tip connected to a collapsing cosmic bubble. At other times, it resembled a nebula composed of billions of bloodshot eyes filled with profound despair, each reflecting a unique and maddening manner of death. At times, it was merely a profound darkness that devoured all light and rationality. A mere gaze upon it sufficient to shatter the logical thought of deities. The mythic form opened its eyes. This action itself was a concept. In an instant, the background sound of the entire mental hell was altered. The anguished wails of the malevolent spirits transformed into heart-wrenching screams of terror, born from witnessing the incomprehensible. The flames of hell no longer burned hot. Instead, they radiated a coldness reminiscent of the finality of the universe. The demon lord was horrified to discover that its control over this space was being stripped away. No, it was not being taken. It was being overlaid. It was being assimilated. A higher dimensional concept was polluting and consuming its realm. The rocks beneath its throne began to sprout slippery tendrils and blinking eyes. In the surging blood river, the wailing souls were replaced by the grotesque faces of Pennywise, the charred visage of Freddy, and the heavy outline of the triangular-headed figure. Those embodiments of fear that Luosan had previously consumed, now transformed into the very foundation of this new hell. Their distorted reflections bobbing in the waters. Its hell was becoming Luosan's hell. No, this is impossible. For the first time, the demon lord emitted a shriek imbued with emotional turmoil. It staggered from its lofty throne, its massive form crashing down upon the tainted ground. Just moments ago, it had been the sole sovereign here, and now it had become an intruder. Its proud laws of hell, the suffering and sulfur upon which it had relied, now appeared as fragile as a child's crayon scribbles before the absolute concept of fear that emanated from Luosan. Slowly, Luosan raised his hand. With a word, the law followed. I decree that your hell lacks originality. As his words fell, the hellfire that had burned for countless epochs extinguished with a soft puff. Its flames, representative of its authority and power, directly nullified by a higher order rule. Luosan stepped forward, approaching the terrified demon lord. who was now utterly incapable of comprehending the scene before it, looking down upon this once invincible lord of hell. In a tone akin to evaluating merchandise, he calmly stated, "Your hell is too noisy. Moreover, it lacks imagination." The demon lord's massive form trembled. It finally understood Lolan Warren's initial warning. A dark god has returned. No, that is not a dark god. It is the very essence of fear, older than hell and deeper than the abyss itself. For the first time, it truly felt the emotion called fear, the very emotion it had inflicted upon billions of souls, now rebounding upon itself with unprecedented intensity. "Now, let us discuss your value." Luosan's voice held no emotion, yet left the demon lord feeling the essence of its soul freeze. "As a mid-level manager of hell, you must possess considerable intelligence regarding the upper echelon, yes?" He extended a finger, gently pointing to the center of the demon lord's massive, horned goat head. At the moment of contact, the demon lord's colossal form began to disintegrate like faulty data, countless streams of information flashing with wails and secrets being forcibly stripped away, surging madly into Luosan's mind. In the basement, the Warren couple felt the overwhelming malevolent presence that had threatened to crush the entire house dissipate, completely and cleanly vanished. In its stead lies a far more ancient, profound, and soul-crushing absolute silence. Chapter 72, Annabelle, the autopsy report of hell within the mythos of Luosan. The remnants of the spiritual inferno are swiftly being assimilated. Here, there is no longer sulfur or flame, only an infinitely extending geometric structure composed of pure fear. The goat-headed demon lord resembles a piece of metal cast into a caustic pool, its vast spiritual essence gradually disintegrating, being stripped away. It no longer roars, for the laws that once formed its voice have been perverted. It no longer struggles, as the chains binding it are the very fears it once took pride in. It has become a specimen pinned upon the dissecting table, awaiting final analysis. However, the Lord of Hell never resigns itself to fate. Just as the core of its spiritual essence is on the brink of complete disintegration, a cataclysmic energy suddenly brews within. It seeks to ignite its final soul imprint. This is not merely a futile attempt at mutual destruction, but rather a final alarm piercing through dimensions, a distress signal sent to higher echelons of hell. A barely perceptible ripple attempts to escape the confines of this realm of dread. The indescribable shadow behind Luosan shows no sign of disturbance. He merely raises his hand with a hint of impatience. Attempting to sway him? It is too late. An ancient, tattered page materializes, revealing the demonologist's notebook. The pages flutter autonomously, the ancient knowledge inscribed transforming into slender, yet indomitable golden chains, precisely piercing the deepest core of the demon lord's essence. The chains do not confine its form. Instead, they directly penetrate its very nature. One chain locks onto its connection to the dimension of hell, instantly erasing the coordinates known as the hell anchor point. Another ensnares its burning soul imprint, forcibly suppressing and cooling its self-destructive energy flow. The final escape route has been utterly severed. The demon lord emits a silent howl, a manifestation of pure despair on a spiritual level. It makes its last stand. Unable to annihilate the adversary, it seeks to corrupt him. A torrent of immense, chaotic memories steeped in the deepest filth of hell surges towards Luosan's consciousness like a cursed sea unleashed. These are images tormenting souls for millennia, rituals that desecrate deities, and the most insidious knowledge and lies of the cosmos. Every droplet of information is potent enough to plunge a mortal bishop into the depths of madness. This is a mental trap, aiming to completely rot Luosan's soul while he absorbs knowledge. Playing with spiritual pollution before me, Luosan's consciousness emits a soft chuckle. You have chosen the wrong opponent. The divine intermediate, pinnacle, within him suddenly radiates brilliance. This light is not the sacred gold, but a hue reminiscent of absolute void, serving as the most efficient firewall that isolates all spiritual pollution and emotional refuse, permitting only the purest data to pass. Simultaneously, Luosan's long-dormant gene database, Initiate, is activated. For the first time, he applies this capability, designed for biological entities, to a purely spiritual entity. In his perception, the demon lord is no longer an abstract embodiment of evil, but a highly intricate and traceable sequence of spiritual genes. The vivisection officially commences. Luosan, akin to a premier biologist and theologian, channels his consciousness into countless surgical blades, layer by layer dissecting the structure of the demon lord's essence. He perceives the composition of its power, how an energy known as grievous sulfur fire synthesizes and operates within the infernal environment. He observes its hierarchical division in hell. A mid-level manager responsible for a particular fallen sector, specifically luring wayward mortal souls. He witnesses the complete summoning ritual and numerous loopholes within the contract terms. These densely packed demonic contracts are more treacherous than any insurance policy he has encountered in his past life, rife with traps and linguistic games. It turns out that the promotion mechanism in hell also requires KPIs, Lawson's consciousness muses. Truly, there is no escaping it anywhere. He even glimpses fleeting images of higher entities within the fragments of memory. Those names, merely mentioned, cause a slight ripple in his divine firewall. Bayer, Yastalu, Asmontis. These true high-ranking demon lords of hell seem to form the board of directors of the abyss. The lord before him is merely a regional manager. As the dissection deepens, the demon lord's essence becomes increasingly tenuous, ultimately yielding three purest elements to Luosin. First, an unimaginably vast, hell knowledge package. It resembles a perfectly packed compressed file, stored within Luosin's consciousness, awaiting his gradual exploration. Second, a mark seemingly composed of solidified shadows and cooled lava. This, Demon Lord Mark, fragment, represents its former identity and partial authority. Though incomplete, it contains a glimmer of hell's lawful power. Third, and most fundamental, is the essence of spiritual energy purified to its utmost degree. It no longer harbors any will or pollution, transforming into the most pristine essence of fear. Fully absorbed by Lawson's mythos, the entire realm of fear thus becomes denser and more profound. The mental landscape recedes like a tide. The chilly air of the basement envelopes Lawson's body anew. He slowly opens his eyes, extending his palm. A nail-sized, entirely black mark, with what appears to be dark red luminescence flickering within, lies quietly in his hand. Simultaneously, the demonologist's notebook, tattered page, has absorbed some of the dissipated knowledge, leading to clearer inscriptions, even adding a few lines of commentary regarding the traps of demonic contracts. A faint, almost imperceptible notification resonates directly at the level of his soul. Host detected successful dissection of a high-level demon essence and acquisition of fragments of infernal authority. Mythical-level talent source of all fear has achieved minor evolution, unlocking a new template for the fear creator branch. Inferior demon, creatable. Luosin pays no heed to the system's notifications, his body remaining utterly still. He merely raises his gaze towards the doll locked within the glass cabinet in the corner of the room. Annabelle remains in that eerie pose, as if the preceding events bore no relevance to her. A cold smile escapes Lawson's lips. Your backer has fallen. Now, it is time to discuss your insurance policy. Chapter 73, Annabelle, the last keepsake in the basement. An absolute silence prevails. Not the tranquil quietude devoid of sound, but rather an absolute void from which all noise, energy, and existence have been drained. The air seems to have solidified into glass, each breath accompanied by a stinging sensation against the lungs. The previously distorted walls and floor, warped by the infernal illusion, have now returned to their original state, yet the dust in the cobwebs in the corner has vanished, as if eradicated by some unseen force. A sudden rush of heavy footsteps from the staircase shatters this frozen stillness. Lolan, be careful. Ed Warren's voice was somewhat distorted by tension as he took the lead. Brandishing a silver cross that had been soaked in holy water, adopting the standard posture for an exorcism, Lorraine closely followed behind, her complexion as pale as parchment. Yet her hands gripped a hefty Bible tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. They charged forward, prepared for a battle that could potentially annihilate the entire house. However, the scene before them rendered their readiness utterly ludicrous. There were no gaping chasms of hell, nor were there roaring demons. Rosen sat serenely in a wooden chair, leisurely polishing the menacing blade of retribution with a piece of velvet cloth that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. As the last remnants of black smoke were wiped away, the dark and ancient metallic texture beneath was revealed. Lorraine halted in her tracks. Her spiritual sight had activated the moment she entered the basement, but this time, what she beheld sent a chill through her, as if she were plummeting into an abyss. In her vision, Rosen was no longer a figure shrouded in darkness. He was darkness itself. It was a depth more profound than hell, and an age older than the void, thick and inescapable, reminiscent of the primordial chaos that existed before the birth of the universe. At the core of this darkness, wisps of sulfuric scent flickered, not the filth of a demon, but rather a symbol of authority, as if hell itself bowed before him. With great difficulty, she shifted her gaze from Rosen to the corner of the room. The Annabelle doll lay quietly on the floor, its skirt dusted with a fine layer of grime. The malevolent intent that had lingered for years, enough to terrify any medium, had now vanished without a trace. It had reverted to an ordinary, albeit somewhat aged, cloth doll. Ed swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and his arm holding the cross quivered slightly. "Is the demon gone?" he asked with a tremor in his voice. Filled with a hope and fear he was scarcely aware of himself, Rosen ceased his polishing and glanced at him. His expression was calm, devoid of mockery or pity, resembling an engineer assessing a set of data. "No," Rosen shook his head. "I merely bankrupted its company." This metaphor left the Warrens momentarily stunned. Company? Bankrupt? They found it impossible to connect these modern business terms with an ancient demon from hell. Ignoring their astonishment, Rosen rose and slowly approached the Annabelle doll. He bent down and picked it up. Ed and Lorraine's hearts leapt into their throats. They feared Rosen would obliterate this cursed object in a manner they could not comprehend. Yet, Rosen's next action completely upended their understanding. He extended his left hand, palm upward. A flickering dark mark, incomplete, materialized in his palm. This mark, composed of numerous twisted symbols, emanated pure infernal authority, having been stripped from the goat-headed demon lord. The demon lord's mark, incomplete. Under the horrified gaze of the Warrens, Rosen pressed this emblem of hellish power slowly against the doll's back. A faint sound, akin to a branding iron searing flesh, echoed. The incomplete mark transformed into a black light upon contact with the doll, merging completely into it. A glimpse of darkness deeper than the abyss flashed in the doll's glassy eyes before swiftly fading, reverting to their original emptiness. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. "Now, it is a competent beacon and storage cabinet." Rosen's voice resonated calmly as he brushed off the dust from the doll, his tone akin to that of one appraising a newly completed artifact. "Consider it repurposed." He turned and directly handed the modified Annabelle doll to Ed Warren. "Your commission is fulfilled. The insurance claim is concluded. This is your keepsake." Ed Warren stood frozen, his feet seemingly nailed to the floor as he gazed at the doll being offered, his complexion draining of color. "Take it," he dared not utter. The sensation emanating from this doll was 1,000-fold more terrifying than that of the previous Annabelle, which had been possessed by a demon. The former Annabelle was malevolent, filthy, and an adversary that could be confronted with a Bible and a cross. However, the one before him now had internalized its wickedness to an extreme, transforming into a kind of rule. A higher-tier existence had imprinted its mark upon this object. It was no longer a demon's plaything, but rather the private possession of a far graver entity. Lorraine gazed at Rosen, at the man who calmly presented the keepsake, a chill emanating from the depths of her soul that nearly rendered her unable to stand. With all her strength, she posed the question that swirled in her mind, suffocating her. "What exactly are you?" Rosen smiled. He did not answer the question, but withdrew his hand, casually placing the Annabelle doll on a nearby cabinet designated for various cursed items. The doll's glassy eyes faced the doorway. He turned and walked toward the staircase leading to the first floor. As he brushed past the Warrens, he left behind a nonchalant remark. "I am merely a passing appraiser, fortuitously intrigued by your collection." His figure vanished around the corner of the stairs, his footsteps gradually fading away. "I hope next time, you can acquire something of greater value." The basement fell silent once more. Ed and Lorraine remained rooted in place, motionless as if they were two stone sculptures. After a long while, Ed slowly lowered the now cold cross, looking at Lorraine, his eyes filled with unprecedented confusion and fear. Lorraine did not look at him. Her gaze was fixated on the Annabelle doll placed on the cabinet. It sat there quietly, wearing a smile. In that moment, the Warrens grasped a glaring truth. They had not summoned an exorcist. They had merely replaced hell with a new master. Chapter 74 SSS Evaluation. A temp worker of Hell. Rosen's figure vanished at the street corner. He did not look back. The Warrens' worries, fears, and Lorraine's penetrating question concerning the essence of the soul settled behind him like dust crushed beneath wheels, quickly sinking without stirring a ripple. For him, everything that transpired in that house was now concluded. The insurance adjuster had completed his task, nothing more. The cold moonlight poured over the deserted asphalt road, stretching his shadow into a thin line. He toyed with the now unremarkable Annabelle doll, his fingertips gliding over the rough surface of the fabric. Just as he reached the center of an intersection, he halted. A subtle stickiness began to permeate the air around him. The streetlight's glow began to distort, swirling like paint thrown into water, collapsing toward an invisible focal point. The very fabric of space appeared as if clenched tightly by a hand, wrinkled and folded, emitting a deep, burdened hum. In the next moment, Luo's sun and the ground beneath him, along with the elongated shadow cast, were abruptly extricated from this world. As his vision regained clarity, he found himself back in that familiar realm. An endless expanse of pure white, devoid of sky or earth, distance or proximity, existed solely as an absolute void of tranquility. The settlement space materialized before him, A colossal, deep blue luminescent screen, cascading like a waterfall from the abyss. Hovering right in front of him, lines of text, ignited by pale flames, began to scroll rapidly across the screen, refreshing continuously. Copy World, Zhaohan Universe, Annabelle Chapter. Main Quest, resolution of the Annabelle doll's paranormal incident has been completed. Completion method, eradicate the demonic lord behind it, and thoroughly neutralize the paranormal vessel, Annabelle doll. Quest evaluation, perfect. The text on the screen paused momentarily. Hidden quest detected. Hidden quest. Exploration of the deep essence of the paranormal event has been completed. Completion method, conduct a comprehensive dissection of the Hell Lord level demon. By laying on the mental, energy, and authority levels, obtaining intelligence and the structural laws of the Hell dimension. Quest evaluation, exceeded expectations. The screen paused once more, seemingly engaged in a complex computation. Subsequently, a line of crimson warning text abruptly appeared, dominating the center of the display. Warning, behavioral patterns of Hunter Luo's son are deviating from elimination, shifting towards devouring and pollution. Specific behavior analysis. The hunter has not merely exterminated the target, but through his mythical talent, source of all fears, has enacted conceptual coverage and authority deprivation. Achieving asset reorganization of the Hell Lord by Lang and his associated fragments of the mental hell. This behavior has breached the threshold of dimensional encroachment, risk rating elevated. Rewards synchronized upward. The crimson warning text gradually faded. Comprehensive evaluation is increasing. Final evaluation, SSS. Golden radiance erupted from the 3 SSS characters, nearly suffusing the entire pure white space in a glorious golden hue. Following this, a line of teasing prompts emerged. You have achieved a special accomplishment. Hell HR. Accomplishment description. You have successfully dismissed a mid-level manager in Hell, efficiently taking over part of his business. Perhaps, you should consider establishing a headhunting firm in Hell. Luo Sen's expression remained stoic. He calmly observed the refreshing information on the luminescent screen, as though it were all a matter of course. The extensive rewards list, accompanied by the SSS rating, finally revealed itself before him. SSS Grade Evaluation Reward Settlement in progress. 1. You have gained 80,000 points of Fear Source Substance. 2. You have received 1 SSS Grade Exclusive Extraction Opportunity. 3. You have acquired 50 points of free attribute points. 4. Your divine rank has been elevated. Intermediate, peak, to advanced, initial entry. 5. Special item, Demonologist's Notebook, fragment, has undergone evolution. The moment the rewards list materialized, an immense torrent of pure energy, almost liquid in form, surged into Luo Sen's body from the void. It was the accumulated essence of all the fears and despair from the Hell Lord by Lang, refined by the system into the purest form of fear source substance. The mythical shadow within Luo Sen's being let out a silent cheer, greedily consuming this energy in its entirety. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to allocate those 50 precious free attribute points. Mental attributes formed his foundation and thus required priority. He allocated 30 points directly into it. Mental, 809-1109 in an instant. His perception soared to unprecedented heights. It was as if he could see beyond this pure white space, the intertwining lines of countless worlds. He could even vaguely sense his connection to the very concept of fear within the cosmos becoming tighter and more robust. The remaining 20 points were all invested in his physique. Physique, 535-735, a surge of vitality coursed through his limbs and bones. As the talent of Titan's body was further activated, causing the strength of his muscles, bones, and organs to escalate in an irrationally rapid manner. Simultaneously, a higher-level metamorphosis transpired. Divine evolution. If his previous intermediate divinity had granted Luo's son the qualification to overlook mortals, then his current initial entry into advanced divinity allowed him to truly begin to touch the threshold of the rules. His very essence seemed to be coated in an everlasting brilliance, providing unprecedented resistance to attacks directly affecting concepts, causality, and the soul. This represented a qualitative transformation. Finally, his gaze settled upon the tome that had remained in his storage space, the Demonologist's Notebook. This fragment, having absorbed the vast knowledge of the Hell Lord by Lang, now glowed and writhed, completing the fragmented runes and patterns inscribed upon its pages. The charred edges began to regrow, and new text and magical circles emerged on the blank pages. Item evolution successful. Name, Demonologist's Notebook. Copy. Type, knowledge rule item. Quality, improves with knowledge completeness. Effect 1, Demon Encyclopedia. Contains extensive knowledge regarding the Hell dimension, demon races, and magical rituals. Effect 2. Demon Contract Pseudo. New function. You can use this notebook to simulate certain Hell laws, signing binding unequal contracts with other intelligent entities. The strength of the contract's binding depends on your divine rank and the opponent's soul strength. Description. Knowledge is power, especially when it originates from Hell. This copy bestows upon you the qualification to become a competent creditor. A competent creditor. Luo-san regarded this description, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. He retracted the notebook, turning his attention to the singular, most significant reward, the SSS-grade exclusive extraction opportunity. Initiate extraction. With a mere thought, the light within the entire settlement space dimmed instantaneously as all illumination converged before Luo-san, forming a dazzling golden orb of light too brilliant to behold. Within this orb, countless runes, images, and fragments of concepts flowed like a galaxy, each collision seemingly representing a treasure capable of driving countless hunters to madness. Ultimately, all radiance and phenomena abruptly collapsed inward. The light dissipated. An item quietly floated before Luo's senator. It was neither equipment, nor a skill scroll, nor a potent bloodline potion. It was a rolled-up ancient scroll crafted from an unknown creature's hide, its edges singed black by flames, adorned with dark golden ink depicting a complex emblem formed of chains, bones, and a burning throne. It resembled a deed to a piece of land. Extraction successful. You have acquired a special consumable, Hell's Border Coordinates, disposable. Type, Dimensional Beacon Authority Certificate. Quality, SSS. Effect, upon use, it forcibly marks the next qualifying spiritual enrichment area you enter as your private domain, granting you a portion of Hell's law's corruption and enhancement. Within this territory, the speed and effectiveness of your fear domain will experience a significant increase, and the fear constructs under your command will gain a home field advantage. Description, congratulations. You have been promoted from a mere temporary worker of Hell to a real estate developer with your own territory. Now, go forth and claim your first asset. Luo-san extended his hand and grasped the heavy deed. The moment he held the scroll, the cold system notification echoed in his mind once more. Detection of Hunter's Evolution Direction. Matching you with the most suitable real estate development project. Match successful. Target world, American Horror Story. Chapter 75, American Horror Story. The settlement space was enveloped in pure white, so void of substance that it seemed time itself did not exist. Luo-san floated serenely, clutching the recently acquired Hell's Border Coordinates. It was not a physical entity, but rather a small fragment imprisoned, flowing with dark red magma, its texture cold and rough, containing an essence of primordial Hell's laws. Item description. The holder may mark any impending spiritual enrichment area as private territory. This domain will receive preliminary enhancement from Hell's laws, granting the holder certain lordly privileges within it. Will the territory develop spontaneously? Luo-san murmured, gently stroking the coordinates. The system encouraged him to transition from a solitary predator to a dimensional lord who occupies and manages territory. Without hesitation, he plunged his consciousness into the attribute panel. The full 50 free attribute points surged forth like a pure torrent of energy, awaiting his allocation. 30 points were invested in spirit. As he concentrated, the spirit attribute's value began to fluctuate wildly. At the moment the value crossed the threshold of 100, an indescribable qualitative change occurred. If his previous mental strength was a mere lake, it had now transformed into an unfathomable ocean. Luo-san felt his consciousness elevate infinitely. As if breaking free from an invisible restraint, the dimensional barrier between him and the entire settlement space grew tenuous. He could even perceive the countless world lines woven and sprawling like a spider's web extending into the endless void beyond this pure white space. His heart imagery domain began to boil. The shadow behind him, representing the mythic law form, silently expanded, encroaching upon the surrounding whiteness. The edges of darkness sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade, ready to carve out a piece of genuine territory from the illusion. The abilities of the nightmarish demon god responded in kind. Luo-san raised his hand, a wisp of pitch-black mist oozing from his fingertips, coalescing in the air into a miniature, struggling, nightmarish raven. It was no longer a mere energy entity, but had briefly attained a tangible form capable of existing in reality. With a gentle squeeze, the raven transformed into the purest particles of fear, vanishing without a trace. The remaining 20 points were evenly distributed among the other 3 attributes, compensating for the shortcomings of his physique. Having accomplished this, the cold system notification sounded again. Identity information matching in progress, based on the host's current mythic talent. Source of all fear, and the special item, Hell's border coordinates. The most suitable real estate development project has been selected for you. A massive light screen unfurled before Luo Senator Target World. American Horror Story, Comprehensive Worldview. First stop, Season 1, Murder House. World background. This is a realm steeped in humanity's original sins and supernatural sediment. Countless vengeful souls, demons, witches, and even visitors from beyond converge here. Beneath the dust of history lie innumerable curses and treasures. Each notorious corner may be an undiscovered spiritual mine or a grave that devours all. Identity setting, Luo Sun Chandler. A mysteriously background, financially robust special asset investor. Your business spans the globe, specializing in acquiring properties that have plummeted in value due to malevolent events and supernatural phenomena, such as haunted houses and cursed lands, and uniquely cleansing and redeveloping them. Main quest, successfully acquire the murder house, address, 1120 Westchester Place, Los Angeles, and conduct a thorough assessment and development of its internal asset value. The text on the light screen faded one by one. A cold arc formed at the corner of Luo Sen's mouth. From a passive evaluator to an active investor. This identity cloaked all of his subsequent actions in a flawless veneer of legality. He spoke softly, as if declaring to some presence in the void. I had no choice before. Now, I wish to be a landlord. As the words fell, the radiant light engulfed him entirely. Within the glow, his ordinary shirt and jeans disintegrated into fine ash. In their stead, he was adorned with a finely tailored, high-end suit woven from countless beams of light. Its deep charcoal fabric glimmering subtly. A pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses materialized quietly on his nose. When the light dissipated, he found himself standing on a tranquil street, bathed in California sunshine. Surrounding him were typical American single-family homes, lush green lawns, and a serene passage of time. In this moment, Luo Sen's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. No longer the cold predator wielding a deadly blade. He embodied a billionaire radiating an air of elite detachment, a refined rogue. Unbeknownst to him, a meticulously crafted gilded folder had appeared in his hand. He extended his hand, adorned with an expensive wristwatch, to open the folder, revealing a letter of intent for the acquisition of the murder house. Luo Sun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The cold lenses clearly reflected a portion of the system map. On that map, a blood-red location marked 1120 emanated an ominous glow. There are no unrecoverable bad debts, nor properties that cannot be developed. He closed the folder, his voice calm and indifferent. It is time to collect the rent. Chapter 76, American Horror Story Murder House. The sunlight in Los Angeles, California, always exudes a generous warmth akin to luxury. It softens every inch of asphalt on Westchester Place, causing the palm trees by the roadside to appear somewhat languid. However, as this warmth reached the residence at 1120, it seemed to collide with an invisible ice wall. It was a Victorian-style independent villa, its red brick walls darkened by the erosion of time, and the attic windows resembled hollow black sockets silently gazing at the street. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided silently to the curb, like a meticulously polished piece of obsidian, its sleek and solemn lines starkly contrasting with the ominous aura of the ancient mansion. The car door swung outward, revealing a pair of impeccably polished black Goodyear leather shoes. Subsequently, a tall figure emerged from within. The charcoal gray bespoke suit fit him flawlessly, accentuating his straight shoulders and trim waist. Perched on his nose was a delicate pair of gold-rimmed glasses, behind which lay a gaze that was calm and unruffled, emanating an air of detachment characteristic of the elite. He was Rosen, or rather, the Rosen Chandler of this world. Following closely behind was a middle-aged man, dressed in a lawyer's robe, who carried a substantial briefcase. Trailing him by half a step, his demeanor as humble as that of a butler. "Mr. Chandler, this is the place," a sharp, tearful female voice shattered the tranquility. Real estate agent Massey had been waiting at the entrance, her professional attire slightly wrinkled, her makeup marred by perspiration. She forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, chattering incessantly about the property. "You see, this house is in a prime location, its architectural style is quite vintage, and the interior space is expansive, truly worth every penny. Of course, there are some historical issues, but they are mere fabrications. As you know, old houses always come with their legends." Massey's words quickened, as if she wished to finalize the deal before succumbing to madness. Rosen did not interrupt her. He merely listened with a polite yet amused smile. His senses had long penetrated the weathered walls. Under the influence of weakness insight and the heightened awareness bestowed by divine prowess, the house revealed itself to him in an entirely different light. It was far from empty. On the contrary, it was overcrowded. Countless twisted and incomplete spirits were crammed into every room, every corridor, and every shadow, like sardines forced into a can. The scent that permeated the air, to an ordinary person like Massey, might have seemed like musty wood, but to Rosen, it unfolded into a banquet spanning nearly a century. Despair, betrayal, frantic desire, and, as the main course, the thick, unyielding essence of murder. These negative emotions, which most would shun, were to him akin to a fine-aged wine, rich and fragrant. Keys. Rosen finally spoke, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Oh, yes. Massey seemed to awaken from a dream, frantically rummaging through her bag for an old brass keychain. Her fingers trembled violently, the keys clattering in the air with a sharp and jarring sound, several times missing the hand that Rosen extended. Ultimately, she nearly thrust the keys into his palm, as if they were a scalding iron. Mr. Chandler, you have signed the contract. The final payment will be coordinated between my lawyer and yours. I have an urgent meeting. I must take my leave. In a flurry, she barely managed a farewell before dashing away in her high heels, almost stumbling towards her car, the engine emitting a piercing screech as she hastily fled the street. Wait outside, Rosen instructed his lawyer behind him. But, sir, the lawyer's expression betrayed concern, for the notorious reputation of this house was well known among the residents of Los Angeles. Without turning back, Rosen raised his hand, directing the brass keys towards the heavy oak door that resembled the maw of a colossal beast. This is my asset evaluation. Your involvement is unnecessary. The lawyer fell silent at once, bowing his head in respectful acquiescence. Yes, the click of the lock turning resonated with clarity in the stillness. Rosen pushed the door open, and a chill, imbued with dust and decay, greeted him. As he stepped into the foyer, it felt as though an invisible switch had been activated. The temperature within the house plummeted abruptly by several degrees, plunging from the height of summer into the depths of winter. The bright sunlight outside seemed to be filtered through an invisible screen, swiftly dimming and thickening, akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean. With a creak, the heavy oak door behind him closed automatically without a breeze, producing a dull thud that severed all connections between the inside and outside. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes opened, in the corners of the staircase, in the shadows of the ceiling, behind the faded wallpaper patterns, and in every corner of the vacant living room. Those eyes brimmed with resentment, madness, curiosity, and a ravenous longing for the intruder. They were both prisoners and masters of this house. Any fresh flesh that dared enter would become mere playthings in their eternally tedious existence. Whispers began to rise, akin to a multitude of voices conspiratorially murmuring in one's ear, laden with malice and curses. From upstairs, the sound of a woman's weeping drifted down, tantalizingly beckoning exploration. Meanwhile, from the direction of the basement came the sharp noise of claws scraping against the floorboards. A chilling childish voice echoed abruptly in the vast hall, imbued with the innocent yet cruel nature of youth. You cannot escape. This is our home. It was a welcome ritual they had enacted countless times, capable of driving any sane mind to utter collapse within 3 minutes. However, this time, the audience was somewhat different. Faced with this archetypal atmosphere of horror, Rosen merely stood at the threshold, quietly absorbing the experience. He even unbuttoned the first button of his suit jacket, as if to savor it more comfortably. He surveyed his surroundings, the gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a glimmer in the dimness, akin to a hotel manager surveying his estate. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the occupancy rate is quite high. His voice, though soft, cut through the cacophony of ghostly wails, resonating throughout the vast mansion. It seems my investment holds significant value. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the shadows thick with malice, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth that sent a disquieting shiver through all the spirits present. Excellent. All are present, sparing me the need to call roll. Let us convene a meeting of all homeowners. Chapter 77, Beautiful Terror. Ineffectual threats. The oak door slammed shut behind him, completely isolating California's sunlight and the clamor of the outside world. A cold, decayed atmosphere enveloped him. Countless eyes filled with resentment opened in the darkness. Whispers slithered like icy serpents, crawling toward Rosen's ankles. Get out. You will die here. The woman's sobs, the malicious laughter of children, and the jarring noise of claws scraping against the walls intertwined to create a symphony capable of breaking any normal person's spirit. Yet, Rosen stood calmly in the foyer. He paid little heed to the cacophony. Instead, like an aristocrat just arriving at his estate, he leisurely unfastened the buttons of his charcoal gray bespoke suit. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze flitting over the dust-laden grand staircase and the walls adorned with faded portraits displaying sinister smiles. His expression bore no fear, only a scrutinizing quality bordering on fastidiousness. Ultimately, he approached the central Chesterfield sofa, coated in dust, casually brushing the debris away with his palm before settling down comfortably, legs crossed. The occupancy rate is indeed quite high, he murmured to himself, as if appraising a satisfactory asset report. The inaugural assembly of all homeowners shall now commence. His tranquility served as a more profound provocation than any sacred scripture or exorcism ritual. A lithe silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows beside the fireplace. It was a young woman clad in a black and white maid's outfit, her figure enchanting and her gaze alluring. The maid, Moira, presented herself in her most beguiling youthful form. She sauntered forward, bending slightly to deliberately showcase her striking curves before Rosen, breathing softly like an orchid. Might the new master be in search of something extraordinary? Rosen did not allow his gaze to linger upon her, remaining fixated on a water stain upon the ceiling. The technique is adequate, he remarked blandly, but alas, the hue of the soul is too antiquated. A product handled by too many will depreciate. Moira's captivating smile froze upon her face in an instant. At that very moment, a piercing scream erupted from the second-floor landing. A woman, half her face grotesquely burned, accompanied by a similarly disfigured young girl, pointed a translucent finger at Rosen, unleashing a curse and a wail that could pierce eardrums. Rosen did not lift his head. With a gentle flick of his right thumb, a coin, which had inexplicably appeared between his fingers, traced a silvery arc, accurately soaring towards the second floor. A sharp ding resonated. The coin penetrated the ghostly figure, striking precisely at her screaming throat. Her shriek was abruptly silenced, as if the power had been cut. The specter clutched her neck in horror, rendered mute, her face a canvas of sheer astonishment. From the direction of the basement came a series of inhuman, heavy dragging sounds accompanied by deep, guttural roars. The creature that dwelled here, the infant Vanta, unleashed a furious growl. Almost simultaneously, a silhouette rose silently from the shadow of the sofa behind Rosen. It was a figure entirely enveloped in black latex, exuding a chilling and ominous aura, the Rubber Man. In his grasp was a sharpened poker, drawn from beside the fireplace, raised high, aimed at the nape of Rosen's neck, and thrust downward with sudden ferocity. The strike was swift and soundless. Rosen merely tilted his head slightly to one side. With a thud, the sharp poker whizzed past his ear, embedding itself deep within the leather of the sofa beside him, mere inches from his shoulder. Titan Lawn, concealed beneath the latex, felt a jolt of astonishment for the first time. A surprise attack had never failed. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the poker while simultaneously unleashing his most prized weapon, spiritual shock. A torrent of despair, fury, jealousy, and murderous intent surged forth, resembling a deluge of sewage, crashing into Rosen's consciousness. It bore the echoes of school shootings and their screams, the chilling solitude of maternal rejection, the twisted possessiveness over the neighbor's daughter, and the accumulated negativity of nearly a century within these walls. This tide was potent enough to corrupt any sound mind, awakening the darkest recesses of the soul. Yet, this level of mental assault, capable of driving ordinary individuals to madness, collided with Rosen's awareness like a single drop of tainted water falling into an unfathomable abyss. It stirred not even the slightest ripple. The embryonic form of the nightmare deity required no active defense. Such a degree of spiritual pollution was mere hors d'oeuvre to it. Rosen finally turned his head slowly, regarding the Rubber Man for the first time. Behind golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes conveyed neither anger nor surprise, but an unmistakable impatience and mockery, as if assessing a defective product. School shootings? Familial discord? Yearnings unfulfilled? His voice was soft yet as precise as a scalpel, dissecting the roots of Titanland's pain and madness. He shook his head slightly, as if sampling an exceedingly cheap wine, rendering his final verdict. Your fear is too personal, too narrow, and far too cheap. The term cheap struck like a hammer, shattering Titanland's pride and madness. Rosen rose to his feet. He uttered no incantations nor brandished any exorcism tools. He merely allowed a trace of the essence belonging to the source of all fears to seep from the core of his divinity. Just a mere trace. In that instant, every sound within the murder house vanished. It was not silence, but rather an erasure by a higher dimensional existence, conceptually obliterated. Moira, momentarily stunned by Rosen's assessment, transformed from rigidness to sheer terror. Her enticing, ethereal form began to flicker violently, as if it might dissipate entirely like an image suffering from poor reception. On the staircase, the voiceless mother and daughter specters, unable even to scream, disintegrated under this presence, dissolving into two clouds of black smoke that retreated into the depths of the walls. In the basement, The threatening roar of the infant Vanta morphed into a pitiful whimper, akin to a puppy having its tail stepped on. Yet the most harrowing impact was borne by Titanlon, confronting this essence. It was not a fear of death, nor of pain, nor even of loneliness. It was a tremor arising from existence itself, like a character in a book suddenly realizing that the author held an eraser, poised to erase them entirely from existence. His once proud terror, sufficient to intimidate all, was rendered insignificant before Rosen, akin to a candle flickering in the wind before the all-consuming sun. With a crack, Titanlon could no longer maintain the form of the rubber man. His ethereal form destabilized, reverting to that of a golden-haired youth. His knees buckled, collapsing to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, an unprecedented silence enveloped this century-old house of horrors. Rosen adjusted his perfectly unwrinkled tie, his gaze sweeping calmly across the empty hall. He understood that they were all listening. Henceforth, this house would abide by 3 new rules. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every corner, imprinting itself upon each trembling soul. First, there shall be no noise while I speak. Second, without my permission, none shall appear before me. He paused, a faint, emotionless smile gracing his lips. Third, rent must be paid on time. Having spoken, he disregarded the former homeowners, who were now engulfed in existential dread. From the inner pocket of his suit, Rosen retrieved a peculiar crystal resembling a shard of obsidian, the coordinates of the border of hell. He cradled it in his palm, sensing the infernal laws and dominion contained within. Well then, the noise has been dealt with. Next, it is time to commence the true transformation of this undesirable asset. Chapter 78, Foundation Reconstruction of Beauty Terror. After announcing the rules, the entire house was plunged into an eerie silence. The previously sharp, vengeful, and frenzied noises were extinguished in an instant by an invisible hand, leaving no echoes behind. The restless spirits within the air retreated, shrinking into the crevices of the walls, sinking into the shadows of the floor, hiding behind mirrors. Resentment and discontent continued to brew in the darkness, but more so. There was a primal fear emanating from their very souls. They did not comprehend. They could not fathom what manner of man this was. In a state of confusion, one may wonder what it truly means to pay rent. As time ticks away, Luo-san stands resolutely in the vast emptiness of the hall, his charcoal gray suit impeccably tailored. He raises his wrist to glance at a non-existent watch, seemingly losing his patience. For an efficiency-driven investor, the act of waiting is the most valueless expenditure of time. He resolves to personally collect the rent. His first target has already been chosen. To transform a building, one must begin with its foundation and the original architect. Luo-san strides forward, his polished shoes echoing on the aged wooden floor, producing a dull, heavy resonance as if each step were upon the very heart of this sinister abode. He approaches the door leading to the basement, where a cold, damp atmosphere envelopes him, rife with the pungent sense of blood and formaldehyde. In the darkness below the staircase, something scuttles swiftly, emitting a faint rustling sound. It is the Fan Ta, a creature reassembled from dismembered parts. Sensing Luo-san's proximity, it instinctively desires to attack, but emits a cry akin to that of a young beast, fleeing frantically into the depths of darkness upon encountering his presence. Luo-san pays no heed to this. He descends the stairs to the sinister origin of this house, the operating room of Dr. Charles Montgomery. Upon the dust-covered surgical table, rusted instruments exude an ominous glow. In the shadowy corner of the room, a pair of translucent figures, a man and a woman, huddle together, trembling. They are none other than the creators of this dwelling, Dr. Charles Montgomery and his wife, Nora. Luo-san halts before them, dispensing with pleasantries and extending his hand. Rent. His voice is calm, devoid of any tremor. It could be your memories, your spiritual energy, or information regarding the secrets of this house. Charles Montgomery's spirit abruptly lifts its head. As one of the oldest souls within this abode, remnants of his former pride and dignity linger. He cannot accept an outsider issuing commands in such a condescending tone. He refuses to cooperate. In the next instant, the rusted surgical knives, bone saws, and syringes on the table levitate, transforming into gray phantoms that screech as they hurtle toward Luo-san's head. The figure of the maid Moira materializes in the shadows at the basement entrance, her pale face betraying a mixture of terror and anticipation for the first time. The burned female ghost protrudes partially from the wall, fixated on the unfolding scene. Luo-san remains utterly unmoved. He simply raises his other hand gently. In his palm, a complex and distorted mark flickers into existence. It is the spectral fragment of the demon Lord's mark, dissected from the Lord of Hell, Balong, and simulated by the source of all fears. A chain composed purely of shadows shoots forth from his palm without warning. It disregards all incoming surgical tools. The phantoms dissipate into wisps of smoke upon contact with the chain. The chain binds tightly around Charles Montgomery's spirit, eliciting a horrific, distorted wail from him. This is not pain in the physical sense, but rather the dread of existence itself being stripped away. Under Nora's horrified gaze, Charles' spirit visibly thins and becomes transparent. Strands of gray light representing his core energy are forcibly extracted, flowing along the chain into Luo Sen's palm. His spectral form begins to flicker erratically, resembling an old television on the brink of losing power. This sensation is more terrifying than death. It is utter obliteration. No, stop. Please, I implore you to cease. Nora's spirit collapses in an instant, lunging forward only to be repelled by an invisible barrier a meter away from Luo Senator. She kneels, her beautiful visage twisted in sheer terror. I say, we will comply. We will offer anything. She screams with all her might. It is the heart, the core of this house. Its heart lies deep within the basement. That is where all resentment converges. Please spare him. Luo's son halts his actions. He has absorbed sufficient rent. The pure spiritual energy circulates within him, transforming into the fundamental essence of fear. He releases the chain. Charles' spirit collapses to the ground. Half of its form now so transparent it is nearly invisible, leaving only a faint outline struggling to maintain its shape. Luo's son looks down upon him. Then his voice, though quiet, resonates clearly throughout the haunted dwelling. I am a reasonable landlord. You may offset your rent through labor, such as information or energy, or you may choose to be forcibly evicted. He pauses, adding a final note. This is the first and last instance of non-compliance with rent. Next time, what I extract will not be energy, but existence itself. Upon concluding, every ghost lurking in the shadows, be it Moira, Tateland, or any other hidden specter, feels a tremor in their core. They finally understand. The demeanor of this new master, coupled with his elite appearance, is entirely distinct. He is not here to negotiate. He is here to enforce rules. Luo's son disregards the couple of spirits who have utterly relinquished their will to resist. Following Nora's information, he strides to the deepest recesses of the basement. Here lies unrefined land, the soil presenting a foreboding dark red hue, as if soaked with centuries of blood and tears. The air thickens with grievances, nearly taking on a tangible form. This is the heart of the murder house. Luo's son extends his hand, revealing a crystal that pulsates with a dim glow. Hell's border coordinates. He crouches down, gently pressing this one-time use artifact into the core of the land steeped in resentment. The foundation must be renewed. Chapter 79, Beauty of Terror, the Anchor of Hell, Asset Listing. Luo's son stands at the deepest point of the basement. The ground beneath him is no longer ordinary soil but a thick darkness saturated with a century of hatred, despair, and betrayal. As though it embodies all the sins of this haunted dwelling. The Hell's border coordinates, in his hand, emits an ominous red light, pulsating like a beating heart, causing the spiritual particles in the entire space to tremble with each flicker. At this moment, every spirit within the murder house, regardless of their hiding place, feels a profound dread rising from the depths of their souls. In the attic, the burned mother and daughter ghosts cease their endless quarrel, fearfully embracing one another, their spectral edges beginning to uncontrollably emit black smoke. In the corridor, the maid Moira's hand freezes in the act of polishing silverware. Her beguiling smile, maintained for decades, solidifies into pure horror. In the entrance of the basement, Tateland knelt on the ground, suddenly lifting his head. What he sensed was not a threat, but a higher form of encroachment, as if someone intended to violently tear away the entire land beneath him, along with everything upon it. From the original map of the world, they collectively cast their empty gazes towards the basement, where a transformation far beyond their comprehension was about to unfold. Rosen, with a stoic expression, slowly pressed the searing, almost sentient coordinates into the core of the land imbued with resentment beneath his feet. There was no earth-shattering sound. Yet on the spiritual plane, a terrifying earthquake erupted within the murder house, so intense it could tear souls asunder. A wave of invisible force radiated from the basement, instantaneously sweeping through every corner of the building. Shadows cascaded down the walls like a waterfall in the spiritual realm, while the floor emitted a mournful wail, as if an invisible giant hand was attempting to forcibly uproot the foundation of the house from the soil of the real world. Outside, however, the Californian sun continued to shine brightly, and the streets bustled with traffic. Everything remained tranquil. This grand revolution transpired solely within the realm of rules. At the point where the coordinates pierced the ground, space itself began to warp, slowly revealing a pure, light-absorbing black rift. This was not a door leading to any physical space, but rather a wound connecting to an unknown dimension. A dense, suffocating stench of sulfur mingled with a rusty, sanguine aroma erupted from the crack, followed closely by the cold, harsh, and orderly laws of hell, akin to the most efficient virus, beginning to infect the cursed land with fervor. The original rules binding the murder house, chaotic and disordered, sustained solely by resentment, proved fragile and feeble before these higher, more stringent laws. They were not destroyed but rather assimilated, analyzed, and then reconstituted. No. Moira let out a piercing scream, horrified to discover that her connection to the house was undergoing a qualitative change. Once, it had been a chain binding her here, ensnaring her in eternal torment. Now, that chain was melting away, transforming into countless intricate tendrils that sprouted from the house's new foundation, piercing back into the core of her spiritual being. She was no longer trapped here. She was becoming a part of it. What is he doing? What is he doing? The burned girl shrieked in terror, feeling as if she had become a brick, cemented into a wall from which there was no escape. Stop him. A final surge of madness and unwillingness erupted in Tateland's eyes as he roared and scrambled to his feet, charging towards the basement like a desperate beast. He could not allow this soul home to transform into something unrecognizable. However, as he reached the staircase leading to the basement, he collided headlong into an invisible barrier. It was a barrier composed purely of law, unyielding and indestructible. No matter how frantically he pounded and collided against it, the barrier remained unwavering, not even a ripple disturbing its surface. Inside the basement, Rosen remained oblivious to the commotion outside. He stood quietly, like a patient engineer, scrutinizing his creation. He could clearly see the laws of hell reshaping everything. The once chaotic energies of the spirits were being sorted, categorized, and encoded. Each ghost existence was stamped with a new mark, an identification number belonging to the asset known as Hell's Border 001. Their power, memories, and even the form of their existence were being reassessed and redefined by this new system. Finally, as the last vestige of the original resentment from the murder house was thoroughly assimilated by the laws of hell, the void rift slowly began to close. The entire world fell into silence in an instant. The transformation was complete. Detected that the host has successfully utilized the coordinates of Hell's border. Territory marking successful. Initial infection of the laws of hell completed. Proceeding with the integration of world rules. Integration successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established the first fear outpost. New functional module unlocked. Territory management. Territory name. Murder house. Modifiable. Territory level. Primary magic nest. Territory range. 1120. Westchester Place. Los Angeles. Physical boundaries. Territory characteristics. Hellish Enclave. This area no longer belongs to the original world on the spiritual plane, but is your private domain. Partially imbued with the laws of hell, soul binding, all native spirits within this territory have been transformed into your subordinate assets. Breeding ground of fear, the territory will slowly cultivate fear energy, Lord's authority, absolute control. You possess absolute power over the life and death of all subordinate spirits within the territory. Rule establishment. You may set new rules in this location. Compulsory collection. You may forcibly extract energy from subordinate spirits as rent. A series of system notifications inundated Rosen's consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, sensing the newly forged connection between himself and the house. He could feel Moira's despair, Tateland's fury, and the indescribable fear deep within each ghost's soul. They were no longer neighbors, nor were they independent entities. They were his property, a part of this estate. He could distinctly perceive the energy intensity, core memories of each spirit, and even adjust their existence's strength with the ease of altering the brightness of a light. Rosen's gaze penetrated through layers of obstruction, landing on Tateland, who was futilely battering against the barrier of law at the basement entrance. He merely thought one command, kneel. With a thud, Tateland seemed to be struck by an invisible mountain, his knees crashing heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. Rosen's gaze swept across the entire house. His voice soft, yet resonating clearly within the depths of every ghost's soul through his new lordly authority. Congratulations, everyone. Your property has just been listed in hell. He paused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And I am the sole shareholder. Just then, a fresh and vibrant life force abruptly intruded into his perception. A car had parked at the roadside. The car door opened, and the voices of a man, a woman, and a young girl, filled with anticipation and anxiety for their new life, wafted into the freshly transformed magic nest. The Harmon family had arrived. Rosen glanced towards the direction of the front door, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. New nourishment had arrived. Chapter 80, Beautiful Terror. Welcome, Harmon family. A black Lincoln Navigator slowly pulled up to the roadside. The car door opened, and the first to step out was a weary middle-aged man, struggling to straighten his suit in an attempt to mask the anxiety in his eyes. Ben Harmon. Following closely was his wife, Vivian, who glanced up at the imposing Victorian-style mansion, her eyes a mix of awe and a hint of barely perceptible worry. Lastly, a girl wearing headphones sluggishly stepped out of the car, her face shrouded in a gloom that seemed out of place in the Californian sunshine. Violet Harmon. They arrived in search of a new life, attempting to mask the fissures of a crumbling marriage with the acquisition of a new home. Meanwhile, the owner of the house had long been awaiting their arrival. Mr. Rosen Chandler, adorned in a meticulously tailored light-colored casual suit and gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, stood in the shadow of the porch like a classical portrait meticulously crafted in advance. An impeccable smile graced his face, warm and genial, imbued with the characteristic politeness and detachment of the elite. Mr. Harmon? Rosen descended the steps, extending his hand toward Ben. I am Rosen Chandler. Welcome. His voice resonated with a rich timbre, exuding a magnetic charm that inspired an instinctive trust. Hello, Mr. Chandler, Ben replied, somewhat taken aback as he shook his hand, feeling slightly uneasy in the presence of such composed demeanor. The house appeared far more majestic than it did in the photographs. Vivian approached, captivated by the artistic essence of the residence. Indeed, it is a masterpiece. As Rosen's gaze drifted past them, it settled on the girl who had consistently maintained her distance from the crowd. Violet neither looked at him nor the house. She simply stared down, idly kicking the stones beneath her feet. Please, come in. Marcy should have already briefed you on the essentials, Rosen said, stepping aside to gesture them in. The oak door swung open effortlessly, revealing a gleaming and immaculate foyer. Sunlight filtered through the impeccably cleaned stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the polished wooden floor. The air was imbued with the scent of lemon-scented polish mingling with the dry aroma of aged wood. There was no trace of despair or decay to be detected. Wow, Ben exclaimed in awe. This was entirely different from the problematic property he had envisioned. It was tranquil, serene, even exuding a solemnity that seemed to have accumulated over time. Mr. Chandler, the agent mentioned that the price of this house is quite enticing, Ben ventured, tentatively broaching the subject that concerned him most. Price is certainly not my primary concern, Rosen replied with a smile, beginning to guide them on a tour. The original owner of this house, Dr. Montgomery, built it for his beloved wife, Nora. He was a somewhat mad surgeon and an irredeemable romantic. It is said that every piece of wood here is imbued with his fervent love. Rosen's narrative was rich with storytelling, cleverly packaging Charles's twisted necrophilia and mad scientific experiments into a legendary tale of a genius artist driven mad by love. He even gestured towards the basement, casually mentioning, that was once the doctor's operating room, the very place where he worked miracles. Alas, a tragic fire claimed both him and his wife, leaving behind a poignant tale. Vivian listened with rapt attention, the gothic romanticism of the tragedy holding an irresistible allure for her. Ben, however, was more concerned with pragmatic matters. He rapped on the sturdy walls, feeling quite satisfied with the materials and structure of the house. Only Violet felt an inexplicable discomfort from the moment she stepped into the house. It was too quiet, eerily so, reminiscent of a tomb. Around the unseen corner of the staircase on the second floor, the maid Moira pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, her spirit pinned in place by an invisible force. Her eyes wide with terror, she could only bear witness as the new owners adorned the filthy truths she knew with lies. In the shadows of the living room, Tate Landon leaned against the wall, his body immobilized under Rosen's influence, his gaze seething with resentment as he fixated on the man's back. All the spirits had been compelled into silence, akin to a troupe of actors awaiting the director's cue. Violet halted, suddenly speaking with a voice imbued with youthful chill and rebellion. What tale? The version I heard is that many have died here. The air fell silent in an instant. Ben and Vivian exchanged awkward glances at Rosen. His smile remained unchanged as he turned to regard Violet. Oh, it appears you have done your homework, Miss Violet. He approached her slowly, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the wooden floor. Death is an inescapable topic for every old house. It is like the patterns on the walls, an integral part of history. The real question is how we perceive it. Rosen halted before Violet, leaning slightly closer. Some see a curse, while I see a narrative, a multitude of souls choosing this place as their eternal resting ground. Do you not think that in itself is a form of acknowledgement? His voice seemed to possess a spellbinding quality, and Violet found herself unable to retort. She merely sensed an icy breath as he drew near, reminiscent of stones in a winter graveyard. In that moment, she glimpsed a profound, lifeless darkness in the depths of his genteel eyes. Instinctively, Violet stepped back. "All right, let us not frighten the child," Vivian interjected, seeking to defuse the tension. Rosen straightened up, re-establishing his perfect smile as if the preceding exchange had been but an illusion. He pivoted smoothly. "Mr. Harmon, I understand your interest in this house. Yet I also sense your reservations. That is entirely natural." He moved to the center of the living room, surveying the family. "As I mentioned, I am in no rush to sell. I seek a family truly suited for this home. Therefore, I have a proposal." He paused, ensuring all attention was on him. "You may move in and reside here before making your final decision. Think of it as a means to add some life to the house. The rent will be merely symbolic, and utilities will be fully waived. You may stay for a month, or even longer, until you ascertain that this is indeed the home you desire." This proposition struck Ben Harmon like a fortuitous windfall, precisely at a moment when he felt guilt-ridden due to infidelity and desperately needed a perfect opportunity for a fresh start. This splendid, affordable residence, with the option of living there before purchasing, was an offer he could not refuse. "Mr. Chandler, are you truly serious?" Ben's voice trembled slightly. "Absolutely," Rosen affirmed with a nod. "I have but one request. Engage with this house and communicate with it. Should you decide to leave after a month, I will harbor no objections." Ben and Vivian exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an uncontainable joy. "We agree. Of course we agree." Violet's protests were drowned out by her parents' enthusiastic decision. Thus, the matter was settled. That very afternoon, the Harmon family eagerly moved in their first belongings. As the three of them entered the house once more, cradling cardboard boxes, they were no longer mere visitors, but rather new inhabitants. Rosen stood behind them, watching their figures disappear into the depths of the foyer. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of near indifference, akin to a farmer observing his livestock. To the empty air, he issued his first command in a voice audible only to spirits. "Act 1 of the script, commence." He paused and added, "Objective, to sow discord in their relationship, magnifying their inner fears and desires. Remember, do not extinguish them. They are vital catalysts. What they bring is not hope, but sustenance. Go ahead, let them feel the warmth of home, until their souls become part of this dwelling." As his words fell, the long-suppressed grievances within the house surged forth like a deluge released from a dam, bubbling silently. Violet, clutching a box, suddenly felt a chill for reasons unknown. She anxiously turned her head. Mr. Chandler at the door wore an encouraging smile, like a perfect theater manager unveiling the curtain for a new performance. Yet behind him, in the shadow elongated by the sunlight, Violet seemed to glimpse countless distorted figures writhing in revelry. The heavy oak door slowly closed behind them with a thud. Chapter 81. American Horror, Actors in Position. The heavy oak door sealed shut behind the Harmon family, muffling the last vestiges of Los Angeles warmth and bustle. Inside, the light abruptly dimmed. Violet Harmon shivered, instinctively gripping the edges of the box she held, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. She could not shake off the image of the landlord, Mr. Rosen Chandler, with his perfect smile, and the fleeting vision of twisted bodies entangled in a frenzied celebration lurking in the shadows behind him. That was not an illusion. "Hey, Violet, stop dawdling and move the things upstairs." Ben Harmon's voice interrupted her reverie as he dusted off his hands, wearing a deliberately casual expression. "Look at this place. It's simply marvelous, isn't it? A brand new beginning." Vivian echoed, caressing an antique porcelain piece on the mantel, striving to infuse her voice with hope. Indeed, a brand new beginning. Yet the fatigue in her eyes and the fleeting evasion in Ben's gaze mirrored the dust within this old house, always resurfacing no matter how much one tried to wipe it away. Their luggage, adorned with faded family travel stickers, lay scattered about. A family portrait, carefully placed on the console, displayed 3 radiant smiles. That joy starkly contrasted with the somber murals, heavy curtains, and the faint scent of decay that permeated the air. The script penned by Rosen had quietly begun its performance the moment they stepped into this house. The first act commenced in the kitchen. Vivian was unpacking a box filled with tableware, attempting to infuse a touch of warmth into their new home. "Do you need help, madam?" An elderly voice emerged from behind her. Startled, Vivian turned to see an old woman clad in a vintage maid's uniform. Her hair was gray, her face etched with wrinkles, and her murky eyes were focused on polishing a silver candlestick. It was the maid named Moira, whom Mr. Rosen had mentioned as part of the house. "Oh, no, thank you," Vivian forced a smile. Moira did not leave. She scrutinized Vivian and her modern kitchenware with a discerning gaze. The previous mistress, Nora, never used these. She preferred silverware. She claimed it elevated the flavors of the food. Her tone bore an almost obsessive nostalgia, as if Vivian were the unwelcome intruder. Every era has its customs. Vivian felt a palpable discomfort. She did not wish to argue with a maid over such matters. Moira's cloudy eye narrowed slightly, and she slowly remarked, "Yes, some things arrive, and some must depart. This house can be quite discerning." With that, she grasped the candlestick and ambled out of the kitchen. Vivian watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable chill creeping up her spine. Meanwhile, in the study upstairs, Ben Harmon sat alone, not attending to his unpacking, but rather staring vacantly out the window. The quarrel with his wife and his infidelity bound him like invisible chains. "Sir, would you care for a glass of whiskey?" A youthful, sultry voice interrupted. Ben turned to see another Moira. She wore a short black and white maid's outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, and her long red hair cascaded like flames. She leaned forward, deliberately revealing her décolletage, her eyes glistening as they met Ben's. "You are Moira?" Ben was taken aback. She bore no resemblance to the elderly woman he had seen downstairs. "Of course, sir." The young Moira licked her lips, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. "It is my honor to serve you. Any service." She stepped closer, the sweet scent of her perfume mingling with a barely perceptible hint of decay. Ben, a man who had erred, recognized the invitation implicit in her demeanor. He swallowed hard, retreating a step and shaking his head. "No, thank you." His refusal came too hastily, his gaze lingering on her exposed ankle for a fraction of a second. Moira's lips curled into a knowing smile. She did not press further, simply brushed her fingertips lightly against Ben's arm as she turned to leave. That icy touch sent a shiver through him. Violet returned to her new room, locking the door behind her to isolate herself from the home. She could not embrace the false optimism of her parents. The room was eerily quiet, too quiet. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from beneath the floorboards, resembling a baby's cry. The intermittent noise brimmed with resentment and longing, akin to a kitten clawing at one's heart. Violet held her breath, pressing her ear against the cold floor. The sound originated from the basement. She abruptly stood, rushing to the window for a breath of fresh air. In that instant, a charred figure darted past the thicket behind the garden. Moments later, another smaller, equally scorched silhouette followed suit. Violet's heart stopped. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, but when she looked again, only the swaying shadows of the trees remained. At dinner, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the dining room, thick as fog. The three of them silently cut into their steaks, the clinking of cutlery ringing sharply in the silence. "Today, I met the maid, Moira." Vivian broke the silence, seeking a normal conversation. "She is quite a peculiar old woman." "Old woman?" Ben looked up, perplexed. "Isn't she rather young?" "Quite beautiful, in fact." Vivian set down her knife and fork, frowning. "Ben, what are you talking about? She must be at least 60, and one of her eyes is blind." "Impossible." Ben's voice raised. "I saw her clearly. She is at most 30, with red hair and a fabulous figure." Their gazes clashed, seeds of suspicion and distrust sprouting rapidly between them. "You certainly have a keen eye for women." Vivian's tone turned icy. "What do you mean?" Ben's expression darkened. "Old wounds reopening." Violet sat among them, rendered speechless. She heard the cries from the basement and glimpsed shadows outside the window. The food on her plate seemed to exude the scent of decay. Unable to endure any longer, she abruptly pushed her chair aside and fled upstairs. Rosen's plan was beginning to bear fruit. The night deepened. The entire house sank into a profound silence, akin to a slumbering beast quietly digesting its prey. Vivian awoke from a nightmare. She dreamt of Ben and a young woman, visions of arguments and betrayal haunting her. She sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, her nightgown drenched in cold sweat. The room was engulfed in darkness, save for a sliver of pale moonlight filtering through the curtains. Beneath that ghastly moonlight, a man stood at the foot of her bed, cloaked in a tight black rubber suit, with only his eyes visible, their contours flickering in the shadows, emanating an air of aggression that was suffocating. Vivian's blood turned to ice in an instant. She wished to scream, but her throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, producing only ragged gasps. The figure remained motionless, silently watching her. His gaze brimmed with possession, desire, and death. At last, a heart-wrenching scream broke free from her throat, shattering the suffocating silence of the house. "Ah!" Ben was startled awake, abruptly turning on the bedside lamp. "What is it, Vivian?" As the light illuminated the room, it revealed emptiness at the foot of the bed. There was someone. Vivian pointed, trembling, her words tumbling over one another. A man in a rubber suit. Ben surveyed the vacant room, then looked at his wife's pale, terrified face, his eyes filled with exhaustion and a hint of impatience. "My dear, you merely had a nightmare." Deep within the bowels of the basement, upon the land tainted by the laws of hell, a splendid Victorian-style armchair had mysteriously appeared. Rosen reclined comfortably in the chair, his long fingers cradling a glass of scarlet liquid, gently swirling it. Before him, a luminous screen composed of pure fear floated in the air, broadcasting in real time the events that had just transpired with the Harmon family, from Vivian's scream to Ben's irritation, every detail rendered with crystal clarity. Rosen watched Vivian's anguished breakdown on the screen, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He raised his glass, toasting to the air and to the tormented souls within the screen, murmuring, "The finest drama springs from the most authentic suffering." To the actor's commitment, cheers. He downed the wine in one gulp. The first act was a success. Chapter 82, American Horror, Dangerous Allies. Vivian's scream echoed like a stone cast into a still pond, the ripples swiftly swallowed by the thick darkness of the old house. Arguments, accusations, followed by a weary, distrustful silence. Violet locked herself in her room. The door shielded her from the nauseating, hypocritical calm between her parents. Yet it could not suppress the chilling essence that seeped from the very bones of the house, a familiarity that sent shivers down her spine. She sat on the edge of her bed, her fingertips gripping a blade removed from a newly purchased pencil sharpener. The cold metallic edge pressed against her wrist, delivering a peculiar sting, as if anchoring her very soul. She did not genuinely wish to die. She merely sought to affirm her existence, to combat the suffocating falsehood of her family with a tangible pain. Here, in this haunted house, she felt a stronger sense of belonging than in the presence of her parents. The unseen entities were, at least, honest. Just then, a flippant whistle drifted in from the window, puncturing the room's silence like a fine needle. Startled, Violet's hand trembled, and the blade traced a shallow white line across her skin. She approached the window, parting the heavy curtains. In the yard, a young boy leaned against a withered oak tree, gazing up at her window. He wore a dark sweater, his golden hair appearing pallid in the moonlight. A sickly yet captivating smile graced his face, his eyes seemingly penetrating the glass, peering deep into her desolation. "Are you waiting for the end of the world too?" He spoke, his voice soft yet clear. Violet's heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand. This boy was entirely different from the foolish, hormone-driven boys at school. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice tinged with caution, like a hedgehog bristling its quills. "A neighbor," the boy shrugged, his smile widening to reveal pearly teeth. "Tate. I haven't seen you before. I seldom see anyone." Tate replied, his gaze unwavering from Violet's face. "This house doesn't favor commotion." This statement struck a chord with Violet. Locking eyes with him, she sensed that this unexpected peer could see through all her facades. "You know this house well?" "I grew up here," Tate answered, his tone flat, yet sending a chill down Violet's spine. "It has many stories, far more intriguing than the version that new landlord has shared with you." "What version?" Violet pressed, instinctively sensing that Mr. Rosen Chandler's perfect smile concealed countless lies. The tale of a genius doctor building a love nest for his beloved wife, only to meet their tragic end in flames? Tate scoffed, his laughter laced with unabashed disdain. "What a wretched fairy tale writer." He stepped closer, standing beneath the window, lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. "The true story, about madness, betrayal, and murder." His voice held a unique rhythm, weaving those horrifying words into a deadly allure. "That doctor, Charles, was no genius. He was a butcher. He stitched together the bodies of aborted infants, attempting to create a new child for himself. His wife, Nora, that noble lady, in her despair, killed him, then took her own life with a gun." Tate's eyes deepened, swirling with a resentment and madness that transcended his years. "Since then, all who have died here are forever trapped. Their souls, their anguish, have become sustenance for this house." Just as he was about to reveal more secrets, Tate's expression twisted abruptly. He emitted a muffled groan, his body trembling violently for a moment, as if an invisible nail had pierced deep into his soul. That was the cold warning of Rosen's law chain. Tate's face turned ashen in an instant, but within a second, he masked the past with an even more dazzling and deceptive smile. That flicker of pain was perfectly concealed, as if it had never existed. Violet remained oblivious to this fleeting anomaly, utterly captivated by the dark, authentic tale that Tate had woven. It was 1,000 times more compelling than Rosen's polished tragic artifice. This was the essence of the house she had come to sense. "Would you like to behold something far more intriguing? Tate has issued an invitation." His voice regaining that unique charm. "Descend into the basement, the very heart of the house, the origin of all secrets." He portrays the eerie place that the Harmon family instinctively avoids as a sanctuary against the hypocrisy of the adult world. They fear it, for it conceals the truth. Violet exhibits no hesitation. She is not frightened. Rather, She is profoundly moved by Tate's candor and defiance. At last, she has found a kindred spirit. Swiftly donning her coat, she silently slips downstairs, following Tate to the door leading to the basement. A chill, damp air greets her. Tate ignites a candle he has procured from some unknown source. In the flickering, dim light, they descend the staircase step by step. The basement is suffused with a bizarre amalgam of earthy scents, decay, and formaldehyde. Tate guides her around the abandoned clutter to the innermost depths, the former operating room. He brushes away the dust from a shelf, revealing rows of glass jars. In the candlelight, the organs and tissues suspended in murky liquid present a chilling silhouette. Look, Tate's voice reverberates in the cavernous basement, imbued with a near-sacred fervor. This is the masterpiece of Dr. Charles Montgomery. Adults call it madness, label it taboo. He lifts a glass jar containing a twisted heart and presents it to Violet. But do you not perceive? This is the ultimate exploration of the essence of life. Tear away the hypocritical veneer known as morality and confront the bloody core. This is far more genuine than the drivel my father utters to his patients in the office. Violet gazes at the deformed heart within the jar, feeling not terror but an odd resonance. Tate's words strike at the very core of her anger and dissatisfaction with the world. It is the sane who ought to experience fear. Tate gazes intently at her, uttering a phrase that feels like an incantation. Individuals like us. We are the embodiment of fear. In that moment, Violet regards Tate as her sole kindred spirit and ally. She has finally found someone who comprehends her. She begins to confide in him, sharing tales of her father's infidelity, her mother's hysteria, the insidious decay of their family from within, and her own suffocating experience amid this rot. Tate listens quietly, nodding occasionally, his eyes reflecting a perfect blend of understanding and sympathy. Meanwhile, in the shadows at the far end of the basement, Rosen's consciousness coldly observes all. In his perception, the fragile, flickering light representing Violet's soul is being gently yet firmly entwined by a pitch-black thread emanating from Tate. The plan has succeeded. The most formidable fortress is often breached from within first, and so too is a family. Violet, the most unstable yet pivotal piece, has been deftly extracted from the unit known as the Harmon family. The back door to her innermost soul has been flung wide open. From that day forth, Violet begins to meet Tate in secret with increasing frequency, in her room, in the yard at midnight, in that eerie basement. She regards him as her sole salvation. From Rosen's perspective, that black thread grows tighter, beginning to seep into the core of Violet's soul. He contentedly shuts off the surveillance. Emotional resonance is the most effective corrosive agent. Now, one must simply await the fermentation. Chapter 83. The breeding ground of betrayal in the room of the psychological clinic. The air is as oppressive as congealed grease. Ben Harmon sits opposite the girl, her gaze vacant, her nails digging deep into the armrest as she describes a certain dread. Elevators, or any confined space such as a storage room. Her voice trembles, tinged with a familiar neurosis. The walls seem to breathe, compressing against me, while the ceiling descends. I know it is an illusion, yet my body does not believe it. It simply yearns to scream. Ben's pen unconsciously scratches chaotic lines across the notebook. He feels his tie constricting slightly. The walls are breathing. This metaphor pierces him like a cold probe, accurately striking at the core of anxiety he had not even realized he possessed. His home, that grand Victorian mansion, is not unlike a contracting confined space. And Vivian's increasingly frigid gaze is akin to the walls that draw ever nearer. Upon returning home, he is met with an enveloping silence. Vivian lies on the sofa, her complexion pale from the early effects of pregnancy. She does not look at him, her gaze directed towards the overcast sky outside. How do you feel today? Ben attempts to infuse his voice with a semblance of lightness. Just the same. Vivian's response is terse, devoid of warmth. Ben wishes to say more, but every word lingers in his throat, transforming into a heavy silence. He knows that since moving here, the fissure has not only remained unhealed, but has been further eroded by the cold atmosphere of the old house. Just then, his phone rings. An unfamiliar number. Mr. Harmon? This is Rosen Chandler. The voice on the other end is gentle and magnetic, akin to the warm sunlight of an afternoon. Mr. Chandler, Ben replies, somewhat surprised. I apologize for the intrusion. I merely wish to inquire about your living experience. Are you settling in well? This old house can occasionally possess a rather peculiar temperament. Rosen's tone carries a hint of well-measured humor. Oh, it's quite nice, very spacious, Ben replies insincerely. That is good to hear. Rosen chuckles softly, the sound piercing through the receiver with a peculiar clarity. I have always believed this house possesses a unique magic, capable of amplifying certain aspects of your innermost self, such as desires. I hope you can make good use of it and uncover its true value. Desire. The word falls like a seed into the parched and cracked soil of Ben's heart. When the call ends, that phrase echoes like a spell in his ears. True value. The silence of dinner is finally shattered by a sharp inquiry. Vivian slams a phone bill onto the dining table, her finger pointing at one of the numbers. Her fingertip turning white from the force. Who is this? Ben's heart skips a beat. That number belongs to a former student of his. The girl who precipitated the collapse of their marriage. Just a past patient, consulting about some follow-up questions. He lies. Even he finds the falsehood to be feeble. A patient? Vivian's laughter is more chilling than tears. In Dr. Ben Harmon's world, are all young, beautiful girls your patients? Is this how you mend our family? By continuing to cling to your past affairs in this damned new home? Vivian, calm down. It's not as you think. How do I think? I'm carrying your child, tortured daily by morning sickness, confined in this wretched place that makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. I feel like a prisoner, while my husband, my jailer, is on the phone with another woman. Her voice rose in pitch, ultimately transforming into a suppressed sob. I have had enough. I am truly at my wit's end. The quarrel culminated in a slamming door. Bang! The heavy study door severed 2 worlds apart. Beyond it lay the weeping and despair of his wife, while within, he was engulfed by rage, humiliation, and a profound self-loathing. He twisted open a bottle of whiskey, the amber liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a fiery trail through his esophagus, yet failing to extinguish the misunderstood inferno smoldering within his heart. He was not a prisoner. He was the one being judged. Just as he downed half the bottle, his consciousness began to blur under the influence of alcohol, rendering the world hazy. The study door was gently pushed open. A figure entered, bringing with her a subtle fragrance. It was not Wei Weian, but the young Moira. Clad in a perfectly tailor maid outfit, her black stockings encasing her long, slender legs. She held a crystal-clear wine glass and a bottle of red wine he had never seen before. Sir, drinking alone is not a good habit, she said. Her voice sultry as silk, caressing his taut nerves. Allow me to share a drink with you. Without waiting for his response, she poured herself a glass and presented it to him. The crimson liquid glistened under the light, resembling flowing blood. His tongue felt somewhat stiff. You need not explain. She continued, taking a seat beside him on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, the allure beneath her skirt tantalizingly visible. I have heard everything. This is not your fault. Her hand gently rested upon his, the touch cool and smooth. A man, especially one of distinction, requires understanding rather than judgment. Your wife has merely been blinded by fear, unable to perceive your suffering. Understanding. This word acted like a key, deftly unlocking the most fragile locks within his heart. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom above, Wei Weian curled on the bed, burying her face in the pillow as silent tears streamed down. She felt an unprecedented isolation. Suddenly, she sensed a chilling drop in the room's temperature. A sensation of being observed sent shivers down her spine. She abruptly lifted her head. In the shadow at the foot of the bed stood a tall figure, shrouded head to toe in glossy black rubber, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes fixed intently upon her. It was the man from her nightmares. A gasp escaped Wei Weian's throat, as if she were being choked. Terror cascading down like icy water, freezing her limbs and voice. She wished to scream, to flee, but her body remained unresponsive. The figure in rubber approached slowly, each step feeling as though it were crushing her heart. He made no aggressive motions. His mere existence, with its inhuman and suffocating presence, gradually dragged her psyche into the abyss of fear. Downstairs, in the study, the combination of alcohol and Moira's words obliterated the last vestiges of Ben's defenses. She did not comprehend as he mumbled to himself, like a drowning man clutching at the last straw. Yes, she did not understand. Moira's voice was laced with seduction. But I understand. She leaned closer, warm breath brushing against his ear. Let me help you forget it all. Her lips pressed against his, cold yet exuding a deadly allure. In that moment, as Ben Harmon finally relinquished his resistance, surrendering to the warmth of this betrayal, the entire murder house came alive. Not as a metaphor. It was a violent tremor on both physical and metaphysical planes. In the depths of the basement, the land transformed by hell's border coordinates pulsated with a newly awakened heart of hell. A hum resonated, an invisible pulse emanating from it, sweeping through the entire mansion. Within the walls, bound spirits emitted a chorus of painful yet excited moans. They sensed a new, deeper energy being infused into their prison. Rosen stood at the core of the basement. Before him, a virtual screen composed purely of energy refreshed chaotically. The values representing sources of fear surged at an unprecedented rate. High concentration of negative emotional aggregates detected. Betrayal. High concentration of negative emotional aggregates detected. Lust. High concentration of negative emotional aggregates detected. Resentment. High concentration of negative emotional aggregates detected. Despair. High concentration of negative emotional aggregates detected. Fear. Emotional essence conversion in progress. Fear outpost. Murder house rule, density 12. Hell enclave expansion degree 3, betrayal. Lust, resentment, fear, despair. The extreme negative emotions unleashed simultaneously by the Harmon couple ignited like the purest fuel. Then, through the Hell's border coordinates, converter. It was continuously injected into the foundation of the murder house. Rosen could distinctly feel the ground beneath him becoming more tangible. The roots formed by the laws of hell, having greedily consumed this feast, grew thicker and more resilient, penetrating deeper into the realm of reality. At that moment, the laws of the entire Hell enclave solidified and strengthened immensely. He could even hear, from above, Wei-Wei's screams, torn apart by sheer terror, and Ben Harmon's heavy breaths. Lost in desire, Rosen slowly closed his eyes, extending his arms as if embracing the surging energy. A nearly cruel, satisfied smile graced his lips. The main course was finally served. He listened intently, savoring the symphony composed by the collapse of humanity, whispering softly, "Listen, this is the sound of shattered souls." What a delightful symphony. Chapter 84, Beauty and Terror. Who was the father? The warmth of betrayal had yet to dissipate, and the tremors throughout the mansion were just beginning to subside. Wei-Wei and Harmon lay curled up alone on the cold bed, like a ship torn by a storm, stranded on the sands of despair. The muffled gasps of her husband Ben and the young maid from downstairs had vanished. Yet, that sound had morphed into a tangible insect, burrowing into her ears and gnawing at her nerves. She did not descend to confront them, nor did she possess the strength to weep. An overwhelming weariness, far beyond anger, seized her. Following that, a violent wave of nausea surged from her stomach. She rushed to the bathroom, retching over the toilet, but nothing came up. Only bitter bile scorched her throat. Leaning against the cold tiled wall, she gazed into the mirror at her pale, haggard face, and an absurd yet uncontrollable thought emerged. It was not due to stress. It was not due to fear. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she rummaged through a forgotten pregnancy test stick tucked away in a corner of the storage cabinet. Moments later, when the two vivid red lines imprinted on the white plastic board like a final verdict, Wei-Wei felt not an ounce of joy. Instead, an overwhelming chill enveloped her, rising from the base of her spine, instantaneously freezing her blood. That night, she was ensnared by a nightmare. In her dream, her abdomen transformed into a transparent pane of glass, revealing not a peacefully slumbering infant, but a writhing, distorted creature composed of shadows and claws. It clawed and slammed against her womb, emitting a silent shriek, seemingly desperate to break free. Wei-Wei did not confide in Ben. Her trust in him had evaporated. Within the vast, frigid confines of that house, she felt like an isolated island. Alone, she ventured to the hospital. In the ultrasound examination room, the air was thick with the scent of antiseptic. The doctor, a kindly middle-aged man, wore a professional smile. A cold gel was applied to her abdomen, and the probe glided gently over the surface. "All right, Mrs. Harmon, let us take a look at this little one." On the black and white screen, static flickered, and a vague outline gradually took shape. The heartbeat was strong. "Look, everything appears normal." The doctor pointed to the minuscule pulsating dot on the screen. Wei-Wei fixed her gaze on the display, yet her heart sank. The image fluctuated between clarity and distortion, resembling a disrupted signal. Just as the doctor turned to document the data, the fetal image on the screen abruptly shifted. The indistinct outline sharpened into a grotesque visage, strikingly reminiscent of a demon. Its mouth twisted into a silent, mocking grin. It was but a fleeting frame, almost an illusion. The screen flickered momentarily before reverting to its normal state of indistinctness. "Oh, cursed old machine," the doctor lamented, wrapping the monitor's casing. "The signal is always unstable. There must be a loose connection." He remained oblivious, but Wei-Wei had seen it. Her breath hitched, her muscles tensed, and her nails dug deep into her palms. Meanwhile, far above, in the second floor of the murder house, a translucent figure materialized in the former nursery, now a storage room, utilized by the Harmon couple. It was Nora Montgomery, the doctor's wife who had personally slaughtered her dismembered monstrous child in the basement. Her ghost, adorned in a splendid gown from the 1920s, bore an expression of eternal sorrow. At this moment, her eyes were no longer hollow. A glimmer of greed, jealousy, and fervent desire pierced through the spatial barrier. Fixating intently on Wei-Wei's abdomen, she could feel it, a new life, a child she had longed for, yet could never possess. In the hospital corridor, Wei-Wei wandered in a daze. The doctor's words, "Everything appears normal," struck her like a resounding slap. Just as she prepared to leave, a nurse called her back. "Mrs. Harmon, the doctor would like me to take your blood pressure once more." Wei Weian numbly complied, allowing the nurse to fasten the cuff around her arm. The instant the sphygmomanometer began to inflate, the nurse's professional smile vanished. Her gaze turned vacant, resembling a puppet devoid of a soul. She leaned in close to Wei Weian's ear. Her voice became flat, cold, devoid of any human emotion, as if a machine were reciting a preordained script. "Congratulations, Mrs. Harmon. You are carrying a miracle, a child that will change the world." After uttering this, the nurse's body quivered slightly, her eyes regaining their vibrancy. She looked at the astonished Wei Weian and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? You look very pale." She had no recollection of her previous utterance. Fear, like a black tide, engulfed the last vestige of Wei Weian's rationality. In the basement, Rosen set down an ancient tome bound in human skin, titled The Demonologist's Journal manuscript. Moments ago, he had projected a fleeting conceptual power derived from the journal concerning demonic contracts onto the nurse through the network of this hellish abode. It was a minor, innocuous investment, a catalyst transforming doubt into certainty. He observed the distorted visage of Wei Weian, twisted in sheer terror, on the surveillance screen, his smile deepening. The ordinary essence of fear no longer satisfied him. However, the prospect of a demon child, potentially birthed from infernal forces and laden with vast consequences, would yield unprecedented terror, despair, and chaos throughout its gestation and birth, a veritable feast. This was no longer mere harvesting, it was cultivation. He began to actively engage in nurturing the demon child, a far more valuable, extraordinary asset. Wei Weian was unaware of how she returned home. The Victorian mansion loomed before her, resembling a monstrous beast with its maw agape. She locked herself in the bathroom, her mind in disarray. The inhuman words of the nurse echoed relentlessly in her mind, "A child that will change the world." Her thoughts abruptly flickered back to that fateful night. The man clad in a black rubber bodysuit, like a shadow emerging from a nightmare, had pressed down upon her. The cold, inhuman violation, a dreadful notion that made her very soul tremble, broke forth within her. She trembled as she calculated the dates. The timeline matched. This child, whose was it? Her husband Ben's, or that of the demon from hell? She raised her gaze to the mirror before her. The reflection revealed a pallid figure, eyes vacant, resembling a doll on the brink of shattering. She stared intently at her still flat abdomen. In that instant, the reflection in the mirror shifted. Beneath the skin of her abdomen, something seemed to stir. A minuscule, formless outline suddenly pressed against her belly. It resembled a small hand, an eerily defined little hand. Then, a voice resonated. It did not travel through the air. Rather, it detonated deep within her soul, imbued with an innate chill and possessiveness. "Mama." Chapter 85, Beauty and Terror, Private Grounds, No Entry. The screams and incoherent pleas from the phone pierced through Lucy Parker's heart like a poisoned ice pick. "Wei Weian? It has not been in my belly. Help me, Lucy, help me." Then, there was a dead silence followed by a busy tone. Lucy's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She knew her sister. Wei Weian was not one to joke about such matters. The terror in that voice was genuine, a despair that had seeped into the marrow of her bones. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man in a trench coat, with a sharp demeanor, sat across from Lucy at the coffee table. His name was Murphy, a private investigator with a pristine record, yet a file cabinet brimming with intricate cases he had handled. This house, and that landlord named Rosenchandler. Lucy pushed the address and name across the table, her voice taut with anxiety. "My sister is acting strangely. I suspect she is being controlled, or that there is something wrong with that house." Murphy took the note, glancing at it before slipping it into his pocket. "I will get to the bottom of this, Miss Parker." The street where the murder house stood remained as tranquil as ever. As Murphy's vehicle came to a halt at the street corner, his acute professional instincts immediately detected an unsettling dissonance. The Victorian-style mansion stood out like a grotesque blemish torn from the vibrant tapestry of the surrounding community. Its silence was palpable, no chirping of birds, no rustling of leaves in the wind, as if sound itself had been devoured by the structure. Rather than approach recklessly, he made his way next door and knocked on the door of Kingsatansi Launting. The woman who answered the door retained a certain charm, yet her gaze bore a morbid scrutiny. After exchanging a few pleasantries and a catalyst of cash, her tongue was loosened. "That house. Oh dear. People refer to it as the murder house." Kingsatansi casually recounted a series of tragic deaths, from the original doctor couple to later same-sex lovers, and then to the man who had been burned. Each tale was like a brick, constructing the bloody history of that residence. Murphy's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, Alarms were blaring. In the basement, Rosen reclined upon his throne. Before him, the surveillance screens displayed the ongoing torment of the Harmon family in real time. Vivian curled up on the bed, trembling. Ben was in the study, pouring whiskey into glass after glass. Meanwhile, Violet was conspiring with the ghost of Tate in hushed tones. Suddenly, one screen switched automatically, revealing a man at the street corner using binoculars to observe the mansion. Rosen's gaze fixed on Murphy, his insight into weaknesses ability activating. As a stream of faint crimson data flowed across his vision. Target, Daniel Murphy. Profession, private detective. Threat level, low. Remarks, handled 3 low-intensity paranormal incidents. Possesses basic countermeasures. Mental resilience above average. Rosen's lips did not even twitch into a smile. He did not rise, but directed a chilling thought into the empty air. A fly wishes to intrude upon my dining hall. Dispose of it without leaving a trace. The thought swept through every corner of the mansion like an invisible wave. All the spirits reenacting their tragic lives froze in unison. In the next moment, the hollow sockets of their eyes ignited with the thrill and greed of the hunter. The night was as dark as ink. Once Murphy confirmed the absence of passers-by, he scaled the wall with the agility of a stealthy cat. Landing silently on the garden's lawn, he retrieved a small silver vial from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and sprinkled holy water along the mansion's foundation. Then, he took an ancient talisman from around his neck, gripping it tightly in his palm. Having completed these preparations, he quickly pried open the back door lock with his professional tools. Inside, the silence was deafening. The air was thick with dust and a faint metallic scent of blood. Murphy activated a specially designed night vision camera, cautiously advancing into the unknown. At the end of the corridor, a vague shadow flitted by. Without hesitation, he raised the camera and clicked the shutter. Snap! The screen displayed a clear image of a translucent figure clad in an old-fashioned maid's uniform. Evidence secured. Murphy felt a sense of calm wash over him. Such conventional intimidation tactics by earthbound spirits were merely routine for him. He continued deeper into the mansion. The living room, kitchen, and study were all as he had anticipated, until his gaze fell upon the door leading to the basement. According to Kangsa, the source of all evil lay below. He grasped the doorknob, preparing to exert force. In the basement, Rosen finally averted his gaze from the screen, a hint of impatience darkening his expression. This fly was proving to be more troublesome than anticipated. He raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers at the image of Tate launching on the screen. Play with him. The chain woven by the Rosen laws, binding deep within Tate's soul, instantly loosened a link. A pure essence of fear surged into his spirit, granting him unprecedented abilities for physical interference. Murphy felt an irresistible force resisting the doorknob. He immediately retreated, scanning his surroundings warily. Shadows behind him began to writhe and elongate, gradually forming a tall silhouette. This was no ephemeral shadow, but a figure composed of tangible black rubber, tightly enveloping a powerful body. The rubbery form of Tate emerged from the shadows. He was no longer the indistinct spirit from the photograph. Each step he took creaked upon the wooden floor. Murphy's expression shifted dramatically as he hurled the vial of holy water at Tate. Begone, foul creature. Tate merely waved his hand dismissively. Crack! The silver vial exploded midair. Crushed by an unseen force, the holy water transforming into vapor, failing to land a single drop upon him. Then, Tate's figure vanished in an instant. Murphy felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to find the talisman he cherished like life itself had been pulverized by a gloved hand. Terror washed over him as he realized that the power of this ghost far exceeded his comprehension. Escape. This was the singular thought racing through his mind. He turned and dashed toward the back door, yet the door he had so easily pried open moments ago now felt as if it were welded shut with steel, not budging an inch. The windows. He snatched a chair from the living room and swung with all his might at the glass. Bang! The chair shattered into pieces. Yet the window remained unscathed. The entire house had transformed into an airtight coffin. Despair began to seep into Murphy's heart. He heard more sounds, the slicing of surgical instruments in the air, the wailing of infants, the desperate screams of women. The spirits he had previously seen in photographs now emerged from the walls and floors, materializing with malevolent intent, surrounding him in layers. Murphy was sent crashing to the ground by a kick from Tate. He watched as the surgical instruments of Dr. Charles, given physical form by Rosen, swirled around him like vultures, closing in for the kill. In a cacophony of horror, he was brutally dismembered. The moment Murphy's soul left his body, before he could even grasp the reality of his demise, countless tendrils as dark as oil erupted from beneath the living room floor. These were the manifestations of the murder house's laws. The tendrils snaked around his soul with lightning speed, dragging him into an abyss of darkness with a silent, anguished wail. Ding, absorbing the foreign soul of Murphy, acquiring a small fragment of spiritual essence. Territory Murder House Exclusive Enhancement, Law Barrier Density, 03. The cold system notification echoed in Rosen's mind. He slowly rose to his feet, projecting the entire process of Murphy's brutal slaughter and soul consumption as a holographic display in every corner of the mansion. All the spirits bore witness to this scene. The utter annihilation of a soul treated as sustenance, their fate so dire that they could not even qualify as earthbound spirits, sent shivers through their very essence. Rosen's icy voice resonated like a divine decree within the consciousness of every spirit. This is the rule. This is my territory. Those who enter become sustenance. Chapter 86, Macabre Terror, Eternal Tenants. The bickering from downstairs sounded like two rusted saws grinding against each other. Through the floor, again and again. The cutting sound severed Violet's nerves. It was not a hysterical scream, but rather a weary howl that burst forth after being suppressed to the limit. It was her mother's voice. You contacted her again. Do not presume I am unaware. That is merely a patient, Weiweian, a child in need of assistance. Child. Ben. Is this how you extend help to that child? After we have just lost one. Violet sat on the edge of her bed, her hands covering her ears. Yet those words pierced like toxic steel needles, penetrating her palms and embedding themselves in her mind. Father. That patient. The one who caused them to uproot their lives. Attempting to mask the core of their fabricated peace with a fresh start. It turns out, it never ended. She ceased her futile effort to block the sound, allowing the filthy quarrel to fill the room. A peculiar, frigid calm enveloped her. She approached her desk and powered on the old laptop. The screen's glow illuminated her pallid face. She did not search for her father's name, nor did she seek any trace of that patient. It was no longer significant. With trembling fingers, she typed a phrase into the search bar. Westfield High School shooting. Enter. A cascade of web links emerged. Archived reports, bloodstained articles, black and white yearbook photographs of students. She clicked on a local news retrospective. The article was lengthy, detailing the massacre from years past. A student armed with a gun entered the campus, calmly shooting 15 classmates and one teacher, ultimately being killed by SWAT in the library. The report was accompanied by images. One depicted the scene cordoned off, another showed panic-stricken students, and a third was the assailant's profile photograph. The boy in the photo had golden hair, his gaze defiant yet tinged with fractured melancholy. He seemed to smile at the camera, yet it also appeared as if he were crying. That face. Violet saw it nightly from her window, in the shadows of the basement, and during her most desolate moments, she would hear the face's owner tenderly whispering to her. I understand you. It was Tate. Tate Landon. A wave of nausea surged within her, but nothing emerged. Her father's betrayal was a thorn. Tate's deception, however, was a hammer that crushed her entire world. Her final pillar of mental support, the one she believed could stand with her against this hypocritical world. The boy to whom she had just entrusted her faith and emotions was a murderer, a ghost who perished within this house. Violet gazed at Tate's face on the screen, while listening to her father's feeble justifications and her mother's desperate weeping below. The two most significant men in her life. One maintained their shattered family with lies. The other wove a fatal love with deceit. Slowly, she moved the mouse and clicked the print button. The printer emitted a jarring noise as a sheet of paper gradually emerged. It bore Tate Landon's face, along with his identification as a killer. She picked up the still warm paper and made her way to the basement. The basement door stood ajar, a dim yellow light seeping from within. Tate sat beside the old operating table, toying with a glass jar containing some unknown organ tissue. Hearing her footsteps, he looked up, revealing the smile Violet had once adored. You came. Violet remained silent. She walked step by step toward him, slapping the printed paper onto the operating table beside the glass jar. Who is this? Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. Tate's smile froze. He lowered his gaze to the paper. The black and white photograph. The bold headline. Principal perpetrator of the Westfield High School shooting, Tate Landon. He fell silent. Answer me. Violet screamed, expending all her strength. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Tate slowly lifted his head, his once alluring, melancholic eyes now filled with a coldness and indifference she had never witnessed. He no longer wore a mask. It is I. He admitted it so effortlessly, so calmly. I killed them. He gazed at Violet's wide eyes, filled with shock, his tone imbued with a cruel hint of pride. Those fools who mocked me, those hypocritical bitches. I shot them one by one, blasting their brains out of their pretty heads. Bang. Just like that. He mimicked pulling a trigger with his fingers, making a sound to simulate gunfire. Violet felt the world spin around her. She stepped back, colliding with the cold wall. In that moment, her world utterly collapsed. Her father betrayed her mother. Her lover was a murderer who had slaughtered 16 people. And she was trapped in this damned hell, entangled in a love affair with a killer's ghost. You deceived me. Her lips moved, yet the sound was scarcely audible. You have always deceived me. I have never lied to you. Tate stood up and approached her. I like you, Violet. That is true. In this house, only you can see the real me. His words were no longer gentle. Instead, they brimmed with a twisted possessiveness. Violet watched him draw near, gazing at the face she had once kissed, now feeling nothing but profound strangeness and terror. Do not come closer, she shrieked, turning to flee. She dashed out of the basement, raced through the kitchen, and towards the door that led to freedom. She could see the streetlights outside, hear the distant sound of cars. She grasped the doorknob and yanked it open. Beyond the door lay not the street, but the dim corridor leading back to the basement. She froze in disbelief. Defiantly, she charged toward the door again and yanked it open. This time, she found herself in the upstairs bedroom. Her own bedroom. The bed was neatly made, the curtains tightly closed. Frantically, she rushed to the window, yanked open the curtains, attempting to leap out. Outside was not a garden, but the kitchen. The old maid Moira stood with her back to her, leisurely polishing a silver platter. No matter which exit she ran toward, no matter which door or window she opened, she merely transitioned from one room of the house to another. This house was a living labyrinth, an eternal prison constructed by Rosen's law. In despair, she collapsed to the ground, leaning against the cold wall, emitting a beast-like wail. There was no escape. Everything was a facade. Home was a facade. Her lover was a facade. Even the hope of escape was a facade. In the depth of despair, Violet ceased her weeping. She stood up, like a living corpse, slowly retracing her steps back to her room. Her movements were mechanical and numb, her eyes vacant like two black holes. She opened the drawer of her nightstand, rummaging through its contents. Soon, she found the sleeping pills her mother had kept for insomnia. A full bottle. She exhibited no hesitation as she twisted off the cap and poured an entire bottle of pills into her mouth. Subsequently, she grasped the water cup on the table and, with cold water, swallowed those bitter tablets entirely. The world began to spin, and sounds receded into the distance. She lay on the bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of her end. Way Aolati. The door was violently flung open, and Tidy rushed in. Upon seeing the empty pill bottle on the bedside table, his complexion turned ashen. He dashed to the bedside, frantically cradling the now semi-conscious Wei. No, you cannot do this. He held her tightly and rushed into the bathroom, tossing her into the bathtub before turning on the shower. The icy water cascaded onto Wailati, and Tai desperately clawed at her throat, attempting to induce her to expel the pills. Vomit it out. Quickly vomit it out. For the first time, he felt fear, an anxiety far more profound than death itself. Yet, it was too late. Wailati's body convulsed a few times beneath the frigid water before ultimately succumbing to limpness. Her body temperature rapidly dissipated, and the very essence of life flickered out like a candle in the wind. In the next moment, Wailati's soul slowly ascended from her cold body. She floated bewilderedly in midair, gazing at her pale corpse in the bathtub and at the young ghost, Tai, who clutched her lifeless form, wailing in despair. She was dead, yet liberated. Simultaneously, in the basement surveillance room, Luo-sen observed as cold golden text gradually materialized before him on the system interface. Detected high-value soul unit bound to the territory of the murder house. Name, Wei Aoliti Hameng. Soul traits, deep despair, adolescent resentment, shattered love. Comprehensive assessment, grade B. Can be cultivated as a fear catalyst or advanced guardian for targeted training. Luo-sen's consciousness projection silently descended into the bathroom. He disregarded the still weeping Tai and, like an elegant gentleman, extended his hand towards the bewildered Wei, who had just become a ghost. A perfect smile, characteristic of landlord Luo-sen Chandler, adorned his face. Welcome aboard, Miss Wei Aolati. Your lease is eternal. Chapter 87, Beautiful Terror, Family Reunion. The siren of the ambulance was muffled by soundproof glass, ultimately fading into nothingness. Ben Hameng sat on the sofa in the living room, resembling a plaster statue drained of its soul. The air still bore the cold scent of disinfectant mingled with death. A few hours prior, medical personnel had removed Wailati from the bathtub upstairs, their movements professional yet numb, the white cloth draped over her face resembling a premature snowfall. Earlier, Vivian had emitted a scream devoid of humanity upon witnessing her daughter's lifeless body, subsequently descending into a state of chaotic madness. She clawed at her arms, incoherently crying out about the monster within her and her deceased daughter, ultimately being sedated by the arriving medical staff and sent to a psychiatric facility. In a single night, the home became desolate, leaving only him and this house. Ben reached for the whiskey bottle on the table, yet his fingertips trembled violently, failing to grasp it. He surrendered, allowing himself to sink deep into the sofa. Guilt, like a concentrated acid, began to corrode every inch of his insides, starting from his heart. It was his fault. Everything stemmed from him. Had he not strayed, had they not moved here, had he shown more concern for Welity, instead of pushing her away with a mere, "I need some time alone" during her darkest hours. "I hate you." A cold voice echoed in his ear, devoid of inflection, akin to ice scraping against glass. Ben shot up, startled. Welity stood at the top of the stairs, clad in the very nightgown she wore at the time of her suicide, clinging wetly to her form, droplets cascading from her pale hair onto the carpet, creating small dark rings. Her lips were a shade of blue, and her eyes, hollow, gazed at him devoid of their former rebellion and vibrancy, now filled only with stagnant resentment. Welity. Ben's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping. "I hate you," she reiterated, her figure shimmering like ripples in water before vanishing. Ben gasped, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. "She certainly hates you, Ben." Another female voice emerged from behind him, laced with a hint of mocking. Ben stiffly turned to see Hayden, clad in the black dress she wore when he had so brutally ended her life, leaning against the study doorway, leisurely grooming her nails. "You always do this, don't you? Ruining everything. Dismantling your marriage, destroying your lover, and now, obliterating your daughter." Hayden chuckled lightly. "You are a failure, Ben Humming. A complete, cowardly failure." Ben closed his eyes, his hands painfully entangling in his hair. Hallucinations. This was all a figment of his imagination, a manifestation of overwhelming sorrow and alcohol-induced illusions. Yet, the sound of dripping water and mocking laughter pierced through his mind with unsettling clarity. The ensuing hours morphed into an interminable sentence. Welity appeared without warning in every conceivable location. When he poured himself a drink, her face would materialize in the reflection of the glass. As he attempted to sleep, she would sit at the foot of his bed, her hollow eyes fixed on him without movement. Hayden acted as an unyielding commentator, recounting all his faults and failures in his ear. Ben ceased to leave the house or answer any phone calls. He spent his days in the company of alcohol, striving to numb himself, yet only rendering the phantoms more vivid. Every object within the house seemed to come alive. The floor echoed with footsteps. Faint cries emanated from the walls, and doors would quietly close behind him. He found himself imprisoned in his own hell of guilt. Just as he felt he would be entirely consumed by the encroaching darkness, the doorbell rang. The sound resonated sharply within the eerie silence of the mansion. Ben took a prolonged time to rise from the sofa, staggering towards the door like an aged man. He was unaware of how many days had passed, or why he even felt compelled to open the door. Standing outside was Lewis Chandler. The young landlord wore an expression of perfectly measured sympathy and concern, akin to a priest visiting the afflicted congregation. "Mr. Humming." Lewison's voice was gentle and steady. "I am deeply sorry to hear about everything that has transpired." Ben's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. He felt like a mere shell of a person, stepping aside to allow passage. Lewison entered the living room, surveying the littered whiskey bottles and chaos before resting his gaze upon Ben's haggard visage. "You look terrible." He retrieved a bottle of fine whiskey and a clean glass from his tote bag, pouring half a glass and sliding it across to Ben. "Have a drink. It may help you find some peace." Ben mechanically grasped the glass and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquid seared his throat, yet brought him no solace. Lewison observed him quietly until he set the glass down. "I am aware of your profound suffering," Rosen began, his voice imbued with an uncanny insight. "The anguish of losing family, the guilt of unforgiven transgressions, binds you like chains, dragging you into the abyss." Ben's body trembled slightly. These words struck precisely at his most vulnerable core. "Have you ever contemplated this?" Rosen leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice, which seemed to carry an enchanting allure. "There exists a means to liberate you from all your torment and attain ultimate peace. A method that can ensure you and your daughter remain together for eternity." Ben abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of light flickering in his murky eyes. A compassionate smile graced Rosen's face as he gazed at Ben, akin to observing a lost lamb. "Death is not an end, Mr. Harmon. Within this house, it is merely another form of familial reunion." This statement acted like a key, precisely fitting into the lock of Ben Harmon's soul, gradually turning. Forever together. Family reunion. Atonement. These phrases swirled through his chaotic mind, ultimately coalescing into an unmistakably clear thought. Violet awaits him. She is so lonely, so tormented. He must go to her, to seek atonement. That is the only course of action available to him. The will to survive was utterly stripped away at that moment. Ben rose, his gaze no longer struggling, replaced by an eerie tranquility. He did not cast another glance at Rosen, but instead strode directly towards the basement. His steps were steady. The descent into hell revealed itself to be surprisingly effortless. He discovered the coarse rope left behind by the previous owner, skillfully tying a knot and tossing it over a sturdy metal pipe. He brought over a wooden crate, stood upon it, and thrust his head into the noose. At the very moment he was about to kick the crate from beneath him, an illusion emerged in his mind. Violet stood not far away, no longer with a resentful visage, but transformed back into the radiant girl, reaching out her hand toward him. He smiled. He kicked the crate away. The sensation of suffocation seized his throat instantly. Agonizing pain radiated from his neck, and the illusion before him began to shatter. In the final moment before his soul was expelled from his body, he beheld the grim reality of the basement. Rosen stood nearby, a playful, art-appreciating smile adorning his face. Surrounding him were all the ghosts of this house, the surgeon, the dismembered nurse, Hayden, and Violet. Their gazes were all the same, exuding an absolute, chilling indifference devoid of warmth. Ben Harmon's soul, overwhelmed by the terror of realizing he had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap, completely departed from his body. He became the new exhibit of this house, Rosen observed. With satisfaction, the Harmon family's spirits finally united yet estranged. Their eyes filled with resentment, and snapped his fingers. The family reckoning was complete. His gaze penetrated the walls and the night, directed toward the other end of the city, where the asylum resided. Next, a rebirth awaited. Chapter 88, American Horror, The Son of the Devil. In the office of the director of Shimu Psychiatric Hospital, a signed family therapy application was respectfully submitted. The elderly director adjusted his spectacles, scrutinizing the man before him who identified himself as Mr. Chandler, the landlord. The latter's words were gentle, his logic lucid, each term imbued with an irresistible persuasive power. It seemed as though this application to return a pregnant woman on the brink of labor to the problematic residence was the most reasonable arrangement imaginable. Rosen tucked away the document as a contract mark, temporarily solidified by the rules of the demonologist's notebook, quietly dissipated from his fingertips. Influencing the will of mortals was simpler for him than breathing. An ambulance delivered Vivian Harmon back to the abode she had vowed never to set foot in again. She was strapped to a stretcher, her abdomen protruding prominently, each jolt accompanied by severe contractions of her womb. Her gaze was vacant, her mouth repeating incomprehensible murmurs. Awaiting her was a gathering of silent family members. Rosen stood in the shadows of the porch, like a theater manager awaiting the commencement of a performance. He issued his orders. Prepare the operating room. The ghosts sprang into action. The long-abandoned operating room in the basement was swiftly cleared under the fervent direction of Dr. Nora Montgomery. The rusty surgical table was cleaned, and the cold instruments clattered in their trays, emitting a crisp echo. Two nurse ghosts expertly spread white sheets, a hint of morbid excitement illuminating their pallid faces. They were finally able to work again. Vivian was carried into this makeshift delivery room, a bone-chilling cold causing her to shudder, momentarily regaining a flicker of clarity. She beheld Nora's face, twisted with desire. She glimpsed the ethereal shadows swirling around her. Fear seized her heart. No. Her voice was hoarse, feeble. A tearing pain surged from her abdomen, completely drowning out her protests. Labor commenced. This was not a celebration of life, but rather a violent birth of supernatural forces. The entire murder house trembled in unison with Vivian. From the cracks in the walls, a viscous, tar-like black liquid began to seep, exuding the stench of sulfur and decay. The chandelier above flickered wildly, the electricity emitting a crackling lament as it rapidly oscillated between light and darkness. The air resonated with a cacophony of countless voices. There were the cries of infants, the screams of women, the desperate curses of men. It was the collective agony of all the souls trapped within this house, now stirred by the powerful energy of the fetus within her, surging forth in unison. Vivian's screams echoed throughout the basement. The excruciating pain clouded her vision. Each contraction felt as though it were stripping her soul away. In the fleeting moments between the flickering lights, she saw them. She beheld the true faces of all the ghosts. Ben, her husband, leaning expressionlessly against the wall in the shirt he wore when he died. Violet, her daughter, curled up in a corner, her gaze vacant, staring at the ceiling. Hayden, the young mistress, arms crossed, wearing a smirk of cruel delight. They were all there. They were all watching her. It was not the gaze of family. It was the indifference of inmates observing another newcomer being dragged into the cage. Vivian's heart sank into an icy abyss. She understood. She and her soon-to-be-born child would forever be trapped here, becoming new exhibits in this house of horrors. Endless despair washed over her like a tide, suffocating the last flicker of hope for survival. Her vitality began to visibly wane, transforming into the purest sustenance. Greedily absorbed by the being within her, Dr. Nora Montgomery leaned down, pressing her hands against Vivian's abdomen, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented fervor. "Push, my dear. Give him to me." A cry, unlike any human sound, tore through the air of the basement. It was sharp, piercing, possessing a texture that scraped at the soul. The child was born. They were twins. The first infant was found lifeless, a hue of blue and purple engulfing its small form, having succumbed to death the moment it departed from its mother's womb. In stark contrast, the second child radiated an astonishing health, with fair skin and a steady, vigorous breath. Most peculiarly, a palpable darkness emanated from him, a powerful and pure energy that spread like ink dissolving in clear water. Vivian cast a final glance at the healthy baby, her pupils now completely unfocused. As her last breath escaped her lips, her body slumped. A moment later, a translucent soul, identical to her own, slowly ascended from her corpse, gazing vacantly at her body and the newly born child. She had now become one of them. "My child." Nora's eyes ignited with a greedy flame as she reached out, yearning to embrace the perfect infant. "He is mine." Hayden's figure materialized instantaneously at the opposite side, roaring defiantly. Just as the two specters were about to clash over the flawless child, a figure emerged from the deepest shadows. It was Rosen. Without uttering a word, he calmly surveyed the gathered spirits. The basement was instantly enveloped in an icy stillness. All the souls, be it Nora, Hayden, or the recently deceased Vivian, froze in place, as if encased in cement, unable to move even a fingertip. This was the absolute suppression derived from the supreme authority of territorial law. Rosen disregarded the immobilized souls and approached the operating table with measured steps. He leaned down towards the newborn, who, despite the ominous aura surrounding him, did not cry. As his eyes opened, they revealed a pair of pure black orbs, deep and vast as the void of the cosmos. He gazed at Rosen and suddenly broke into a toothless, innocent smile. Rosen smiled in return, extending his hands with utmost care to cradle this miraculous newborn. The warmth of the infant's body pressed against his chest, a sensation of unprecedented power, originating from a higher plane of existence, gradually coursed through the point of contact. Concurrently, a series of chilling system notifications flooded his mind like a cascading waterfall. Detected the birth of a high-tier mythological being, offspring of a human, hybrid of demon and human. Analyzing target analysis complete. Mythical talent fear creator activated. Analysis complete. Congratulations. A brand new cultivable template has been unlocked. Antichrist, infant form. Territorial murder house absorbed immense birth energy and soul resentment, significantly enhancing the density of the law. The territory has evolved into a fortress of fear prototype. Embracing the infant, Rosen felt the invaluable notifications on the system interface. He looked down at the child, who remained calm and offered a trusting smile. "A perfect return on investment," he murmured contentedly. "From this day forth, you shall be named Michael." Chapter 89, Beauty and Terror. My kingdom. An unprecedented silence enveloped the mansion. Not an empty stillness, but a silence stifled by a profound fear that seemed to suspend even the act of breathing. In the living room, all the spirits gathered: the old butler Moira, the Dr. Nora, the original owners of the house, the dismembered Murphy, and the newly arrived Harmon family of 4. They stood like a collection of diverse wax figures, their gazes converging on a singular focal point: Rosen. He reclined casually on the main sofa, cradling the newborn. The baby, devoid of cries, surveyed his surroundings with an inhuman curiosity through those pure black eyes. Rosen's gaze swept across each of the assembled spirits. "This is our second assembly of all property owners." His voice was calm, yet sent waves of agitation through every specter present. This time, no threats were necessary. His mere presence, the child in his arms, and the mansion that had fully merged with him constituted the very essence of law. Rosen ceased to elaborate. He raised a hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The mansion awakened. The walls ceased to be cold plaster and wood. They began to undulate like the muscles of a colossal creature. The chandeliers from the ceiling descended like a multitude of inverted eyes. The floor beneath emitted a disconcerting groan, and the corridor stretched infinitely at the edge of vision, only to abruptly contract in the next instant. The once cozy living room of the Harmon family transformed within mere seconds into a complex, Gothic hall of oppressive grandeur. The currents of energy twisted and reformed, ultimately converging at Rosen's throne. This act, akin to a creative miracle, shattered the last vestiges of self-illusion within the spirits. Tate Landon instinctively clenched his fists, only to release them weakly. He gazed at the man, whose calm face bore no emotion, as if he were merely adjusting a personal toy. Vivian Harmon's soul trembled as she observed the numb expressions of her husband Ben and daughter Violet, a despair deeper than death seizing her heart. Now, let us commence the delegation of duties. Rosen's voice resonated once more, akin to a judge's decree, his gaze directing first towards Tate. Tate Landon. Tate stiffened. Rosen approached him slowly. Your performance holds great value. He extended his finger, which flickered with a trace of pure dark law. Before Tate could react, that finger had already touched his chest. Sizzle, a complex brand, composed of countless sharp symbols, instantly seared into the core of Tate's essence. He emitted a muffled groan as his body convulsed violently, followed by the sensation of a new, cold, and brutal power surging through him. He looked down and saw his hands stretching, morphing, transforming into a jet-black, rubber-like substance. From now on, you shall be known as the Rubber Man. Rosen withdrew his finger, his tone devoid of any emotion. You will serve as the chief executioner of this house, tasked with expelling any unruly tenants or uninvited guests. Tate lifted his head, the last flicker of defiance extinguished, leaving only absolute obedience. Next, Rosen's gaze shifted to the long-serving butler, Moira O'Hara, who had existed in dual forms. Moira trembled more violently. Too fearful to raise her eyes, Rosen merely observed her. The curse binding her was suddenly lifted, her aged and hideous visage dissipating like smoke, revealing her youthful and stunning beauty. Yet, there was no joy on Moira's face, only an unprecedented fear, for she understood that this was no act of mercy. Your new task is to care for the young master, Michael. Rosen's words confirmed her apprehension. Remember, any slightest negligence. Rosen's tone faltered momentarily, a chilling pressure nearly causing Moira's essence to shatter. The consequence shall be your utter annihilation. Moira suddenly knelt upon the ground, summoning every ounce of strength she possessed to utter 2 words, as commanded. At last, Rosen's gaze fell upon the wretched family of 4, Ben, Vivian, Violet, and the vengeful specter, Hayden, who loomed in the corner, glaring at Vivian with malice. They had become the latest nourishment for this house, and indeed, the finest. Rosen regarded them as one might admire a flawless piece of art. Your tragedy serves as the most fertile sustenance for this land, he coldly proclaimed their fate, each word a chilling chisel that carved their despair deeper. Now, you shall forever replay your story as a sample of tragedy, providing an unceasing stream of negative emotions to fortify my fortress. This declaration sent a shiver through the souls of the other specters present, extinguishing any remnants of sympathy in their eyes as they looked upon the Harmon family, replaced by a profound fear of their own destinies. They finally understood that they were no longer residents of this house, nor even prisoners. They were mere fuel, screaming, weeping, despairing cornerstones in this man's realm of horror. Having orchestrated everything, Rosen leisurely returned to his throne, handing the infant to Moira, who knelt there, her face ashen. With trembling hands, she received the baby. And as her fingertips brushed against Michael's skin, a wave of pure dark energy sent a shiver coursing through her. The infant, Michael, did not cry. He merely gazed quietly at his new caretaker with his pitch-black eyes. Rosen did not spare them another glance. He turned and strode towards the heavy oak door. Pushing it open, the bright California sunlight flooded in, casting his silhouette long and dark. He stepped through the threshold, as behind him, the dark mansion, breathing like a living entity, slowly closed its doors, severing the connection between the 2 worlds. Standing in the sunlight, Rosen raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glow. A translucent system interface materialized before him. Territory Fear Fortress, prototype, has completed initial integration. Internal energy circulation system established. New high-value target detected. Task generation in progress. Recommended task, real estate development. Target location, Briarcliff Manor. Target assessment, high concentrations of madness, despair, religious distortion, and scientific aberration detected in this area, presenting significant development value. Suggested acquisition for the next real estate project. Rosen lowered his hand, a faint smile curving his lips. Chapter 90, Beautiful Terror, Asylum. Rosen stepped through the door. Behind him, the Victorian mansion, steeped in a century of bloodshed and wailing, began to blur in its physical form. The walls flickered between reality and illusion, reminiscent of a poorly tuned old television screen. Ultimately, it vanished entirely from the street, becoming an indelible mark, deeply etched within Rosen's divine domain, a perpetual coordinate, an utterly secure energy relay station. Rosen did not depart immediately. His consciousness plunged into an expanse of boundless darkness. This was the core space of the horror mark system. With his will, a vast and intricate system light screen silently unfurled before him, listing the final settlement of the Murder House real estate development project. At the top of the screen, a line of blood-red numbers glared back at him. Fear Source Quality Settlement, 150,000 points. This substantial gain stemmed from the Harmon family's complete tragedy, transitioning from hope to despair, from the terror experienced by Private Detective Murphy as he was engulfed, and from the integration and purification of the century-old grievances of all the bound spirits within the mansion. Each point was steeped in the purest anguish. Rosen's gaze shifted downward. Territory system updated. Template unlocked. Fear Lord, beginner. Description: you now possess your first permanent fear territory. You are the sole authority within this realm, and your words shall be law. Territory bound. Murder House. Attributes: Fear Fortress, prototype. Function 1, stable output. Daily generation of fear source quality based on the total negative emotions of the territory's residents. Function 2, absolute safe house. No entity may locate, enter, or perceive this place without your permission. Function 3, teleport anchor point. You may return to this location at any time or project your consciousness and power within. The screen continued to scroll. Fear creator system updated. New myth template: Antichrist, infant, Michael. Potential rating: EX, inestimable. Description: a hybrid of demon and human. A natural dark sovereign with horrifying potential to erode reality and distort humanity. As its creator and guide, any investment you make will yield extraordinary returns. New ordinary templates: vengeful spirit, Harmon family, bound spirit, various ghosts. Description: source quality can be consumed to enhance, modify, or replicate the templates. Finally, there was a change to the Demonologist's Journal. Special item: Demonologist's Journal, copy. Status: charged, absorbed energy from the birth of the Son of Man. New function 1, curse breeding, beginner. Can consume source quality and life sacrifices to breed low-level cursed creations under specific conditions. New function 2, soul binding ritual pseudo. Can simulate the laws of the murder house to forcibly bind specific souls to a given area. Success rate and binding strength depend on your mental power and the compatibility with the environment. Rosen calmly reviewed all his gains. This had been a flawless investment. Without hesitation, he focused his will on the vast reserve of source quality, channeling 100,000 points of fear source quality into the mythic talent source of all fear. The moment the command was issued, the entire system space trembled violently. The number surged to 150,000. 100,000 points of source quality transformed into a dark torrent, rushing into the core of Rosen's consciousness. This was not merely an influx of energy, but rather an erosion of concept. Rosen's mythic form, that colossal shadow reigning over myriad realms, became more solid than ever. The previously vague contours began to manifest tangible, indescribable details. Countless twisted limbs writhed within the shadow, and innumerable wailing eyes opened in the darkness. It was no longer merely a shadow. It was becoming the embodiment of the concept of fear itself. Rosen could distinctly feel his capacity to capture and interfere with fear in the real world had grown exponentially. Now, should he choose, he could evoke a city's inhabitants to recall the deepest nightmare buried within their souls, all at the same instant. His gaze fell upon the remaining 50,000 points of source quality, which he directed towards the initial nurturing of Michael. The source quality flowed once more, this time transcending dimensions, precisely infusing the infant located in the nursery of the Fear Fortress. In the cradle gently rocked by Moyla, the infant maker shuddered slightly. Deep within his pure black eyes, a fleeting glimmer transcending his tender years flashed, a blend of boundless wisdom and unadulterated malevolence. It was a gaze that perceived all, viewing sentient beings merely as sustenance. Yet, in an instant, he returned to the innocence and naivety of infancy. Unbeknownst to Moyla, she merely sensed that her little charge seemed to sleep more soundly. With the enhancement complete, Luasen's consciousness descended from the lofty heights of the mythical visage. He accepted the new task that had long been displayed on the system panel. New world locked. Thorn's Cliff Asylum. Rational identity generation in progress. Identity generation complete. Name: Yuehan Aalafu. Identity: psychological expert, theological advisor. Background: secretly commissioned by the Catholic Church's Boston Diocese to investigate inhumane treatment methods under the guise of inquiry. He was to visit Thorn's Cliff Asylum, ostensibly to probe the frequent mysterious disappearances and suspected demonic activities within. The instant the notification concluded, The fibers of Loasson's tailored suit began to rearrange themselves autonomously. The luxurious silk and wool transformed within mere breaths into a slightly antiquated, well-fitted three-piece tweed ensemble reminiscent of the 1960s. A crisply starched white lab coat materialized out of thin air, draping over him. The modern gold-rimmed spectacles on his nose morphed into a more antiquated, robust frame, imbued with a sense of history. When Loasson opened his eyes once more, he found himself no longer in the empty expanse of the system space. He sat in the back seat of a moving vintage automobile. Outside the window, a torrential downpour engulfed the night. Raindrops pounded relentlessly against the glass, merging into rivulets that distorted and obscured the world beyond. The radio played Petty Page's How Much Is That Doggy in the window, the sweet melody intertwining with the sounds of wind and rain, creating an oddly dissonant atmosphere. A blinding flash of lightning rent the sky. In that illuminating moment, the silhouette of a massive Gothic structure loomed, akin to a beast lurking within the shadows. Emerging on the distant cliff, Thorn's Cliff, an oppressive, despairing aura emanated, palpable even at a distance, akin to a tangible miasma. Loasson gazed at the asylum flickering in and out of view amidst the storm, a silent smile tugging at his lips. If the murder house was a familial workshop, he mused quietly, his voice tinged with the delight of discovering a new hunting ground, then this place reeked of an industrial assembly line. I relished this scent. Chapter 91. Beautiful Terror. The psychologist of Thorn's Cliff. The tires of the vintage automobile rolled over the waterlogged ground, finally halting before the heavy iron gates. The rain fell in sheets, washing the night into obscurity. Loasson, carrying a deep brown leather briefcase, pushed open the car door. The icy raindrops instantly drenched the shoulders of his overcoat, yet he paid it no mind, calmly lifting his gaze to regard the sinister outline of the Gothic building illuminated by lightning. Thorn's Cliff Asylum. A woman, holding a black umbrella, awaited on the steps, her figure elongated by the shadows cast by the portico. Dr. Yohane Alafu? Her voice was like an old ruler, hard and rigid. Loasson ascended the steps, rainwater dripping from his hair. He did not rush to respond, but first directed his attention toward her. She was a middle-aged nun, her face devoid of any extraneous expression, save for her sharp eyes, which scrutinized him unabashedly, as if evaluating an item about to be stored. I am, Loasson replied with a slight nod, his tone gentle, resembling that of a true scholar. Principal Judy Martin. The nun withdrew her scrutinizing stance, offering a brief introduction without extending her hand. I hope you understand, Dr. Alafu, that Thorn's Cliff has its own regulations. Here, we rely on discipline and faith, rather than your modern, ambiguous theories. Discipline constrains behavior, while faith soothes the soul. Loasson adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, their lenses reflecting the dim light of the corridor. My task is to uncover the sources of disorder in behavior and spirit. I believe our objectives do not conflict, Principal. Judy Martin's lips pressed into a tighter line. She ceased the verbal sparring and turned to walk inside. Follow me. The cold corridor echoed with the monotonous footsteps of the two. As Judy walked, she recounted the various areas of the asylum in a tone devoid of emotion, her words brimming with pride for the absolute order maintained therein. Yet, in Loasson's perception, everything unfolded in a starkly different manner. His weakness insight, talent had already activated, dissecting the distorted souls within this oppressive space with clarity. As they passed an observation window, Judy pointed to a blonde woman fervently scribbling notes inside. Lana Wintisi, a dedicated journalist, voluntarily entered to experience life in order to interview our infamous blood-faced killer. Loasson's gaze penetrated the glass. To him, the woman burned with two flames, one, a fervent ambition, the other, a chilling sense of entrapment. Her soul was firmly pinned by her own lies and the reality as prison, with fear and resentment threatening to seep from every pore. A brave lady, Loasson calmly remarked. They continued onward, entering the asylum's communal activity area. Judy gestured toward a young man in a corner, his eyes vacant. Kite woke, the notorious blood-faced killer, responsible for the deaths of 3 women, including his wife. Yet he insists it was the little green man who did it. Loasson's attention fell upon Kite. He perceived no hint of bloodshed or brutality. Instead, he saw a vast, gray fog named injustice. Deep within that fog lingered a trace of otherworldly, exceptionally pure energy fluctuations. His mental state is indeed quite unstable, Loasson stated, devoid of any bias. His gaze swept across the room, pausing for a moment on a young girl clad in a novice nun's attire. The girl appeared innocent, smiling as she fed a dazed patient. Yet, in Loasson's awareness, beneath that youthful shell resided an entity utterly at odds with the surrounding negative emotions. It was a pure, dark energy, filled with mockery and ancient malice. It coiled like a hibernating viper, lazily and greedily savoring the pain and madness that pervaded the atmosphere. A demon. Just then, a tall German doctor clad in a white coat approached from the opposite corridor, nodding in acknowledgement to Principal Judy. Dr. Yaton, our finest surgeon, Judy introduced. Lawson turned his gaze to Yaton. The potent scent of formaldehyde, intertwined with the fervor of death and science, assaulted him, almost forming a tangible black aura. This man's soul was more decayed than any corpse he had ever dissected. Welcome, Dr. Ayalafu. Dr. Yaton displayed a professional smile. Yet his gaze conveyed an unsettling scrutiny and rejection characteristic among colleagues. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted in a corner of the communal activity area. A burly patient, without warning, succumbed to a fit of rage, overturning tables and emitting a beastly roar, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury. 2 robust attendants rushed to subdue him, only to be flung aside by his immense strength, crashing heavily against the wall. The entire area descended into chaos and screams. It's him. Lock him up. Dean Judy commanded sharply, her face twisted in disgust. A few attendants, armed with restraints, cautiously encircled the scene, yet none dared to approach first. Amidst the clamor, however, Lawson calmly stepped forward, making his way toward the rampaging patient. Doctor, it's dangerous. Dr. Yaton instinctively cautioned. Lawson paid no heed. He approached the patient, the whirlwind of fists nearly grazing his cheek. He remained silent, devoid of any unnecessary movement. At the moment their eyes locked, he injected a nearly imperceptible essence of the mythic terror, this source of all fear, directly into the depths of the patient's consciousness through his gaze. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The patient's movements abruptly halted, his fists suspended in midair. The frenzy and fury on his face vanished, replaced by an indescribable, profound terror emanating from the very depths of his soul. It was as if he glimpsed the eternal darkness that existed before the birth of the universe, the absolute void that followed the end of all things. This was not a specific terror, but the very concept of fear itself. A choked groan escaped the patient's throat as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He slowly retreated, collapsing to the ground, curling into a fetal position, hands clutching his head, like a baby shivering in a storm. I see it, he murmured in a voice as faint as a whisper. The eyes of the abyss. The entire activity area fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief at this unfathomable scene. The beast that had just moments ago broken free was now a docile lamb. For the first time, an unmistakable shock appeared on Dean Judy's perpetually icy countenance. Dr. Yaton remained frozen, his once proud tranquilizers and electroconvulsive therapies now seeming like laughable toys in the face of this incomprehensible spectacle. Lawson calmly adjusted his glasses, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He turned to Dean Judy, his tone still gentle. It seems the patients here require more psychological guidance than I had anticipated. He paused before adding, the shackles of the body merely suppress symptoms, while the fear of the soul is the ultimate tranquilizer. Dean Judy's heart constricted sharply. She gazed at the refined psychologist before her, feeling an unshakable chill for the first time. Efficient, yet perilous. In Dr. Yaton's eyes, unmasked jealousy and caution ignited. Meanwhile, at the far end of the activity area, the innocent Sister Molly Unisai had unknowingly paused her feeding. She licked her lips, her face breaking into a smile that starkly contrasted with her pure appearance, brimming with greed and intense interest. Her gaze was fixated on Lawson, an intriguing soul. Chapter 92. The Temptation of the Mekong Demon in Lawson's new office. A blend of musty paper and antiseptic scents pervaded the air. The room was modest, furnished with a heavy oak desk, a single chair, and a metal filing cabinet containing a scant few patient files. The window faced the gray courtyard of Shangji Cliff, perpetually shrouded in rain. The scenery oppressively reminiscent of a framed posthumous portrait. He sat behind the desk, his fingers leisurely perusing a file marked Jaitwoke. His movements deliberate, as if he were studying each leaden word with care. Yet, within his psyche, an invisible web was rapidly expanding from this office, infiltrating every corner of the asylum. The intertwining of the insight into weakness, gift, and the mythic pressure of the source of all fear transformed the gathered information into vibrant nodes. Surgeon Yaton. The stench of spiritual decay akin to tangible pus was marked by Lawson as high-value research material. Dean Judy Matin, bound tightly by the shackles of faith and rules, symbolized an order ripe for collapse. And that girl masquerading as an apprentice nun, Lawson's fingers gently tapped the edge of the file page. An interesting source of energy. Just then, a soft knock echoed at the office door. Come in, Lawson replied without lifting his gaze. The door creaked open, revealing a slender figure stepping inside. It was Mali Unisai. Clad in the modest attire of an apprentice nun, she cradled a tray bearing a steaming cup of coffee. Dr. Ayalafu, I noticed you've been working here for some time. You must be tired, so I prepared a cup of coffee for you. Her voice was sweet and clear, imbued with an innocence untouched by the world. Thank you, sister. Lawson finally looked up, his face adorned with a gentle, harmless professional smile. Mali Unisai delicately placed the coffee cup on the desk, but did not leave immediately. Her large, bright eyes curiously examined Lawson, and the files spread across his desk. Doctor, did you come from Boshiden? It must be quite bustling there. It's all right. Just a busy work schedule, Lawson replied, his demeanor unflappable. Do you believe in God? She inquired again, leaning slightly forward, a faint fragrance wafting over, mingled with an almost imperceptible scent reminiscent of burning sulfur. This was a test, a routine inquiry from the depths of hell, designed to uncover the weaknesses of the soul. Faith, desire, past traumas, these were the favored entry points. My beliefs lie in logic and science, Lawson smiled, effortlessly weaving in psychological parlance. I believe every aberrant behavior has its psychological roots, just as every sin has its source of downfall. Mali Unisai's eyes flickered momentarily. She stepped closer to the edge of the desk, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. But what if some desires cannot be satisfied by science? Her body swayed gently, the shadows of her skirt dancing on the floor as if animated. For instance, the deepest longings, the darkest secrets. I can help you fulfill any need of anyone. Her words slithered like a slick serpent, attempting to penetrate Lawson's ears and infiltrate his consciousness. Lawson's smile remained unchanged. He simply observed her, much like a biologist scrutinizing a single-celled organism striving to perform in a petri dish. This tranquility stirred a sense of unease within Mali Unisai. The conventional temptations appeared ineffective. It decided to adopt a more direct approach. Doctor, you appear quite fatigued. Mali Unis extended her hand, seemingly intending to tenderly adjust Lawson's collar. Yet her fingertips inadvertently glided towards the back of his hand resting on the desk. This was a direct exploration of the spiritual realm, seeking to personally touch the soul of this mortal, to sense his fears and dismantle his defenses. The fingertips were about to make contact with his skin, 1 centimeter, half a centimeter, and in that very instant of touch, there was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, no thunderous phenomena. To Lawson's perception, it was merely a chilling hand making contact with him. However, within Mali Unis, the ancient demon perceived an entirely different scene. Its probing tendrils extended along Mali's fingertips, and upon contact, it was as if a drop of water merged into an infinite, utterly silent cosmic void. There was no temperature, no light, no sound. The concepts of time and space were utterly obliterated here. Then, it beheld something. In the profound depths of that void loomed an immense shadow indescribable by any language. This shadow was larger than galaxies and deeper than black holes. Its mere existence rendered even the most arrogant demon king in hell as insignificant as dust. Subsequently, that colossal shadow's gaze seemed to be stirred by this trivial speck of dust. A cold, indifferent will, devoid of any emotion, traversed an unfathomable distance, landing upon the demon's core of perception. Boom! A resonance erupted from the depths of the soul. The demon felt its essence being instantaneously frozen, analyzed, categorized, and then disregarded as refuse. It was engulfed in fear, an absolute terror derived from the lowest echelons of existence, gazing up at an incomprehensible presence. It could not even muster a scream. Mali Unis's hand recoiled as if struck by lightning. The innocence and allure on her face evaporated, replaced by a pallor akin to ashes. Her body trembled uncontrollably, teeth chattering, and in her once bright eyes, there remained only the primal horror filled with boundless void. She staggered back, colliding with the filing cabinet, producing a dull thud. Lawson lifted the cup of still warm coffee, giving it a gentle swirl. He raised his gaze, observing the almost incapacitated novice nun before him, his smile remaining gentle. Sister, why is your hand so cold? This question acted as a key, unlocking the demon's frozen thoughts. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Mali Unis dared not glance at Lawson again. She turned and, summoning all her strength, flung open the office door. Fleeing in a frantic scramble, her hurried, disordered footsteps echoed down the corridor, receding swiftly. The office returned to silence. Lawson brought the coffee cup to his nose, inhaling gently. He shook his head, pushing the cup aside without taking a sip. The scent of hell remains so cheap, he remarked softly. The appetizer has concluded. Lawson's gaze traversed the desk, through the glass window, and fell upon a solitary, heavily guarded building across the courtyard. That was Dr. Yadin's laboratory. From there emanated a madness and wickedness belonging to humanity, more sordid and twisted than any demon. A cold smile curled at Lawson's lips. He retrieved a blank sheet of paper from the drawer and inscribed the first target of the evening with a fountain pen. Toy List 1, Dr. Yadin's secret laboratory. He muttered. It was time to inspect the main course. Chapter 93, Beauty and Terror, the New God of Monsters. Midnight at the Thorny Cliff was as tranquil as a vast, forgotten graveyard. Lawson's silhouette glided through the shadows of the corridor, soundless, as if he were a flowing darkness. The footsteps of the night watchman faded around a distant corner. He halted before Dr. Yadin's laboratory door. The brass lock in his hand felt like a docile pet. The internal mechanism emitted an almost inaudible groan before yielding with a click. The door opened slightly. A dense, nearly viscous odor assaulted him, a blend of formaldehyde, disinfectant, desiccated blood, and an indescribable stench of decay. This was both a slaughterhouse and a temple. Lawson stepped inside, and the door quietly closed behind him. Deep within the laboratory, the sounds of heavy breathing and claws scraping against iron cages echoed. He followed the noise. Before him stood several enormous cages, crudely welded with iron bars. Inside, some creatures, hardly deserving of the title human, curled up. Their skin had been brutally stripped away, revealing crimson muscles and twisted fascia, limbs elongated, with fingertips distorted into beastly claws. They lacked lips, exposing a chaotic array of teeth, and their throats emitted a bestial, anguished howl. The Skinner, Dr. Yadin's failed creations, abandoned in the forest surrounding the hospital, had become the most terrifying legends of the night. Lawson's talent, weakness insight, activated automatically. Countless streams of data coursed across his retina, analyzing the composition of these beings. Failed transformations, gene chains collapsed, nervous systems in prolonged states of extreme agony, souls filled with hatred and frenzy. Assessment: excellent source material for inducing fear. He had no intention of destroying these pitiful creations. He intended to take control of them. Bang! The laboratory door was flung open violently, and Dr. Yadin, wielding a double-barreled shotgun, stormed in, his face twisted with rage, brimming with murderous intent. The concealed alarms dutifully performed their function. Who are you? Yadin roared. The dark muzzle of the gun aimed squarely at Lawson's back. Get out of my laboratory. Otherwise, I swear, you will become my latest specimen. Lawson did not even turn around. He remained facing the now more agitated monsters in the cages, slowly raising his right hand. There was no light, no sound, no visible fluctuations of energy. Yet an invisible will, transcending material dimensions, spread from him like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the entire laboratory. It was the purest form of domain of fear. The Skinner, which had been howling and battering against the iron cages just a moment ago, suddenly froze. All sounds ceased. Their twisted bodies began to tremble violently, not from pain, nor from rage. It was a primal shudder emanating from the very depths of life. As though ants beheld a colossal wheel crushing their nest, as though dust gazed up at a black hole that devoured all. In the next moment, a scene that Dr. Yadin would remember for a lifetime unfolded. All the Skinners in their cages, those monsters stripped of all but their instinct to kill, collectively prostrated themselves, burying their grotesque heads deeply into the ground, emitting a whimper of submission towards Lawson, laced with sorrow. They were worshipping their newly birthed, singular god. Dr. Aiden's arm, clutching the firearm, began to tremble uncontrollably, the weight of the shotgun feeling as if it bore down with the burden of 1,000 pounds. The miraculous scene before him shattered entirely the worldview he had constructed upon the foundation of scalpels and anatomy. Rosen slowly turned around. His expression remained placid, his gaze indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He regarded Dr. Aiden, whose face had turned pale from sheer shock. Your creations are rife with flaws and suffering, Dr. Aiden. Rosen's voice was soft yet resonated like a cold hammer, shattering Aiden's final vestige of pride. They weep to me, yearning for a true master. He advanced towards Aiden, disregarding the still-aimed barrel directed at him. Aiden's finger rested on the trigger, cold sweat soaking his back, yet every ounce of strength seemed to have drained from him, rendering him incapable of even a slight movement. Rosen approached him, extending his hand to gently grasp the heated barrel of the gun, which had grown warm from its owner's anxiety. He pushed it aside. Look, Doctor. Rosen gazed down at the disheartened man, delivering words steeped in judgment. You merely crafted their physical forms, while I defined their fears. Now I am their god. With a thud, Dr. Aiden's legs buckled, and the shotgun clattered to the ground. He collapsed, his psychological defenses crumbling before an incomprehensible, absolute power. Rosen looked down upon him, as a deity might regard a supplicant prostrate at their feet. He offered a final choice. Submit to me, and I shall reveal to you the essence of true creation, guiding you into realms you could never fathom. His voice bore a hint of seduction. Or, become their new companion and experience your own art firsthand. Hell and heaven lay before Aiton simultaneously. He raised his head, and within the unfathomable depths of Rosen's black eyes, he saw both profound fear and the fervent allure of temptation. Trembling, he crawled forward. Then, under the gaze of those monsters, Arthur Aiton, the proud doctor who considered himself a creator, lowered his haughty head and kissed the pristine tips of Rosen's shoes. Chapter 94. The redemption of the blood-faced killer. The door to Dr. Arthur Aiton's office now stood open for Rosen. Once the master, Aiton now resembled a tamed hound, respectfully standing aside and presenting a long-sealed dossier with both hands. The cover bore a typewritten line, Kit Walker, accompanied by the shocking term blood-faced. Dr. Oliver, this is all the information you requested. Aiton's voice was dry. He dared not meet Rosen's gaze, his eyes fixed on the tips of Rosen's shoes, where the dust from his recent kiss lingered like a sacred mark. Rosen received the dossier, but did not open it. He merely tapped the cover lightly with his fingertips, producing a dull sound. Dr. Aiton, you will soon understand that the records on these pages hold no significance. The true value lies in the lamentations of flesh and soul. He turned to depart, leaving Aiton behind, his body trembling slightly from fear and the stirrings of a newfound fervor. The psychological therapy room at Thorny Cliff resembled a white cage, more despairing than a hospital ward. The room contained only a table and 2 chairs. Kit Walker sat opposite Rosen, his hands secured to the armrests by restraints, his eyes filled with weary defiance. He had recounted his story to countless doctors, nurses, and police officers, only to be met with ridicule, pity, and ever-increasing doses of sedatives. They all say I am insane. Kit's voice was hoarse, as if rasped by sandpaper. They claim I killed my wife, Alma, but I did not. She was my everything. We were taken by the light. Those beings are not of this earth. He raised his head, looking at the well-dressed new doctor before him with an almost pleading expression, hoping to discern a reaction unlike any he had received before. Rosen neither smiled nor frowned. He simply listened quietly, leaning forward slightly, his attention as focused as if he were attending an important academic lecture. This unprecedented respect caused Kit's taut nerves to begin to ease. Dr. Oliver, do you believe me? Rosen did not respond directly. He pushed the dossier to the center of the table. This report states that you suffer from severe schizophrenia, accompanied by violent tendencies and delusions. He lifted his gaze, his calm eyes piercing through Kit's defenses. Yet, I see no madness in you. Kit was taken aback. I only see fear. Rosen continued, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable penetrating force. However, Kit, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. Your deepest fear is not that you were wrongfully accused of your wife's murder, nor is it the dread of being confined here forever. Each word was like a precise scalpel, slicing through the layers of Kit's psychological defenses. What you truly fear is that you are beginning to doubt yourself. You fear that one night you might awaken and realize there are no aliens, no abduction. You fear that Alma's disappearance is merely a bloody, mad fantasy in your mind. You fear that you are the monster. This revelation struck Kit's heart like a heavy blow. He gasped for breath, the restraints creaking under the strain of his struggles. This was precisely the ultimate nightmare he had never dared to confront in the depths of his midnight musings. He would rather believe himself to be the most innocent victim in the world than entertain the infinitesimal possibility that he might be the one who had killed his beloved. Observing Kit's crumbling expression, Rosen recognized that the moment had arrived. He shifted his tone, infusing it with a hint of seductive mystery. But, Kit, is there another possibility? Kit abruptly lifted his head. Is it possible that you are not insane, but that this world is mad? The word struck like thunder in Kit's mind. The aliens you perceive may simply be some form of higher dimensional existence that eludes the understanding of everyone here. Rosen reclined against the chair, fingers intertwined, adopting a scholarly posture. They condemn you not for evidence, but because your story transcends their comprehension. In the world of the mundane, to be incomprehensible is to be guilty. Kit ceased his struggles, staring at Rosen, his expression shifting from despair to profound confusion. Rosen's gaze swept over him, particularly noting the minute puncture marks on his arms. Did you truly believe that Dr. Aiton's treatments were intended to heal you? No. Rosen shook his head gently. A true scientist, upon encountering an inexplicable phenomenon, does not deny it but seeks to understand it. Kit, you're not a patient. You are a specimen, a unique living specimen that has touched the truth. Those who confine you here do so not because you are mad, but because they fear the truth you have encountered. They sought to dissect you, to study you, to unearth that secret buried within. The seeds of doubt were meticulously sown into the most fertile soil. Jite gazed at his hands, observing the blurred fragments of memories, the cold operating table, the blinding lights, and the scrutinizing face of Dr. Yadin hidden behind his lenses. What he had long perceived as mere hallucinations and torment, through Rosen's interpretation, had woven itself into a horrifying tableau of coherent logic. He was not mad. He was a bearer of secrets, and everyone here was an enemy, intent on seizing that secret from him. A cluster of dangerous flames quietly ignited within the depths of his hollow eyes. Rosen rose, adjusting his white coat. That would conclude today's treatment. Contemplate carefully, Jite. Who truly is the madman? He exited the treatment room, and the door slowly closed behind him. Minutes later, in Dr. Yadin's office, Rosen stood before a newly installed monitor. The screen displayed a monochrome image of the communal activity area. The former Jite Walker, once a despondent figure curled in a corner, had vanished. In his stead stood a vigilant prisoner, surveying his surroundings. He no longer shunned anyone's gaze. Instead, he actively searched the crowd for something. Soon, he fixed his attention on Dr. Yadin, his eyes filled with scrutiny and a flicker of nascent hatred. Then, he approached another patient who appeared equally wronged. Leaning forward to whisper something, Rosen observed the unfolding scene on the screen, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The chaotic overture had begun. Excellent. The first piece on the chessboard had been set in motion. Chapter 95. The Scepter of Authority in the conference room of the Thorny Cliff Hospital. The atmosphere was as oppressive as an old, waterlogged sponge. The statue of Jesus on the wall hung his head, a sorrowful expression casting down upon the individuals at the long table, each harboring their own thoughts. Principal Judy Martin occupied the head seat, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, attempting to assert her authority through the monotonous sound. To her left sat the representative sent by the church, Monsignor Timothy Howard, a man with hawk-like sharpness in his gaze, his fingers interlaced, silent as a statue. Rosen, as the newly appointed expert consultant, was relegated to a nearly forgotten corner at the end of the long table. He sat quietly, seemingly disinterested in the protracted high-level meeting. Journalist Lana Winters was also present, invited by Rosen under the pretense of observing contemporary psychological practices. At that moment, she clutched a brown paper envelope tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her breath came in quick gasps. Rosen's gaze subtly swept over her, a silent command. Lana took a deep breath and abruptly stood up. I apologize for the interruption. Principal Judy. All eyes in the conference room turned toward her. Judy's brow furrowed deeply. Miss Winters, this is not a stage for your theatrics. I possess a photocopy of a police report from 20 years ago. Ignoring her rebuke, Lana extracted a yellowed sheet from the envelope and held it aloft. The report documented a hit-and-run incident where a 13-year-old girl was severely injured, left with lifelong disabilities. The perpetrator, found 3 days after the incident, was named Judy Martin. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Judy's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Nonsense, she shrieked, her voice piercing. This is a forgery. It is slander. Lana slid the report and a clipping from an old newspaper across the table towards the Monsignor. The culprit did not serve time, as the victim's family accepted an anonymous donation, subsequently withdrawing the charges. And you, Principal Judy, entered the convent shortly thereafter. Silence fell abruptly. Judy slammed her hand against the table, trembling with rage. Security, get this madwoman out of here. The two attendants at the door exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of whom to obey. Everyone, please calm down. A steady male voice rang out, not loud, but instantly overshadowing the chaos. Rosen stood and walked to the center of the long table, an appropriate expression of concern on his face. He first shook his head at Lana, as if reproaching her recklessness. Then, he turned to the visibly pale Monsignor. Monsignor, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Principal Judy has devoted her life to Thornycliffe. Her character is beyond reproach. His words sounded like a defense, yet those present discerned an underlying implication. Rosen paused, his gaze sweeping over the other doctors and nuns present, his tone adopting a weighty gravity. However, managing such a vast institution comes with pressures unimaginable to most. Recently, we have all observed that the principal's mental state may be somewhat overstretched. This statement struck like a poisoned needle, piercing the most concealed corners of everyone's hearts. Under Judy's iron-fisted rule, no one had escaped the murmurs of discontent. An older doctor instinctively nodded but quickly realized, lowering his head in haste. Another younger nun exchanged a look of alarm and complexity with her companion. Judy glared at Rosen like an enraged lioness, her composure utterly shattered. It was you who orchestrated this. She roared, her sanity unraveling. You and this reporter conspired together. I will have you both locked in the isolation room. You are both patients. Madmen. Her frenzied demeanor was more persuasive than any evidence. Monsignor Howard's gaze had turned as frigid as ice. He picked up the report, glanced at it, and then returned his attention to the utterly unhinged Judy. Just at that tense moment, a timid voice broke through. Please, do not say that about the principal. Everyone turned to see novice nun Mary Eunice standing, her innocent face etched with worry. The principal is simply exhausted. Her voice was faint, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. She frequently suffers from headaches and has asked me not to disclose that there is a bottle of alcohol in her desk drawer, claiming it is medication for her headaches. A fatal blow. The air froze instantly. Judy's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at Mary Eunice, her mouth opening and closing, yet no sound emerged. That once innocent face now appeared more terrifying to her than the most grotesque of demons. Monsignor Howard finally moved. He gently placed the report back on the table, producing a soft thud akin to a gavel striking down. Enough. He stood, looking down upon Judy. Judy Martin, your mental state is no longer suitable to manage Thornycliffe. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your duties as principal. Each of Monsignor's words struck Judy's last vestige of dignity like a cold chisel. For your health's sake, you will remain here as a patient for treatment. Judy's body swayed, as if all her bones had been removed, collapsing helplessly into her chair. In her eyes, all brilliance, all arrogance and authority, extinguished completely in that moment. What remained was merely a hollow, ashen void. The two nurses finally received clear instructions, advancing from either side to support her arms. The once imperious Queen of Thornycliffe was thus dragged out of the conference room by her own subordinates. As if she were an ordinary patient. She did not struggle, merely murmuring something under her breath, her spirit utterly collapsing under the gaze of the onlookers. Rosen stood still, his face adorned with an expression of compassion, yet deep within his gaze lay a frigid sea of indifference. He watched the curtain fall on this drama, as one would admire a completed masterpiece. Power had fallen. That evening, within the confines of Rosen's office. The flames of the fireplace danced gently. A faint knock echoed through the air. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Mary Eunice, who entered with a cup of coffee. She placed the coffee upon Rosen's desk, but made no move to leave, instead turning to lock the door behind her. When she turned back, the innocent expression that had adorned her face had vanished without a trace. In its place was a smile, ancient, cunning, and rife with desire. Her posture transformed from one of humility to one of defiance, radiating a profound shift in her demeanor. The temperature in the air seemed to drop by several degrees. I have removed her for you. The voice that spoke was a confluence of sounds, the clarity of a girl mingling with a deep, raspy male timbre, imbued with a whiff of sulfur. Now, let us discuss our arrangement. The demon no longer concealed its true form. I know what you desire. Its gaze swept across the entire hospital, brimming with avarice. Within this institution, every moment birthed terror and despair. I can help you gather them all, transforming them into your most delectable sustenance. Yet, in return, it stepped closer, encroaching upon Rosen's desk. Once that old fool, Mengshi, takes over. You must assist me in fully occupying this body and then eliminate him. Rosen listened quietly, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. He did not gaze at the demon before him, but rather observed the flickering flames with keen interest. Only when the demon had finished did he slowly lift his head, smiling. There was no joy in that smile of collaboration, only a sense of condescension. You seem to have misunderstood something. Rosen leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlaced upon the desk, staring intently into those eyes no longer belonging to humanity. I did not come to negotiate with the devil. He paused, the curve of his lips widening to reveal a set of pristine teeth. I am here to recruit the devil. The demon's smile froze. Rosen reclined back in his chair, regarding it with the scrutiny of one appraising a commodity, and leisurely added, Now, let me see what qualifications you possess to work for me. Chapter 96. Beauty and Terror. Performance evaluation in hell. Rosen's voice was quiet yet resonated like a cold stone sinking into the tumultuous magma of the demon's desires. Do you possess such qualifications? The smile blending innocence with malice on Mary Eunice's face faltered. It, an ancient being birthed in the sulfuric fires of hell, reveling in the torment of mortal souls, had never before encountered such an inquiry. Not a scream of terror, nor a plea of greed, but an interview, an inquiry into the capabilities of a tool from a higher predator. The composite voice stumbled for the first time. Rosen's fingers continued their rhythmic tapping, each sound precisely aligning with the demon's heartbeat. Killing a vessel cloaked in faith is simple. The challenge lies in maximizing the value of that death. He leaned slightly forward, his pitch-black eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with pure assessment and calculation. I require a feast, not a crude assassination. I need the fear, madness, and despair of Thorny Cliff, catalyzed, concentrated, and perfected to its utmost. In that moment, they shall become the most exquisite nectar. Rosen paused to delineate its job description. Your task is to serve as that catalyst. He raised his hand, as though sketching an invisible chart in the air. Before Mingxi meets his demise, you must elevate the fear output of this hospital to a peak that satisfies me. You may consider it a performance evaluation. Only by passing this evaluation will you receive the reward you seek. Performance evaluation. This cold term from the realm of human commerce, when uttered from Rosen's lips, bore a sacrilegious charm. The demon fell silent, no longer feeling humiliation, but rather a novel, unprecedented tremor. This this entity clad in human skin, perceived the world from a perspective starkly different from hell, heaven, and all it had ever known. He resembled a shrewd merchant, weighing a transaction involving souls and deities. Chaos was its nature, and slaughter its delight. Yet now, this being conveyed to it that its nature and pleasures could be quantified, assessed, and transformed into a vocation. An unprecedented thrill, mingled with unfathomable fear, erupted within the demon's essence. It laughed, this time not with a facade of innocence, but with a twisted, fervent glee emanating from the depths of its soul. I accept. Mary Eunice bowed, her movements precise as a true nun. Yet her voice trembled with an impatient urgency. Boss. The following day, the performance metrics of Thorny Cliff Psychiatric Hospital began to skyrocket. Empowered, Mary Eunice transformed the oppressive confines into her playground. In the common activity room, a typically taciturn patient suddenly lunged at another like a rabid dog, incited merely by the sight of an eye drawn on the easel. He saw it. He saw into my mind. Amidst the screams, the scuffle erupted into a chaotic melee involving dozens. Mary Eunice stood at the periphery, chewing on sweets pilfered from the kitchen, her pure visage reflecting admiration. She had only whispered to the man, "What he painted was your dream from last night, wasn't it?" A portly nurse, who delighted in shocking patients with electric therapy, suddenly emitted a harrowing scream in the corridor. He pointed at an empty corner, trembling as if shaken by a sieve. "Don't come near. Don't come near. Those tongues. They're licking my face." No one noticed that Mary Eunice had merely brushed past him, tracing a gentle spiral on the nape of his neck with her fingertip. Chaos spread like ink, swiftly diffusing through the murky waters of Thorny Cliff. The patient's conditions deteriorated at a visibly alarming rate. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed, their disputes and accusations growing increasingly frequent. As night enveloped the world, the true revelry commenced. At 3 a.m, the song Dominique, Neek, Neek, Son All Eight Tout Simplement, which rightfully belonged to Director Judy, a sacred yet monotonous melody, unexpectedly rang through the hospital's intercom system, repeating endlessly. The melodious voice of a girl pierced through the suffocating silence of the night, akin to a rusty knife scraping against the nerves of every listener. A patient, driven to madness, banged his head against the wall, producing a dull thud. A caregiver, ensconced in the duty room, buried his head beneath a blanket. Yet the haunting melody continued to infiltrate his mind. The entire Jingji Cliff had transformed into a colossal pressure cooker, on the brink of boiling over. However, Rosen, the newly appointed psychologist, remained dutifully composed. He traversed the wards, soothing the souls on the verge of collapse with his gentle voice. "It's just music, nothing more," he assured. Grasping the trembling hand of a female patient, an unyielding force instantly calming the tempest within her consciousness. "Look, once you quiet your mind, it won't seem so terrifying." The patient ceased her screams, staring at him vacantly, as if beholding a deity. Yet, only Rosen was aware of the turmoil beneath his serene facade, where waves of pure, demonic fear, madness, and despair surged into his being, much like rivers flowing into the sea. Deep within his soul, the mythic talent known as the source of all fears hummed with a satisfying resonance, akin to a parched sponge finally immersed in a bountiful source of water. Dr. Arthur Ayton trailed behind Rosen, his complexion pale. He observed those who had recently been mere patients now resembling ghouls risen from the depths of hell, his stomach churning violently. "Oliver, do we truly intend to allow her to continue this?" Ayton's voice trembled, betraying his unease. Rosen halted before an observation window, where a patient was frantically gnawing at her own arm, a grotesque smile plastered across her face. He did not respond to Ayton's query, but instead gazed calmly at the scene, resembling a farmer surveying crops flourishing wildly under his influence. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment enveloped every corner of his existence. He could see the reserves of fear material on his system panel soaring at an unprecedented rate, each pulse akin to a magnificent symphony. He turned to Aiton, who seemed on the brink of madness from the spectacle. "You see, Aiton." Rosen's tone was as nonchalant as discussing the weather. "Chaos is not a chasm, it is a staircase." He pointed a finger at the observation window. "For us, it remains a KPI." Aiton opened his mouth, speechless, staring at Rosen's profile, where he first glimpsed something transcending human comprehension, a detachment akin to a deity overlooking humanity, and the anticipation of a glutton before an opulent feast. The chaos orchestrated by demons persisted for a full 3 days. On the evening of the third day, torrential rain poured down. A black sedan came to a halt in the mud before the gates of Jingji Cliff Hospital. Timothy Howard Monks, holding a black umbrella, stepped out and surveyed the building, nearly consumed by madness, his brow furrowed. The stench of decay and despair permeated the air, inducing a visceral discomfort. He promptly summoned all available clergy and doctors. "This place is tainted by evil," Monks declared with resolute authority. "I shall personally conduct an exorcism to purify this wretched abode." The news spread like wildfire throughout the hospital. Mary Eunice rushed into Rosen's office, nearly forgetting to knock. "He's here. He's going to perform the exorcism." Her face radiated a bloodthirsty excitement, her voice sharp with anticipation. "This is the perfect opportunity. During the ritual, all eyes will be on him. I can easily—" "No?" Rosen interrupted, standing before the window, gazing at the stormy sky outside. Raindrops traced chaotic patterns on the glass, rendering the world beyond a surreal tableau. The demon's excitement came to an abrupt halt. "Why? Not enough," Rosen replied calmly. "The fear instigated by an assassination is fleeting and limited, akin to a match igniting and extinguishing in an instant." He turned to face the astonished Mary Eunice. An exorcism would serve as a grand ignition for a spectacular display. A glimmer of cold, near-manic anticipation flickered in his eyes. What he sought was never merely the death of Monks. "I need you to completely lose control during the ritual. In front of everyone, when Monks attempts to exorcise you in the name of God." Chapter 97. The Final Exorcism. A feast of fear. The chapel of Jingji Cliff Hospital had never been so solemn. Candle flames cast flickering shadows on the ancient stone walls, distorting the images of saints depicted in the stained glass. The air was thick with the mingled scents of aged incense and disinfectant. Timothy Howard Monks stood before the altar, draped in a solemn white vestment, the golden embroidered cross upon his chest reflecting a faint glow. His expression was grave as he held a hefty tome of exorcism rites in one hand, while the other clutched an antiquated silver cross. Below the altar, a simple iron bed occupied the center. Mary Eunice was firmly restrained upon it by leather straps, clad in a pure white patient gown, her complexion as pale as parchment. Eyes tightly shut, several of the most devout nuns and 2 of the strongest caregivers flanked her, anxiously clutching rosaries. The chapel's doors were securely closed. Outside, Dr. Arthur Aiton leaned against the cold wall, sweat soaking his back. He had just followed Rosen's orders to unlock the deepest dungeon, where failed experiments were imprisoned, the creatures he referred to as the skin peeler. He could hear the grating sounds of something crawling from the depths below. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hospital, in the communal activity area, Kit Walker stood among a group of patients. His eyes no longer held confusion. Instead, they burned with a fervent, almost fanatical zeal. Rosen's words echoed in his mind. This ritual marked their final step in erasing the truth. They intended to heal that girl, just as they sought to heal you, by using holy light and prayer to reduce the truth she had witnessed to ashes. Kit clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. He looked at the fellow patients, equally ravaged by drugs and despair, and shouted hoarsely, "Brothers, they plan to strike at that poor girl. With their lies and their ritual, they aim to obliterate another soul who has glimpsed the truth. We cannot wait any longer." Inside the chapel, monks raised the silver cross high. "In the name of the Lord, I command you, foul entity, reveal your name." His solemn voice echoed throughout the empty chapel. Mary Eunice's body jerked violently, her tightly closed eyes suddenly snapping open. Within those eyes, there was not a trace of the innocence of youth, but rather a pure, abyssal darkness. A cacophony of laughter, unlike any human sound, erupted from the depths of her throat, sharp and jarring. Wisps of visible black mist began to rise from her form, colliding with the flickering candlelight, producing a sibilant hiss. "In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit," the priest directed the crucifix toward Molly and commenced reciting the ancient incantation for exorcism with fervor. A sacred halo emanated from the crucifix, resembling a diminutive sun, casting a direct beam of light upon Molly. Ah! A piercing scream resonated throughout the chapel. Molly's body convulsed violently, the black mist retreating under the pressure of the holy light, as if on the verge of complete purification. Beads of sweat formed on the priest's brow, yet his gaze remained unwavering, his incantation growing increasingly urgent and powerful. Victory seemed imminent. At that moment, from the shadows of the chapel, Lucen, who had been quietly observing, snapped his fingers softly. The sound was crisp. Molly's ebony eyes abruptly turned toward Lucen, a glimmer of fervent obedience flashing within them. In the next instant, the suppressed black mist within her ceased its retreat. A force far greater, more violent and foul than before, erupted like a volcano. Boom! The air released a dull thud. The holy light in the priest's grasp shattered as if struck by a mighty hammer. He was hurled backward by an invisible force, crashing against the stone altar, emitting a muffled groan, a spray of blood staining the pristine altar cloth. "Monsignor!" The nuns shrieked in terror. And in that very moment, bang, 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 the heavy wooden doors of the chapel were battered with furious intensity. Jite woke, accompanied by dozens of frenzied patients, wielded a metal pipe dismantled from the activity room, smashing it against the door like a battering ram. The latch groaned under the immense force, contorting. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the doors were flung open. "Charge! Slay these deceivers!" Jite's eyes blazed crimson as he led the roaring tide of patients into the chapel. The attendants stationed at the entrance attempted to impede them, but were instantly overwhelmed. Fists, teeth, anything that could be wielded as a weapon became the primal tools of these long-oppressed lunatics. The chapel swiftly transformed from a sanctuary into a slaughterhouse. The frenzied roars of patients, the screams of attendants, and the cries of nuns intertwined to create a chaotic symphony. Yet, this was merely the overture. The true horror descended from the shadows pouring in from outside. Several hunched, elongated humanoid monstrosities crawled in using hands and feet. They bore no skin. Their bodies comprised solely of crimson muscle tissue and exposed veins, their faces adorned with a gaping maw that opened and closed incessantly. The flayers. They were Dr. Yaden's most remarkable creations. One flayer lunged with lightning speed at an attendant grappling with a patient, its sharp claws effortlessly slicing through his throat. Blood gushed forth. Another pounced upon a screaming nun, bringing her crashing to the ground. The scent of blood ignited the scene. The entire chapel transformed into a meat grinder. Some attendants were pinned to the ground by 3 or 4 patients, brutally bitten to death. One nun attempted to defend herself with a crucifix, only to have the flayer tear her arm away along with the cross. Jite, consumed by rage amidst the chaos, seized a fallen candlestick and struck down upon every uniformed figure. He was convinced he fought for the truth. At the center of this frenzied inferno, only 2 figures remained detached. The demon Molly, freed from her bindings, stood beside the iron bed, reveling in her masterpiece, emitting a gleeful laugh. Meanwhile, Lucen lingered in the shadows, akin to an audience observing a grand performance. He watched the dying priest, the frenzied Jite, the slaughtering monsters, all orchestrated by his own hand. His face bore no expression, devoid of joy or pity, only a placid calm before the harvest. Just as the chaos and bloodshed reached their zenith, the candles and lights within the chapel extinguished simultaneously. Absolute darkness enveloped all. Immediately after, every sound vanished. The shrieks, roars, cries, and clashing ceased abruptly. Time and space seemed to be seized by an unseen hand, rendered entirely still. Lucen emerged slowly from the shadows. With each step he took, the darkness behind him thickened. This shadow was no longer merely the absence of light, but had transformed into a tangible, living darkness that spread throughout the thorny cliff. A colossal, indescribable shadow loomed above, manifesting as a vast specter hovering over the cliff, devoid of fixed form, resembling the purest darkness and void from the dawn of the universe. Its mere existence began to warp the physical laws governing the entire asylum. The mythic form of this source of all fear revealed itself for the first time. Inside the chapel, the demon Molly, who had been laughing maniacally, found her laughter abruptly stifled, her expression shifting from delight to sheer terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jite, blinded by rage, froze mid-action, the fervor in his eyes replaced by an incomprehensible chill emanating from the depths of his soul. The bloodthirsty flayers stood motionless, as if transformed into primal, bloody sculptures. All existence, be it human, demon, or monster, ceased all movement under the dominion of this absolute, primordial dread. Souls quaked in terror. The demon Molly gazed in horror at Lucen, who approached with deliberate steps, finally comprehending the unfathomable entity she had summoned. Lucen did not regard her. He strode directly to the dying priest, gazing down upon the last vestiges of despair and confusion in the old man's eyes. Then he turned, placing his hand gently upon the demon Mali's head. His gesture was tender, as if soothing a pet. The assessment was complete. Lucian's voice carried a calm devoid of any ripple. Your performance was satisfactory. No sooner had he spoken than his fingers tightened abruptly. An irresistible, forceful power of consumption erupted from his palm. The black mist within the demon Mali, the very essence she had painstakingly amassed, was forcibly extracted from her orifices, surging uncontrollably into Lucian's body like a flood breaching a dam. No. The demon emitted an inarticulate wail, experiencing fear for the first time. A slight smile finally graced Lucian's lips. He surveyed the frozen, bloody hellscape, observing every soul trembling in fear due to his presence, and with a tone of declaration, softly remarked, "Welcome to my banquet. You are all the fair." A series of cold notifications flooded his consciousness. High concentrations of fear, despair, madness, and hatred detected. Essence of fear is being excessively absorbed. Mythic level talent. Source of all fear is analyzing and consuming the concept of lesser-held demons. Chapter 98. The Legacy of the Asylum of Beautiful Terror. As the indescribable colossal shadow gradually sank into Lucian's form, time resumed its flow. The frozen screams, the wails, the sounds of flesh being torn apart erupted simultaneously, only to fade into exhaustion in the next heartbeat. The survivors lay on the ground, like marionettes stripped of their bones, utterly incapacitated. The massive form of the flayer collapsed with a resounding thud, transforming entirely into a lifeless heap of flesh. Within the chapel, the pungent scent of blood mingled with dust, choking the throat. Luo's son stood at the center of the slaughterhouse, his inexpensive shirt immaculate, as if the miraculous event that had just transpired was completely unrelated to him. He gazed down at his outstretched palm, where a faint, nearly invisible wisp of black smoke swirled, struggling, emitting a silent scream. This was the last remnant of the lesser-held demon, drained of all its essence. Amidst the profound silence, a trembling voice broke through. "What exactly are you?" It was Lan Na Wente Si, the once vibrant journalist, now smeared with the blood of others, her face as pale as parchment. Yet her eyes burned with an almost frenzied thirst for knowledge unique to her profession. A few surviving caregivers and patients around her looked on in terror, as if she had posed a question that could plunge them all back into hell. Luo's son turned to face her. He offered no answer, finding her intriguing instead. To retain the instinct to seek truth after experiencing such abject terror was indeed a rare quality. He approached Lan Na with deliberate steps, each footfall resonating like the heartbeat of all present. Lan Na instinctively recoiled, only to trip over a corpse and fall into a pool of blood. Luo's son knelt before her, extending a finger toward her forehead. The cold touch rendered her immobile. She shut her eyes, bracing for death. Yet, death did not come. An irresistible force surged into her mind, like an invisible hand violently rifling through her memories. Images of the colossal shadow, speculations about Luo Sen's true identity. The sensation of time being suspended, all memories related to the divine were meticulously torn away, erased. However, the truths of the darkness of Jiejiea, the sins of Dinju Di, the hypocrisy of the church, the madness of the patients, the slaughter by monsters were unprecedentedly deepened, solidified, and imprinted in the depths of her soul. Moments later, Luo's son withdrew his finger. Lana gasped, her eyes a tumult of horror and confusion. She had forgotten what she had just seen, yet the entirety of the horrors that transpired here remained vividly etched in her mind. Go! Luo Sen's voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable command. Tell the world what you have witnessed. The truth will make you famous, and I shall relish the fear that fame brings. He rose, no longer regarding her. An invisible force lifted Lana, clearing a path of bodies leading to the outside world. She scrambled away from this hell. She would become a legend, and her legend would serve as Luo Sen's new harvester of fear, spreading across the globe. Having dealt with one asset, Luo Sen's gaze shifted to another side. Jite Waku was fiercely protecting a young child, watching him with vigilance. Miraculously, amidst the chaos, he had managed to shield a few patients from total insanity. Let them go, GT's voice was hoarse. They are innocent. Luo's son did not respond. At that moment, a beam of cold, pure light, unlike any that had come before, cascaded down from the shattered dome of the chapel. There was no sound, no warmth. Within the beam, several elongated, grayish-white humanoid figures descended slowly. Their faceless visages turned toward Jite, seemingly issuing a silent summons. Aliens. The child behind Jite displayed a look of joy, clearly recognizing them. One of the aliens, seemingly the leader, scanned the devastation with its immense, dark eyes. Finally fixating on Luo Senator, it sensed something amiss. The existence of this diminutive human triggered the highest level of alarm within its meticulously functioning cognitive core. The alien raised an arm. Aiming a peculiar metallic device at Luo Senator, Luo Sun merely cast a quiet glance in its direction. That single glance unleashed the recently concealed aura of mythic power behind him, akin to a spark igniting an oil field, radiating outward instantly. This was not an intentional exertion of pressure, but rather a natural emanation arising from a vast disparity in life levels, a primordial fear transcending dimensions. Rooted in the very essence of existence, the alien's raised device froze in place. A definition of threat seemed to surface on its smooth cranial surface. It understood. The presence before it, along with its mission objectives, and any carbon-based life form on this planet, existed on entirely different planes. Conflict signified annihilation. Without communication or testing, the alien almost immediately lowered its arm and inclined its head slightly toward Luo San, expressing a primal instinct of retreat. Subsequently, they lifted Jite, the child, and several other selected survivors, ascending rapidly within the beam of light. The light vanished. The sky reverted to darkness. The entire spacecraft appeared and departed within less than 30 seconds. Absolute efficiency, absolute haste. Inside the chapel, Dr. Yasi Yadun lay prostrate. Having witnessed this scene that transcended comprehension, feeling as though his scientific worldview had been shattered to dust, Luo Sun picked up a silver metallic fragment that the aliens had hurriedly left behind. The fragment felt cold to the touch, its internal structure remarkably intricate. He tossed the metal piece to Dr. Yadun. Utilize this. Luo Sen's command was succinct and clear. And the remnants of the demon. Transform Jie into a more efficient research center. Dr. Yadun trembled as he caught the metallic piece, deciphering the subtext from Luo Sen's calm gaze. Research how to produce fear more efficiently. Yes, master. He bowed his head, utterly relinquishing any resistance. Finally, Luo San approached the corner where the completely deranged former dean, Zhu Di Mating, cowered. He opened his palm, the wisp of the demon's residual spirit emitting a final wail within his grasp. Luo San closed his fingers, manifesting a void creation. A staff, entirely black, with a dull gemstone embedded at its tip, slowly took shape in his hand. Ignoring the spirit's struggles, he forcefully thrust it into the gemstone. Inside, a distorted shadow thrashed in madness, yet was firmly confined. Then, Luo San pressed his finger to Zhu Di Mating's forehead. Unlike his treatment of La Na, this time, he erased all of Zhu Di's pain, resentment, and madness, implanting a brand new, absolute core directive: be loyal to Luo Sr. Guard Jie. Zhu Di's murky eyes gradually cleared, ultimately transforming into an extreme calm, akin to a programmed tranquility. She rose, straightening her disheveled patient gown. Her demeanor elegant as if preparing to attend a grand banquet. This is your staff. Luo San presented the staff to her. From this day forth, you shall be the sole guardian of this realm. Zhu Di received the staff with both hands, her face adorned with a satisfied and reverent smile. As you command, my master, she declared. With the staff firmly in her grasp, she turned and commenced her solemn patrol amidst the bloodshed. An eternal prisoner had become the everlasting warden of her own prison. This was both her greatest mercy and her most vicious punishment. Thus, all assets of the Thorncliffe Asylum were accounted for. Luo Sen's figure vanished from the chapel, only to reappear atop the highest clock tower of the hospital. The night breeze stirred the edges of his garments. Gazing downwards, the entirety of Thorncliffe resembled a colossal patient undergoing a surgical procedure. Dr. Yadun had already commenced the cleanup, gathering usable materials. Meanwhile, the brainwashed Dean Zhu Di, leaning on her demonic staff, resembled a devoted shepherd herding captive lambs. This place would become Luo Sen's second domain, following the world of the clown's resurrection, capable of continuously yielding sources of fear, a territory wholly belonging to his fear farm. At that moment, a translucent interface, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. World settlement has commenced. Current world, Thorncliffe Asylum. Evaluation, perfect. Asset restructuring. Establishment of Fear Source Production Site Number 2. Would you like to exit this world for final settlement? Yes or no? A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Luo Sen's mouth. His fingers slowly moved towards the affirmative option. Chapter 99, Aesthetic Horror. The witches gathering in a pure white space. All sounds and substances lost their significance. Luo Sen's consciousness coalesced here. Before him, an immense light screen unfolded silently, cold streams of system data, cascading like a waterfall. World Settlement. American Horror Story Season 2. Asylum completed. World exploration level, 91. Main quest. Ending the twisted cycle of Thorn Cliff has been completed. Side quest. Devour the Lesser Hell Demon has been completed. Side quest. Establish Fear Source production site has been completed. Comprehensive evaluation, perfect S. Commencing revenue settlement. The moment the words fell, a torrent of energy, nearly tangible, surged into this space. It was the purest energy extracted from every corner of Thorn Cliff Asylum, derived from the screams, madness, despair, and death of every soul. A vast river of fear sources coalesced into a pitch-black galaxy, spiraling into Luo Sen's being. The values on the light screen began to surge upwards at a frenzied pace, pulsating and blurring into a haze. Ultimately, with a slight hum, the numbers settled into a remarkable total sufficient to plunge any traveler into ecstasy. Luo San exhibited no extraneous expression. He calmly raised his hand, as if conducting an orchestra. Enhance. A mere thought. The dark river of source material immediately bifurcated, with the most robust stream rushing towards the distorted darkness behind him. A hum echoed as the space trembled. The mythic manifestation representing the source of all fears began a new transformation under the deluge of source material. Originally a mere vague silhouette, it now appeared to be infused with flesh and blood. The darkness constituting its body became deeper and more solid, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. Within the shadows, the outline of an arm began to rise slowly, no longer a mere shadow but a terrifying entity with physical interactivity. The surrounding pure white space began to warp and collapse under the silhouette of this arm. Mythical level talent. Source of all fears LV1, LV2. Effect enhancement. Increased solidity of mythic manifestation. Moderate enhancement of interference with physical reality. Effect enhancement. Expanded range and stability of the domain of fear. New effect unlocked. Fear brand. You may plant the seed of fear in a target, indirectly siphoning source material through their propagated fear. Luo San sensed the evolution of his talent as another source of material enveloped the blade of punishment in his hand. Also included was a strand of the purest hellish essence extracted from the demon Mary Eunice. The black source material and dark red hellish essence intertwined and clashed, emitting a hissing sound. The grotesque weapon, a fusion of bone saw and giant blade, trembled violently under the refinement of the two powers. Dark flames ignited spontaneously along the blade, flickering erratically. These flames bore no warmth but emitted a chill capable of freezing the soul. Weapon, Blade of Punishment, Purple Epic, Enhancing, detected lesser held demon essence, detected high concentration of fear source material. Enhancement complete. Blade of Punishment, Purple Epic growth. Attribute change, new Hellfire enchantment added. Your attacks will inflict additional soul-burning damage to spiritual entities, holy units, demons, and angelic beings. System prompt. Your resistance against specific conceptual beings has reached an epic level. Luo San grasped the hilt of the blade. The black flames coiled up his arm without causing harm, instead imparting a sense of familiarity as if an extension of his own being. All enhancements were complete. The pitch-black river of source material had consumed nearly 70%. Just as Luo San prepared to close the interface, the system light screen refreshed once more, presenting a brand new report. This was no longer cold data, but rather segments of text accompanied by dim images. New World Unlocked, American Horror Story Season 3, The Witches Gathering, World Background, Louisiana, New Orleans. An ancient witch family, with a legacy spanning centuries, is on the verge of decline. The current Supreme Witch, Fiona Good, finds her vitality and magical power waning with the passage of time. According to an ancient covenant, when the reigning Supreme Witch perishes, a new generation of Supreme Witch shall arise from the young witches, inheriting supreme power and authority. Ambition, jealousy, betrayal, and ancient voodoo magic will unfold a bloody game of power within this humid and charming city. Below the light screen, the system provided recommended tasks. Main Quest 1. Take her place. Become the new Supreme Witch and preside over the Witch Council. Main Quest 2. Exterminate. Hunt down and devour all candidates with potential to become Supreme Witches, as well as the current Supreme Witch. Luo San regarded these two tasks, feeling a flicker of genuine interest for the first time in the settlement space. No longer was it merely about monsters and slaughter. No longer were there only hidden ghosts and malevolent spirits. Instead, it was about living beings engaged in a conspiracy and betrayal surrounding a pinnacle known as power. How intriguing, he mused softly. No longer simply fear and bloodshed, but a struggle for power and a magical system. If fear is a fine wine, then power is the golden chalice that holds it. He desired it all. Generate identity. Luo's son issued the command. In the context of a new world, a reasonable identity has been generated. Identity generation completed. Name, Luosan. Identity, a wealthy scholar from an ancient European family, deeply engrossed in the study of mysticism. He has journeyed to Niuaolin to explore the scholarly pursuits related to the secrets of his family's ancestral texts. Initial assets, sufficient funds, a legitimate property located in the French Quarter, and a letter of recommendation for a visit to the extraordinary Miss Robichaud's Academy for exceptional young ladies. The transmission is about to commence. Just before the countdown concluded, Luosan uttered the words he had kept hidden in his heart. If fear is a fine wine, then power is the golden chalice that holds it. I desire both. In the blink of an eye, the pristine white of the system space faded away. A warm breeze, mingled with humid air, spices, and a hint of decay, enveloped him. Luosan found himself standing on a street brimming with exotic charm. His once inexpensive shirt and jeans had transformed into a well-tailored dark custom suit, exuding quality, and a discreet antique watch adorned his wrist. Beneath his feet lay an ancient cobblestone path, and the distant sound of jazz wafted from a nearby bar. This was Niuaolin, the French Quarter. His gaze traversed the ornate wrought iron railings of the balconies across the street, landing upon a nearby building. It was a grand white colonial-style mansion, featuring towering columns and a manicured lawn, standing out with an air of elegance and solemnity amidst its surroundings. At the entrance hung a brass plaque. Miss Robichaud's Academy for Exceptional Young Ladies. A school for witches. In that moment of gazing at the edifice, he sensed an entirely different energy. It was neither the chaotic and viscous essence of fear nor the scorching and frenzied nature of hell's origin. It was an older, more subtle power. Like a web woven through the air. It was magic. Luosan adjusted his cuff. He directed a gentle scholar's smile toward the white mansion. Ladies, he whispered in a tone only he could hear, I have come to introduce a small variable to your throne. Chapter 100, the eternal subject of beauty and horror. The air of Niuaolin was damp and warm, infused with the fragrance of blooming bougainvillea and the scent of ancient stone. Luosan stood before a white Victorian mansion. The black wrought iron gate bore a relief of serpents entwined with vines, the paint flaking slightly under the ravages of time. He raised his hand, tapping 3 times on the heavy wooden door with the joint of his index finger. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was dull, absorbed by the silence within the building. After a moment, a faint stir came from inside, followed by the crisp sound of the latch turning. The door opened a crack. A young girl peered out, her face slightly childlike, brown hair cascading down, and her eyes filled with caution. When she recognized the man outside, her wariness froze. The man stood before her in a perfectly tailored charcoal gray suit, without a tie, the collar of his shirt undone, exuding a unique aura that lay between formality and casualness. He bore no luggage, one hand casually tucked into his trousers pocket while the other hung naturally at his side. Tall and upright, his features were distinctly East Asian, yet combined to create an allure that transcended ethnicity. The girl grasped the doorknob, momentarily at a loss for words. Hello. Luosan initiated the conversation, his voice calm, imbued with a reassuring magnetism. I am Luosan, here to visit Miss Kedalia Fokisi, the daughter of an old friend. Kedalia? The girl, Zui Banson, repeated the name as if awakening from a reverie. Ah, yes, the headmaster is inside. Please, come in. She hurriedly opened the door wide. Stepping aside to allow passage, her cheeks slightly flushed. Luosan nodded in acknowledgement and stepped across the threshold. The moment he entered, Zui caught a faint, indescribable scent. It was not any cologne, but rather a blend reminiscent of earth and metal after rain in a forest, fresh yet perilous. The interior of the mansion was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The lofty dome, a massive crystal chandelier shrouded in a fine layer of dust, and light filtering through stained glass windows cast dappled patterns on the carpeted floor. The air was thick with the aroma of dried herbs and old books. Everything exuded a sense of faded opulence. The headmaster is in the greenhouse. I will take you there. Zui led the way, her steps somewhat awkward. Luosan followed, his gaze sweeping over the black and white photographs adorning the walls. The women in the photographs wore black dresses from different eras, their expressions solemn, as if their eyes were scrutinizing the newcomer. They traversed a long corridor until they arrived at a glass door. Beyond it lay a vast glass conservatory filled with an array of peculiar plants. A blonde woman stood with her back to them, meticulously trimming the leaves of a wilted orchid. She wore glasses, her movements gentle and focused. Headmaster, Zui called softly, Mr. Luosan is here to see you. The woman paused her work and turned around. She was Kedalia Fokisi, the current headmaster of the academy. Her face bore a fatigued expression of long-standing worry. yet her features remained striking. Mr. Lawson? Her eyes held a tone of inquiry. Greetings, Miss Fokisi. Lawson stepped forward, a perfectly measured smile gracing his face. My mother was Malia Irwozi. I believe she may have mentioned me in her correspondence. He fabricated a name, one sufficiently ancient and obscure, unlikely to be easily verified. Confusion on Kedalia's face shifted to recognition. Irwozi, of course, I remember. My mother spoke of her. They were good friends in their youth. Welcome, Mr. Lawson. I apologize for my rudeness. I did not expect your sudden visit. Her tension eased considerably. For Lawson, well-versed in mysticism, conversing with a witch specializing in herbalism felt akin to a university professor guiding a grade school student. He effortlessly transitioned from discussing the cultivation of those peculiar plants to the extraction of botanical essences in ancient alchemy, transforming Kedalia's initially perfunctory politeness into genuine respect and curiosity. In the distance, a dark-skinned girl leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, scrutinizing the man who had caught the headmaster's attention. Kedalia appeared invigorated by the discovery of a kindred spirit, removing her glasses, her weariness dissipating. Your understanding of plants is truly profound. Many theories I have only seen in fragments within the oldest texts. Her words were abruptly interrupted. A voice resonated from the direction of the hall, soft yet piercing, chilling the air within the greenhouse. Kedalia, when did our little school begin to welcome visitors? The body of Kedalia stiffened instantaneously, the color draining from her face. Rosen turned around, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. A woman was gracefully descending the spiral staircase from the second floor. She was attired in a meticulously tailored black gown that accentuated her still enchanting figure. Her golden curls were impeccably styled, and her lips were as red as blood. She wore a pair of sunglasses, yet even through the lenses, Rosen could feel her gaze slicing through him like a surgical blade. She was Fiona Gouda, the former and current Supreme Witch. With each step she took, the entire mansion's atmosphere shifted. The air, once thick with decay and antiquity, was overshadowed by a potent, self-assured, and aggressively commanding presence. Fiona reached the bottom of the staircase and halted. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of ice-blue eyes devoid of warmth, filled solely with scrutiny and appraisal. She sensed something within the man before her, an immense, unfathomable, inhuman power. This force was unlike any magic she had ever encountered. It belonged neither to demons nor angels, nor to nature itself. It lingered there, akin to a deep ocean shrouded in eternal night, and her prideful perception, when reaching out, felt akin to a drop of water sinking into the sea, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. This unknown invoked within her a profound vigilance and an intense, nearly uncontrollable curiosity. Mother, Kedalia's voice was hoarse. This is Mr. Rosen. I did not ask you. Fiona interrupted her daughter, her gaze never leaving Rosen. She advanced 2 steps, and an invisible mental force surged toward Rosen like a cold tide. This was her test, capable of shattering the spirit of any ordinary person with ill intent and forcing weaker witches to their knees in supplication. A potted fern by the greenhouse glass door curled and withered at a visible pace. Yet, Rosen stood motionless, unyielding. The mental force vanished just an inch before making contact with his body, not repelled, nor rebounded, but simply dissipated, as if it had never existed. For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered in Fiona's ice-blue pupils. She felt as though she had plunged her hand into an absolute void, a place devoid of anything, yet capable of consuming everything. Kedalia held her breath. Zoe gazed at the scene before her with confusion, sensing the atmosphere had suddenly become oppressive. The mental assault was, for Rosen, no more than a gentle breeze. In the presence of his divine essence, the source of all fears, such a degree of spiritual trickery lacked even the qualification to be perceived. He disregarded the provocation. The insight into weakness quietly activated. He need not delve into her soul. Mere observation sufficed. He noticed how, when Fiona raised her hand, the large ring on her finger could not entirely conceal the slackness of her skin. He saw the slight shift in her center of gravity beneath her seemingly casual stance, a habit formed from prolonged suffering. He perceived the fleeting concern in her gaze as she scrutinized him, a reflection of her own image mirrored in his eyes. It was the primitive aversion to aging, the profound helplessness in the face of dwindling vitality, and the ultimate fear of death drawing ever closer. Rosen's smile remained unchanged. Meeting Fiona's scrutinizing gaze, he stepped forward, his voice low yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Ms. Gouda, he paused, allowing his gaze to glide from her well-maintained cheek to rest upon her eyes. It seems time is particularly cruel to beauties. Fiona's expression remained impassive, Yet her eyes suddenly turned frigid. Rosen continued, his tone gentle, yet akin to a precise surgical knife, slicing through all her facades. However, I happen to have quite a profound understanding of the subject of eternity. As his words fell, the air within the grand hall seemed to freeze. In that instant, Fiona Gouda's expression underwent a drastic transformation. The queenly air of superiority shattered. The vigilance and hostility of a top predator crumbled. What replaced it was an unmistakable shock. Her eyes widened, the ice-blue pupils reflecting Rosen's calm visage. Soon, shock morphed into an almost primal greed, her lips slightly parting. Breaths quickening as if a drowning person had caught sight of a lifeline. Finally, a faint yet chillingly cold fear surfaced from the depths of her eyes. She realized that this enigmatic man, one she could not fathom, might be her only hope of escaping the curse of aging and death, or perhaps a chasm more terrifying than death itself.